Chapter 131. Yuan was startled awake. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xiechi Yuan's handsome face, magnified. Xiechi Yuan wiped the corners of his eyes and whispered, "Did you have a nightmare?" Yuan's eyes were still wet. After a long pause, he nodded. But he didn't say what he dreamed about. He just rubbed his eyes and tried to get up. Xiechi Yuan didn't rush him to get up. "You have nothing to do during the day, so just sleep a little longer." Yuan could stay in bed, but Xiechi Yuan couldn't. Xiechi Yuan got up, found a pair of pajamas, and put them on Yuan. The pajamas were long-sleeved and long-sleeved, just enough to cover the marks on his body. "I call the children to stay with you." After Xiechi Yuan cleaned up Yuan, he dressed himself and left the bedroom. He went next door and called the children, who had woken up. Little Butterfly was the first to fly out, followed by Little Nine, dragging Jojo along with her. Eighth Cub was a beat behind, but quickly caught up. Xiechi Yuan asked the cubs to stay with Yuan while he went about his business. After he left, the cubs all ran to Yuan. Jojo kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the bed. He hugged his big brother and held him close, then asked, "Big brother, are you feeling unwell? Your face feels hot." Jojo grew nervous as he spoke, and he touched his big brother's hand again as if to confirm. Thankfully, it wasn't hot. Jojo still remembered Little Butterfly's fever a while ago. He knew it meant she was sick, and he didn't want his big brother to get sick like Little Butterfly. Yuan noticed his nervousness and held him close again, coaxing him, "Don't be afraid, big brother is fine." The octopus cubs used their cool tentacles to cool their eldest brother's face. The cubs surrounded him, and Xiaolu also flew to his pillow. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He touched the stomachs of each cub one by one, his voice a little hoarse. "Have you all eaten? There's milk in the room. I get it for you." Ba Cub patted his belly and replied, "We already eaten." With Xiechi Yuan away, Yuan slumped into the bed with the cubs. The cubs were well behaved, noticing Yuan's hoarseness and keeping quiet. Jojo held one of Yuan's hands and played with his phone. He was playing a dress-up game, and Jojo was trying to think of clothes for his little character. Shujio, poking at him, offered advice, "Choose this one. It's very sparkly." Jojo hesitated and chose the sparkly dress. The next second, the outfit PK began, and Jojo was defeated miserably. He paused, then clicked to restart. Shujio frowned, unconvinced. "I made the wrong choice just now. This time, choose this outfit, a pink top and shorts, and these shoes." Jojo continued to hesitate and reminded, "We're going to a party, so you should wear a skirt." Shujio confidently said, "Everyone else is wearing skirts, so you stand out in this outfit. Besides, we lost the last round wearing skirts." Jojo's face wrinkled, but at Shujio's urging, he still chose shorts for the party. And then, Jojo lost the PK again. Shujio failed twice in a row, and Jojo's game coins kept accumulating. Yuan could hardly bear to watch. But Shujio refused to give up and insisted on continuing to coach Jojo. By the end, Jojo's eyes were red. He threw his phone away and buried his face in Yuan's arms. Yuan, with a mixture of laughter and tears, coaxed him, "Be good, don't cry. I'd download a game for Shujio's phone later." When Shujio heard this, he refused without a second thought, "I won't download it. My game is different from Jojo's. His closet is full, mine is empty." Hearing this, Yuan touched Jojo's head and asked curiously, "Jojo, why are your closets different?" Jojo sniffed and said, "I spent money." He had spent a lot of money on all his clothes. Some clothes couldn't be purchased directly. They required card draws. Only by drawing a certain number of cards would there be a chance of a rare costume drop. In short, it all boiled down to two words: pay to win. Yuan was startled. He wondered, "Jojo, where did you get so much pocket money? Did Cheesy give it to you?" But then he remembered that he'd been playing this little game on his phone for a long time. Before Cheesy came back, Jojo had already been playing it. "Meow Meow bought it for me." Jojo counted the number of people he spent money on. "Xiechi Yuan also bought it for me. He said it was a bribe. Now Cheesy is buying more for me." Cheesy came from behind and crushed Meow Meow and Xiechi Yuan, who had been secretly bribing. The 8 children, who were originally playing a team battle game, pricked up their ears, their hearts tingling with envy. "Jojo, why do they like to spend money on you so much?" Jojo thought for a moment and said honestly, "Cheesy said he spend money on you if you didn't fight him." Eighth Cub, Humph. Would the leader of the sea be the kind of cub who would break his tentacles for money? Eighth Cub righteously rejected the offer, but Little Nine, on the other hand, was mentally calculating. Time slipped by. Jojo, and the other cubs played with their phones until they fell asleep. Yuan, having rested sufficiently, touched the peaceful little butterfly and asked, "Sixth cub, how are you feeling today?" The little butterfly rubbed its big brother's finger and said, "Fine, I feel better than ever." Yuan's wrist had healed, thanks to Xie Yuan's busy schedule. The fact that he was feeding the cubs with his own blood hadn't come to light. It wasn't that he was deliberately hiding this from Xie Yuan, but if Xie Yuan knew about it, he'd probably disapprove. "Cubs, let's get a checkup next time." Yuan wanted to understand why his own flesh and blood were connected to the cub's growth. To find out, a more thorough examination would definitely be necessary. The main thing was that Liuzi wouldn't refuse anything Big Brother suggested. He nodded. "Big Brother." After agreeing to the examination, Liuzi suddenly remembered something. Should we still go to the West District? They had already undergone tests at the West District's hospital and laboratory, but Liuzi wasn't sure if storing the data here would be harmful. Yuan trusted Xie Yuan and the West District, but Liuzi had little faith in it. It was difficult for aberrants to establish a trusting relationship with humans. I think about it. In the past, Yuan would have chosen the West District without hesitation. But now, besides the West District, he had other options. For example, the Secret Shield Research Institute, which he could enter and exit freely. Or, for example, Big Cub. As soon as he thought of Big Cub, Yuan suddenly realized that perhaps they didn't need to do any more tests. Big Cub had been with him the longest, and he must know everything that had happened between them. Thinking of this, Yuan immediately left. Sixth Cub hovered in the air, looking down at the snoring octopus, Little Mushroom, and Little Chew below, then at Big Brother's back. He soared out. In the living room, Yuan video called Big Cub, but the call went on for a long time with no response. He frowned and sent a few voice messages. "Big Cub, contact me when you see this. I have something to talk to you about." After sending these 2 messages, Yuan paused for a moment before simply asking, "Do you know how I raised you? Why does my blood have an effect on you? What exactly is me done?" Yuan's voice trembled as he asked the last question. Mi Dun had always been like home to him. He loved everyone in Mi Dun, including the ever-sullen Dr. K. He missed him terribly. But one thing after another silently told Yuan. Mi Dun was not simple. What was the purpose of the mutants Mi Dun cultivated? Had he really been treating illnesses at Mi Dun all these years? Why was there an image of him in Mi Dun's dark room? What was contained in his lost memories? More and more questions filled Yuan's mind. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He simply raised his hand and banged his head. "Why? I can't remember anything." Sixth Cub saw his eldest brother was about to reach a dead end and hurriedly stopped him. "Big Brother, don't worry." Sixth Cub leaned over and soothed him. "We think about the past slowly. Now we're all together, and no matter what happens, we can solve it together." Yuan still pulled at his hair. He frowned deeply. "Second Cub, third Cub, and fourth Cub haven't returned yet. The Cubs can't find them, and I can't recall them. I have no idea what to do next." If the Cubs were deliberately hiding their tracks, Yuan would have a hard time finding them. But Yuan and Sixth Cub both remembered one of them. They looked at each other and said almost in unison, "Third Cub hasn't appeared yet. Could he be dormant?" Third Cub was lazy and a sleepy cub. The mischievous cub, besides sleeping, patrols to see if the other cubs are misbehaving. The troublemaker among the cubs, Eighth Cub, has done countless things with Third Cub. Come to think of it, Eighth Cub, the irritable cub, seems to have done things with all of them. Yuan sometimes beats him up, and he totally deserves it. Third Cub sleeps for quite a while. Sixth Cub, after explaining the truth, comforted Yuan. "But don't worry too much, Big Brother. When Third Cub wakes up, he'd definitely come looking for you." These deformed cubs of Yuan weren't particularly strong to begin with. The python was once a frail little snake, the tiger a young cub whose fur hadn't even fully grown, and Giorgio a grayish little cub. The grumpy Eighth Cub was once just a dying seafood. They weren't powerful, but later, they became so powerful that they terrified everyone. The A-series aberrations became an existence unsurpassed by all other aberrations. No one in this world could replicate a replacement for the A-series aberrations. Yuan wasn't worried about the third cub's safety, he simply missed him. Cooing the lazy third cub was quite relaxing. With the sixth cub by his side, Yuan's thoughts slowly returned. The first cub still hadn't replied to the message. It wasn't clear if he hadn't seen it, or if he had, but didn't know how to respond. It was noon. Yuan and the cubs had eaten and went for a walk. The eighth cub, disliking the heat, soaked himself in a bucket of water and stayed inside. Little Butterfly liked to go out for a walk, so she followed Yuan. Jojo held little Nine in her pocket, holding Yuan's hand tightly. Big brother, are we going to see Cheesy? Jojo scratched his palm and asked, looking up. Yuan shook his head. Cheesy likes to nap, so he's definitely sleeping right now. It was mid-afternoon, and not many people were wandering around outside. Yuan took the kids to a dilapidated, sparsely populated amusement park. His kids had never been there before. Jojo, you guys come play together, and I take pictures. Okay. The kids, who had never seen an amusement park before, were truly overwhelmed by it. Even the flying butterflies landed on the slide, folded their wings, lay flat, and slid down. Yuan's eyes narrowed as he snapped away. As he filmed, he directed Jojo, look at me. He wanted to take a front-facing photo of the chirping little butterfly and mushroom. The little butterfly and mushroom were both played with in their original form, but their original forms were smaller, making them even more fun to play on the slide. Yuan captured their joyful moments, never getting enough photos. So cute. Yuan's cub filter was constantly on. The cubs looked exactly the same, but somehow, every time he looked at them, he felt a little more adorable. How can my cubs be so adorable? Yuan, watching the cubs still playing around, couldn't help but start a video call with Yuan. Yuan answered the call immediately and asked Yuan, where are you? Why aren't you in the room? I'm playing with the cubs. Yuan said, turning the camera to face the amusement park. The cubs' giggles reached Yuan's ears through the video. The two of them just watched the cubs together. Perhaps it was the gentle breeze caressing their cheeks, but at that moment, both of them felt a warmth welling up in their hearts. After playing for 2 full hours, Yuan finally stood up and brought the wild cubs back home. Jojo clutched a small mushroom in one hand, and was still catching butterflies with the other. When Yuan approached, Jojo's face was flushed with exhaustion. That's enough, that's enough. We're done playing. Yuan took a clean tissue and wiped Jojo's face. He then took the small mushroom and butterfly and led them back home. That's all for today. We play again tomorrow. Okay. As wild as the cubs were, they were still very obedient around their big brother. After Yuan brought them back, he gave them each a bath. In the evening, Yuan left his son behind and went with Yuan to visit Qin. Qin hadn't simply been attacked, his wounds were oozing poison, which was why he had passed out on the spot. Judging from his wounds, it was clear the killer's intention wasn't to cause him to pass out, but to kill him instantly. Did your father wake up today? Before even reaching the ward, Yuan quietly asked Yuan. Yuan shook his head and gave him a heads up. He hasn't woken up yet, but his vital signs have stabilized. How long he'd be in this coma is anyone's guess. But as long as Qin wasn't in danger of death, Yuan and Ruanka could afford to sleep for 2 more days. Yesterday, Ruanka had gently joked with him, saying that Qin had been saving up for a long time and was finally taking it all at once. It was just that the vacation wasn't good enough. He didn't eat, drink, have fun, or go out for a walk. He wasted it all lying in bed. Don't worry, Uncle Ruan is in good spirits. Yuan reassured him, my dad used to sleep less, so now he's making up for it. Entering the ward, Ruanka, just as Yuan had predicted, was in good spirits. He even cut an apple for Yuan, leaving the skin intact and threading a string through it, leaving Yuan stunned. And then I'm free now. Ruanka handed him the apple and casually chatted with him. If you and ZZ have any questions, feel free to come to me. Yuan agreed. Ruanka then asked, is Lu Z truly completely recovered? Yuan pursed his lips and replied, I'm fine. Ruanka seemed about to ask something else, but a glance at Yuan's face choked him back. After a few more casual conversations, Yuan took the initiative to inquire about the progress of a matter. Did you find anything at Secret Shield? After they returned from Secret Shield, the West District sent men inside. Without Yuan, they were quite restricted inside Secret Shield. Before leaving, Yuan had explained how to open the door, but even if they could get inside, they would face dangers Yuan had never encountered. And then, since you mentioned this, I just wanted to ask you. Can you go to Secret Shield again? Ruanka's sudden mention of this made Yuan look slightly surprised. Clearly, Ruanka hadn't discussed this matter with him in advance. I'm going to Secret Shield? Yuan was also a little confused. He had previously considered going to Secret Shield again, but he hadn't expected Ruanka to bring it up right after he thought about it. Yes, I heard Yuan explain in detail that with you leading the way inside the Secret Shield, it will be much safer. Some of the traps won't be triggered at all. Ruanka speculated that the Secret Shield actually had an intelligent mechanism. This intelligent mechanism could detect Yuan's face and avoid any harm to him. This speculation has yet to be verified. But regardless, having Yuan lead the way would provide a safety guarantee for those entering the secret shield for analysis and research. Xie Yuan's heart tightened. He asked, if an N goes to the secret shield, what about me? His father hadn't woken up yet, and he couldn't leave the West District without him right now. Unless he completely delegates power to those with ambitious ambitions for power. But once power is seated, it's not easy to reclaim it. Ruanke looked at Xie Yuan, and under his gaze, he said gently, you and N will be separated for a few days. Qi Yuan, there's still a lot of work waiting for you in the West District. You won't be able to accompany N on this trip. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan and Ruanke stared at each other for a few seconds. He said in a stern tone, Uncle Ruan, have I ever told you that I'm a lot like my dad when it comes to love? Ruanke, ? Facing Ruanke's puzzled gaze, Xie Yuan calmly said, we're both love-brained. Love-brained, in short, a brain that only cares about your wife. Separating a love-brained person from his wife is simply too cruel. Ruanke smiled, saying gently yet firmly, before your father became a love-brained man, he was first a qualified ruler. Xie Yuan fell silent. Xie Yuan tried to get Ruanke to retract his proposal, but before he could, Yuan nodded. He agreed, I can go to Midden. It was unknown how long Xie Yuan would remain in the West District. Even if Qin woke up, he might not be able to handle the West District's affairs in that state. If Xie Yuan continued to stay, then if he accompanied him, he wouldn't be able to explore more. From the very beginning, Yuan had his own goal. He wanted to keep walking outside until he found all the cubs. Being in love with Xie Yuan was unexpected. He didn't reject this unexpected possibility, but he couldn't let it stop him from embarking on his journey to find his cubs. The journey to Midden is quite a journey. Yuan had taken on everything, so even if Xie Yuan didn't want him to go, he couldn't say anything in front of Ruanke. Leaving the ward, Ruanke watched Yuan's disappearing figure, his gaze deep and unwavering for a long time. Yuan, who had already walked away, was still holding Xie Yuan's arm, trying to be nice to him. Don't be upset, I'm going out for business. Xie Yuan's face was tense, and his expression was visibly unpleasant. Big head, don't be upset. I'll be back soon. If you miss me, just call me. Video or voice calls are fine. We can even talk at night. Yuan coaxed him for a long time, but finally, running out of tricks, he softly called out, hubby, I want to go out. I don't want to be a useless person who does nothing. Xie Yuan finally responded. He said firmly, I never thought you were useless. He knew Yuan was strong. He was strong himself, and he was also strong after raising so many pups. Seeing that he had responded, Yuan continued to call him hubby. Under the onslaught of hubby, Xie Yuan soon became both soft and hard. His face was soft, but some parts were hard. Are you really ready to leave? Xie Yuan lifted him up and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was passing by, he pressed his forehead against Yuan's, his breath mingling with hers. Yuan kissed him and said sweetly yes. He still had 3 pups left out there. He really couldn't wait any longer. Seeing he had made up his mind, Xie Yuan completely compromised. Be careful out there. Xie Yuan truly couldn't bear to see Yuan go. For a man so in love, not being able to kiss and cuddle with his wife every day felt like life had suddenly darkened. That night, the pups were sent away again, and Xie Yuan spent the entire night begging for interest in advance. The next afternoon, when Yuan left, he was so sleepy that his feet were almost unsteady. Thankfully, the wealthy 7 pups provided a luxury RV just in time. Yuan climbed aboard, flopped onto the bed, and fell asleep wrapped in the quilt. Seeing his eldest brother like this, 8th cub, after trying to hold back his laughter for a long time, finally gave in. He opened his mouth and asked Jojo, what's wrong, eldest brother? Jojo was bewildered. I don't know. The cubs surrounded Yuan, their eyes fixed on him. Yuan was completely unaware. He slept soundly and had a wonderful dream. In his dream, shortly after he left the house, he saw 3rd cub. A round, black and white glutinous rice ball crawled towards him. It was 3rd cub in its infancy. Yuan laughed out loud with joy in his dream. He waved vigorously at 3rd cub and squatted down, patiently waiting for him to roll over. Come here, cuddle. Chapter 132. Yuan clung to Sanzi in his dream. He hugged the quilt and occasionally called out to Sanzi. The cubs gathered around the bed, each with a different expression upon hearing Sanzi's name. Jojo wasn't familiar with Sanzi, but when he was looking for Meow Meow, he had stopped by Sanzi and looked at him. Big brother Mrs. Sanzi. Jojo held his face, not a bit jealous. He was still worried. Sanzi loves to sleep. Is he still asleep? That's why he hasn't come back. 6 Cub snorted with a noble and cold air. Just a black and white ball. All he does all day is eat and sleep. It's even this late, and he hasn't come out yet. I don't know what he's thinking about all day. Giorgio was stunned for a moment, then instinctively replied, all he thinks about is sleep. 6 Cub, eh? Giorgio looked at the beautiful little butterfly again, and belatedly remembered that 6 Cub was known as the national butterfly, and it seemed that Sanzi had also been called a national treasure. So, was Liozzi afraid that his eldest brother preferred Sanzi? Thinking of this, Giorgio looked intently at the golden-spotted swallowtail butterfly before him. After examining it, he even reached out and touched its wings. Liozzi, you're so beautiful. Giorgio's praise wasn't perfunctory at all. He only touched it briefly before withdrawing his hand. Then, with a sincere tone, he continued, you're the most beautiful butterfly, with sparkling wings. Unlike me, my wings are so ugly. Giorgio rubbed his own small black wings, sincerely admiring Liozzi's beauty. Under Giorgio's sincere flattery, Liozzi's sullen expression brightened. He glanced at Giorgio's wings and reciprocated, your wings aren't ugly either. The cubs chatted amicably. 7th Cub didn't have much affection for 3rd Cub, so he stayed out of the discussion. 8th Cub, however, was unhappy. He rubbed the tips of Giorgio's wings, and showed no welcome to any of the cubs who were found. Of course, crybaby Giorgio was an exception. The cubs waited patiently for their eldest brother to wake up, but as they waited, they all huddled together beside Ewan and fell asleep. Cheesy wasn't asleep. He yawned and asked Tan John to drive slower. My big brother must have gotten a bad night's sleep. That Xie guy is bullying my big brother. Tan John glanced at him, and spoke up for Xie Yuan. They're a couple. This isn't bullying. Cheesy angrily said, it is bullying. My big brother's neck is covered in bite marks. Tan John pointedly pointed out another fact. Xie Yuan's neck doesn't have any marks? Cheesy thought for a moment, then fell silent. The car drove slowly. Yuan slept until the evening, finally waking up completely. As soon as he opened his eyes, his hand touched the cool, smooth octopus fry. The octopus fry didn't react even when its tentacles were gripped. He sat up quietly without disturbing the fry. Several plates of food lay on the small table beside the bed. He ate a few bites, grabbed a bottle of milk, and sat down by the window. The window opened slightly, letting in a cool breeze. Yuan bit his straw, peering outside. He hadn't stared for long when his phone rang. It was Xie Yuan's video call. Yuan picked up the phone. Baby, where are you now? I don't know. Yuan simply looked at the scenery outside, unable to discern where they were. He lowered his head to check the map, finally finding the location. Xie Yuan, on the other end of the video, still looked unhappy. If Yuan hadn't left, they wouldn't have to video chat right now, but could have met in person. Yuan also saw his mood. When he left this time, he took all the pups with him. If he had known earlier, he should have left one pup with Xie Yuan. That way, after Xie Yuan finished his work, he could take care of the pups, and maybe he wouldn't miss him so much. Oh, right. Yuan remembered something and asked, has the old man reached Him City yet? I looked at the route map, and we passed through a town very close to Him City. Should I go check it out then? No need. Xie Yuan didn't let him go. Him City was a city that the other 3 districts avoided upon hearing about. Even if Yuan had brought the deformed pups with him, Xie Yuan didn't want him to take the risk. When the two separated, Xie Yuan was clearly the most uncomfortable. They'd been on video for half an hour, Yuan's throat dry from talking, but Xie Yuan hadn't shown any sign of ending the call. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on Xie Yuan's door. He wasn't in the bedroom, but in his office. Yuan heard it too and asked, are you busy? Should I hang up? Xie Yuan still wouldn't let him. A few minutes later, Xie Yuan was talking to the person who had come in to report something, occasionally glancing at the phone on his desk. On the phone, Yuan rested his chin on his hand. Sir, there are still no leads in the assassination attempt on Chief Yin. What should we do next? Wait until Commander Yin wakes up. An assassination attempt isn't something an ordinary person would do. Not only was the perpetrator not ordinary, but he was also well versed in the West District's environment and the restaurant Yin Qin dined at. So, finding clues now would be extremely difficult for them. After Xie Yuan finished speaking, the person in front of him hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Captain Xie, do you truly trust the aberrants? Xie Yuan was once the aberrants' natural enemy, and countless aberrants had died at his hands. However, the aberrants now have a completely changed attitude towards them. His lover, Yuan, had several aberrants with her. Everyone knew about this, And everyone also knew that Yuan's change in attitude towards the aberrants stemmed from this. But in reality, it wasn't Yuan or Yuan's cubs that initially wavered Yuan. Yuan and the cubs were obediently wearing their vests at the time, and he had no idea what lay beneath them. He first encountered the cub Duo, a young cub whose ambition was to attend kindergarten. I trust aberrants who benefit humanity. Yuan cleverly answered the question. I also detest the evil humans. Although most aberrants are inherently cold-blooded and cruel, there are still many who, after integrating into human society for a long time, gradually develop human nature. Sir Xia, you are very compassionate towards aberrants. Really? Yuan raised his eyelids, too lazy to continue discussing aberrants. Big Cub has already legalized aberrants in the East District. Isn't asking him about his feelings on aberrants now just nonsense? Do you have anything else to report? Yuan interrupted the man in front of him impatiently, his tone indifferent. If nothing else, please go back. He could work overtime, but he didn't want to do meaningless overtime. Talking to this person about deformities was a completely pointless exercise. The man's face froze for a moment, then he replied respectfully, okay, and turned to leave. After the man left, Yuan returned his gaze to the video. Yuan, still resting his chin on his hand, looked at Yuan and said, if you hadn't interrupted him just now, he would probably have labeled all the kids as bad deformities. Yuan pressed his temple, annoyed by this as well. A large portion of the government has strong opinions about deformities. Previously, the entire West District adhered to the concept of eliminating deformities. But later, with him and Yin Qin leading the charge, some people shifted their perspective slightly, and their hostility towards deformities eased. Baby, don't worry about that. Yuan said only one sentence before stopping, not wanting to put pressure on Yuan. You and the kids don't have to worry about anything. As long as I'm here, you can do whatever you want. He worked hard to earn money, and a big motivation was for his wife and children. Yuan nodded. He really didn't intend to care. Time slipped by, and Yuan continued to handle his affairs via video call. He made no secret of Yuan's presence, expressing complete trust in her. First day. They just watched each other, killing time. By the next day, Yuan wasn't so clingy anymore. He often get out of the car to look around, especially when passing through trees and bamboo groves. Josie analyzed. Big Brother is looking for Sanzi. For some reason, Big Brother had been dreaming about Sanzi several times in a row lately. When he dreamed of Sanzi at night, he naturally think of him during the day. After thinking about Sanzi, Big Brother evenly considered the second and fourth cubs. He thought about all the cubs, but deliberately ignored the eldest. The reason was simple. The eldest was asking for trouble again. Not only hadn't he responded to Yuan's video call, but he even shrugged off the messages he sent. Yuan asked him about the past, and Big Brother replied, we used to live together, but nothing particularly memorable happened. Yuan then asked him how he fed the cubs. The eldest child replied, feed them to keep them alive. Yuan inquired, what kind of food? The eldest child replied, food that helps them grow. The eldest brother and the eldest child chatted for half an hour, until the eldest brother nearly fainted from his anger. Little Nine, perched on the eldest brother's arm, choked upon seeing their chat logs. Big Child is such a traitor. Little Nine puffed up her cheeks and said sternly, if it were me, I would never talk to Big Brother like that. With Little Nine sitting nearby, it's understandable that Yuan would only become more angry at Big Child. Finally, Jojo came over and took Little T Mushroom out to play, which temporarily calmed Yuan's temper. He lowered his head and typed, I already know everything. You need my flesh and blood to feed you. It's been too long since I fed you. When I come back this time, I be passing through the East District. You must eat once then, or you won't be my cub. If the cubs lack his nourishment for a long time, they become like 6 cub. Yuan couldn't bear to watch the cubs suffer. After he sent his last message, the eldest cub fell silent again. Yuan wanted to continue contacting Yuan, but he had so much to do, and handling it was even more tiring than going out on missions before. There are quite a lot of trees in this area. 7th cub looked at the scenery outside and said to his eldest brother, Brother, are you going to explore every forest? Yuan hummed to him. He had a feeling his dreams weren't random, they were definitely hinting to him, hinting that 3rd cub might be nearby. With this thought in mind, Yuan patiently went to investigate the forest. The journey was somewhat delayed. But Yuan heard from Ruanke that those who had entered Midun had cautiously retreated to the gate, and were slowly studying the items they had brought out of Midun. After he passed, they would re-enter. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Yuan felt a little uneasy when falling asleep at night. He longed to sleep in Yuan's arms, and when the urge was unbearable, he he would quietly call out to Yuan in the middle of the night. Yuan, who was still connected to the voice chat, didn't know if he was getting any sleep. Every time Yuan called out, he would whisper, "Baby, I'm here." Yuan was wearing headphones at night, afraid to wake the children. So, he could only carefully lower his voice and ask, "Are you still awake? I'm thinking about you." Yuan was genuinely thinking about Yuan. He paused, then continued, "And then, I'm a little unaccustomed to sleeping alone now." It was strange. Before he met Yuan, he slept alone for years. But after meeting Yuan, he couldn't sleep well at all. Yuan was fine. To be honest, Yuan used to sleep alone, but Yuan wasn't. He could easily hold any cub in his arms and sleep. Even now, separated from Yuan, his bed wasn't lonely at all. The tentacles of the little octopus cub were wrapped around his legs. Jojo was clutching a strap of his pajamas. Little 6 was in a box by the bed, and 9 was sprawled out, closer to 8. 7 wanted to join him, but Tanjan carried him away. Tanjan's excuse was legitimate. "Your big brother can't sleep here anymore. You're crowding him like that, and he won't sleep well." 7th cub looked unconvinced. He muttered, "I can transform back to my original form like 8th cub. If everyone were to return to their original form, and then shrink a little, there would be plenty of room." Tanjan disagreed and forcibly carried him away. "No." "Why not?" "No." After a few words, 7th cub started to lose his temper. The fence-sitter who used to live in the research institute now lived a reckless and unyielding life. Yuan was tired of their relationship. As long as the little one didn't suffer, he turned a blind eye. The parking lot was outside a forest. Though Yuan was wearing headphones, he could still faintly hear the chirping of insects. "Baby?" Yuan's voice drifted slowly through the headphones, coaxing Yuan. "I tell you a story. Close your eyes and sleep well." Yuan hummed a little, then whispered, "Tiger Cub tells Jojo stories every night, and I listen in." Yuan chuckled softly, "Tiger Cub tells Jojo stories, and I tell our baby stories." "Yuan, eh?" Yuan's face flushed. With Yuan by his side, Yuan's insomnia turned into a deep sleep. As soon as the eldest fell asleep, the cubs, who had nearly woken up, also turned over and continued to sleep. The car sat quietly in its place. Not far from here, deep in the woods, groups of small animals moved in unison, as if they were training. Their goals and objectives were unclear. Just looking at their posture, they looked ready to charge at any moment. The next morning, Yuan woke up and checked his phone. The screen was dark. He hadn't charged before bed, and he'd been using voice chat for most of the night. There was no way the battery would last until morning. He expertly charged his phone, and then asked Cheesy, "Are we almost reaching the town of M City?" "Yes." Cheesy seemed to have been here before. He glanced at the sign ahead and nodded. "Brother, are we really going to M City?" Cheesy frowned, but also tried to dissuade him. Yuan said that place is unsafe, and not many people go there. "Why do we have to go all the way there?" "The old zombie went to M City alone. We can follow him, and see what he does." Although the members of the Red Bird organization had already agreed to help keep an eye on the old man, Yuan still felt it would be safer to go on his own. There are a lot of bamboos planted in M City. Yuan suddenly remembered this, and his eyes lit up. "I heard that M City has introduced a new type of bamboo. There's an agricultural university there, and they've been researching and improving this bamboo, and they finally developed a special bamboo variety for M City. I heard this kind of bamboo sells really well." Yuan's eyes sparkled as he mentioned bamboo. Cheesy opened his mouth and asked, "Big brother, you're not thinking of going in to dig bamboo, are you?" Yuan nodded without hesitation. He added with regret, "I'm also particularly wanting a certain kind of flower, one that Liuzi would really like. It's a shame, it's not easy to find." "Cheesy, eh?" Cheesy glanced at his big brother, his expression becoming timid. He said in a coquettish tone, "Big brother, I also want some nutritious soil." Yuan nodded and quickly agreed, "Okay, tell me where you want soil, and I dig it for you." Cheesy didn't want soil, but Big Brother's heart of love for him. Satisfied with his answer, he happily dropped the subject. Soon, they were getting closer and closer to him, and by then, the zombie old man had already gone inside. Big Brother. Tanjan, following the 7 cubs, always called Yuan Big Brother whenever he saw him. He wasn't entirely in favor of Yuan going to City M, but he had no right to influence Yuan's decision. After a few seconds of deliberation, he suggested, "Why don't we wait until later? When the situation in City M is a little better? No need to bother." Yuan glanced at the distance and said firmly, "Since we come this far, there's no reason to return empty-handed." Come back specially next time, that would be too much trouble. With his cubs by his side, Ewan wasn't afraid of going anywhere. However, he didn't bring all of them with him. For example, Jojo. Based on his previous trip to City S, Ewan could imagine how crowded the zombies would be in an abandoned city. It would be best for the socially anxious little Jojo to stay in the car. Jojo, coaxed by his elder brother, didn't insist on going. 6th and 9th followed Ewan, while 7th and Jojo stayed where they were, watching the car. They couldn't all go together, and staying where they were wasn't necessarily safe. So, evenly distributing the cubs was the best arrangement. None of the cubs objected to this arrangement. Half an hour later, Ewan looked at the sign in front of him that read City, then at the reinforced wall behind it. These walls, resembling ancient fortresses, had long since disappeared. If it weren't for the viral outbreak, cities would have built these walls overnight for lockdown and isolation. Ewan was cautious. His ears moved constantly, trying to pick up the sounds around him. He couldn't let the old zombie see him. Little 9, rummaging through his pockets, was also spreading his mycelium. The mycelium served both as a pathfinder and a form of protection for his elder brother. Shalu, relying on his ability to fly and the improved visibility, hovered in the air, searching for the coordinates of the Agricultural Science Academy. The zombies in City M were just as numerous as one might have imagined. Although Ewan knew he was a bitter melon-flavored zombie, he didn't dare let his guard down. Big brother. With 2 cubs who knew how to navigate, finding the way was easy. Take this road. There aren't many zombies here. Okay. The fact that there weren't many zombies meant there were still some. It was impossible for Ewan to not encounter a single zombie. The starving zombies in the closed city turned green when they saw him. Ewan, shock. Ewan's eyes widened. I can't eat. You can't eat the bitter melon-flavored zombies. If you try to eat them, you'd be miserably dispatched by them. After sending off an entire basketball team of zombies, Ewan finally arrived at the Agricultural Science Academy, breathlessly. M City's Agricultural University is nationally renowned. Ewan needed to get down to business first, digging up the bamboo. The 2 cubs who had come with him had never been to university, and after searching for a while, they couldn't find the Agricultural Science Academy. Ewan was more experienced. He downloaded a map online. Just as he was about to follow the map, Josie's hyphae instantly entangled him, pulling him back and hiding him in a corner. Shoo. Xiaojiu signaled his eldest brother to be quiet. He whispered into his eldest brother's ear, "The old man is here too." The old man, who had come on a mission, had also arrived at the same place. The Agricultural University once had tens of thousands of students. Now, there were tens of thousands of zombies. Ewan leaned against the wall, ready to observe the old man. But the cubs stopped him. They didn't like this zombie old man either. They didn't want Big Brother to get too close to him. Big Brother, bamboo. I see some bamboo. 6th cub offered Big Brother an irresistible temptation, luring him to follow him. Ewan thought about the old man in front of him, then about the bamboo behind him. After a brief moment of deliberation, he resolutely chose the latter. We could wait to see the old man, but we had to dig the bamboo now. Big Brother, we're almost there. Led by the cubs, Ewan actually reached a bamboo forest. Nineth cub also jumped out of Big Brother's pocket, transforming into human form to make it easier to pull out the bamboo. The delicate baby looked around, scanning the bamboo. Then, he was drawn to a bamboo tree to the east. This bamboo even had a delicate little sign hanging from it. The baby took it off and threw it down. Then, his chubby little hands grasped the bamboo and, with a grunt, pulled it free. As soon as the bamboo was pulled out, Ewan suddenly felt the forest chill. It was as if the place had suddenly grown eerie. Ewan, feeling uneasy, walked over and accidentally brushed against the small sign Josie had just dropped. Then, a second later, Ewan froze. Josie, you put the bamboo back in. This bamboo tree looked like a student's graduation project. As soon as Yuan's order was delivered, a zombie slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. The zombie's eyes were fixed on the bamboo and Josie. Ewan, Oh no, oh no! Chapter 133. 19, who had never been to school, saw the card and didn't understand what it meant. He listened to his eldest brother's nervous voice, feeling bewildered. Why do you have to put it back in? 19 held onto the bamboo tightly. He had pulled it out, and he didn't want to put it back in again. The zombies nearby were still staring, their eyes as if they held a deep vendetta against 19, shocking even Ewan, who wasn't afraid of zombies. Ewan occasionally surfed the internet, so even though he had never gone to college, he knew how difficult it was for students at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences to complete their graduation projects. 19-teen's casual plucking had directly derailed a student's path to graduation. This belongs to someone else. Ewan was still keeping an eye on the zombie. He wanted 19-teen to put the bamboo back in before it pounced, to see if he could calm it down. 19-teen was reluctant. He glanced down at the bamboo and muttered, "This is the best one we ever planted. It looks so fresh and tender to me. If we take it back, maybe we can even get some bamboo shoots to eat." Xiaojiu hesitated, unwilling to return it. Ewan was getting anxious, so Xiaojiu finally squatted down and started digging the bamboo into the ground. Ahem. Seeing he had already started planting, Ewan cleared his throat and called out to the zombies still following him. He said friendly, "Hello, sorry, we didn't pull your bamboo. We plant it back for you now. Don't be angry." Ewan hadn't quite grasped the zombie language, so he could only offer a dry apology. From the zombie's expression, it was obvious the bamboo was his. After apologizing, Xiaojiu finished planting the bamboo. He patted the soil around the bamboo with his chubby little hands, tamping it down before letting out a sigh. "All right. Big brother, do you think this is okay?" Ewan pulled Xiaojiu behind him, cautiously keeping his distance from the zombies. Xiaojiu didn't quite understand. "Big brother, why are you so afraid of him? With him and Liuzi here, even a dozen zombies wouldn't be a match for them." Ewan held his dirty little hand and said softly, "Kid, you don't understand. Heaven be damned if this touching plot is struck by lightning." This time, they had truly committed a sin. Ewan held Xiaojiu's hand, Liuzi in his pocket. Under the zombies' fierce gazes, Ewan steeled himself and turned and ran. The forest was vast. A small patch of land wouldn't be enough. The kids followed their big brother, and soon reached the other side. 6 Cub. Is the old man still here? Ewan didn't want the zombie old man to spot him. He didn't want to affect Yuan's surveillance of the old man. 6 Cub could fly, and his small stature meant any branch could easily conceal him. So, he could easily become a scout butterfly. The scout butterfly reported its progress. "He's still here." Ewan then asked, "Is he the only one?" The butterfly shook its head. "He's communicating with other zombies." The old man was the zombie king, so naturally he opted for simpler methods when going out. For example, directly communicating with zombies and controlling them. It had to be said that possessing this control skill buff made the zombie king quite useful. This was also a key reason why Yuan took the risk of cooperating with the old man. Ewan intentionally avoided the old man. He took his cub and headed in the opposite direction. But after only a few steps, a zombie's howl was heard. It was the zombie from before. Ewan was startled and turned to look. For some reason, the zombie had pulled out the bamboo again. Carrying the bamboo, it roared and chased Ewan. "Ewan, eh?" Without a second thought, Ewan ordered, "Kid, seal his mouth." The old man could understand the zombie's howls. If he discovered them, it would be disastrous. Xiaojiu deftly extended his mycelium and sealed the zombie's mouth. A slightly menacing expression crossed his cheeks as he asked his eldest brother, "Brother, do you want me to eat him?" Eating him would silence the noise. Ewan felt that this zombie had some consciousness, at least it knew how to chase them. He hesitated. "Don't eat it. It's not clean." He didn't approve of the kids putting everything in their mouths. Xiaojiu sealed the zombie's mouth and glanced at the bamboo he was holding. The roots of the bamboo were still covered in mud, but the leaves were visibly wilted. No wonder this zombie was so desperate. It must be his graduation project that had failed. As he spoke, Xiaojiu's mycelium had already wrapped the zombie, nearly mummifying it. When he was done, he extended a strand of his strongest mycelium and used it as a leash to guide the zombie. "Brother, retreat." 6 Cub, hovering in the air, suddenly warned. The previous howl still reached the old man's ears. The old man was alert, already leading the zombies behind him. Ewan didn't hesitate and immediately led the cubs to move. The school had no shortage of buildings, labs, teaching buildings, dormitories, buildings everywhere. Ewan pondered for a few seconds before choosing the dormitory building, which stood next to the teaching building. He had always wanted to see what a college student's dormitory looked like. The zombies in the dormitory building were mostly clustered together. Xiaojiu went first, followed by Xiaolu. Ewan walked in last, locking the door again. "Brother, there's so much dust in here." The cleaning lady had long since turned into a zombie, leaving the dormitory building unattended, with only a bunch of zombies wandering around. After months of this, it was naturally not very clean. Ewan glanced in the corner, spotted a broom, and picked it up. "Kid, let's stay here for a while. We go out after the old man stops making any noise. It's a good opportunity to see what their dormitories look like." Ewan admired educated people. As he ascended the stairs, he said, "When the zombies are gone, you can go to school too. Aberrants can live a long time, so it doesn't matter if they start in kindergarten." 6th and 9th fell silent upon hearing this suggestion. Neither cub responded, neither wanted to go to school. Up on the 3rd floor, Ewan found another dormitory he could retreat to. On the floor lay a large pool of dried blood, leaving a dark stain. Without a close look, it was hard to tell what it was. Ewan had inspected several dormitories, and this one was undoubtedly the cleanest. Aside from the slightly dirty floor, everything else was fine. "Let me see if there's any water available." The dormitory was for 4, with a small bathroom. Judging from the layout and belongings, it was a boys' dormitory. Ewan pushed open the small bathroom door and tried to get some water. Liozzi stopped by the window, continuing his sentry duty. The zombie they had brought in earlier was also sitting on the ground behind them. Shujio loosened his bond slightly, then squatted before him, trying to communicate. "Isn't it just a bamboo shoot I pulled out of you? Are you so mad?" "No, are you mad because I pulled out your bamboo shoot, or because you're a zombie and want to eat people?" Shujio's questioning struck him as unsettling. None of them were human. Even the eldest brother had long since been bitten by a zombie. Shujio was intrigued. He questioned for a long time. Liozzi looked back and was speechless. "Shujio, you blocked his mouth. Even if you question him for another half an hour, he won't be able to answer." Shujio said unconcernedly, "I don't expect him to answer." The gagged zombie glared at Shujio, looking as if he wanted to eat him alive. And the more ferocious he acted, the harder Shujio tried to stop him from making a sound. If the zombie suddenly howled again, it would definitely attract the old man. The faucet in the small bathroom worked. After running a basin of rusty yellow water, the water gradually became clear. Ewan filled a basin with water and mopped the floor. He was a misophobe. Even if he was just temporarily staying here, he couldn't stand such a dirty environment. After mopping the floor, he tidied up his room a little. Liozzi's eyes sparkled. The beautiful and proud little butterfly also liked cleanliness. After Ewan finished packing, he called the 3 children who were staying outside in the RV. He explained his situation. "We're still at school, so we're not sure when we'll be leaving. Stay safe out there. Don't come looking for me. I'll be out as soon as I'm done." If Ewan hadn't said this beforehand, the 3 cubs would have really planned to come looking for him. "Big brother, you should be careful too." Giorgio leaned over the phone, reminding Big Brother, "7th cub and I won't run around. Don't worry about us." After exchanging words, Giorgio watched with reluctance as 7th cub hung up the phone. 8th cub didn't get a word in, so he looked unhappy. The phone ended. 7th cub ignored 8th cub. He looked at Giorgio, who was clinging to Big Brother, and suddenly felt worried. "Giorgio, you're so clingy. What if Big Brother gets married to Siechi Yuan and can't take care of you? Why don't you live next to me? I buy a big villa, and Big Brother and Siechi Yuan will live there. If you live next to me, I can play with you." Giorgio was stunned, his attention riveted by the large villa. Big Brother had said that large villas were incredibly expensive, requiring a fortune to purchase. Giorgio subconsciously asked, "Cheesy, do you have a lot of money?" Cheesy, Cheesy felt a little unsure. He glanced at Tan John, who was making him milk tea, and mumbled, "A little." Giorgio was envious. He also wanted to be rich, and he wanted to spend his own money on his big brother. The last time he bought a gift, it was Cheesy who gave him pocket money. Cheesy's conversation with him had strayed from the topic. Luckily, Cheesy brought the conversation back in time. He tossed his phone aside and reminded him, "You haven't answered my question yet. Do you want to live next to me?" Cheesy asked the question again. He felt that Siechi Yuan and his big brother were very close, and if Giorgio was always around them, Sia would inevitably get impatient. He was different. He could definitely have fun with Giorgio. Giorgio looked up at him, then shook her head after a moment. "7th cub, ? 7th cub's eyes widened instantly, his expression as if struck by lightning, filled with disbelief. "You don't want to live next to me? Giorgio, don't you like playing with me?" Of all the cubs, 7th cub had always considered herself and Giorgio his best friends. 6th cub was too proud, 8th cub too irritable, and little 9 was a tough cookie. The cubs in the front, before even getting close, could almost read the words on their faces. "I am noble, you are unworthy." Among the cubs, only one, Tiger Cub, had somehow gotten along better with Giorgio, and they'd been video chatting a lot lately. But who knew when they would lose contact again? No matter what Giorgio chooses, he should be the one. "It's not that I don't want to play with you." Giorgio saw his expression, and quickly reached out, patting him soothingly. Don't be upset, I love playing with you. It's just that you're just like Big Brother, you're gone at night too. Giorgio was an insecure little Giorgio. He needed someone to sleep with him at night. But the only one who actually slept with him properly was Ba Zi. Ba Zi was a restless sleeper, his little tentacles often smearing his face. Alas, Giorgio was worried too. While they were talking about this, Ba Zi was eavesdropping with his ears perked up. Ba Zi also wanted to know if Giorgio wasn't sleeping next to Chi Zi because she wanted to sleep with him, but after listening for a long time, he found nothing to do with it. The other kids in the car were still discussing who was getting along. In the dormitory, the other two cubs were much more harmonious. Big Brother. Due to the limited view, they couldn't see much just by looking out the window. So Little Butterfly said to Yuan, I want to fly out and take a look. Okay, Yuan agreed, just don't fly too far. The sixth cub flew out to see what was going on. Yuan and Little Nine planned to wander around the dormitory. Yuan recalled what Xie Yuan had said, still harboring a glimmer of hope for this place. Xie Yuan said the distress signal came from here. Little Nine, the university has the most people. Do you think there are any survivors here? Even though this place has been sealed off for months, with sufficient food and water, survival is not impossible. Shujo, however, held out hope. Brother, we saw the situation here when we came in. This is a completely abandoned city. No one wants to rescue it. If anyone were really here, they would have given up hope long ago. The city is teeming with zombies, and you know full well that no matter how long you hide, or how safely you hide, you won't receive any help from the outside world. In such a situation, psychological defenses will inevitably collapse. But there's a distress signal here. You had insisted. It must have been said by a survivor. Who else would want help besides the survivors? Shiojo paused for a moment, then suddenly said, Evolved zombies have self-awareness, and can also send signals to the outside world. Shujo analyzed it from the hunter's perspective. If he were in a closed city, there would be no fresh food. Wanting to eat, he naturally started hunting. One way to hunt was to place bait, and wait for prey to come. After much hesitation, Shiojo finally voiced his thoughts. He wasn't sure his elder brother would accept his hunter's theory. Besides, he had always acted like a good boy in front of his elder brother, and after all this, he wasn't sure if his elder brother would change his mind. You have a point. Just as Shujo was feeling uneasy, Yuan patted his head and replied, I tell Xie Yuan about what you said. Until now, they had assumed the distress signal must have been sent by a survivor. But they had indeed overlooked the possibility Shujo had raised. Big Brother. Shujo rubbed his palm and said, Let's go once we find the bamboo. Even if this is a trap, it won't hurt anyone. The West District had only sent out one zombie king this time. It was unlikely that the zombie king would die in the zombie den. The greatest value of their visit was probably plucking some bamboo for the three cubs to plant. Let's wait and see. Yuan didn't give a clear answer. The cubs didn't want to pay attention to the zombie king, but he wanted to observe him. After all, this zombie king was crucial to the safety of the West District. The dormitory was clean. After Yuan closed the door, he followed Xiao Jio to patrol the building. Zombies can howl to call out to their companions. Xiao Jio didn't want to waste mycelium, so he tore a bunch of strips of cloth himself. Those who tried to pounce on them as food were killed immediately. Those who stood still, even a little afraid of them, were tied up and not killed. Shujo felt increasingly uncomfortable as he walked. Brother, haven't we encountered any evolved zombies yet? The one tied up in their dorm seemed to have a faint sense of consciousness, but it was at most a low-level evolution. M City had been sealed off for so long, it was impossible for it to not have even a single advanced-level zombie. Zombies also have a sense of territory. Zombies that evolved here would definitely consider this their preferred territory. We haven't encountered any yet. Yuan frowned slightly, a sense of discomfort welling up in his heart. He looked at Shujo, their eyes locked, and the sense of peace within him grew infinitely stronger. Brother. Brother. Shujo and Liuzi called out to him simultaneously. Liuzi flew in from outside, flying quickly and furiously. Something's wrong here. I just flew around and saw the entire university is sealed off. A lot of zombies are pouring in. It's a zombie tide. A zombie tide isn't scary, but what's scary is this. It's a zombie tide made up of advanced zombies. Zombies that have evolved to an advanced stage can compete with psychics and aberrations. Liuzi and Jiuzai are both very capable fighters, but if they were to engage in a group fight with so many zombies at once, they'd be worried they wouldn't be able to keep an eye on their big brother. Advanced zombies aren't easy to come by. Under normal circumstances, a city wouldn't be able to muster so many. Jiozai's face darkened upon hearing this news. The two of them exchanged glances at each other, and Jiozai's conspiracy theory began to spread. They're surrounding the university. Have they already noticed us? Is it that old man? Was it that old man who lured us in? Jiozai, they might not be coming for us, but for that old man. After calmly considering the situation, Liuzi considered another possibility. They weren't the only ones in this university. Jiuzi looked at him with a look of idiocy. High-level zombies besieging the zombie king. Isn't that like chicks flocking to find their mother hen? Their encounter wasn't a siege, it was a recognition of kinship. Liuzi pursed his lips and fell silent. The zombie tide was overwhelming, quickly pouring in through several gates of the university. Roar! Aho! Roar ho ho! The zombies' cries rose and fell, high and resounding. As they chatted, they searched the campus. The old man who had been inside was now nowhere to be found. Liuzi flew in and out, trying to figure out who these zombies were targeting. Brother, they went to the bamboo forest. They emerged from the forest and are heading our way. Brother, they're still 200 meters away. The approaching distance made the two cubs tense. Yuan had returned to the dormitory he had just cleaned. In the dormitory, the bound zombie moved to the bed. He crawled into the floral quilt, eyes open silently. Yuan and the two cubs paid no attention to him. 6 cubs' butterfly wings fluttered, poised for attack. Shujio, make a phone call. Tell 7th cub, 8th cub, and Chiu to come in and get brother out. There were too many high-level zombies. Even Xie Yuan hadn't seen a zombie wave of this magnitude. Yuan stood by the window, also looking down. He didn't know when they had been exposed, but he knew it wouldn't be easy for him to get out. Shujio hurriedly made a phone call. The 3 cubs who answered were stunned for a second before rushing into the city. Another spatial ability. We can't get in. Botzi had been trapped by spatial energy last time. He was utterly annoyed by it. With spatial energy blocking their way, they wouldn't be able to reach their eldest brother for a while. The 3 cubs were so anxious their eyes turned red. As luck would have it, Xie Yuan's call came at the same moment. None of the 3 cubs answered. One after another, they frantically tried to rush in. Meanwhile, the dormitory building had been surrounded, and the high-level zombies seemed to have a general idea of the area. They searched all the nearby buildings, which was easy. There were some scattered low-level zombies inside, and their reports would save a lot of trouble. They were the only one left. They were surrounded so tightly that there was no chance of escape. The little butterfly could fly, and the little mushroom could easily hide. However, if the little butterfly left, with the high-level zombies with special abilities on the team, he wouldn't be able to take Big Brother away. Big Brother. Liuzi looked at Yuan, his face expressionless. He transformed into humanoid form, with giant butterfly wings behind him. Don't go down. Liuzi and I will take care of this trouble. He didn't give Yuan a chance to reply. The next second, he dived down with a little mushroom. A-06 and A-09 simultaneously entered combat mode. A-09 didn't care about maintaining his soft, sticky little mushroom image. His mycelium spread wildly, piercing the zombies one by one. Even a group of high-level zombies united together was no pushover. If they were alone against the A-sequence mutants, they would have fled without hesitation. But now, they had a significant advantage in numbers. A-06 and A-09 could have left at any time. But they stubbornly remained where they were, not even moving a single step. The battle was brutal and unending. The 2 cubs didn't wait for the other cubs' reinforcements, and both were injured to varying degrees. The moment Liuzi's butterfly wings were scratched, Yuan jumped out the window. He climbed onto the pipe outside, nimbly leaping to the first floor, and then from there to the ground. Don't touch my cub! Yuan coldly warned the zombie who had bullied him. Liuzi shielded him behind him, whispering, Brother, go away. Yuan watched the blood oozing from Liuzi's butterfly wings, his fists clenched in frustration. Liuzi had just been through a rough patch 2 days ago, and Yuan's memory of his pain was still vivid. Now, Liuzi was bleeding right in front of him. Yuan couldn't bear to watch this. The atmosphere shifted subtly. Shujio, who had been acting fiercely, suddenly shuddered. He instinctively turned around and looked at his eldest brother. In a nearby building, an old man's expression tightened. Why is Yuan here? The old man's low growl was filled with suppressed anger. Why is Yuan in the dormitory? The zombie behind him stammered, unsure whether to speak, and the old man's expression grew increasingly grim. Listening to the commotion in front of the dormitory building, the old man remembered a legend about this university. Over in the bamboo forest. Are they still sleeping? Roar. Sleeping soundly. Go tell them to keep the noise down. It's too loud right now. The building's about to be blown up. If they woke the thing sleeping in the bamboo forest, it would be even harder for them to handle. Everyone was on edge. Only in the dormitory building, a bound zombie clutched its bamboo stick, lying peacefully on its floral quilt, looking as if it had died. Chapter 134. The group attack of the high-level zombies made A06 and A09 feel daunting. They were certainly powerful, but like elephants, they would be afraid of a swarm of bees. Shujio. 6 Cub's special ability had long been activated. Although he noticed his elder brother's abnormality, he still ordered Nineth Cub, "I hold them back. You take elder brother away." Nineth Cub didn't hesitate. After coming to his senses, he immediately agreed. "Elder brother." After calling out, Nineth Cub immediately wrapped his mycelium around Yuan's waist. He called out to elder brother, trying to persuade him, "Let's go first. I come back to take 6 Cub later." Yuan seemed oblivious. He stood there, his clenched fists crackling. Nineth Cub gritted his teeth and increased his strength, intending to forcibly take elder brother away. The blood on the 6 Cub butterfly's wings reflected in Yuan's eyes, tinging them with a tinge of red. The cubs were still entangled with these high-level zombies, who showed no sign of retreat. They were all mad with killing intent. "Big brother." The cubs' cries rang out again, trying to clear a path for Big Brother to escape. But the zombies were blocking the way too tightly. "I'm not leaving." Yuan's voice was slow and cold. Amid so many high-level zombies, he instantly locked onto the one that had slashed the 6 Cub butterfly's wings. The next second, Yuan's figure flashed like a ghost, appearing in front of the zombie in question. He reached out and gripped the zombie's neck tightly. High-level zombies have superb reflexes. Being strangled so suddenly was rare. And the most terrifying thing was that the zombie Yuan had grabbed by the neck had supernatural powers. Roar, roar. The zombie roared with difficulty. He tried to raise his hand, and a faint blue light shone from his palm. Yuan had one hand on the zombie's neck, and just as it was about to lift its hand, he slammed it to the ground. Bang! The dull sound of flesh hitting the ground echoed, and both fighting zombies were stunned for a few seconds. The zombie, thrown to the ground, spat out dirty liquid from the corner of its mouth. Zombies are supposed to be incapable of feeling pain, but advanced zombies have a slight sense of perception. Yuan didn't twist the zombie's head off directly, he simply beat it with all his might. Only when the zombie was covered in wounds did Yuan smash its skull open. Besides this one, there were others. Yuan's fighting prowess left the 2 zombies stunned. The 2 cubs' movement slowed down a few beats. They stared at each other, bewildered. Finally, the 9th Cub asked weakly, 6 Cub, "What's wrong with Big Brother?" 6 Cub, 6 Cub was silent. How could he say anything? He didn't know what was going on. Yuan crushed the zombies with overwhelming force. After twisting several zombies' heads, one of them raised its head and let out a sharp roar. Roar! It was a rallying cry. More and more zombies poured in. Besides the advanced zombies at the front, there were countless ordinary zombies behind them. 6 Cub flew up and looked back. Behind those zombies were densely packed with their own kind, like dumplings being dropped in a pot. Their pot was almost too full to hold all the dumplings. Big Brother. If this continued, Big Brother's toughness would be useless. 6 Cub had no choice but to intervene, stopping Big Brother from acting up. There are more and more zombies. We can't just fight them head-on. Yuan's palms were scraped raw, and the backs of his hands had several cuts. But these minor injuries and pains didn't even make him blink. "You guys get out." Yuan looked at the ever-expanding zombie horde before him, his lips curling slightly. He twisted off another zombie's head with one hand, his tone cold. "However many come today, I kill them all." "The cubs, Big Brother is so cool. But it really seems like we can't kill them all." The cubs looked at each other and began to persuade in unison. "Brother, we kill them next time. Let's spare their lives for now." Shujio also tried to coax his brother. "Brother, I want to go back. Jojo and the others are still waiting for us outside. How sad they'd be if we can't go back." Shujio called out the other cubs, ready to mobilize all of them to persuade Yuan. You guys, can't leave." A sudden, hoarse, and unpleasant voice rang out. It came from the zombie horde. Among these advanced zombies, some had indeed evolved to the point of being able to make human sounds. Generally speaking, such zombies have a high chance of becoming the next zombie king. But Yuan had no fondness for this group of zombies, so he didn't want the next zombie king to emerge from them. "I don't want to leave either." Yuan's condition was visibly abnormal. He seemed like a completely different person. After the zombie finished speaking, Yuan simply turned around. "Children, stay in the dorm." Yuan didn't go to pick up the zombies, but instead picked up his 2 cubs. He threw the 2 cubs into the dormitory building and warned, "Don't come out." "Children?" ? The cubs tugged at the closed door, peering through the crack at their eldest brother. "Brother, you can't do this alone." Yuan ignored them. Big brother wouldn't be incapable of doing this. Without the cubs distracting him, Yuan's eyes were even colder than before when he faced the zombies again. The cubs looked at their eldest brother, puzzled. These zombies have special powers, but their powers don't seem to work the same on them as they do on us. For example, if a zombie's poison vines hit them, they instantly leave a bloody mark. But on their eldest brother, it would only leave him with a minor skin bruise. Ninth cub stared at their eldest brother for a moment before he made a phone call. He called Woozy. Thanks to Jojo, all the other kids had added Woozy's contact information. Jojo had logged into Woozy's WeChat. They had some disagreement the other time, and Jojo had insisted on seeing Woozy's WeChat. Finally, Jojo added the other kids to Woozy's WeChat account and created a group dedicated to the loving family. Yuan wasn't in the group. The reason was that the kids had started the group, solemnly stating that the group's purpose was to get everyone together to think about how to be filial to their eldest brother. So, eldest brother wasn't allowed in. Jojo used his phone to record eldest brother's presence. He lowered his head and typed, "Woozy. What's wrong with eldest brother? He won't let me and Leozy go. Can he really defeat so many zombies?" Shortly after sending the recorded video, Woozy called. "Where are you guys now?" "M City." Jozy quickly asked Woozy, "Tell me first, what's going on with Big Brother? Has he ever fought so many zombies before?" Woozy, Woozy frowned. "There weren't zombies before." Shujio choked. Thankfully, Woozy didn't waste his time on him. Instead, he told him what to do next. "Don't let Big Brother continue." Woozy added, "He has the ability to handle the zombie wave, but don't let him continue." Shujio was stunned. A zombie wave of this magnitude wouldn't be easy for Yuan to handle. Big Brother. Could he really handle it? "Jozy, go stop Big Brother now, or else no one will be able to stop him in the end." Woozy's words left Jozy a little confused. However, he explained the current situation to Woozy. "We're blocked by a wave of zombies. If we don't deal with them, it'd be difficult to get out." Jojo and the others didn't know why they hadn't come in yet. It would be difficult for him and Leozy alone to deal with so many zombies. Jozy was trying to get help from outside the arena, while Leozy disobeyed and flew out. He couldn't bear to watch his eldest brother fight alone. Time passed slowly. More and more zombies died on Yuan's phone. Zombie heads rolled on the ground, their crystal cores faintly visible. Jozy's hyphae spread out, devouring the crystal cores. The energy contained in the crystal cores would make him even stronger. "I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Jozy felt that Woozy's suggestion was completely unworkable, so the call was a waste of time. He hurriedly hung up and joined in. Meanwhile, among the 3 cubs trapped outside, Jojo finally picked up his ringing phone. Yuan persevered, making dozens of calls. As soon as Jojo answered, without waiting for Yuan's interrogation, she explained what was happening here. "We can't get in." Jojo anxiously urged Yuan. "Yuan, come save me." Yuan, far away at the West District headquarters, said, He hated long-distance relationships. Yuan wanted to come, but no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't get there immediately. Thinking of Yuan's current predicament, Yuan closed his eyes, his blood pressure nearly failing. "Chirp." Yuan pressed his temple and whispered, "You guys keep trying to find a way in. I contact the Zombie King in City M. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to your eldest brother." Chirp sniffed and said, "Okay." As soon as the call ended, Yuan immediately began thinking about how to contact the old man. The old man didn't have a cell phone, so he couldn't call him even if he wanted to. He couldn't call the old man, but he could call others. Yuan dug out Chi Niao's number and dialed without a second thought. A few minutes passed. Chi Niao lazily answered the call. The wind whistled beside him, making it sound like he was sitting high up. "Hello. Please help me, bring my wife out." Yuan didn't have time for small talk and got straight to the point. Chi Niao paused, then asked, "Didn't you say you would only send the Zombie King to City M? Why is Yuan here too?" Yuan's arrival caught everyone by surprise. Yuan said calmly, "Don't ask why. Get him out. The reward will be substantial." Chi Niao smiled. "Yuan, your wife took several A-series aberrations from me. Do you think Chi Niao would be even stronger now without him?" Yuan sneered. "All the aberrations my wife took were raised with her wholeheartedly. Our aberrations worked for you briefly, but ultimately chose to return home. What? You, my former boss, don't really consider our aberrations your own, do you? Xie Qiyuan's words silenced Qi Niao for several seconds. After a pause, Qi Niao asked sincerely, Xie Qiyuan, you're asking me for help in that tone. Where do you get the confidence that I help you? Xie Qiyuan calmly recited a string of numbers and uttered 2 words. Remuneration. Qi Niao, Qi Niao deal. The Qi Niao organization had 2 main pursuits, freedom and money. As long as the money was sufficient, they get their work done. It's very lively over there in the university town. Qi Niao gazed out at the commotion below. He smiled gently. Your wife must be terrified right now. Just wait, I get him out. Qi Niao hadn't seen the scene, so he had no idea what Yuan looked like at that moment. In his memory, Yuan, aside from raising a bunch of deformed cubs, had surprisingly fallen in love with Xie Qiyuan. Other than that, he didn't think there was anything special about her. At most, she was just a bit more attractive. The magician, standing behind Qi Niao, heard this and whispered, someone with a supernatural space has sealed off the university. Should we go in? When it comes to supernatural space, the magician is considered top-notch. Qi Niao stood up and dusted himself off. He murmured, let's go take a look. Looking at the commotion on the street, it was as if all the zombies in M City had swarmed the university. But if Xie Qiyuan hadn't spoken, Qi Niao wouldn't have bothered to intervene, even if he knew Yuan was at the university. He was never one for good deeds. The supernatural space that had held the 3 cubs back until now was finally broken. The cubs didn't bother to look at Qi Niao anymore. They all ran towards the university. Big Brother had said they couldn't reveal their whereabouts. But at this point, no one cared anymore. Big Brother. Jiujiu flapped its wings, holding the octopus, and flew hard to find Big Brother. The cubs didn't need to search deliberately. They simply followed the zombie horde. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Following the surging zombies, the cubs finally spotted Big Brother. But the sight of Big Brother before them dazed them the moment they saw him. Big Brother was covered in blood, a filthy mess that made it hard to tell whether it was Big Brother's or another zombie's. Big Brother himself, clutching a zombie head, his bloody profile against the backlight, looked both delicate and brutal. At his feet lay countless zombie corpses. 6th and 9th cub, trailing Big Brother, surprisingly looked even cleaner than him. The cubs had all arrived. Jiujiu paused for a moment before leaping over and calling out to Big Brother, the zombie killer. The considerate Jiujiu pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to the eldest brother. Brother, wipe your face. Yuan glanced at the handkerchief, and the coldness in his eyes seemed to fade a little. But Yuan didn't take Jiujiu's handkerchief, nor did he linger for Jiujiu for long. He simply said softly, Jiujiu, go and rest. With that, he walked around Jiujiu and killed the zombie behind him. The cubs who rushed over to help suddenly felt at a loss as to what to do. Brother can't stop. 6 cubs said to the 3 cubs who had rushed over, he's injured. We can't let him go on. 9th cub now fully understood why 5th cub had asked him to stop Big Brother in the first place. It turned out that Big Brother, blinded by his killing spree, was impossible to stop. Yuan was indeed injured. The zombies, cornered, seeing their powers were ineffective, attacked him directly. Yuan's hands and arms were bitten in many places. He didn't care about being bitten, just as he didn't mind some zombies slashing at him directly with their knives. Blood only refreshed him, and killing brought him joy. 8th cub looked at his eldest brother, his expression dazed for a moment. Why do I feel like I'm seeing Xie Qiyuan? No, that's not right. Big Brother looked even more indifferent than Xie Qiyuan had back then. The cubs looked at each other. Finally, 7th cub couldn't help but ask, what are we going to do now? Big Brother was killing so many zombies that they couldn't get involved. Red Bird, standing behind him, also stood there, lost in thought as he looked at Xie Qiyuan's wife he was trying to rescue. It had only been so long since they last saw each other, and Xie Qiyuan had already treated his wife like this. Could this be the legendary husband look? The magician had been beaten by Yuan before, but he hadn't told Qin Yan about it. He wasn't surprised by Yuan's current situation. What a pity, Qin Yao said calmly. We won't be able to make any money from this. Yuan didn't need them to get it. But watching all this fighting and killing was getting a bit tiring. Disperse the zombie horde. Qin Yao ordered the magician, whose space could trap the zombies. With Qin Yao's organization in the picture, the cubs finally brought back their eldest brother. I don't know if it was because they saw more and more enemies, or if it was some other reason. The zombie horde, which had been clinging to them, suddenly dispersed spontaneously. Yuan, who had been in a state of constant fighting, finally stopped. Ba Zi leaned over, its tentacles entwined around Yuan, Big brother, you're covered in blood. He was about to ask if it was Big Brother's blood, when the next second, Big Brother collapsed. Baba Z, shock. Baba Z howled. Big Brother's fainted. Luckily, Ba Z's tentacles were still wrapped around Yuan, so Ba Z grabbed him before he fell. The other children took Big Brother and hurried back to the dormitory they had cleaned up. The bamboo zombie in the dormitory hadn't left yet. Just now, many zombies in the dormitory had been summoned and rushed to attack Yuan. Only this one in the dormitory remained uncontrolled from beginning to end. He clutched his bamboo stick, seemingly from a completely different world than the restless zombies outside. Put Big Brother down. 6Z asked Ba Z to place Big Brother on another clean bed. He then instructed Chirp, Chirp, get some water. 7th Cub, find some clothes for Big Brother. 6th Cub assigned tasks to the cubs, and the cubs in the room were busy. Soon, Yuan's dirty clothes were changed, and after being wiped clean, all his wounds were exposed to the cubs. 8th Cub was so angry when he saw this that he almost fainted. Fuck! I'm going to kill them all! 6th Cub and 9th Cub also had a lot of injuries. Their faces tightened as they looked at Big Brother's wounds. Yuan's sudden drowsiness seemed like a reaction to overexertion. 7th Cub asked Tan John to bring the first aid kit. Tan John had actually followed them when the cubs went crazy. But the cubs completely ignored him, and he had never felt his presence. Now that he was ordered by 7th Cub, Tan John said nothing, simply turned and left, preparing to drive the car over. It seemed that these cubs were going to stay here with Big Brother for a while. Although there were other people's things in the dormitory, 7th Cub was not used to them. Tan John stood up and left, not having walked far outside, when he ran into Chi Niao. Chi Niao saw him and raised an eyebrow. Tan John didn't even spare him a glance, simply continuing on his way. The magician stared at Tan John's back, his eyes darkening. How is he related to Yuan? Who knows? Chi Niao replied nonchalantly. He claimed he didn't know, but deep down he knew it had something to do with the cubs Yuan was raising. How strange. There are many people who keep deformed creatures. They've long been a valuable commodity. Some are even more perverse, treating them as pets and playthings. Yuan is definitely the only one who keeps a deformed creature as a cub. The red bird disappeared, not approaching Yuan. The campus gradually quieted down. The zombies that had gathered earlier were now nowhere to be found. And deep in the bamboo forest, a black and white shadow slowly rolled twice. A slightly angry grunt echoed, accompanied by a few pats on the belly. That was the signal for food. The earthquake-like commotion in the school had still awakened him. He awoke from his deep sleep and prepared to summon his servants to bring him food. But after several grunts, no delicious bamboo was brought up. The black and white ball clapped its claws in anger and sat up. As if sensing something, the zombie clutching the bamboo in the dormitory also sat up suddenly. As soon as he got up, he continued to glare at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu himself was a vengeful person, but he never imagined someone could be even more vindictive than him. It's just a broken bamboo. I planted it back for you. Why are you still looking at me? Xiaojiu asked him in dissatisfaction. If it weren't for his big brother, he would have eaten the zombie chasing him. Roar! The zombie roared at him, unwilling to give in, and at the same time, through the bamboo in front of him, roar, roar. Although he couldn't understand zombie language, Xiaojiu still felt that he was shouting two words, pay me compensation. Yuan was still asleep, otherwise he could have helped to smooth things over. Without his big brother's mediation, Xiaojiu endured it again and again, but couldn't help it. He slammed the table and shouted, roar! Isn't it just roaring? He can do that too, the zombie who was yelled at, The zombie was a little confused by the yelling. He looked at the bamboo on the ground, then looked up at Xiaojiu, who had yelled at him. A few seconds later, he struggled to squat, as if trying to pick up the bamboo. 7th Cub, sitting next to Yuan, couldn't bear to watch any longer. He picked up the bamboo first, then his fingertips touched its roots. The previously lifeless bamboo slowly perked up, as if suddenly alive. Zombie, surprise! Zombie, roar! 7th Cub returned the bamboo to the man, take it home and plant it. It probably survived this time. The zombie took the bamboo, turned, and walked away. He took a few steps, and then turned back. After a hesitant glance at Little Nine, his gaze settled on 7th Cub. Roar! He pulled 7th Cub forward, then took 2 steps himself. 7th Cub stared for a moment before realizing, You want to invite me to go with you? Zombie, roar! Let's go. 7th Cub scratched his head, and was about to refuse when 6th Cub spoke. Go with him, and bring back some bamboo. Let's take the bamboo and leave here later. The zombies had inexplicably blocked them here. If they didn't leave in time, who knew if there would be more trouble later? 6th cub sent 7th cub to follow the zombies to gather bamboo. Yuan, lying on the bed, was breathing hotter and hotter. Chapter 135. 8th cub was the first to notice Big Brother's body starting to heat up, and his little tentacles kept pressed against him. As aquatic creatures, they were very sensitive to temperature. So when Yuan started to have a fever, his little tentacles trembled. 6th cub. Big Brother's body is getting so hot. 8th cub exclaimed, calling 6th cub. He reported, it wasn't this hot just now. 6th cub frowned. He was often kept by a certain quack doctor, so he had some experience with medical treatment. Fever is common after an injury. Tan John had already gone out to get the medicine kit, so they could only wait. Get a wet towel and a basin of water. 6th cub finished his instructions, and before 8th cub left, Jojo was already running to the small bathroom again, carrying a basin. He filled the basin with water, and dipped a clean towel in it. Do you want to cool down Big Brother physically? Jojo asked Liuzi, holding a towel. Liuzi nodded. Jojo took over the task, sitting next to Yuan, and applying the wet towel to Big Brother's forehead. It wasn't long before the wet towel turned hot. Jojo removed the hot towel, rubbed it with cold water, and continued applying it. The towel heated up quickly, and Jojo patiently repeated this process over and over again. Wait. Liuzi suddenly sensed something was wrong. Big Brother's fever didn't seem to be caused by an injury. A normal fever wouldn't be this hot. Jojo, stop. They stopped applying the cold towel to Yuan, and instead watched to see how hot he could get. When the temperature soared to a dangerous level, Liuzi asked Jojo to apply the towel to Big Brother again. Josie looked at Liuzi's face, and knew what he had noticed. What's going on? Josie touched Liuzi's arm, prompting him to speak out. This concerns Big Brother's health. If you discover anything, just tell us directly. Don't hide it from us. Josie. Liuzi hadn't intended to hide it. He looked at Big Brother, then shifted his gaze to Josie's face, and asked softly, do you think Big Brother's current condition resembles a symptom? Josie, Josie was stunned. A high fever, if it persists, in the current environment, only represents one possibility. Evolution. Ordinary humans can evolve into superpowers, become more advanced zombies, or even worse, become deformed. Although their Big Brother had been bitten by a zombie, aside from tasting like bitter melon, he didn't have any other zombie characteristics. Even Big Brother didn't have any superpowers. None of the other kids had considered the possibility of Big Brother evolving. No, that's not right. Josie refuted Liuzi's point. He pointed to the initial bite mark on Yuan's arm and said, Big Brother has been bitten by zombies before, and he never changed. Big Brother had been bitten many times during previous zombie fights. Aside from the first bite, when he gained the bitter melon buff, no other bites had dropped any buffs. The zombie that just bit Big Brother. I don't see any difference from the previous ones. That's just a guess. Liuzi sat down and took the towel from Jojo. Jojo's hands were a little sore from fatigue, and when Liuzi took it, he immediately gave it away. Let's observe the situation a little longer. There wasn't a doctor present, so there wasn't much they could do for now except observe and wait for the first aid kit. Just as they all gathered around Yuan, Yuan called again. This time, it was Jojo who answered. Jojo turned on the camera, focusing it on Yuan lying in bed. Since the cubs had just cleaned Yuan and changed his clothes, Yuan looked less frightening now than if he hadn't been in a fight. He looked so well behaved and slept with his eyes closed, quite deceptive. Yuan stared at the screen without blinking, not wanting to miss a single moment. Why isn't he sleeping? At this hour, and having just been attacked by zombies, no matter how carefree Yuan was, he couldn't possibly be sleeping at this hour. I don't know. Jojo shook his head, but then realized that Yuan couldn't see him shaking his head. He reached out, touched Yuan's face, and told Yuan, Big Brother's still breathing, he's not dead. Yuan, I'm not worried he's dead. Yuan pressed his temple and asked directly Jojo, tell me, what happened to Big Brother? Big Brother feels a little warm. Jojo glanced at the other kids as he answered. Seeing the other kids didn't try to stop him, he told them the truth. Big Brother killed so many zombies, he's injured. Jojo even lifted Yuan's clothes to show Yuan the wound. 6th cub leaned over and covered him with the clothes, expressionless, saying, Jojo, there's no need to show so much detail. They were on video chat, and Yuan could only watch from the video, not in person. He felt a tightness in his stomach. Without him watching, Yuan had just left the house when something unexpected happened. Xiuqi, take good care of Big Brother. I be there as soon as possible. Qin hadn't fully woken up yet, and all matters in the West District still needed his full attention. At this point, it would be difficult for him to escape. Liuzi looked at Xie Yuan on the screen and thought of his predicament. No need to remind us. We take good care of Big Brother. Liuzi said calmly, we're a big group here, so it's okay if you can't make it. After all, they could take care of their big brother. Xie Yuan frowned and interrupted him, I be there. Over the years, he'd done so much for humanity and the West District. Now, his wife was injured. If he couldn't even make it, what good would that mean? Did he really think he was some kind of sucker? Xie Yuan's tone was undeniable. After looking at Yuan for a moment, he hung up the phone and prepared to leave the West District. Pacey was summoned by him. Go pick up Tang Yi. Anan isn't feeling well, and I want him to see her. Okay. Pacey never hesitated to follow Xie Yuan's orders. He set off to pick up Tang Yi, and Xie Yuan told Ruan he was going out for a while. Uncle Ruan, I be back as soon as possible. You been with my father for so long, you should be more experienced than I am in handling the affairs of the West District. With Xie Yuan gone, the affairs of the West District would temporarily be handed over to someone else. And Ruanke was the perfect choice. Ruanke sat in the ward, looking at Xie Yuan standing before him, and sighed. Yuan, Anan is with her children and the others. If you're worried about him, you can just let him come back. That's too much trouble. Xie Yuan disagreed with this suggestion. He continued, Uncle Ruan, I won't stay too long. I be back as soon as Anan is okay. Xie Yuan was the type of person who, once he made up his mind, wouldn't look back. Ruan could have lived with him for so long, so he naturally understood his character. Okay. Ruanke finally compromised. He said, even if I don't agree with you going there now, you definitely go. In that case, let's go back quickly. When you leave, remember to bring some extra food for Anan, especially food. Okay. Xie Yuan agreed, and after taking some necessities, he left alone without anyone else. If it were any other district boss, bodyguards would be essential whenever they traveled. But he was different. Even if he did leave, few were bold enough to kill him. Those who wanted to kill him had so far failed. As soon as Xie Yuan left, someone appeared in front of Ruanke. Why did you let Commander Xie leave now? He had to leave. Ruanke took a tissue and slowly wiped Qin's hands. He lowered his eyes, his expression as gentle as ever. Yuan and Anan won't fall out. As long as Anan is around, Yuan won't go on the ruthless drive against the aberrants like he did before. What happened last time had nothing to do with Anan or the aberrants. Ruanke seemed reluctant to speak at such length. He preferred staying in the lab, working on his experiments, to socializing. But at least, he had some acquaintance with the man before him. That's why he patiently spoke a little longer, sincerely trying to persuade him not to dwell on his own stubbornness. But his words might not have any effect. There have always been people who oppose aberrations. Especially in their West District, where there are even more. Ruanke patiently dismissed the man before him. He lowered his head, and buried his face in Qin's palm. Qin, please wake up soon. Ruanke closed his eyes, his thick eyelashes brushing against Qin's palm. He whispered, I don't want to deal with this. It's so annoying. He wanted to be like before, spending his days in the lab and his nights at home, quietly spending time with Qin. Even then, after Xie Yuan left, he called every hour to update his schedule. He flew a helicopter, and when he called Jiujiu, he even operated his phone with one hand. Jiujiu saw the scene over there, and couldn't help but exclaim, how cool. You can fly a plane with one hand. The helicopter was big and cool, much more practical than his small, black wings. Botsy, however, rolled his eyes and said, not cool at all. Aberrants always hold grudges, and Bazai is no exception. The sight of Xie Yuan flying the helicopter reminded Bazai of the time when Xie Yuan had come looking for him in a helicopter before he found his big brother. Back then, Xie Yuan had one purpose in mind, to kill him. So, seeing the helicopter again, Bazai naturally wasn't in a good mood. Botsy even grumbled, don't think you're being cool. I'm telling you, you could easily crash like that. If the helicopter flipped, all of them would probably have to change their wives. Xie Yuan raised an eyebrow and said calmly, don't worry, it won't flip. Even if Xie Yuan flew a helicopter, it would take some time to get here. Before the helicopter arrived, the first aid kit that Tan Zhan had brought finally arrived. Upon his return, Tan Zhan glanced around the dormitory. Where's Qibao? Tan Zhan rarely called Qibao, but he always called Qibao to Qibao. He hasn't come back yet. Sixth cub said he'd be back after he finishes plucking bamboo outside. Seventh cub had helped the bamboo zombie, and the bamboo zombie seemed to be grateful. He took seventh cub with him, no doubt to give him bamboo. Sixth cub even specifically reminded him to pick the freshest, best-looking bamboo, carrying the other cub's instructions. Seventh cub had already arrived in the bamboo forest. He and sixth cub shared the same thought, believing the bamboo zombie to be repaying a favor. Brother zombie, we're here. After entering the bamboo forest, seventh cub reminded the bamboo zombie, tell me, which bamboo in this patch is the best? I'm in a hurry, and I need to move on after I pull it out. The bamboo zombie squatted on the ground and carefully planted the bamboo he had just planted in the soil. After planting, he carefully observed it. Luckily, this time, the bamboo didn't wilt. This bamboo was a newly cultivated variety, very delicate. Once pulled out and planted back, it would easily die. If it hadn't met seventh cub, this bamboo would have been beyond saving. After planting the bamboo, the zombie stood up, his eyes fixed on seventh cub. Roar! Roar, roar! The zombie roared as it led him to find bamboo. Then, they found a patch of withered bamboo. The zombie stared at Cheesy eagerly. Cheesy, ? Is he supposed to revive the bamboo like before? To verify his guess, Cheesy tried it. Sure enough, the next second, the bamboo zombie's gaze on him became even more intense. Not only that, but it also pulled out a large backpack. The backpack was tossed in front of him. Cheesy hesitantly opened it, and found it was filled with zombie crystal cores. One zombie, a whole backpack of zombie crystal cores. Cheesy was completely bewildered. The bamboo zombie continued to roar, and, prompted by his roars and movements, Cheesy half guessed, are you saying, give me these crystal cores, and I stay and help you grow bamboo? The zombie nodded. Cheesy, Cheesy took 2 steps back. I refuse. The zombie looked at him, as if he understood. At the word reject, the zombie's expression suddenly darkened. He stared at Cheesy intently for a moment, then said, roar. You can't get out? You can't get out unless you stay and plant some bamboo. After an unknown amount of time, the bamboo zombies, carrying the harvested bamboo, walked deep into the bamboo forest. And in the dormitory, Yuan, who continued to have a high fever, suddenly opened his eyes slowly. As soon as he woke, the other zombies immediately surrounded him. Brother, how are you? Brother, do you have a headache? The other zombies' questions made Yu, and close his eyes, and relax for a moment. Yuan's head felt dizzy, and more than just dizzy, it seemed like there were so many more things in his head. Those things were a jumbled mess, filling his mind. He couldn't sort them out for a moment, so his head just continued to swell. After a moment, under the worried gazes of the cubs, Yuan opened his eyes again. His expression seemed colder than before, and there was a subtle change in his tone when he spoke to the cubs. I'm fine. Why isn't Cheesy here? Cheesy went to pull bamboo. It's just a little strange that he hasn't come back yet. Tan-John had just been about to go look for him. If he hadn't seen Yuan wake up, he would have already found him by now. I'm going to the bamboo forest to look for Chibao. You don't have to come with me. Just stay here and take care of Big Brother. Tan-John said, and was about to leave, not letting the other cubs go with him. Yuan's head was swollen, and he propped himself up with the bed sheet. Just as Tan-John was about to push open the dormitory door, Yuan spoke in a hoarse voice. I go with you. The bamboo forest was vast and beautiful. Yuan's splitting headache and scorching fever needed some relief. Jiojio, who was sitting next to Yuan, heard that his big brother was going and immediately declared, Jiojio wants to go too. I want to go too. Eighth cub raised all his tentacles. Sixth cub had already treated all of Yuan's wounds with the medicine in the medicine box. He even applied 2 fever-reducing patches. Big brother, I just applied medicine to you. You should rest in the dorm for a while. Sixth cub was worried that his big brother wouldn't be able to hold on. The zombies outside the dorm hadn't been completely wiped out. If another zombie wave of the magnitude of the last one arrived, Big Brother, in his current state, would surely be unable to fight them off. Liuzi's persuasion was futile. Yuan steadied himself by holding on to the edge of his dormitory bed. His face flushed, the red from the high fever. Jiojio looked at Big Brother and pressed his hand into his. Big Brother, let's go. The dormitory building was clear of zombies, and they had no trouble making their way outside. The bodies outside hadn't been cleared away, but the crystal cores were nowhere to be found. Yuan glanced at the corpses, his eyes darkening, his mind lost. Soon, Yuan arrived at the bamboo forest. There was a breeze in the bamboo forest, a cool breeze brushing against his cheeks, finally lifting some of his drowsiness. You don't have to follow me. Yuan could clearly feel the changes in his body. He didn't want the cubs to follow him. I walk alone for a while. Jojo's hand loosened. Eighth cub looked at his eldest brother's back, wanting to follow but not daring to. Tanjan didn't share the cub's mixed feelings. As soon as he arrived, he began searching for his 7 treasures. Yuan slowly walked out of the cub's sight. Once he was out of sight, he suddenly grasped a nearby bamboo stick, his back bent in pain. His whole body ached. Yuan clenched the bamboo stick tightly in his hand. Seconds later, it collapsed to the ground. A faint light flickered in Yuan's palm. Almost instinctively, he murmured softly, "Targeted hunting, target." His target was a rabbit that flashed by not far away. It was a zombified zombie, its eyes discolored and its body stiff. After confirming his target for the targeted hunt, Yuan no longer needed to use his eyes to find his prey, he relied solely on his intuition. A few minutes later, Yuan dropped the white zombie rabbit to the ground. He leaned back against the bamboo, breathing softly and calmly. His body was still feeling unwell, so hunting this rabbit had taken some of his energy. While resting against the bamboo, Yuan confirmed one thing. He had acquired the ability to chirp. He didn't know why he had acquired this skill. It was as if he had woken up from a dream, and the key to using it lay deep within his mind. Yuan closed his eyes, his mind agitated. As he was feeling the turmoil, he heard footsteps a few meters away. Yuan looked up and saw the bamboo zombie he had encountered before. This zombie had brought his 7 cubs with him to pull up the bamboo, but instead of pulling up the bamboo, the 7 cubs died. Thinking of this, Yuan took a step and walked towards the bamboo zombie. A zombie emerged from the depths of the bamboo forest. Upon seeing Yuan, he was visibly startled. "Where's Cheesy?" Yuan looked at him expressionlessly and asked, "Is he in there?" The zombie, The zombie warily blocked his path. "Roar! He's not in there." The zombie blocked his path for only a few seconds before Yuan could smell Cheesy's presence. The scent was strong, suggesting he was deep in the forest. The fact that he could emit such a strong signal indicated that Cheesy was using his special ability. Cheesy possessed a special ability that allowed plants to grow stronger and stronger. But Cheesy couldn't have suddenly used this ability for no apparent reason. "Get out of the way," Yuan said calmly to the zombie blocking his path, "otherwise I kill you." The zombie also clearly sensed that the fellow before him seemed different. Now, even colder. He subconsciously tried to move aside, but just as he was about to, he abruptly stopped. "Roar! No move. Roar, roar, roar! I won't move aside. No one can touch gun. The zombie roared at the top of his lungs, but his roar was just a useless display in front of Yuan. Yuan found that a little movement, a way of venting his anger, could help his body feel less scorching and uncomfortable. He didn't actually kill the zombie. Leaving the zombie hanging on the ground, Yuan walked deeper into the bamboo forest. In the depths of the bamboo forest, Cheesy was so angry that he almost fainted. "We are all children. Why do you want me to plant bamboo for you?" Captured to plant bamboo, Cheesy didn't even have time to talk about his eldest brother. He was being forced to plant bamboo, and the bamboo-eating giant, as luck would have it, was a cub he lived with for years, a rolling beast with a fondness for bamboo. 7th cub angrily kicked the bamboo. In the past, he never have dared to act so recklessly in front of the 3 cubs. But now, doted on by Tanjan, 7th cub had grown unknowingly arrogant. With his big brother around, 7th cub was even more unafraid. The grumpy black and white ball looked at 7th cub, who was reluctant to plant bamboo. His round face, with its dark circles under its eyes, showed no sign of anger. He simply patted his belly. This was his signature attacking gesture. The cubs never cared about unity, especially the higher order ones. Getting them to be friendly with the lower cubs and interact with them as equals was difficult. Black and white ball, who hadn't quite figured out the time, decided on today's activities. Beating 7th cub. Unfortunately, just before his paw pad was about to strike the 7th cub, Yuan saw him. "Stop!" Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he issued a decree, "No attacking the other cubs." Black and white Tuanzi, his paws already raised, Black and white Tuanzi froze. Then, as if nothing had happened, he lowered his paws and hid them behind his back. "Humph. Big brother." Seeing that big brother still looked glum, Black and white Tuanzi blinked. After weighing the situation, he slowly curled up and rolled towards Big Brother. Big Brother loved watching him roll around for fun. A few more rolls like this would surely get the 7th cub off his back. Chapter 136. A round, black and white ball rolled towards him from a short distance, making cheerful grunting sounds as it rolled. Yuan stood there, waiting for the ball to roll towards him. The ball was visibly heavy, and the impact when it struck his leg was unimaginable. But Yuan remained unmoved. He lowered his eyes, watching the ball rubbing against him even after the collision had stopped. The ball's two paws clung to his legs, attempting to climb into his arms. In the past, Yuan would have allowed it to climb up. But now, Yuan expressionlessly removed the leg pendant. He continued to ask the ball in a cold tone, "What were you trying to do to Cheesy?" The ball, still can't escape, unallowed to climb up. The ball slowly turned its back. He turned his back to his eldest brother, saying nothing. Yuan was even more patient than him. After a brief standoff, Tuanzi grunted in frustration and sank to the ground. After he lay there, he prodded Yuan with his hind paw. "Go ahead and hit him." He lay still. The seventh child, who had just been bullied, suddenly became excited. He secretly took out his phone, ready to record a short video for his own collection. Yuan squatted down and, without hesitation, hit Tuanzi several times. Tuanzi's skin was thick and tough, so he didn't feel anything at all. But to avoid the beating, he still grunted several times, looking extremely aggrieved. After the beating, Yuan lectured, "Will you hit other children in the future?" Tuanzi, "No. Of course not. He'd do it behind Big Brother's back next time." Yuan picked Tuanzi up and finally gave him a hug. With that hug, Yuan noticed something was wrong. "You gained 20 pounds since you were at the research institute." He frowned. "Roll, you need to lose some weight." Sandcub loved the rolling game, so Yuan would occasionally call him Roll. Generally, when he called him Roll, he gets scolded. Sevencub watched his eldest brother beat up Sandcub, feeling incredibly happy. He recorded a short video and decided to share it with the other cubs when he got back. Big Brother. When Big Brother was beating Sandcub, Sevencub hadn't come out. Now that Big Brother wanted to hold Sandcub, Sevencub came out. He reminded Big Brother, "Are we still pulling bamboo?" They originally come to pull bamboo to save some food for Sandcub. But now that Sandcub had been found, Sevencub wasn't sure whether they were still pulling bamboo. No need. Yuan weighed the Tuanzi and said with certainty, he doesn't need to save bamboo. He should lose weight. He's not good for his health if he keeps getting this fat. Yuan's words fell, and before Tuanzi could react, the zombie he just left behind disagreed. He hadn't known when he approached again, overhearing their conversation. "Roar! Bamboo!" The zombie casually plucked another bamboo and stuffed it into Tuanzi's paw. He roared, urging Tuanzi to keep eating. Tuanzi, Seventh cub, Seventh cub understood the zombie's intentions and complained sharply, "Big Brother, this zombie is provoking you. He's saying Sanzi isn't fat, that Sanzi doesn't need to lose weight." Seventh cub's nagging glance earned Sanzi a look. But Seventh cub, relying on the fact that things were different now, didn't flinch. Time ticked by. Yuan didn't do anything to the zombie that loved feeding Sanzai. This zombie had also played a significant role in Sanzai's weight gain, so he didn't need to dwell on it. "Come back with me." Perhaps it was because he had let off some steam, or perhaps it was the joy of finding his cub that temporarily dispelled some of his physical discomfort. Yuan felt a little better. Sanzai tried to cling to his eldest brother, but even the bamboo forest at school couldn't hold him. It had been a long time since Sanzai had enjoyed making a black and white pendant. Seventh cub, looking at his weight, thought him shameless. But the shameless little bun had his eldest brother to hold him, so in the end, Seventh cub could only watch as his eldest brother carried the bun back home. As soon as they left, the zombie caught up. The other cubs waiting for their eldest brother outside were stunned when they saw their eldest brother come out. Giorgio was the quickest to react. He ran over, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, it's the third cub!" Little angel Giorgio wasn't jealous, he was happy no matter which cub was found. Looking at the chubby, fluffy Tuanzi, Giorgio, a lover of fur, couldn't help but reach out and poke Tuanzi's back. "Touch it nicely." Giorgio's eyes lit up even brighter. Yuan looked down at Tuanzi, then at Giorgio. He simply shoved Tuanzi into Giorgio's arms, letting Giorgio hold and pet him. Giorgio, surprise! Before Giorgio could do anything, Tuanzi had already struggled out of his arms. He wasn't just any cub. No one except his eldest brother could pet him. Tuanzi refused to be held or petted. Although Giorgio felt a little disappointed, he didn't force him. "Brother, are you feeling better?" Unable to hold Tuanzi, Giorgio approached his brother and inquired about his health. He had just noticed that his brother was in much better condition than he had been in the dormitory. Yuan patted Giorgio's head and replied, "I'm fine." The group didn't stay in the bamboo forest for long. When they emerged, They saw the old man who had been waiting for who knows how long. The old man's eyes met Yuan's. Yuan didn't say anything, simply waiting for the old man to come over. The old man also noticed that Yuan seemed a little different. He walked over and said to Yuan, "Did Commander Xie ask you to come here?" Yuan said calmly, "No, I was just passing by." The old man's gaze passed him, and fell on the rolling ball behind him. At that moment, the old man's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He knew about A03. But he hadn't expected A03 to actually wake up. Besides A03, the feeling Yuan gave him at that moment also made him uneasy. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here." The old man apologized first, his tone sounding sincere. "If I had known you were here, I would have come to pick you up sooner." "Yuan, really?" Without even raising his eyelids, Yuan asked the old man, "Have you found the survivor who sent out the distress signal?" The old man stared at his face, paused for a moment, and said, "We found him." "That's good." Yuan didn't ask where the survivor was, or anything else. He said to the old man, "I'm going to stay here for a few days. Can you control the zombies here, and keep them from bothering us?" "Sure." The old man actually had some explanations prepared, like that Yuan was busy with something when he was attacked and didn't notice. But Yuan hadn't mentioned the attack at all, and speaking rashly would only seem strange. After a moment's silence, the old man watched Yuan and the aberrations leave. Just as he was about to say something else, he noticed a zombie following at the back of Yuan's group. The zombie's clothing was much cleaner than most zombies on campus. He was clutching an armful of bamboo, following Yuan closely. A dark thought flashed in the old man's eyes, and he closed them, trying to control himself again. But the bamboo zombie didn't react at all, not even a spare glance. The old man quickly stepped forward, trying to stop the zombie. The zombie was annoyed. He glared at the old man and said, "Roar. Go away." The old man didn't move or give way. He also spoke, using a zombie roar. "Roar, roar, roar. I'm the zombie king. You must obey me. Now follow me back." The bamboo zombie, The bamboo zombie's facial expressions were not very expressive, expressing his speechlessness. He didn't even roar, and walked around the old man and continued walking. The old man still didn't give way. The movement between the two zombies caused the ball in front to turn around. The black and white ball turned around, his eyes fixed directly on the old man. His two claws slowly touched the ground, and his body moved slightly backward. A typical offensive posture. The old man instantly withdrew his hands, no longer trying to stop the zombie holding the bamboo. The bamboo zombie, noticing that the ball was upset, immediately came over and fed him a piece of the freshest bamboo. "Roar! Eat more. Gun shouldn't be losing weight." After feeding him a piece of bamboo, the bamboo zombie continued to follow. Jojo, who was holding hands with his eldest brother, also turned around and saw the zombie. "Brother, the zombie is following us." Yuan hummed to him. He didn't chase the zombie away, but explained, he wants to feed the bamboo to Sanzi. "Keep him here for now." Jojo, "Yes. Keep him to feed Gun." Yuan brought all the cubs back to the dormitory. There were quite a few of them, and while they could fit in one dorm, it wouldn't be convenient. For example, Cheesy and Tanjan. After returning, Yuan requested a separate dorm. He knew clearly that his body had only temporarily stabilized. "I want to live alone." Yuan personally prepared several dorms, all next door to him, very close by. He arranged the new dorms he cleaned up for the cubs. "Jojo, you stay with Botsy." Jojo needed someone to sleep with her, so he wasn't next to her, so Botsy could stay with her. Shujo glanced at them, and wanted to sleep with Jojo and Botsy too. 6th cub had a room to himself, while 7th cub and Tanjan shared one. 3rd cub didn't ask for a room, he stared at his eldest brother without blinking. It was clear that 3rd cub wanted to sleep with his eldest brother. But Yuan didn't seem to get the hint. After pointing him to a dorm, he returned to his own. 3rd cub, 3rd cub stared at his eldest brother's back, suddenly lost in thought. What was going on? He returned to his original form, so why wasn't his eldest brother petting him anymore? Could it be that he was too fat to be cute anymore? Black and white rolling sat there, trying to figure out the reason. The other cubs looked at him, no one daring to approach, not even the most combative and volatile 7th cub. The cubs had lived together for years, and knew each other's personalities well. The 3rd cub looked quite cute, but he only acted cute around his eldest brother. In front of them, the 3rd cub was never in a good mood. A few minutes later, the 3rd cub took the dormitory to Yuan's right, and moved in alone. The zombie that had fed him bamboo didn't go in, instead choosing another empty dormitory. The cubs each returned to the dormitory assigned by their eldest brother. They were worried, but since their eldest brother had forbidden them from disturbing him, they couldn't force him to do so. In the dormitory, Yuan locked the door and slumped onto the bed. He gripped the iron bars in front of the bed with one hand and covered his mouth with the other, suppressing a cough. He managed to suppress the cough, but a mouthful of blood escaped. The sweltering heat that had finally faded a while ago returned. Yuan closed his eyes and activated his supernatural power once again. A 10's unique supernatural power, targeted hunting. The target of targeted hunting wasn't restricted to anything. It could be a powerful mutant of the same species or a tiny flying insect. They could all be targets. Yuan chose some small animals in the dormitory as his targets. Targeted hunting was energy consuming. Even a 10 couldn't keep it up for long periods of time. But Yuan could do it. He calculated the time bit by bit, clearly aware that he had persisted for several times longer than Jojo. Time flowed quietly in the dormitory. Without the interruptions of the cubs, Yuan could stop forcing himself and freely express his discomfort. Yuan called several times, but he didn't answer. Answering now would only allow Yuan to hear his rapid breathing. "Baby, are you awake?" Yuan's calls didn't go through, so he sent several messages. "I'd be there soon. Have the kids take good care of you. I brought Dr. Tang with me. His medical skills have improved, and he can even treat deformities." Tangy was a genius in the medical field. Naturally, Yuan bringing Tangy with him was the best choice. Yuan saw the messages, his eyelashes fluttering, and then he replied, "I'm awake. I'm still sleepy and exhausted. I want to sleep a little longer. I call you when I wake up." Yuan sent several messages in quick succession, then put his phone on the bedside table. He continued to expend his excess energy, trying to recall more memories. But after a long effort, he could only recall fragments. Among those fragmented moments, there was a scene of him using targeted hunting. Targeted hunting. Whose supernatural power is this? Yuan lowered his head, looking at his hands. He muttered, and at that moment, he began to doubt his past. He had always believed that he was only in the secret shield, treating illnesses. He had never set foot outside the secret shield. He might have raised a freak cub, but he himself was just an ordinary human. Memories of the past collided with the revived fragments in his mind. Yuan covered his head in pain. Outside, the old man looked at the dormitory building where Yuan lived. He had not yet left. Behind him stood two high-level zombies, and they lowered their voices. "Roar, roar. Why not go in?" the old man said calmly. "He's here, and Yuan will be here soon." At the mention of Yuan, the high-level zombies behind the old man subconsciously shuddered. Yuan had passed through City M before, on his way to kill zombies from elsewhere. That day, the zombies Yuan had killed piled up like a small mountain. Not only were the aberrations afraid of him, but many sentient zombies also didn't want to encounter him. "Roar? Will Yuan kill us?" "No." The old man promised them, "I have an agreement with Yuan. Once things here are done, he will allow me to form my own zombie team." It's not that he couldn't recruit zombies without Yuan's permission, but that would be too dangerous. He wasn't strong enough to resist Yuan yet. He wanted to grow stronger little by little under Yuan's watchful eye, even if it meant working more and sacrificing more of his own kind. The high-level zombies listened to the old man's assurances, and their roars quieted down. One of the high-level zombies even asked, "Roar? Are we going to capture the source zombie?" There was a survivor in City M. He knew there were source zombies here, but he didn't know which one was the source zombie. The source zombie was the first zombie to be infected. There was a high chance that the vaccine could be extracted from this zombie. With the vaccine, the zombie world would truly be doomed. The old man's mission in City M was, first, to rescue the survivors and, second, to bring the source zombie back. He had also made preparations for his return. First, to select other survivors, and second, to take a random ordinary zombie to replace the source zombie. He had picked out the common zombies, but also spotted the source zombie. He wanted to kill the source zombie. "We can't catch him for now." The old man glanced at the high-level zombies, who were questioning him. Fortunately, these high-level zombies could only roar. Otherwise, he would have had to consider whether to silence them before Yuan arrived. They don't know the identity of the source zombie. Let's not alert them. As long as the source zombie's identity remained undiscovered, their future would be safe. There's a saying among humans that is actually true. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. He was now the zombie king, so his heart was naturally focused on his lost future. The old man ordered his men to keep an eye on the area, while he went to see the survivor he had found. Yuan's journey here was not smooth. Bazai said he would flip over, but he almost did. The car didn't flip completely, but time was lost. Pacey followed his orders to pick up Tangy, but he arrived even earlier than him. The old man controlled the zombies in City M, allowing Pacey and Tangy a smooth journey. Dr. Tang, how did you learn these medical skills? As they neared their destination, Pacey was still chatting with Tangy. There aren't many doctors who can treat deformed people these days, and you don't have a teacher, so how do you know how to treat deformed people? Pacey was baffled. Seeing Tangy's effortless treatment, he almost wanted to start a side business. Tangy retorted, do you even need to learn to treat illnesses? It's such a simple thing. Pacey, that's too much. Although Tangy still wasn't very talkative, Pacey was very measured in his approach, and the two of them got along quite well throughout the journey. The closer they got to their destination, the more Pacey sensed that Tangy's mood was off. He asked casually, Dr. Tang, how are you and Yuan doing? He had never been in a relationship, but he felt like Tangy was having relationship problems. That wouldn't do. Little Lucky Baby was their brother Siez. There couldn't be any risque romance between Dr. Tang and their little Lucky Baby. Tangy didn't notice his probing. He thought for a moment and replied, not bad. Aside from his last, unpleasant meeting with Yuan, the rest of the time had been pretty good. They walked along like this, and before Pacey had fully grasped his details, they had already arrived. In the dormitory building, Jojo saw Tangy approaching and happily welcomed him. My brother is feeling a little unwell. Could you please check on him? Jojo politely requested Dr. Tang. After Tangy nodded, Jojo began banging on the door. He knocked on all the other cubs' doors, then went to knock on his eldest brother's. Brother, open the door. Yuan heard the noise outside and knew it was Tangy. He frowned, paused for a few seconds, then went to open the door. After many days, Yuan and Tangy met again. They looked at each other, silent for a moment. Come in. Yuan stepped aside and let Tangy in. The cubs followed him in. With so many cubs around, Yuan didn't mention anything else. Tangy did the same. Sietchi Yuan said you weren't feeling well. Let me check you out. Tangy had brought everything with him, even some examination equipment, which he had carried over. Yuan readily accepted his inspection. The cubs were not allowed to stay during the inspection. Outside the dormitory, Jojo sat on the ground, covered with newspapers, his chin resting on his head, his eyes fixed on the door. Eighth cub sat next to him, and little Nine sat on Jojo's shoulders. Seventh cub sat next to Tan John. Third cub seemed to have eaten too much and had fallen into a deep sleep since entering the dormitory. The bamboo zombie at the door didn't allow them to wake third cub. Eighth cub counted the cubs and finally said seriously, Jojo, we lost a cub. Jojo, ? Jojo, which cub? Eighth cub pointed to a dormitory. Sixth cub. We're all here, and sixth cub won't come out. Third cub was extremely sleepy, and they couldn't easily wake him. But sixth cub was different. Sixth cub didn't like to sleep. After discovering sixth cub had fallen behind, eighth cub wanted to join Jojo in bringing sixth cub out. But Jojo hesitated, not standing up. Sixth cub might be asleep too. Let's wait for him to come out. It was already pitch dark, and it was time to sleep. Yuan was being checked in the dormitory, while the cubs waited outside. It was unknown how much time had passed. The sleepy third cub finally awoke slowly. He opened the door, and was greeted by a feeding from the zombie servants. Third cub, Unable to resist the temptation, third cub gnawed 2 more sticks of bamboo. Eighth cub, watching from a distance, looked on with sour eyes. Third cub isn't particularly good looking. Why do humans, living or dead, love him so much? Last time, he's seen the large houses humans built for tumblers, like third cub. Humph. Rolling beast has a bad temper, loves to eat, and is so round. Humans are so stupid. They don't like octopuses, but they just love round balls that they can't eat. Well, Sanzai is furry. Jojo, a fur lover, also likes Sanzai. Under Bazai's envious gaze, Sanzai nibbled on bamboo and walked over. He sat down on the ground and didn't speak to them. But Shujio jumped off Jojo's shoulders and took the initiative to walk over to Sanzai. He greeted Sanzai harmlessly and asked, Do you know Sietchi Yuan? Sanzai, ? Sanzai, sounds familiar. Shujio shook his mushroom cap and moved closer to him. Sietchi Yuan will be here soon. Big brother will be so happy to see him. Sanzai was puzzled. What's Sietchi Yuan doing here? Shujio's expression was innocent. He's here to see big brother Sanzai. Didn't anyone tell you? Sietchi Yuan is our sister-in-law. Sanzai, ? Having just reunited with Big Brother, Sanzai opened his mouth, but the bamboo in his mouth no longer had a sweet taste. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Xiaojio had barely finished mentioning Siechiyuan when he arrived, dusty and exhausted. At the same time, the dormitory door opened. In a flash, a black and white ball suddenly rushed in front of Siechiyuan. Humph! Stop! Sanzai thought he was being aggressive enough, but Siechiyuan was stunned. The next second, Siechiyuan was shocked and delighted. Baby, we have a little pup. Chapter 137. Siechiyuan hadn't expected to be greeted so closely by Gun Gun in his lifetime. He lowered his head and asked eagerly, "Which cub are you?" Xiaojio blinked and replied, "Third cub." Siechiyuan continued, "Can you roll?" "Third cub? Question mark. Roll." Although no one could resist Gun Gun, not even Siechiyuan. But between Gun Gun and his wife, Siechiyuan chose his wife. He withdrew his attention from Gun Gun, walked around Gun Gun, and approached Yuan. Yuan was in relatively good condition, and since Tang Yi had already examined him, he wasn't as irritated as before. "Tang Yi, how's it in?" There were no outsiders present, so Siechiyuan asked Tang Yi directly about the results after entering the dormitory. The cubs had also flocked into the dormitory. Tang Yi glanced at them all, then pursed his lips. Sanzai still had the shape of a chubby ball. For a deformed being, returning to his original form was quite comfortable. And Sanzai's maintaining his original form and making rolling noises was a more blatant act. From the moment they met, he noticed that his elder brother was different. No, to be more precise, his elder brother had been like this in the distant past. But later, his elder brother had always been gentle. A gentle elder brother who didn't even hit his younger brother hard. Sensitive to his elder brother's condition, Sanzai maintained his rolling form, making his presence felt in front of him. Yuan glanced at his younger brother, somewhat reluctant to discuss his own health in front of him. But Siechiyuan's grip on his hand silenced him for a moment. "Sit down." Siechiyuan hadn't even had time to change his own dirty clothes. Knowing Yuan was a germaphobe, he didn't rush to hug him. Instead, he held Yuan tightly with his clean hands. Tang Yi seemed oblivious to their holding hands. His tone remained flat, his expression expressionless. "Yuan is evolving." Tang Yi's words brought silence to the entire dormitory. Siechiyuan was stunned. He knew Yuan had been bitten by a zombie, and was considered a less than perfect little zombie. He also knew that zombies could evolve. Is their baby about to evolve into a high-level zombie? Yuan is a freak. Tang Yi threw out another question, completely unnerving Siechiyuan. Zombies evolving into mutants. What kind of evolution is that? Tang Yi had been examining them for ages, but what was he even examining? How could he have come to such an absurd conclusion? Tang Yi. Siechiyuan took a deep breath and asked Tang Yi, "Are you sure you're not mistaken? I never heard of anyone being bitten by a zombie evolving into a mutant." Tang Yi didn't react much to his suspicions. Yuan is indeed a mutant now. His evolution isn't complete yet, so his body is experiencing disturbances and a rapid temperature rise. Tang Yi was only responsible for presenting the examination results. He couldn't offer a conclusion on how Yuan became a mutant. After announcing Yuan's new identity, he added, "Everyone here is a mutant. They might be familiar with some of the symptoms Yuan experienced during his evolution." Tang Yi didn't make a verbal diagnosis, he brought Yuan some medication. "I developed a medication that has a calming effect on mutants." Tang Yi used to be obsessed with being a veterinarian, but now he's changed his focus and is studying mutants. He seems quite talented. He handed Yuan some medicine and, while preparing it, said, "Yuan is a very special mutant. He didn't become a mutant through gene fusion or other means. He evolved into a mutant after being attacked by zombies. It's very strange." It was so strange that he couldn't explain it. Siechiyuan knew he couldn't ask any more questions, so he stopped asking. Yuan took the medicine Tang Yi had prescribed. He looked at his cubs, who were staring at him eagerly, and then at Siechiyuan beside him. The bathroom in the dormitory is still usable. Yuan raised his chin slightly and whispered to Siechiyuan, "Go take a shower." Siechiyuan, eh? Siechiyuan looked down at himself and choked. "Baby, can't you just cure your mysophobia for love?" "No." Yuan nudged him, telling him to go take a shower. Siechiyuan listened to Tang Yi's long speech, and the gist of it all was the same. Anin had become a freak, and her discomfort was just a reaction to the evolutionary process. In other words, Anin wasn't in any immediate danger. As long as there wasn't any danger, Siechiyuan didn't care no matter how Anin changed. He had a strong tolerance. Once he'd chosen his love, he wouldn't change. "Okay, I go take a shower." With all the cubs before him, Xie Yuan didn't care. He found some clean clothes and headed straight to the bathroom. If the cubs hadn't been so crowded, and one of them was a national treasure, Xie Yuan would have dragged Yuan into the bathroom with him. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. The third child sat on the clean floor, the eldest child looking at his eldest brother unhappily. Yuan noticed the third child's expression, patted his head, and whispered, "What's wrong?" The third child remained silent. He had woken up to a new sister-in-law, just like waking up to a new stepmother. It would take time for a child to process this. Besides the slight issue of the stepmother, the most important thing was his eldest brother's health. How could his eldest brother have evolved? "Don't you want to pay attention to your eldest brother?" Yuan observed his expression and continued. The third child shook his head. He didn't want to pay attention to his eldest brother. Before Yuan finished addressing the child's concerns, Tang Yi spoke first. "Yuan, where's little butterfly?" Tang Yi's fingers clenched as he asked. His handsome, mixed-race face was tense, and a hint of unconcealable nervousness flashed in his eyes. Yuan hesitated slightly. Little butterfly always looked at him eagerly, but now she was nowhere to be seen, clearly avoiding Tang Yi. "Six Cub is sleeping," Jiu Cub replied casually, still remembering how he hadn't opened the door for him. "He didn't come out, and I knocked, but he didn't come out." "Which dormitory?" 342. Jiu Cub replied without hesitation. He was used to Tang Yi always looking for Six Cub. Besides, the last time Six Cub was feeling unwell, he had packed up Tang Yi and given him to Six Cub. So, he didn't see anything wrong with the two of them interacting. Tang Yi learned the dormitory number and stood up to leave. The door was closed. Besides Xie Yuan, who was showering, Yuan and the other children were the only ones left in the dormitory. Jiu sat down next to Yuan. He grasped one of Yuan's fingers and asked, "Brother, are you one of us now?" "Yeah." Yuan couldn't argue with this fact. Now that he even possessed Jiu's powers, he could no longer be a high-level zombie. He was no longer human. Jiu leaned against Big Brother, his eyes squinting as he said, "No matter what Big Brother is, I love him." "Me too." Eighth Cub, not to be outdone, also raised his little tentacles to express his love. None of the cubs were reserved. Without the slightest hesitation, they openly expressed their deep love for Big Brother. Yuan was surrounded by the cubs. He patted each one on the head and sent them back to the dormitory. 3 cubs stayed behind. Knowing that he hadn't encountered any setbacks in these years, Yuan felt a little more at ease. "Go get some rest. I feed you something later." Yuan had already fed all the cubs' blood. 8th Cub and Jiu were fed while they slept. The eldest and 5th cubs hadn't returned yet, so they couldn't be fed for the time being. 3rd Cub had returned, but his health had been unstable recently, so he didn't dare feed him carelessly. 3rd Cub was used to being fed. He nuzzled his eldest brother's head, assuming he was about to give him something delicious. After sending 3rd Cub away, the dormitory instantly fell silent. The sound of running water in the bathroom soon stopped. Xie Yuan emerged, wearing baggy pajamas. It had been a few days since they last saw each other. As the saying goes, a short absence is better than a new marriage. Xie Yuan's eyes were practically glued to Yuan. "Baby?" Xie Yuan's body was still damp. He pulled Yuan into his arms, his Adam's apple rolling. "Finally, I hold you." Without Yuan by his side, he couldn't even sleep soundly. The two of them hugged each other quietly for a while. Only after Xie Yuan's longing eased a little did he loosen his grip slightly. Their eyes met, and Xie Yuan studied him closely. After a while, Xie Yuan spoke. "Baby, why do I feel like you're a little cold towards me?" Yuan shook his head. "No." Xie Yuan frowned slightly, still feeling a little strange. Yuan thought for a moment, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Xie Yuan's chin. Xie Yuan didn't move. Yuan kissed him again on the lips. After a few kisses, Xie Yuan finally gave up and took the initiative. The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became ambiguous. Fortunately, the agricultural university provided good treatment for students, and the single bed was large enough for 2 people. Yuan lay on top of Xie Yuan, talking slowly to him. "I missed you." He replied to Xie Yuan's question, his slightly hot face pressed against Xie Yuan's chest. The coolness was quite cooling. Xie Yuan was known for sweet nothings, not just sweet nothings, but even some less serious things, which he could say with ease to Yuan. Yuan had been a bit aloof at first, but Xie Yuan's teasing had forced her to blush all the way to her ears. He slapped his hand over Xie Yuan's mouth, slightly annoyed. "Stop talking." Seeing that he had finally returned to his familiar self, Xie Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "You really don't want to hear me anymore?" Xie Yuan pinched his waist and teased him with a smile. "Look at how red you are." You clearly like it. I don't like it. Yuan covered his mouth again. Xie Yuan's words were simply unbearable to hear. How could he possibly enjoy them? The two of them played around for a while, and Xie Yuan kissed his hair and coaxed him. Do you want to go to bed? It's already pitch black outside. Yuan wasn't sleepy. He listened to Xie Yuan's heartbeat for a moment, then suddenly asked, don't you want to do something? When he slept with Xie Yuan before, he hadn't been so docile. Xie Yuan understood the implication and was instantly amused. Baby, do you really think your husband is a beast? He said helplessly. Tang already said you weren't feeling well. How could I bear to torment you now? Yuan looked up at him, unblinking. Seeing Xie Yuan nearly losing his composure, Yuan lowered his voice and clung to him. I'm not feeling well now. He couldn't sleep anyway, and if he stayed awake any longer, Yuan felt he might lose control. With Xie Yuan around, he could vent his frustrations without resorting to supernatural powers, but find another way. Xie Yuan's eyes darkened. The dormitory's soundproofing was poor, and both of them knew it. The lights were on. The cubs were awake next door. Yuan hugged Xie Yuan's neck, biting his lips hard. This night was peaceful for the cubs. But for Xie Yuan, it was a rare moment of freedom. It wasn't until dawn. Xie Yuan was still too excited to sleep, and Yuan was completely exhausted. To distract Xie Yuan, he chatted with him about the 3 cubs he had just found. Third cub has a bad temper. Yuan, his eyelids half open, followed Xie Yuan, saying, he doesn't usually lose his temper, but when he does, it's hard to appease him. It's okay. Xie Yuan was tolerant. Isn't it normal for a black and white dumpling like this to have a temper? Their family should be content to have just 1 cub. When they brought this dumpling back to the West District, he wanted to see what expressions those anti-deformation advocates would have when they saw it. Chapter 138. Yuan also noticed Xie Yuan's different treatment of Sandcub compared to the other cubs. He was puzzled. Do you really like raising Sandcub? Xie Yuan smiled. Baby, Sandcub species aren't something that just anyone can raise. Even zoos that want to raise Sandcub have to go through layers of inspection and approval. Only after successful approval can they receive this precious black and white ball. You can raise it. Yuan corrected him. If you want to raise it, you can. Xie Yuan patted him on the back, coaxing him as he slowly spoke to him. Sandcub is a national treasure. No human would dislike him. Of course, there are many humans who want to raise him, but the conditions for raising him are very strict. Xie Yuan explained Sandcub's status. Yuan had never been to a zoo in the human world, nor had he ever witnessed the grand spectacle of thousands of people watching at a zoo. Therefore, he had always treated the black and white ball he saw every day as if it were his own cub. After listening to the explanation, Yuan asked bewilderedly, can I still spank Sanzai in the future? Sanzai truly wasn't a good-tempered child. Sometimes, without a spanking, it was impossible to control him. Xie Yuan chuckled, sure. He lowered his head and kissed Yuan's head. Just be gentle when you spank him, don't hurt him. Yuan nodded. He had endured this long, and his energy had mostly been exhausted. Last night was a rare night where he could keep up with Xie Yuan. In the past, he would have given up halfway through. It was almost dawn, and Yuan hadn't fallen asleep yet. Xie Yuan spoke to him for a moment, his voice deliberately lowered. Sure enough, Yuan's eyelids slowly closed as he spoke. A moment later, Yuan's breathing became even, a sign of deep sleep. Xie Yuan lowered his eyes, looking at him intently for a long moment before hugging him a little tighter. Good night, baby. Yuan's dormitory only became quiet during the day. Outside, an early riser, Jojo rubbed his eyes and stood at the doorway. Beside him, Botzi also yawned, looking half asleep. See, I told you, with Xie Yuan here, Big Brother definitely won't be able to get up early. Botzi yawned again and again. He touched Jojo's hand and asked, should we go back to bed? He felt he could use another nap. Jojo glanced at the door again. A few minutes later, Jojo said listlessly, okay, let's go back. He actually had a nightmare the previous night and was awakened by it that morning. So, upon waking, he came looking for his eldest brother. But his eldest brother was sleeping with Xie Yuan, and since he didn't open the door, he couldn't see him. Under Bazai's coaxing, Jojo grabbed one of Bazai's little tentacles and followed him back to the dormitory. As they passed Sanzai's dormitory, Jojo even greeted the bamboo zombie who had come to deliver breakfast. He said politely, hello, Sanzai not only loves bamboo, but he can also eat a little meat. You can give him a change of pace occasionally. The bamboo zombie nodded seriously. Jojo and Bazai said goodbye to the bamboo zombie and continued on their way. Shizai and Tan Zhan hadn't gotten up either. Xiujiu slept with them, and when the two of them left, Xiaojiu didn't even stir. And Pei Si, who seemed a little tired from the journey, found a dormitory to rest, and then fell silent. Hey! Xiaojiu suddenly asked, where did Dr. Tang stay last night? They hadn't even helped Dr. Tang clean the dormitory yesterday. Botzi was stunned. I don't know. Dr. Tang had said yesterday he was going to see Liuzi, and after that, they hadn't paid any attention. Xiaojiu frowned. He was eager to check on Liuzi. Liuzi's dormitory was next to theirs, so Xiaojiu trotted over to Liuzi's and knocked on the door. Liuzi, are you up? There was a pause before a voice came from inside. No. Xiaojiu, Xiaojiu quickly withdrew his hand and didn't ask any more questions. He leaned close to the door and whispered, then you can go back to sleep. Botzi and I will be back to sleep too. Aberrants have very sensitive hearing, so Liuzi could hear Xiaojiu clearly. Yeah, he replied, then listened to the footsteps of Xiaojiu and Botzi fading away. When the footsteps could no longer be heard, Liuzi sat up and asked the person in the bed opposite, when are you going to leave? The person in the bed opposite didn't know what to say, but the next second, Liuzi threw his pillow over. Time passed slowly. Since the eldest brother was taking the lead and sleeping, the other children followed suit. They slept all the way into the afternoon, and Yuan still hadn't woken up, but Xie Yuan had rested enough. He stood up and carefully tucked Yuan in. Yuan's face was a little red from sleep, but his body temperature was still normal. Xie Yuan couldn't help but lean in and kiss him. After the kiss, he continued to get dressed. After Xie Yuan had cleaned himself up and helped Yuan into her pajamas, he finally opened the door. Outside, the children were sitting in a row. The children were happily playing by themselves. When they saw Xie Yuan open the door, Xiaojiu left the eighth child playing with him and stood up. Where's my eldest brother? Still sleeping. Xie Yuan had other things to do, so he didn't stay with them. I brought some food this time. It's in the dorm. You can help yourself, Xie Yuan said, looking at the third child. Third child, you could change your tone a little. The third child ignored him. Xie Yuan didn't care. After sending the children to the dorm, he walked out of the dormitory building. Across the dormitory building, the old man was already waiting. The words he hadn't used in front of you and were finally repeated in front of Xie Yuan. Yuan's siege was truly an accident. Captain Xia, I didn't expect Yuan to be here. The old man's words were sincere, his attitude appearing genuine. Besides apologizing for Yuan's situation, the old man also reported to Xie Yuan what he was planning to do this time. There are a few survivors in the city, but they've been here too long and may have developed some mental issues. Also, I found the source zombie. I found it based on the identification of one of the survivors. As for whether this zombie is the source zombie, I can't say with 100% certainty. The old man had accomplished both tasks, and his mission was logically complete. However, with the incident involving Yuan, the old man was unsure of Xie Yuan's current thoughts. The two men stood face to face. As the old man's tempers grew increasingly tense, Xie Yuan finally spoke. Where are the survivors? He said calmly. Pei Si is here this time. Let Pei Si take the survivors away. As for the source zombies, he would take them away himself. The old man nodded and echoed his words. Okay, I arranged separate accommodations for the survivors and the source zombies. You can take them away anytime. The old man had always been well behaved in front of Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan had a good impression of him before. But this time, we discussed forming a zombie squad when we returned to base, Xie Yuan said, glancing around. Of the zombies on campus, except for the one that only cared about feeding Senku, almost all the others had participated in the siege of an inn. He would not spare any of these zombies. The old man observed Xie Yuan's expression and guessed his intentions. Captain Xie, some of the high-level zombies in City M have become conscious. Their abilities are stronger than zombies elsewhere. I can control them, You can't always control them. Xie Yuan interrupted him calmly. At least they didn't obey your commands when they besieged an inn on campus. Captain Xie, I explained it was an accident. Uncontrollable zombies don't deserve a second chance. Xie Yuan silenced him. The old man remained silent. Faced with Xie Yuan's unyielding attitude, he said, I understand. I clean this place up. Okay, I leave it to you. After discussing this topic, Xie Yuan called Pei Si over to see the survivors. Those who managed to survive in a place like M City were either incredibly lucky, finding a perfect hiding place and having stored enough food, or they were incredibly clever, brave, and resourceful. The M faction had a considerable number of advanced zombies that had evolved. To survive under the eyes of these zombies was no slouch. I only found these few. The old man opened the door to a house, revealing several wary humans. What they all had in common was their thinness, the kind that came from starvation. I checked, and they're all human. They haven't been bitten by zombies. The old man followed Yuan and introduced them in a low voice. These people don't know each other. After I found them, I grouped them together. Yuan hummed a non-committal hymn. He winked at Pei, who then smiled faintly and said to the old man, "Isn't there another source zombie? I'm quite curious. Can you take me to see it?" The old man hesitated, but still led him over. After Pei and the old man left, Yuan chose a separate sofa and sat down. He glanced at the wary group and introduced himself. "I'm Yuan from the West District. Have you heard of me?" It wasn't that he usually believed me, but most people would have heard of me after he introduced his name. And those who had heard of me wouldn't be too wary of him. But this time, Yuan miscalculated. For a long moment after he finished speaking, the people across from him stared at him in silence, not a single word being uttered. Yuan sat up straight and cleared his throat. "Well, it doesn't matter if you haven't heard my name. Do you know the West District?" "Yes." Finally, someone responded. The middle-aged man in the flowered shirt, after studying him for a long moment, spoke hoarsely. "I know the West District, and I know you too. Are you here to find the source zombies?" "Yes, the source zombies, and you too." The middle-aged man remained unmoved by this. Like the others, he was indifferent to Yuan's appearance. Yuan couldn't offer any psychological counseling at this moment. He simply seized the opportunity to ask, "Who among you sent the distress signal?" The middle-aged man pointed to the young man beside him. It was him. The young man's hair had grown a bit long, his bangs tangled across his forehead. He looked listless and unwell. "He's an agricultural university student, a fool," the middle-aged man said, adding self-deprecatingly, "If we stay here any longer, we all become madmen and fools. Or, simply become infected zombies." He didn't want to become that. Rather than becoming that, he'd rather end his life early. The agricultural university student, who sent out the distress signal, looked truly foolish. Yuan tried to engage him in conversation, but a single word escaped him. After spending about half an hour with the survivors, Yuan stood up and left. Pei breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him emerge. The source zombie was just an ordinary zombie, nothing to behold. The old man couldn't explain the source zombie's origins, only saying that it wasn't under his control and had been pointed out by the survivors he had found, making it a close call. As they walked away from the old man, Pei continued to talk to Yuan. "Brother Xia, I always feel uneasy when I'm with him. Don't you feel the same way?" Yuan didn't answer, only asking, "How was the source zombie?" "Nothing good. I couldn't understand the zombie's roars. That one was tied up, and didn't like to roar. He ignored us. The source zombie hadn't evolved and couldn't communicate. The survivors were stunned, unable to utter any useful information. All they could do now was take the people back and slowly investigate. If there were no mornings in a day, time would pass quickly. For example, Yuan and Yuan slept until the afternoon, and Yuan went out to run some errands. When he returned, it was almost dark again. Dr. Tang was very dedicated to Yuan, and he used all the medicine he developed on her without paying for it. Tang had a way to mitigate some of the negative effects of evolution. They spent 2 full days in City M. Yuan's condition has stabilized under Tang's care. Once his condition stabilized, Yuan naturally couldn't be absent from work again. The calls from the West District had been urging him constantly for the past 2 days. Seeing Yuan's lack of movement, Yuan had no choice but to take the initiative. "Isn't it time for you to go back?" Yuan poked Yuan's handsome face as he leaned in, reminding him, "The kids and I are going to be done next. It's time for you to return to the West District too." Ruanke also called yesterday. After learning that Yuan's condition had stabilized, he had asked Yuan to return immediately. Yuan looked at Yuan with a gloomy gaze, his tone even darker than his eyes. "Baby, do you really want me to leave?" Yuan choked. It wasn't that he wanted to kick Yuan out, but that Yuan should have left. The sentimental Data buried his face in his baby's neck, nuzzling and trying to break the jar. "I think Uncle Ruan would be a good fit managing the West District. How about I go with you to be done, and let Uncle Ruan take over for a few more days?" "No." Yuan patted his head and coaxed him earnestly. "Uncle Ruan said he must have you go back. Besides, you've been promoted now, and with a promotion you can get a higher salary. Yuan, we have another 3 cubs back home. We all need to work hard to earn money, so we can buy bamboo for them. After talking about the 3 cubs, Yuan brought out the others. He counted Xie Yuan's fingers and told him the number of cubs they would raise. 2nd and 4th cubs have 2 mouths to feed too. Once they come back, we have to feed 2 more. Look, if we don't work hard, we won't even be able to support the cubs. Most of the cubs stayed home, relying entirely on their wages for support. What if the cubs ever got married again? According to custom, they have to pay a dowry. After calculating all these accounts, Xie Yuan, who had been tempted to slack off, couldn't hold back anymore. He lifted his face from Yuan's neck and took a deep breath. I go back to work tomorrow. Yes. Yuan also planned to leave at the same time as Xie Yuan, then split up. Mi Shield couldn't delay any longer. The regional headquarters also needed Xie Yuan's attention. However, before leaving, Xie Yuan mentioned something to Yuan. He wanted to take Sanzai to the West District headquarters. The anti-abnormal group there posed a significant threat. If this risk wasn't addressed promptly, it could lead to serious problems in the future. Yuan wondered, Sanzai is abnormal. Those anti-abnormal people would hurt him if they saw him. Xie Yuan kissed his cheek and whispered, baby, trust me. I won't let Sanzai get hurt. Yuan naturally believed Xie Yuan's promises. However, Xie Yuan wanted to take Sanzai away, but Sanzai didn't want to go with him. In the end, Yuan personally intervened, coaxing Sanzai for a whole day and half a night before finally convincing him to stay at the West District headquarters for a few days. Once Sanzai left, it went without saying that his personal servant would follow. Sanzai didn't express any reaction to his servant following him. He simply couldn't bear to leave his elder brother. Big brother. On the eve of their departure, the black and white dumpling sat in Xie Yuan's car, reluctantly saying to his big brother, you must come pick me up soon. Okay. Yuan patted his head and said, don't worry, just follow Xie Yuan. If anyone bullies you, tell me. Xie Yuan listened to their conversation and repeated, no one will hurt Sanzai. Baby, anyone who touches Sanzai will be punished. Yuan didn't understand what punishment meant. He simply told his little one to protect himself. Chapter 139. Sanzai's face was filled with reluctance. Even after getting into Xie Yuan's car, he still insisted, big brother, are you really not going out with me? I can protect you. None of the mutants around Big Brother were capable of fighting. Yuan also wanted to take Sanzai with him, but he had already discussed it with Xie Yuan and couldn't change it now. Be good. Yuan patted his head and stuffed him with some food. I'll be back when I'm done. Big Brother was about to take the other cubs out again. Sanzai looked from Big Brother to the other cubs, a fierce glint in his eyes. Yuan caught this glint and knocked him on the head. Don't bully the other cubs. Sanzai, Sanzai snorted in anger and remained silent. Yuan didn't waste any more time. He patted Xie Yuan's car door and urged him, you guys should go. It'd be dark if we delay any longer. Xie Yuan murmured, The cubs were still there, and Xie Yuan couldn't pay attention to them. He lowered his head, hugged Yuan in his arms, and kissed him fiercely on the lips. Yuan was stunned by the kiss. In the past, the two of them had always kissed behind the cubs' backs, but now that they were about to part, Xie Yuan didn't care anymore and started kissing in front of the cubs. Ba Zi used his little tentacles to block Jojo's eyes. He angrily said, Xie Yuan is shameless. Jojo pulled at the tentacles, still wanting to see. After a long while of cuddling, the two groups finally separated. Pacey smiled and waved to Yuan, little lucky guys, hurry up and get going too. We see you next time. Yes, see you next time. The two groups separated, and Sanzai, unable to see his eldest brother anymore, simply fell asleep. The bamboo zombie sat behind Sanzai, looking either at Sanzai or at the bamboo. Pacey drove, while Xie Yuan observed the bamboo zombie. He knew this zombie only had eyes for Gun and bamboo, and was relatively docile. But he didn't know what level of zombie it was. It seemed to have some consciousness, but it lacked even the ability to speak, only roaring. Other than that, it had no special abilities. Can you understand me? Xie Yuan patted the zombie, trying to communicate. But the bamboo zombie ignored him, completely ignoring him. In the back seat, several survivors were crammed in. One, stunned, stared blankly at the bamboo zombie. As the car drove on, Xie Yuan remained silent for a while after failing to communicate with the bamboo zombie. Elsewhere, Yuan got into Tan Zhan's car. They were missing Sanzai, but had Tang Yi. No one could tell if Yuan's condition was stable, so Xie Yuan simply asked Tang Yi to continue accompanying Yuan. The old man had carried out a large-scale sweep of the zombies in City M. In the car, Cheesy didn't sit next to Tan John, but with his eldest brother. He rested his chin on his hand and spoke to his eldest brother. Brother, do you think this old man is so decisive in killing his own kind? Could he really be a good person? Yuan shook his head. I'm not sure. Shujio, upon hearing this, chimed in. I don't think he's a good person. Xie Yuan should have gotten rid of him sooner. He still has some use for him now, Yuan said, agreeing with Xie Yuan on this point. Keeping him alive could save a lot of humanity. There's no need to kill him so soon. The cubs didn't care much about saving the humans or not. In other words, whether humans lived or died was none of their business. After chatting for a while, Jojo came over for a hug. Yuan hugged him, and before he knew it, he had coaxed Jojo to sleep. Without Xie Yuan, Yuan couldn't fall asleep that night, surrounded by the cubs. Xie Yuan was like a sleeping pill. With Xie Yuan around, Yuan never suffered from insomnia. He stared at the car roof, unable to fall asleep. After a moment's stare, he quietly sat up. The car door was locked. Yuan sat in front of the door, peering through the glass. The sky outside wasn't completely dark, but shrouded in the bright moonlight. Are you getting out? A soft voice sounded from behind him. Yuan turned around. It was Tan John. Tan John was a light sleeper, and he woke up at the first sign of Yuan's movement. Cheesy was still in his arms and legs pinned tightly. Yuan hesitated. Did I wake you? No, Cheesy kicked me. Cheesy was a restless sleeper. When he slept with Yuan before, he always kicked her at night. Tan John thought he was going to go to the bathroom, so he walked over and opened the car door. Don't go too far away, Tan John warned him. It might be unsafe. Yuan, okay. Yuan got out of the car without hesitation. The air outside was much fresher and more natural than inside. Even with the best air filter, it still couldn't compare to the natural air. Yuan sat outside, looking up at the moon. The brighter the moon, the dimmer the stars. Yuan leaned back, his hand resting on his head, squinting at the sky. If only there weren't zombies. There were no zombies, no deformed creatures, no superpowered beings. They were all ordinary humans, no need to run around, no need to risk their lives. If only everyone could have a peaceful life. Yuan's mood had suddenly become more subdued. He was watching the stars and the moon, while Xie Yuan, also awake, was watching the zombies and observing their route. Both sides hurried on their way. A few days later, Yuan finally arrived at the entrance of Midden. As soon as he arrived, the white-coated soldiers, who had been waiting for him, immediately surrounded him. Besides the white-coated soldiers, there were also soldiers protecting them. Hello, Mr. Yu. The white-coated soldiers were polite, calling him Mr. Yu. Yuan felt a little embarrassed by being called, so he said, just call me by my name. No need to be so polite. Yuan's age wasn't easy to determine. Judging by his birth date, he wasn't young. But his years of slumber had made it seem like he hadn't truly lived those years. From his face alone, he looked even younger. The white coats accepted his suggestion and simply addressed him as Yuan. How much have you researched? Yuan asked the white coats as he opened the door to the secret shield. The secret shield had previously been closed to the public, and the various equipment within was rarely seen. When the white coats, dispatched from the West District, first entered, they felt like bumpkins who had just arrived in the city to work. The various advanced instruments in the secret shield practically dazzled them. Secret shield has too much stuff. We can't go in often, so what we can research is limited. A white-haired man in a white coat pushed his glasses up his nose and said, Yuan, currently, Secret Shield is the most advanced research institute. We must understand all the research projects there. The outbreak of this infectious disease is likely caused by this. An infectious disease that can sweep the world naturally has a long and arduous origin. Secret Shield is the most likely source of such a serious disease. Yuan listened to the other party's undisguised suspicion of Secret Shield, and a hint of displeasure crossed his face. He opened the door and walked in with the white-coated man. As expected, the various traps that had troubled the white-coated men were all shut down. With Yuan leading the way, wherever he went, there was peace and safety. The secret shield is very large, so we can divide the research into areas. This is Area A, for biological research. There are many small deformities in areas B and C that haven't escaped. You must be careful. The small deformities are disobedient, and will try to feed on people when they see them. The white-coated men first followed Yuan around to get a general idea of the situation. At the end of the tour, the white-coated men sincerely thanked Yuan. Yuan, thank you so much. The white-haired old man sighed. If it weren't for you leading us, we wouldn't have been able to leave so safely. Yuan settled into the research institute. He even lived in his old place, And the deformed cubs also found their old places. Giorgio frowned, unhappy. My things are so dirty. There have been too many casualties here, and many places, and things are stained with blood. Some of Giorgio's handiwork had also been stained. Yuan coaxed him. I cleaned them for you. Eighth cub didn't like working, so he went off to play with ninth cub early. Yuan not only cleaned up his own quarters, but also found rooms for the lab sitters. This is the staff lounge. Some PhDs used to stay here when they were busy and didn't go home. The lab sitters weren't picky about their locations. They came to this dangerous place solely to conduct research. Yuan found a good spot for them and returned to his own quarters. His house had once won the title of most beautiful little house in a competition held within Minden. Selena had also given him a certificate and a gift. None of the cubs had returned, including Giorgio, who had gone out to look for eighth cub. Yuan stayed alone in his room, looking at old things, waiting for the cubs to return. In the hallway, Giorgio's face was pressed against the glass, quietly peering in. Giorgio immediately saw what he was thinking. Are you thinking about Lulu? Giorgio nodded. There were simply too many small deformities in the institute. Some had escaped, some hadn't. Those who hadn't escaped would have left no trace if they had died. And for those who had escaped, no one knew their whereabouts. Giorgio missed C66 very much. He looked at him for a moment, then turned to ask Shujio, Josei, do you think Lulu is still alive? Shujio pondered for a few seconds and offered him hope. I remember Lulu was quite fast, and he was very good at hiding. If he wanted to survive, he should be able to protect himself. Eighth cub chimed in. 66 must be hiding out there. I already eaten most of the little freaks in the lab. I haven't found 66 here yet. He must have gotten away. The little freaks in the lab have already devoured human flesh. If they aren't dealt with, the white-coated individuals who come to the lab will be in great danger. Eighth cub knew that one of his elder brother's reasons for coming was to save the white-coated individuals. It would be great if every freak had a location. Giorgio suddenly said, that way, if we get separated again, we can easily find each other. Nineth cub snorted, pouring cold water on him. If they really have location, we'd be found and killed by humans before we could find each other. Giorgio shook his head and said seriously, no way. He reminded him, and Yuan is here. Yuan said humans can no longer kill freaks. Nineth cub remained silent. Human promises can't be taken at face value. After wandering around for a long time, the cubs returned to their rooms. Yuan didn't sleep in his bed. He pulled out the sleep capsule his father had given him. The cubs were startled when they saw it. In the past, whenever Yuan slept in something like a sleep chamber or a sleep capsule, it meant he was about to fall into another period of deep sleep. The duration of sleep varied, and no one could accurately predict it. Isn't Big Brother no longer sick? Giorgio panicked. Why is he sleeping in there again? A small butterfly flew in from outside and stopped to take a look. After observing, he comforted the other cubs. Big Brother is just asleep, not like before. He wake up after a good sleep. The cubs breathed a sigh of relief. Life at the research institute wasn't boring, but it wasn't very interesting either. The white-coated specialists sent from the West District were all top-tier elites. They worked day and night analyzing the various experiments conducted by Shield, as well as all the organisms and drugs studied. Tangy also participated. Yuan's body was special and needed a thorough examination. But Lu Cub didn't want those white-coated specialists to examine his eldest brother. He wanted to ensure his safety, so Tangy was the only one left in Shield who could examine him. Tangy was truly a genius. He discovered something wrong with Yuan's blood, as well as other issues with him. Yuan, your body has been modified. Tangy didn't know how to be tactful. He was straightforward with everyone, saying what he knew. Yuan didn't want to hear euphemisms, so Tangy saved him the trouble. Your body has been modified for a long time. According to current speculation, your first modification was when you were 3 or 4. Tangy could only roughly estimate the time. Yuan added, I was 4 years old. I became ill when I was 4. Uncle Ron mentioned my illness last time. He said that if it flared up, I'd never survive. But I didn't die when I got sick when I was 4. Yuan could now talk calmly about his own body. He used to firmly believe that he was just an ordinary, frail person who needed treatment at Minden. After being bitten by a zombie, he became, at most, a useless little zombie. But from zombie to mutant. No matter how slow Yuan was, he knew there was something wrong with him. Human, zombie, mutant. Even garbage had to be sorted, and he couldn't even categorize himself. He didn't know what he was. Then your first transformation was probably to keep you alive. Tangy followed up on the clue he provided, saying, You've been transformed many times, by a genius far superior to me. Tang Yi was conceited, but faced with overwhelming strength, he had to swallow his pride. You and cyborgs. This is a very complicated area. I need to do more analysis and I learn more. By the way, your relationship with these cubs you raised is also quite complex. Little Butterfly said they were originally very weak, failures destined to be discarded as scrap. It was your flesh and blood that allowed them to grow and become stronger. According to that statement, A01 isn't the top sequence among the aberrations. Yuan, you're the top aberration. Yuan, He just adapted to Jiujiu's abilities, and now, he was going to push them even higher? Over the past few days that Tang Yi was analyzing Yuan, the look in his eyes was changing day by day. Based on his analysis, Yuan's strength was truly astounding. Yuan didn't care how strong he was, he simply asked. Am I still Yuan? After being transformed, was he still himself? Dad, and the people in the lab, did they see him as Yuan, or as a piece of art? Tang Yi looked at Yuan. Although Yuan's face showed no emotion, he could feel that Yuan was in a bad mood. Of course you're still Yuan. Tang Yi gave him a reassuring answer. Don't worry, I checked. You're not a clone, nor are you some other species. You are Yuan. Tang Yi added, to reassure him. Your illness hasn't healed yet, but after the transformation, it won't recur so easily. The two chatted for a long time, and finally Yuan said, thank you. You're welcome. Tang Yi lowered his voice slightly uncomfortably. This is what I should do. Yuan, ? Yuan was stunned. What should you do? He and Tang Yi were not related in any way, so he should be grateful for the other person's dedication. Tang Yi said nothing, just a quick note that he had things to do, and said goodbye. Tang Yi hadn't hidden anything he had said to Yuan from Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan hadn't known how Yuan fed the cubs before, but now that he knew, it was exactly as Yuan had imagined. His face darkened immediately. People in love always care about each other the most, and Xie Yuan was no exception. Even if Yuan's hand was scratched, he would still feel heartache. Now that he knew Yuan had used her own blood and flesh to raise the cubs, he was heartbroken. Yuan hadn't expected Tang Yi to casually expose his secrets. Night fell. The two people on the video chat exchanged glances, neither of them speaking first. Are you angry? Finally, Yuan lost his temper and asked. Xie Yuan's face remained stoic, and he said nothing. Yuan, seeing his sullen expression, dryly soothed, this happened in the past. Don't be angry. Even if he was angry, it was too late. Yuan had little experience coaxing people, only coaxing puppies, so he followed his own lead and continued to coax Xie Yuan. Hubby, I'll be back soon. Did you miss me? Yuan's diversion, though crude, was effective. He kept calling him hubby, and his husband's expression grew colder. If you don't come back, I'll be coming to get you. Xie Yuan was practically counting the days until he and Yuan would be separated. After a few slightly cheesy words, Xie Yuan brought the subject back to a warning. Don't bleed them casually anymore. To feed those puppies he used my blood. He could regularly bleed himself in a basin, and give it to each of the puppies. If his blood could feed Yuan, it could certainly feed the others. But Yuan disagreed. Yuan, who always cherished the cubs, whispered, you can only feed me. Xie Yuan could only be his food reserve. If the cubs were hungry, he would go find food, but he couldn't give Xie Yuan to the cubs. Xie Yuan rarely saw him so possessive, and this time, when he finally saw it, his heart itched. Baby, if you can feed the cubs, why can't I? I'm just like you. I only treat the cubs as our own children. Xie Yuan spoke seriously, but Yuan felt increasingly uncomfortable the more he listened. At the end, his face hardened, and he said fiercely, you can't. He had raised the cubs since they were young. When he raised them, they were all naked little cubs. Now that the cubs are grown, Xie Yuan, as the eldest sister-in-law, naturally has to avoid suspicion. Seeing Yuan about to get angry, Xie Yuan slowly said, okay, then I won't feed them. Yuan finally felt relieved after hearing this. The days passed one after another. Yuan did ask about Sanzi, but according to Sanzi, Xie Yuan didn't do anything to him. He was now living in the West District, eating and sleeping and eating, not even seeing anyone. But the West District was building a garden, supposedly a bamboo garden. Sanzi didn't care. After all, he had his own servants, and his quality of life wasn't much different from before. Yuan didn't contribute much to Mishian. With the cubs playing around from time to time, the white coats weren't in any danger. Stayed in Mishian like this, it was boring, so Yuan would occasionally go out to do small tasks nearby. Though the zombies were rampant, humans had learned to survive in the cracks. In addition to the large bases established in each district, a number of smaller bases were also popping up like mushrooms after rain. The main base would dispatch manpower and supplies to support these small bases. Yuan, who had nothing else to do, took on these assistance missions. Chuju. Yuan looked at Chuju, who was about to go out with him, and rubbed his head. It's so tiring to be outside. Wouldn't it be nice if you stayed here and played with Botsy and the others? Chuju shook his head. He tugged at Yuan's clothes, insisting he follow him. Yuan had no choice but to let him go. On the way, Yuan saw Chuju had also opened a video call with Woozy, showing his big brother's face to the other end of the video. Hey, big brother is here. Chuju sat next to Yuan, holding up his phone so he could easily see Woozy. Yuan hadn't seen Woozy in a while. Woozy had wanted to come over last time, but after learning Xie Yuan had gone ahead, he turned back. This time, Woozy called Yuan over the phone because he had something to ask him. Brother, have you confirmed the identity and origin of the source zombie you brought back? The East District is now a major producer of mutants. Mutants and zombies may seem unrelated, but they are in fact closely related. The mutant's primary function now is to kill zombies. If zombies disappear, the demand for mutants will naturally decrease. Yuan didn't dwell on the twists and turns. He simply said, this source zombie is a student at the agricultural university. They've been out on field trips. This zombie likely contracted the disease and brought it back to campus. However, exactly where the source zombie contracted the disease is still unknown. Whether there were other people out on field trips at the time is also unknown. We have a partner in the East District, L Labs. Big Cub asked me to ask you if you want to collaborate. Cooperate? Yuan didn't understand. He wondered, what does Big Cub want to collaborate on with the West District? Cooperate on vaccine production. Yuan fell silent. He was genuinely surprised. Big Cub, a rebellious cub, was obsessed with stirring up trouble and had no affection for humans. Now, suddenly, he's asking for another collaboration, specifically on vaccine production. This really breaks his character. Wait, I asked Xie Yuan later. Yuan didn't answer immediately, but said he asked first. Wu Cub nodded, unhurried. Wu Cub wasn't the talkative type, and he couldn't replicate the sweet talk of the other cubs, so after he finished explaining the situation, he fell silent. Seeing him so bored, Yuan let him continue chatting with Jojo. Jojo may appear socially anxious to outsiders, but around those close to him, he can chatter non-stop. He chatted all the way, chatting with Woozy until he was completely lost, and he kept praising her. Meow Meow is the best. I love Meow Meow the most. Yuan, standing by, concluded that the reason Jojo's praise was so potent was because the little Jojo's expression was serious and his tone sincere. Even Yuan couldn't handle such sincere praise. They video chatted all the way. Jojo's praises practically surrounded Woozy. However, Woozy probably didn't expect that not long after hanging up the phone, Jojo would be praising someone he hadn't seen in a while. No. Not a human. It was a zombie king that both Yuan and Jojo loved. Chapter 140. Jojo's video call ended when their car stopped. After they hung up, Yuan couldn't help but ask Jojo, don't you get annoyed by your constant phone calls with Woozy? These two called more frequently than he and Xie Yuan did. He couldn't understand how the two had so much to say. Not at all. Jojo jumped out of the car. They were driving an electric scooter, and Yuan was quite steady at it. Jojo, who was prone to motion sickness, managed to avoid vomiting in the car. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, looked up at his big brother, and said, I'm not annoyed with Meow Meow. Meow Meow was so adorable, he could watch her all day long even if she didn't talk. And Meow Meow never stopped talking to him. Besides telling him about her daily routine, she also told him stories, and put him to sleep. Yuan was impressed by their way of getting along. As they walked side by side, Yuan held Jojo's hand to keep him from wandering off. They were currently performing small tasks, such as supporting the construction of small bases and eliminating dangers near them, creating a better living environment. Zombie swarms often appeared near some small bases. Not only did humans gather to form bases, but zombies also now formed groups. If a high-level zombie emerged as a leader within a large zombie swarm, the threat to humans would skyrocket. They were invaders, not needing to build bases like humans did, they would attack and forage within existing human bases. Yuan's task today was to clear out the zombie swarms near a newly built small base. Jojo, stay on the rock for a while. Don't get down. Yuan lowered his head and warned Jojo, who was standing by his side, otherwise, your clothes will get dirty. You're wearing white clothes today, and they're hard to wash. Giorgio, who loved to show off like his big brother, hesitated. He tugged at the corner of his clothes and frowned. But big brother, I want to protect you. Lately, when they were out, he just stood by and watched while big brother fought. He felt completely useless. Be good. Big brother doesn't need your protection. Yuan had too much energy to go around, and Xie Yuan wasn't around. He could only do more missions to vent his excess energy. Besides, Tang had said that his evolution hadn't stopped. But strangely, aside from Giorgio's targeted hunting ability, he hadn't evolved any other abilities. Reflecting on his last experience, he felt that perhaps he missed out on some opportunities to stimulate his evolution. For example, dealing with another zombie wave. With this goal in mind, Yuan and Giorgio diligently went out to work every day. But the zombies they encountered were merely minor ones, easily dispatched without much effort. Although they hadn't seen any zombies yet, Yuan was already wishing that all of them would converge on him. If he could kill them all at once, it would also make the small base safer in the future. The two walked on, one big and one small, for who knows how long. Brother, there's a sound. Giorgio's ears twitched, and he scratched Yuan's palm, alerting his older brother. Yuan also heard the sound. He looked around and finally found a wooden stake. It was unknown how the stake had been cut, but the cross-section was just enough for Giorgio. Come here. He asked Giorgio to sit down on the wooden stake, then handed her the bag he had brought with him. Play with your phone and eat here, waiting for big brother to come back. Okay. Giorgio's greatest strength was obedience, especially to Yuan. If it were any other cub today, there was no way they would have sat so quietly on the stake. Thinking of this, Yuan followed the sound and walked faster. He wanted to end the battle quickly. After walking for a few minutes, Yuan heard the howling of zombies and the pleas of humans for mercy. The scene was a bit strange. Several humans kneeling on the ground, and two groups of zombies facing each other. The humans were caught in the middle. The zombies on the left pointed at the humans and shouted, "Roar, roar! We're taking them away." The zombies on the right seemed a little calmer, but they refused to give in. "Roar! You're not allowed to take them away." The two waves held each other for a short while before the zombie on the far left suddenly raised its neck and roared angrily. Yuan had heard many zombie howls, but this one was familiar to him. It was the sound that attracted his companions. As expected, not long after the howl died down, the dull sound of footsteps began to approach. Yuan knew from the sound of the footsteps that a large number of zombies were approaching. He found a large tree that could block his view and squatted down to eat some melon. Roar, roar, roar! Roar, roar! The zombie group on the left swelled instantly, and with their numbers, their arrogance grew noticeably stronger. The zombie group on the right consisted of only a few zombies, but they didn't give in at all. It was unclear who struck first. But the two waves of zombies quickly engaged in combat. The left wave, despite having the advantage in numbers, was unable to defeat the right wave. The zombies now didn't bite each other when they attacked. They also knew their zombie weakness, their heads. Even for advanced, evolved zombies, their heads remained a constant weakness. Roar! They stared at each other's heads, clearly intending to rip them open. After ripping each other open, the crystal cores inside could be eaten. Yuan squatted on the ground, casually plucking wildflowers and weeds while watching their progress. The progress bar was moving slowly. This zombie fight wasn't much to watch, except for the noise. Bang! The zombie on the left had its head smashed open. As if on cue, the zombie on the right flexed its wrists, ripping its own skull open like a game of whack-a-mole. The larger group of zombies was effectively wiped out. Yuan watched the bloody scene of their heads being smashed open, and a surge of restlessness began to surge within him. Forget it, I won't watch anymore. He stood up, placed the wreath he had just woven on the ground, and walked forward. If he kept watching, he wouldn't be able to kill a single zombie. The zombies were mad with killing intent. The zombies on the left were howling incessantly to attract more of their kind. The zombies on the right had special abilities. The humans, caught between two waves of zombies, sat huddled together on the ground, trembling and pale with fear. They kept begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Don't kill me." Yuan approached and pulled the humans aside. "Hide here." As he spoke, he planned to kill the zombies equally. Yuan took so long to get here that Giorgio, sitting on a wooden stake, slowly came over after finishing his snacks. The big brother was still fighting. Giorgio took advantage of the chaos to drag the humans a little further away. He untied the ropes from the humans' hands and feet, then asked them, "How did the zombies capture you?" The humans' eyes seemed to evade for a moment, and one of them, A man with a beer belly thanked him. These zombies wanted to capture us and eat us. Thank you so much. Thank you for untying the ropes for us. Giorgio shook his head politely. You're welcome. He was still asking more questions. Zombies can eat people directly, so why did they tie you up? The humans responded with a, why is this never going to end? The man with the beer belly continued, I don't know the reason either. Zombies are inherently devoid of humanity. What are they going to do? Who can possibly understand their motives? Giorgio frowned at this and instinctively retorted, not all zombies are like that. His eldest brother is also a zombie, and brother's son is also a truly wonderful zombie king. Thank you for saving us. We definitely repay you when we have the chance. The few humans who had been freed didn't want to stay in this place for even a second. They climbed up from the ground, not even bothering to brush the dirt off themselves, and turned to run. Giorgio inexplicably felt something was wrong with them. Wait a moment. Giorgio flapped its wings and stopped several people. Don't leave yet. My brother wants to talk to you later. There are too many zombies here. We're scared. The man with the beer belly trembled with fear. Be a good person. Don't block our way. They all wanted to run, but Giorgio blocked their path. Don't leave so quickly. Giorgio kindly advised them, my brother and I are here. We won't let the zombies hurt you. But they wouldn't listen. At this moment, Ewan also had a good vent. He even deliberately let himself be bitten a few times. It hurt a little, but it was bearable. A few of the advanced zombies had well-developed brains. They could see that Ewan was attacking indiscriminately and with terrifying power, so they tried their best to avoid him. Giorgio stopped several people who wanted to escape, glancing at his brother from time to time. He thought Big Brother was so cool now. Under the one-sided domination, Ewan quickly dispatched most of the zombies. The few remaining zombies caught Ewan's eye and all assumed attacking stances. These zombies with special powers weren't weak either. Giorgio watched them stalemate with Big Brother, while several of the people here kept trying to escape. Hesitantly, he complained loudly to Big Brother, Big Brother, these people are trying to escape. Ewan, drawn to Giorgio's voice, also looked over. Roar! A zombie noticed Giorgio, and a small whistle hanging from Giorgio's chest. He froze for a moment, then pointed at the humans, roaring non-stop. Ewan, Ewan, can you speak human language? He couldn't quite understand zombie language. Zombie, The zombie was silent for a moment, then stammered into unskilled human language. They, roar are bad roar. The zombie spoke to Ewan in a disjointed manner, mixing human language with zombie language. These zombies were truly unusual, and Ewan glanced at them several times. We roar, no, don't eat, ordinary people roar. Ewan listened to the zombies speak, unable to help but hold his breath. Only after the zombies finished their sentences did he breathe a sigh of relief. Ewan wasn't prepared to believe the zombies' one-sided claims. He took a few steps and approached the humans. Tell me, what bad things have you done? Ewan said, pulling Giorgio aside so he wouldn't stand in front of him. The men looked at each other, their expressions shifting. The man with the beer belly spoke again, gritting his teeth and saying, these zombies are monsters. Don't trust what they say. They just want to kill us, eat us. The man gritted his teeth, raving about the zombies' abominations, but he hardly dared look at Ewan as he spoke. Ewan had just killed so many zombies, and blood was still on his cheeks. He had a beautiful face, but at this moment, it made the man feel oppressed and suffocated for no reason. The man offered a long explanation, emphasizing his innocence. Ewan glared at him, silent. Finally, the zombie spoke again. We are being controlled by the boss. Boss, you two know each other. The zombies practically leaped out, and after they finished speaking, one of them pointed at Giorgio's whistle. Giorgio? ? Giorgio followed the zombie's gaze, and looked down at the whistle. He picked it up and looked at his brother, a little bewildered. Ewan, with a sudden thought, instructed Giorgio, Giorgio, blow your whistle. Giorgio, yes. Giorgio picked up the whistle and blew it vigorously. A few steps away, the high-level zombies heard the whistle, and silently stepped aside. A moment later, the few humans who remained couldn't stand it anymore. They bypassed Ewan and ran ahead, not even looking back. You're all in the same group. You and the zombies are in the same group. They shouted, desperately trying to escape. Ewan's eyes flickered, and the next second, he personally tied up the men. I won't wrongly accuse a good person. After tying them up, Ewan said calmly, if you haven't done anything against the law, I will definitely protect you. The men were tied up tightly, and their eyes, stained with resentment, looked at Ewan. Just as they were tied up, footsteps sounded from behind him. Before Ewan turned around, he heard Jojo's surprised voice. "Brother Sun." Jojo happily rushed over, not a bit unfamiliar with the approaching figure. Zombie King Sun Mo hadn't appeared since they parted at the bottom of the cliff. Yuan turned around, and when he saw who was coming, even though he was mentally prepared, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Sun Mo. He turned back and carefully looked at the person he hadn't seen in a while. Seeing that he was fine, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. "Great, we're meeting again." Sun Mo looked even better than last time. He bent down and picked up Jojo. "I heard Jojo blowing a whistle. I asked him to." Yuan curled his eyes and said to Sun Mo, "Those zombies recognized Jojo's whistle. I thought you might be nearby, so I asked Jojo to blow it to see if I could get you out." Jojo wrapped her arms around Sun Mo's neck, a look of pride on her pretty face. "I blew the whistle to get you out." "Yes." When Sun Mo had given Jojo the whistle, he had told him to blow it when he was in danger. So when he heard the whistle just now, Sun Mo assumed he was in danger and rushed over without a second thought. With Sun Mo's presence, the situation at the scene became much easier to resolve. Sun Mo held Jojo in his arms and briefly conversed with the high-level zombies. Then he told Yuan, "These humans must not be kept alive. They stole our own supplies and killed them. Among them, there was a pregnant woman. Just now, there was a wave of zombies, and they were their partners. They worked with the zombies to trick their fellow zombies out. The zombies would eat the people they tricked out and take their supplies for themselves. In this harsh environment, these people had all grown fat. When their deeds were exposed, they hurriedly made excuses. It was all a misunderstanding. We didn't want to cooperate with the zombies. They forced us to. If we don't agree, they kill us. We just want to live. What's wrong with that?" Yuan's face turned cold upon hearing this. He stared at the men, feeling disgusted. "You want to live, but don't the people you killed want to live too?" Seeing that Yuan had stopped paying attention to them, the high-level zombies nearby approached tentatively. They led the men away, and from beginning to end, Yuan didn't try to stop them. Seeing that Yuan really wouldn't save them, the men who had initially pleaded for help turned to a barrage of curses. The curses were so unbearable that Jojo was furious. He popped his cheeks and said angrily, "They're cursing my brother." Sun Mo whispered back, "They're going to die soon." After the men were dragged away, Yuan didn't see them again. "Sun Mo, I have a small task to complete. Why don't you help me look after Jojo?" "Okay." Yuan hadn't forgotten his tasks. They would be rewarded after completion. Xie Yuan couldn't afford to raise the family alone. He had to work hard to earn enough to support them. After handing Jojo to Sun Mo, Yuan went about his business. He was busy until evening. When Yuan returned, Jojo was playing with Sun Mo. Sun Mo seemed to have traveled extensively, collecting many small finds, all of which he now left with Jojo. Yuan's mood brightened as he listened to Jojo's giggles and looked at Sun Mo, who was patiently playing with him. "Sun Mo, come back with me." Yuan extended an invitation to Sun Mo. "There's a zombie king in the West District now, and Xie Yuan is working with him. With the old man as a lubricant, Sun Mo might not be rejected if he followed him back to the West District." Sun Mo was silent for a moment before shaking his head, declining his invitation. "I'm used to freedom. I'm not going with you." He still had no intention of going to the human base. Yuan was a little disappointed. If Sun Mo didn't follow him, they would have to separate again, and Jojo would probably be unhappy. As expected, Jojo understood Sun Mo's intentions and said anxiously, "Brother Sun, aren't you going back with us? Come on, let's go together." Sun Mo rubbed his head, but didn't answer. The few of them sat there. Sun Mo looked up and told Yuan what he was doing. "My control over the other zombies has gotten stronger. These days, I've been taking them out for walks. If you come across any humans in trouble, just lend a hand. I don't think it makes any difference whether we go to the base or not." Sun Mo thought the same as Yuan. He was still the zombie Sun Mo who would help humans, but he no longer trusted them as much as he once did. The source zombie has been found in the West District. Yuan told Sun Mo the news. With the source zombie, this zombie crisis may be resolved. But we can't communicate with the source zombie. Sun Mo, I still want to ask you to go to the West District. Doesn't the West District already have a zombie king? Sun Mo had heard some things while he was out there. For example, the West District's bold collaboration with the zombie king. I don't quite trust that zombie king. Yuan said bluntly, I only trust you. Jojo, who was listening, also nodded vigorously. He held the little gadget Sun Mo had brought him, and said earnestly, Jojo also believes in Brother Sun. Yuan and Jojo both invited him, and finally, Sun Mo finally wavered. He sincerely hoped that the West District could develop a vaccine from the source zombies. I go back with you, Sunimo said, adding another request. I won't stay in the West District for long. I leave once this trouble is resolved. Yuan hesitated. Okay. Yuan had only brought Jojo with him when he left, and he returned with a zombie king. The other children, who had never met Sunimo, looked at him curiously. Jojo stood before Sunimo, politely introducing him to them. Yuan watched them tentatively approach each other, took a photo, and sent it to Yuan. Yuan hadn't expected to find Sunimo. The two chatted on their phones, while Sunimo, led by Jojo, was led into the secret shield. Night fell. Jojo sat next to his eldest brother, video calling the tiger cub as usual. He happily introduced Sunimo to the tiger cub. Yuan glanced over and noticed that the tiger cub's face wasn't looking too good. With Sunimo around, Yuan felt much safer when he went out on smaller missions. Yuan also urged Yuan to return. He showed Yuan photos of the nearly completed bamboo garden. Come back early, so you can see the garden open. Yuan wondered, your garden is quite large. Are you really going to give it to the third cub? Yes. Yuan smiled. Right now, the people at the base don't know why I built this garden. Yuan, I see. He's holding back a big move. After discussing the bamboo garden, the two moved on to discussing the third cub. Yuan also asked Yuan, I see that the third cub likes to maintain his original cub appearance. Hasn't he reached maturity? After reaching maturity, tiger cubs adopt the appearance of a ferocious tiger. If it weren't for the convenience of following his big brother, eighth cub would also love to show off his mature form as the leader of the sea. Third cub is clearly also in the mature stage, but he often looks like a little ball. Yuan cleared his throat, a little embarrassed to reveal. He's easier to pet when he's a cub, and I'm less resistant to requests when he makes them in this form. He's smart too. Once he realizes this, he often acts cute with me like this. Yuan, Yuan paused for a few seconds and said sincerely, very good. He just needs to perform steadily from now on. Yuan really wanted Yuan to go back. His conversation kept circling around, always asking Yuan to come back soon. Yuan, hiding from the cubs, whispered to Yuan, I know. I'll be back soon. Sigh. My boyfriend is so annoying. It's a bit unbearable. Chapter 141. Jojo usually spoke to the tiger cubs without shying away from people. However, when Yuan spoke to Yuan, he had to avoid the cubs. It had to be done. Except for the seventh cub, the others were all novice cubs who had never been in a relationship. Well, the sixth cub had never been in a relationship, but there had been a small incident. In short, the cubs were mostly novice cubs who couldn't stand hearing his conversations with Yuan. In their conversations, Yuan would always say some adult, dirty things. Yuan, I need to go home. Jojo is still waiting for me. Yuan checked the time, they had been talking for long enough. Yuan didn't let him go. If you're not going back, stay with me a little longer. Yuan, Yuan thought for a moment, and called out again, honey, I'm sleepy. Yuan was silent. After a few seconds, Yuan, wanting to be affectionate, could only regretfully withdraw his hand. Alright, go to bed. The video ended, and Yuan returned to his room. He habitually counted the number of cubs. Seventh cub had been with Tanjan at night, but sixth cub wasn't there. Shujio, have you seen sixth cub? Yuan asked Little White Mushroom, who was also still awake. Little White Mushroom pointed to the door. Sixth cub went out with Tangy. Yuan hesitated, then asked again, did sixth cub go out on his own initiative, or did Tangy call sixth cub out? Shujio was stunned. What difference did it make? He thought carefully, and finally said, sixth cub went out on his own initiative. If he didn't want to go out, no one could call him out. Sixth cub's personality was indeed as Shujio had described. Yuan knew that Liuzi had gone out on his own, so he stopped worrying about the search. Big brother. After finishing his phone call with Tiger Cub, Jojo, who had already lain down obediently, called out to Big Brother, come to bed. Jojo was visibly happy today. Yuan pinched his face and asked Jojo, are you happy about talking to Meow Meow, or are you happy that Brother Sun is back? Jojo blinked and replied obediently, both. I'm happy to be talking to Meow Meow. I'm also happy that Brother Sun is back. Yuan chuckled. He tucked Jojo in the blanket and whispered, you're just so content. Although Sun and Mo had returned, they didn't leave for the West District immediately. The white-coated staff hadn't finished their work yet. Tangy continued to give Yuan a full-body examination. The midden equipment was very useful, and Tangy was amazed at the equipment more than once. The next day, Yuan once again stood face to face with Tangy, who was drawing Yuan's blood with a needle. Your blood can only survive for half an hour. It will evaporate after that. Even if it's kept at minus 20 degrees Celsius. Half an hour is enough for routine tests. However, further analysis of this blood is essentially impossible. I suspect your blood was deliberately modified by the Secret Shield people. Their goal is to protect your blood from research. After Tangy finished speaking, he remembered that he had been bitten by a zombie again yesterday, so he asked, "Did you experience any reaction after being bitten yesterday?" Yuan's last evolution was triggered by a fight with a zombie, and a bite from one. There wasn't any reaction this time. Maybe the zombie that bit me was too weak. I go out and let Sun Imo bite me later. Sun Imo is the zombie king, so his bite is definitely more powerful than other zombies. Tangy, I wasn't just bitten last time before I evolved. Yuan checked with Tangy and took the initiative to reveal everything that was wrong with him. When the zombie wave first arrived, Liuzi was fighting those zombies and injured his wings. When I saw Liuzi injured, my emotions seemed to lose control. After that, my mind became unclear. I think I had similar out-of-control experiences several times before. I'm wondering if this might be the reason for my sudden evolution. Tangy's expression grew more serious upon hearing this. He said seriously, I also use what you said as a reference and conduct further research. Yes. After the two of them finished their business, Yuan didn't rush to leave. He pulled up a chair and sat down. Looking at Tangy, who was busy, he suddenly asked, "What did you and Liuzi do yesterday?" Tangy nearly dropped the test tube in his hand. He had his back to Yuan, his tall figure looking nervous. "No, nothing." Tangy said nonchalantly, "We just chatted a little." "Just a few words?" Yuan repeated his words, then asked in confusion, "How could you talk so long?" "Liuzi didn't come back until midnight." Tangy, ? "It's already late, and you're still awake?" Tangy had never expected Yuan to stay up all night, nor had he expected him to know about Liuzi's return. He was momentarily stumped, unsure what to say. Yuan sat in a chair, patiently waiting for him to give an excuse. The two of them remained in this stalemate for a moment. Tangy had no other choice but to bite the bullet and make up an excuse. We were just chatting for a little while." As for what they talked about, he didn't tell Yuan. Yuan looked at him for a moment, then spoke. "What happened between you and my son last time was just an accident. Tangy, I can afford to raise my son, and I can raise him well." Yuan's implication didn't need to be made clear. Tangy had already heard it clearly. He said nothing. Yuan, having made this point, also stood up. As he was about to leave, Yuan paused and spoke again. "Our son won't marry out." Marrying off even one of them, Chi-Zi, was already a difficult decision for Yuan. But there was no other way. Tan Zhan had raised the seventh cub so well, raising him into a pampered, wealthy youngster. If anyone else had raised the seventh cub, they probably wouldn't have been able to do so well. Time passed slowly. Yuan actually let Sun Imo bite him, but before doing so, Sun Imo double-checked. I'm contagious." Sun Imo emphasized this fact. "Yuan, if I let you bite you, you'd be in danger." "Don't worry, I'd be fine." Yuan reassured him. "I've been bitten by zombies several times before, and nothing happened. Those zombies were too weak, so he could only turn to Sun Imo, the zombie king." Yuan insisted, but just as he was about to bite, something suddenly occurred to him. "Wait a moment," he said, rearranging things. "Let's try again in a different environment." In this environment, he hadn't lost control yet. "Sun Imo? ? Sun Mo's eyes were bewildered. He truly had no idea what Yuan was planning. Yuan took Sun Imo and Jiujio with him, and the three of them headed out. They had one goal: to find some disobedient zombies. The zombie king's existence was like a bug. With the zombie king around, they knew exactly where the zombies were. In order to find the zombie wave, Yuan even went a little further. Jiujio wasn't being led by Yuan, but rather picked up by Sun Imo. If they were together, Jiujio would have been a mere bystander. But this time was different. After finally gathering enough zombies, Yuan didn't let Jiujio sit in the back. He sent Jiujio out to meet the wave. Seeing this, Sun Imo took 2 steps forward. "Remember to bite me later." Yuan's entire body tensed. He cared more about Jiujio than Sun Imo. Although Jiujio was an A10 and wouldn't be trapped in a zombie swarm, Yuan still watched him intently. Jiujio looked at the zombies charging towards him, his eyes widening. The next second, seeing that neither his elder brother nor Sun Imo had rushed over, he froze in place for a moment before launching himself into the zombie swarm like a cannonball. His elder brother always forbade him from fighting, but Jiujio was actually itching to do it. Aberrants are inherently belligerent. Even though Jojo may have a cherubic personality, deep down, he still needs to let off steam from time to time. Yuan observed Jojo closely. When Jojo accidentally bumped his head against a zombie and landed on his butt, losing his balance, his expression shifted slightly. Then, zombies surrounded Jojo, ready to bite them. A glint of fury finally crossed Yuan's eyes. Without further hesitation, he charged into the horde. The zombie that was about to bite Jojo was instantly decapitated by him. Sun Mo finally understood. This was a blatant entrapment. Although Jojo was caught in the zombie horde, with his big brother protecting him, he didn't even get hurt. In the end, Sun Mo, as planned, bit Yuan. The zombie horde was completely wiped out. Yuan looked at Sun Mo, who had just lifted Jojo up, his eyes still brimming with emotion. Sun Mo didn't ask him any further questions, simply waiting for him to recover. An unknown amount of time passed. Yuan's breathing calmed down, but he still hadn't felt any changes in his body. Forget it. After all this trouble, Yuan was growing impatient. He didn't want to rush into verifying his potential for further evolution. Let's go back. Yuan called Sun Mo and Jojo and headed back again. After staying in Minden for a while longer, Yuan prepared to return to the main base. The reason he gave was to send Sun Mo back. But as the zombie king, Sun Mo could walk to the base without any problems. Tangy, do you want to stay here with these people, or come back with me? The people Yuan was referring to were the white coats, who were absorbed in their research. Yuan personally designated a safe zone for the white coats. With repeated inspections by him and his fellow zombies, he ensured that the safe zone was perfectly secure. As long as the white coats stayed in the safe zone, they would be safe from danger. Tangy also felt a little nostalgic for this place. But he looked at Yuan and made his choice. I go back with you. If you feel unwell, I treat you immediately. And Xie Yuan, it's time for a routine checkup. Tangy gave a legitimate reason, and Yuan glanced at him and agreed. Mi Dun's location was remote, with nothing to do or eat nearby, and the cubs had long since grown tired of it. Now, hearing they were going back, the cubs were overjoyed. Tan John had taken them away that same day, and before they left, the white coats at Mi Dun were quite reluctant to let them go. Yuan, you stay at the base for a while, and remember to come back and visit. Okay. Yuan got along well with the white coats, so he waved them off. On the way, Jojo leaned against the glass, taking in the scenery. 9 cubs sat on his shoulders, and 8 cubs sat next to him. The cubs all wanted to get back to the base to play as soon as possible. Yuan sat in the back, talking to Sun Mo. There's another old zombie guy in the base, and he's usually on a lot of missions. He recently proposed forming his own zombie team, but Xie Yuan hasn't explicitly agreed yet. But just standing there in a stalemate with the old guy wasn't a solution. Xie Yuan would have to make a decision sooner or later. He was holding off now, hoping to develop the vaccine before making a decision. Yuan told Sun Mo about things at the base. Sun Mo didn't know this old guy well, so he didn't know much to say. The car was halfway there. Jojo nudged Yuan's arm and whispered, Are we going through the East District this time? Last time, they turned back to the East District halfway. There's Meow Meow in the East District. Although Jojo can see Meow Meow in videos, he hasn't seen Meow Meow in real life for a long time. Let's not go back yet. Sanzi is still at the base, and I'm worried he won't adapt. Yuan hesitated, but decided to go back and see Sanzi first. He coaxed Jojo, saying that Meow Meow and Rolling Roll could be petted too. Jojo was indeed wavering. He looked up and said to his eldest brother, with a weak voice, Sanzi won't let you pet him. Sanzi has a bad temper, and won't let anyone pet him except his eldest brother. Then, when the time comes, I hold Sanzi and let you pet him. The two furry lovers had quite a bit in common. It wasn't long before they were discussing whether Meow Meow or Rolling Roll was easier to pet. As they discussed, Jojo remembered his good friend, Spider-Man Lulu. You can touch the little spider, too. Jojo asked his eldest brother, Brother, when can I see the little spider? Yuan had never petted a spider before, nor had he ever touched one. When Jojo brought the little spider home to play with him, he had only exchanged a polite greeting. They hadn't had a deep conversation. Although he hadn't interacted with the little spider much, he knew that Jojo and the little spider were very good friends. You'd definitely see him someday. Yuan thought of the little spider, which could only spin a variety of silk threads, and patted Jojo's head comfortingly. This time, when we go back, Xie Yuan and I will think of a way to get someone to find the little spider. Okay? Jojo nodded quickly. After they finished talking, Bazai also came over. Bazai stared at the scenery outside without blinking, until his eyes were sore. He leaned against Yuan, yawning as he listened to his elder brother and Jojo chat. The atmosphere in the car was pleasant. Cheesy sipped the milk tea Tan John had brought him, his eyes narrowed in contentment. The car drove for several days straight. As they neared their destination, Xie Yuan was eager to come over and act as driver. Ruanka knew Yuan was coming back, and had a chat with Xie Yuan. Too many people at the headquarters are against Yuan Yuan. If you want to do this for his own good, you should let him return to the island. The island, both the environment and the people, were more welcoming to Yuan. Xie Yuan refused, scoffing softly, "Uncle Yuan, I don't like people using this kind of affection as a pretext for doing things. We're in a relationship, so living together is natural. If someone dislikes us, let them dislike us." Xie Yuan's words made Ruanka press his temples. "Qi Yuan, you need to temper your temper. There are many things at the headquarters that can't be handled head-on. You have more peaceful methods." Ruanka tried to teach Xie Yuan how to handle these matters, but before he could even begin, Xie Yuan suggested that he take over. Ruanka naturally shook his head. "Your father has painstakingly trained you for so many years. No one else can hold the West District position except you. I just want to do some experiments and keep your father company. Qi Yuan, your father, and I are not young anymore. It's time for us to rest." Ruanka resigned. Although Yin Qin had woken up, he was still very weak. In his frail state, he was unable to handle government affairs. Xie Yuan couldn't be an ungrateful person, so he had to continue to shoulder his father's burden. Fortunately, Yuan's return helped Xie Yuan relax a bit. Not long after, the car finally arrived at its destination. As soon as Yuan stepped out, Xie Yuan scooped her up into his arms. "Baby, you're finally back." After hugging her, Xie Yuan, in public, made no secret of the presence of others. He lowered his head and restrainedly kissed Yuan's head. Yuan didn't react to the kiss. He was only concerned about one thing. Where's Sanzai? He had only seen Sanzai eat and sleep well in videos, but he had never seen him in person. Xie Yuan felt a little jealous. "Sanzai seems to be having a better time than me, baby. Won't you take a look at me first?" Yuan looked up and took a good look at his face. After that, Yuan said honestly, "You look fine. Neither fat nor thin, no different from before." Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan hadn't heard a single pleasant word since they met. He gritted his teeth and decided to wait until nighttime. That night, he settled his score with Yuan. Without the cubs interrupting him, he'd be able to hear whatever he wanted to hear. Yuan and his group returned in the RV, and the journey wasn't particularly tiring. Xie Yuan didn't send Yuan straight away to see the three cubs, but instead told him to go back to his room and clean up before going. Yuan had a mysophobia, so showering in the RV wasn't easy, so he could only wipe himself down briefly. He thought for a moment, and followed Xie Yuan back to his room. Shower change. Because of Xie Yuan's presence, both of these tasks took longer than usual. "Xie Yuan, I got Sun Imo back. He's the zombie king. Let him try to communicate with the source zombie." "Okay. By the way, does the old man know that Sun Imo has returned with me? The old man is a zombie king, and so is Sun Imo. If two zombie kings meet, no one knows what will happen. I didn't tell him." Xie Yuan didn't trust the old man as much as he appeared. He was just a bit more articulate, and had been giving him rosy promises. He hadn't revealed a single word about Sun Mo's arrival to the old man, nor to anyone else. "There's a mole in the West District headquarters." After waking up, Yin Qin claimed to have seen his attacker, but the face was unfamiliar. The unfamiliar person was only responsible for the attack. The specific people who orchestrated it were definitely still in the West District. Yin Qin didn't take the attack too seriously. He once again handed the matter over to Xie Yuan to investigate, saying it was a training exercise for him. Sun Imo doesn't look like a zombie at first glance, and he's been out all the time, so the people here probably don't recognize him. "Xie Yuan, let's not tell anyone about his identity for now." "I know." After staying in the room for a while, Yuan initially spoke businesslike, but gradually his tone changed. "It's still daytime. Draw the curtains, and it'd be dark." Luckily, this self-deception of drawing the curtains didn't last long. However, when he emerged from the room, it was dark outside, even without the curtains. Yuan rushed over to check on Sanzai. His room was nice, and the surroundings were pleasant. Next door to him was the bamboo zombie. Xie Yuan had kept it a secret from Sanzai, so Sanzai hadn't even known his eldest brother was coming home today. He ate and slept, looking carefree and doubly happy. When Yuan reached the door, the bamboo zombie heard the noise and poked its head out. I'm here to see Sanzai. Yuan spoke to the bamboo zombie. It wasn't clear if the latter understood him, but he stared at him warily. Yuan had beaten Sanzai up when they first met, so the zombie always looked at Yuan with a wary look. Roar! Gong Gong is asleep. The bamboo zombie tried to communicate to Yuan, but Yuan couldn't understand. The door opened. Yuan saw the black and white Gong Gong lying on his back in the bed, snoring and sound asleep. Yuan didn't want to wake the zombie, so he sat beside the bed, looking down intently for a long time. After examining the zombie, he tiptoed away. That day, Yuan and the zombies returned to the West District, while in the East District, A05 was about to leave. A01 frowned, unsure. What are you doing out at this hour? A05 also had things to do in the East District, and since he had nothing else to do right now, his sudden request to leave seemed odd. I'm going to see Big Brother. A05 began. Big Brother said he hadn't seen me in a while. A01, eh? A01 was silent for a moment, then replied, Didn't Big Brother mention me? A05 looked at him, seemingly considering the situation. Yes. A01's expression brightened. He stopped trying to stop A05, but instead reminded her, pick something up before you go out, and give it to Big Brother when you see him. Okay. Neither of the two cubs were particularly chatty, so after a few brief exchanges, they fell silent. A05, a man of action, left the East District that same evening. A01 watched his retreating figure, his gaze fixed on him for a long time. He hadn't seen his elder brother in ages. That night, everyone passed peacefully. The cubs were easy to raise, and could live anywhere. The next morning, Yuan's strength was finally completely depleted, and with this depletion, he developed the fever he experienced during his first evolution. The fever wasn't too noticeable yet. Yuan suppressed it, ignoring it for the time being. He and Xiechi Yuan had an appointment to visit the bamboo garden today. Xiechi Yuan had invited not only Yuan, but also some of the people from the main base. This group had been discussing the issue of the aberrants with Yin Qin recently. They vowed, the status of the aberrants must not be too high. They are a huge threat to humanity. Captain Yin, your attack was likely caused by the involvement of the aberrants. The case of Yin Qin's attack hadn't been concluded, and these people were trying to pin the blame entirely on the aberrants. In their eyes, deformed beings were unforgivable. It just so happened. They had checked in at Yin Qin's place again that morning. After receiving Xiechi Yuan's invitation, they looked at each other and decided to go as a group. The invitation took place in the bamboo garden. Sanzai was dropped in early in the morning. He sat on a rock, wagging his paws and chewing on bamboo. He was happily chewing when he looked up and saw his eldest brother, and a whole group of strangers. Chapter 142. Although Xiechi Yuan had brought Sanzai back, he hadn't told anyone about his existence for a while. Of course, Ruanke and Yin Qin knew about this. There were quite a few anti-aberrants at the main base, all staunch defenders of human interests, albeit a bit old-fashioned. In their eyes, Xiechi Yuan wasn't killing the aberrants, but instead, because he was dating someone, he was raising a few aberrants. This was unacceptable to them. Xiechi Yuan was naturally aware of their thoughts. He took Yuan in his arms, and walked over first. Baby, let's go see the bamboo garden. I showed Sanzai the designs. He liked them, so I started work. From the moment he saw the designs, Sanzai was very pleased with the place. The bamboo garden was huge, and there was plenty to eat. Now, to unexpectedly see his eldest brother was even more satisfying than living in the garden and eating bamboo. The black and white ball, sitting on the rock, scrambled down. He now looked like a young dumpling, holding a freshly picked bamboo stick in his mouth. Big Brother. The young bamboo stick looked like a sesame dumpling. He trotted over, and seeing the group of humans not far away, their hearts fluttered. It had been a long time since there had been dumplings in the West District, and it had been a long time since these people had seen sesame dumplings either. Yuan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the round dumpling running over. Sanzai, do you like staying here? Yeah. I like it, Sanzai said, and started to climb onto Big Brother. He loved all climbing, including climbing onto Big Brother. Yuan bent down and simply picked him up. Xiechi Yuan watched their interaction, and he turned his head. Behind him, the people looked at the little ball in Yuan's arms, then back at him. Their eyes were filled with a mixture of emotions: shock, confusion, anger, and surprise. I called you here to inform you of something. From now on, our West District will have its own section for Gun. He lived in this bamboo garden. Do you have any objections? At any time, Gungdun's treatment had never been bad. In times of peace, Their guns would have lived in luxurious villas with scenic views. Now there was only one bamboo garden, and their treatment had been downgraded. No objection. Some people were still staring at the baby Gun, their eyes almost fixed on him. In the eyes of these traditionalists, Gun was a national treasure. Gun's appearance also piqued their interest. And if there was anything cuter than Gun, it would definitely be a baby Gun. The young cub, held by its eldest brother, also felt the burning gaze of the humans. Gun tilted his head, looking at the crowd in confusion, as if he didn't understand why they were staring at him. I'm a bit overwhelmed. In the crowd, a man with a buzz cut muttered to someone nearby. Then, he stepped forward resolutely and asked Yuan, "Can I touch him? I already wiped my hands with wet wipes." Yuan looked down at Sanzi. Given Sanzi's temper, he wasn't likely to let anyone touch him. Finally, Xie Yuan cleared his throat and whispered something in Sanzi's ear. Sanzi frowned, as if in a mental struggle. After a few seconds of struggle, Sanzi surrendered. He looked at Xie Yuan warily, lowering his voice, and said, "Just this once." A national treasure could only surrender this once. Xie Yuan replied insincerely, all right. Sanzi had already agreed to be touched, so Xie Yuan didn't hesitate. "Touch it." Xie Yuan took the lead, rubbing the cub's furry head. It felt quite pleasant. The man who had requested to touch Gun tentatively extended his hand. Sanzi cooperated and let him touch him. After the touch, the man's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with joy, I touched Gun. Gun was so nice to touch. The others, who had been standing still, finally wavered. As the cubs, their heads tilted upward, watched, they involuntarily approached. It wasn't long. Yuan was pulled aside by Xie Yuan, who picked a rock that was just the right height for a chair and sat him down. "Let's sit down and wait for a while." Xie Yuan pulled another candy from his pocket, peeled it, and fed it to Yuan. Third cub, "I guess they'd be busy for a while." Third cub's work was very busy. Using traditional national treasures to combat these old traditions proved incredibly effective. No one, not even a stubborn old man, could resist Gun. Yuan was a little bewildered. He had an equally precious little butterfly, and his other cubs were also very popular. So he had never understood that national treasures were the ultimate cutest creatures. Third cub was petted until his head was practically bald. He lay flat on his back, feeling hopeless, like a heartless ball. After being rubbed for a while, the situation was finally under control. The third cub somersaulted, quickly moving away from the group. And his somersaults brought a touch of affection to their eyes. Isn't Gun adorable? From the moment Gun appeared until now, he hadn't spoken clearly in human language. This was also Xie Yuan's arrangement. The group fell silent. They had actually guessed what Xie Yuan was about to say. Though they desperately didn't want to hear it, Xie Yuan introduced them anyway. "The Gun you just petted is a mutant. This mutant was abandoned when he was young. Yuan picked him up and raised him with great care. As you can see, this mutant has a lazy nature. He usually just eats bamboo and sleeps. He can find a bamboo forest and sleep for months at a time." Xie Yuan spoke slowly, seemingly oblivious to the complex expressions on their faces. He finished his introduction, raised an eyebrow, and posed a question. "You want me to keep killing aberrations? This one is also aberration. If so, can I kill him now?" "No." As soon as Xie Yuan finished speaking, he was met with fierce opposition. A radical man, without hesitation, accused, "National treasures cannot be touched casually. If you do, you will be sentenced." Xie Yuan reminded him gently, "But he's aberration." "Man, The man's face flushed red. Xie Yuan stood up from the stone and said slowly, "National treasures cannot be killed. You will be sentenced. But the aberrations must be killed. That's what you demanded. Now the question is, will this little rolling cub from our West District live or die?" These people had never dreamed that a rare rolling cub would appear in the aberration camp. It caught them off guard. Xie Yuan was still waiting for their reaction. Whether to scare them or to signal his intention, he pulled out all his bone blades. The flashing bone blades shone before them, and the pressure on everyone instantly increased. "Captain Xie, calm down. Someone tried to appease them. Put your weapons away first. There's no danger here. You don't need to use them." Xie Yuan's bone blades had slain countless aberrations. These people were truly afraid that he would accidentally attack them. Yes, put your weapons away first. Be careful not to cut your hands." These people's attitudes towards Xie Yuan were vastly different from before. They were now patient with him, speaking to him in gentle tones. Xie Yuan ignored their attempts to smooth things over, staring at them with his eyes, which seemed especially cold when they weren't smiling, making them feel uneasy and nervous. Just as they were struggling to make a decision, the three cubs, who had just somersaulted away, reappeared, their furry little heads, secretly observing them. Being spied on by the young Gun cubs practically drained the health of these stubborn old men. Can't kill him. One stubborn anti-aberrant mutant finally relented. Even if Gun is a mutant, he must not be killed. Gun just wanted to sleep and eat bamboo. What could he have done wrong? Once one stubborn old man relented, the others couldn't hold back. Soon, reluctantly, but helplessly, these people told Xie Yuan, aberrations. There's no need to exterminate them all. Old stubborn men were still old stubborn men. Their immediate concern was to preserve Gun, the aberration, but they had other concerns about the others. Xie Yuan wanted a statement from them. No matter what other antics they might throw at him, at least they would appear to be acting calmly. And just like that, Gun, the young cub, simply by being petted and stroked, easily conquered a group of stubborn old men who had previously insisted on killing the aberrations. Sandcub had successfully completed his mission, and Xie Yuan retracted his bone blade and gave him a thumbs up. The old stubborn men all had jobs, and even if they had wanted to stay a little longer, their work wouldn't allow them to. As soon as they left, Yuan hurriedly picked up Gun. Don't be so nervous, baby. Sandcub isn't easily frightened. Xie Yuan, assuming he was worried Sandcub might be frightened, comforted him from the side. Without even looking up, Yuan replied, I'm checking to see if they pluck Sandcub. He's a healthy cub. He can't afford to lose too much hair. After checking for a while, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he's not bald. Now that there were no outsiders around, Sandcub protested, Brother, don't let them rub me anymore. Cubs are noble, humans aren't worthy. Yuan nudged him and agreed, Okay, I won't let them rub you. Xie Yuan had arranged for Sandcub to make his official appearance today, so naturally, this news couldn't be suppressed. From the time Sandcub checked into Zhuyuan until noon, the forum's hottest posts were flooding the front page. Help! There's a rolling beast in the West District. Can I still make it if I'm traveling there now? Come on, let's form a group to steal the rolling roll. Anyone who tries will receive a 1-point deduction. 1, 2, 10, 187. The group trying to steal the rolling roll is still growing. With the forum simultaneously posting a rolling roll, the atmosphere seems surprisingly harmonious. However, beneath this veneer of harmony, there are always those who argue. Especially since someone recently manipulated the forum, Yuan's reputation here hasn't been very good. The photo of the rolling roll uploaded this time happened to feature Yuan again. A small group of trolls, taking advantage of the situation, seized on Yuan and started to criticize him again. I'm so impressed. Is Yuan going to die if he doesn't stick with Xie Yuan? Why is he always standing by Xie Yuan's side? I envy you. With Xie Yuan around, Yuan can do whatever he wants with the rolling roll. Did Xie Yuan and Yuan break up today? Such remarks, both implicit and explicit, quickly gained momentum. Xie Yuan had a lot on his plate right now, and any free time he had was spent with Yuan, so he was completely oblivious to what was happening on the forum. Cheesy, a frequent surfer, had logged onto the forum again after failing to quit. It had been a while since he logged in, and when he did, he saw his elder brother being scolded. Cheesy was stunned for a few seconds, clicking through a few posts. After a moment, he rolled up his sleeves and began to argue. The best way to deal with a nagging person isn't to reason with them, but to directly fight back, giving each other a taste of their own medicine. Cheesy pounded away at the keyboard until sparks were practically flying, his hands clacking, his face stern. After the argument, Cheesy still felt it wasn't enough. It's still missing a slap in the face. Cheesy stared at the screen and grumbled, it has to have that slap in the face. He only just realized today, after visiting the forum, that his older brother had been getting scolded for so long. If he didn't let this out, he wouldn't be able to enjoy his meal tonight. Cheesy was staring at his computer with his cheeks puffed out when Tan John approached from behind. What are you angry about? Tan John could tell at a glance that Cheesy was upset. Cheesy glanced at him and told him about the forum incident. Tan John's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, Who scolded you just now? I find them. You can do whatever you want. No. Cheesy frowned, not wanting to resort to such cheating. Besides, even if he found the person, it wouldn't be much use. At most, they just exchange insults in person. Things that happened online should be resolved online. Cheesy pondered for a few seconds and forwarded every forum post scolding his older brother to Yuan. He had searched very carefully, not missing a single one. After posting, Cheesy withdrew. Only when the real culprits come to justice can these nagging idiots be slapped in the face. Cheesy finally felt relieved after making his complaint. Seeing him relieved, Tan Zhan's expression also brightened slightly. Elsewhere, Yuan heard a series of notifications on WeChat and took a moment to check. WeChat didn't have a special notification sound, so he had to read the messages to know who sent them. Yuan didn't want to miss a message from Yuan, so he would check every one that came in. He saw the message from Cheesy. He read through post after post. Yuan's face darkened, and he slammed the pen he had written on the document down on the desk. There was no one else in the office. Yuan was simply working overtime. Working overtime is already frustrating, and seeing the nagging made it even more frustrating. Yuan wasn't a tolerant person. Yuan was being lambasted on the forum. If he turned a blind eye, the others would probably force them to divorce. The documents requiring approval were temporarily set aside, and the computer was turned back on. Yuan used the computer's webpage to find the forum, logged into his account with his own fixed code, and left. As soon as Yuan left, he subtly suppressed the surging heat. He had created a separate thread, with a unique subject line. A few words about my boyfriend and me. From the subject line alone, one could deduce the post's core purpose, a show of affection. That's right. Yuan was all about showing off. Back in the hospital, he leaned against the wall in the hallway, and let everyone know about his and Yuan's love story. Before leaving, he even collected some family planning supplies. As you can imagine, someone in a relationship can sometimes be truly inhuman. After Yuan finished his post, he began editing the first one. I usually call my boyfriend Bao Bao, so from now on I use Bao Bao instead of boyfriend. The first time I saw my baby, I noticed him. Yuan's memory was astonishing. He remembered every detail of their first meeting. Later, as I spent more time with my baby, I gradually began to notice that I'd become irritated when I couldn't see him. He's my tranquilizer. Yuan wrote his short love essay, completely oblivious to the excited shouts of the replies. Since Yuan was so engrossed in his post, and didn't reply to the others, they started another thread. That boyfriend next door is so nosy. His posting username is X. Is he the one I'm thinking of? Yes, that's who you're thinking of. No one on the forum dares to impersonate him. I used to think he was just aloof, but today I realize he has this side. Breaking tears, I can't believe it's him. How could he be showing off his affection in a post? Ha, so I think it's so sweet. I'm dying of laughter. Before X posted, there were still a lot of people on the forum cursing why. I wonder what they're feeling now. Those who wouldn't stop insulting Yuan were spreading rumors on the forum, alleging that Yuan was paying him all the time, and that Yuan was with him because he'd been swindled. Those rumor-mongers were so arrogant just a few minutes ago. It's only been a few minutes. They were like firecrackers that had gone out, unable to explode even if they wanted to. In his post, Yuan described his relationship as a complete slog, a recipe for dog food that would have piqued anyone's interest. At the end of the post, Yuan carefully typed, I'm so grateful to my baby for agreeing to be with me. I will love you forever in the days ahead. From beginning to end, Yuan never explicitly mentioned either his or Yuan's names. But Yuan's nickname X and his habit of calling Yuan baby made it clear. The post was posted by Yuan. The relationship was between Yuan and Yuan. They were very sweet, not overly devoted, not unsuitable, and truly loved each other. After concluding his reflections on his relationship, Yuan still felt unsatisfied. So, after a pause, he dropped another message. Gun, who moved into the West District, was adopted by Yuan and brought back by Yuan. After dropping this news, Gun's fans on the forum went wild again. Cheesy kept his eyes fixed on the forum. He was a wicked man. After Yuan's show of affection, he deliberately pushed all the previous posts that had been provocative and negative about Yuan up there. As fiercely as these people had criticized Yuan before, they looked even more embarrassed now, pretending to be dead. Cheesy was very pleased with this slap in the face, but it would have been even better if Big Brother had gone on the forum and replied to Yuan, showing off his affection. Yuan had thought of what Cheesy was thinking. He wasn't in the mood to work overtime anymore, so he tidied up his desk and returned to his room. In the room, Yuan had just returned with Jojo. They had just gone to visit Sun Mo. The other kids weren't familiar with Sun Mo, so they hadn't joined him on his visit. After Yuan came in, he checked the time and told them not to play anymore. Everyone go to bed. Yuan sent the children back to their sleeping quarters one by one. You can't sleep at night, and you can't wake up during the day. If you keep going like this, your body clocks will be completely reversed. Yuan occasionally checked his phone, but he wasn't obsessed with it. He didn't want the children to get too addicted, especially eighth child. Even eighth child, with his long tentacles, was obsessed with playing mobile games. Let him play, but he kept getting closer and closer. If this continued, Yuan thought he'd be the first octopus in the ocean to wear glasses. After confiscating the children's phones and sending them to bed, Yuan returned to his room and prepared to rest. Giorgio was still following him. Big brother. Giorgio's eyes sparkled. He looked up at his big brother, unable to resist sharing the good news. Meow mews out, big brother. Do you think he come find us? Tiger Cub was the more mature cub. Now working with Big Cub, he rarely left the East District. They hadn't seen each other for days. Did Tiger Cub say where he was going? Yuan missed all the cubs, including the one who had left the East District. Meow Meow didn't say. Giorgio's eyes widened, but he was certain, if he goes out, he'd definitely come find us. Yuan thought to himself, that wasn't certain. What if Big Cub had given Tiger Cub another mission, which was why he went out? Giorgio didn't know any more information, and couldn't share much with Big Brother. So neither of them knew at this moment that the Tiger Cub they were thinking about was already very close to them. Under the moonlight, a mighty tiger gazed up at the moon for a long moment, then shook off the moonlight and continued on his way. At his destination, Xie Yuan picked up Yuan's phone, which didn't even have a password lock. He ran to the bathroom to shower, and Xie Yuan unlocked his phone. Baby, I want to use your phone. Feel free to use it. Yuan, believing his phone contained nothing shameful, was completely open about Xie Yuan using it. Xie Yuan unlocked his phone and, familiarly, opened the forum. The post about his affectionate display was still the top post. Following the principle of showing off to the fullest, Xie Yuan used Yuan's username to act cute in the post. Then, Xie Yuan replied to Yuan's post. The couple's brief display of affection ended, and Xie Yuan had concluded his evening's display of affection. He was about to put Yuan's phone back. For some reason, a thought struck him, and he glanced at the far right side of the forum. There were posts he had posted there. Xie Yuan hesitated, then exited with a scowl. Unwilling to quit, he clicked back in. The title of the post stung his eyes. Help! My own food supply confessed to me. What should I do? This long dormant post, after many days, caught Xie Yuan's eye. Yuan, emerging from the bathroom, wiped his hair, and keenly sensed something was amiss. Chapter 143. The ends of his hair were still dripping wet. In the past, if he had only pushed the bathroom door, Xie Yuan would have immediately looked over. But this time, Xie Yuan was staring down at his phone, not looking up. Seeing this, Yuan threw his towel aside. He walked over, leaning in close to Xie Yuan, and asked him in confusion, "What are you looking at?" Why was he so lost in thought? Xie Yuan didn't say anything, his hand still scrolling down the post. Yuan, Yuan was stunned. He glanced at Xie Yuan, who ignored him. Although a sense of danger welled up in his heart, he still forced himself forward and squeezed himself into Xie Yuan's arms. After squeezing in, he looked up at Xie Yuan's handsome face. Xie Yuan, what's wrong with you? No response. Xie Yuan, are you feeling wronged? You look weird. Still no response. Seeing him like this, Yuan finally resorted to her ultimate move. Hubby, are you going to sleep? After he finished, he took the initiative and kissed Xie Yuan's chin. This time, Xie Yuan finally responded. He lowered his eyes, slowly restoring them to Yuan's face. And then, his Adam's apple rolled, his eyes filled with a dark meaning. I don't usually like to bring up old things. I think the past is over, and there's no point in bringing it up again. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Although his brain hadn't yet quickly processed the past, he instinctively sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second, Xie Yuan looked at him with a calm yet frantic gaze and asked, "That time in the village, when you kissed me for the first time, did you like me?" Yuan loosened his grip around his neck and inched back. He was about to run. Xie Yuan reached out and pushed him back. Those muscled arms felt like steel, holding him captive. Go on, Xie Yuan urged him. Yuan stammered, "What village?" I don't quite remember. Xie Yuan gave a precise reminder. The time I went to kill Xiaozhou. His mission in the village was to slay the mutant A09. Yuan was there, so needless to say, he was the one who ultimately took A09 back. Xie Yuan brought up Xiaozhou, and Yuan couldn't pretend to be stupid. Haven't we kissed many times? Why do you still want that first kiss? Yuen tried to fool him, but seeing he couldn't get away, he bravely pressed forward. If you want a kiss, I can kiss you right now. Yuan freed a hand, placed it against his forehead, and said coldly, no. Even a kiss wasn't even on the table. This was a serious matter. Yuen couldn't say he initially treated Yuan as a reserve. Yuan always considered their earlier relationship a sweet memory. Yuen had wanted to explain, but Yuan was deeply concerned about that initial memory. He couldn't speak. The two of them stared at each other, each looking at the other. And then, tell the truth. Before Yuen could begin to make up a lie, Yuan warned him. Yuen hesitated. Do you really want to hear the truth? Yuan's gaze was deep, and he nodded, seemingly calm. Then you have to promise me that you won't get too angry after hearing this. Yuen blinked, and made his offer. After waiting for Yuan to nod again, Yuen took a deep breath and blurted out the truth. We didn't have any emotional foundation back then. He evaded the question for a moment, then answered, so, I didn't want to kiss you so soon. Yuan said softly, I see. You were just trying to eat. In other words, while he was daydreaming, Yuen was simply eating. The next few times. Yuan said slowly, I was also eating. You never even thought of kissing me secretly. Yuen gritted his teeth and whispered, I did want to kiss you later. But this later was after they confirmed their relationship. Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the beautiful memories stored in his mind shattering at that moment. And then, I'm here. Yuen knew that this belated revelation would likely devastate Yuan. He reached out and patted Yuan on the back in advance. Don't get too worked up. I was wrong about what happened in the past. I didn't explain it clearly to you. But we still have a future. I never lie to you again. Yuen tried to soothe Yuan, fearing he'd piss him off to death. It took him who knows how long. Yuan's temper finally calmed down. He tossed his phone aside, not wanting to even glance at it. Yuen glanced over. He saw he was looking at his own phone. Combining this with what Yuan had just said, Yuen belatedly realized. Yuan had seen something on his phone. And there was only one post on his phone that could reveal the truth. Yuen was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he should have found a way to delete the post. The night was growing darker. Yuen quietly threw his phone further away, not wanting Yuan to see it again. Yuan couldn't recover for a moment. He lay flat on his back, staring at the ceiling. Yuen leaned in closer and could still hear him mutter, I thought you were attracted to me out of sheer beauty, and that you had it all planned. I didn't expect you were just craving my food. In his eyes, his relationship with Yuen had begun with romance. In Yuen's eyes, their relationship was essentially a sudden confession of love. It was rare for Yuen to see him so devastated, and for a moment, he felt a pang of pain. To cheer Yuan up, Yuen finally gritted his teeth and went to the closet to retrieve his most treasured clothes. He wasn't completely without privacy around Yuan. For example, Yuan had no idea how many unusual pieces of clothing he had hidden in his closet. The clothes' origins were unexpected, but Yuen somehow managed to keep them. She rustled through them for a while. Soon, Yuan heard a faint husband, and he instinctively turned his head to look. And then, Yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and his eyes darkened for a moment. What are you wearing? A rabbit. Yuen, without a rabbit cub, dressed as one herself. Yuan had never been fond of rabbit before, but now, he suddenly fell in love with all the ways to eat it. The next day, at dawn, he was gone. Yuan had barely slept. He heard his alarm go off, so he got up, turned it off, and soothed the person in the bed, and then, be good, get some more sleep. I'm going to work. It must be said that Yuen was still a bit behind Yuan in terms of physical strength. Yuan went to work energetically, but he was already feeling tired from this kind of work. Qin had entrusted him with this responsibility, naturally knowing that he was capable of handling the matter. But being able to handle things didn't mean being interested. He was busy until mid-morning. Yuan sent a message to Yuen. There's food by the bed in the bedroom. Don't forget to eat when you wake up. I warmed up the milk for you, in the thermos. The message went out, but there was no reply. Yuan guessed that he might not have woken up yet. After sending the message to Yuen, Yuan pondered for a few seconds and called Qin, who was becoming increasingly indifferent. He forced a conversation with his old father about work. I just got a report saying that personal relations between the North and South districts are growing closer. Dad, didn't you say before that the relationship between these two districts isn't very good? In today's environment, the four districts need to be on guard against each other. Aside from mass-producing mutants, the East District hasn't taken any other action. The North and South Districts have always kept a low profile, but the sudden thaw in their relationship has drawn Yuan's attention. They didn't get along much before, but maybe they recently become attached. Qin held a thermos cup, goji berries still soaking in his nose. While nursing his body, he replied calmly to Yuan, "If you think there's something wrong with these two districts, go check it out. Don't ask me about everything." Yuan had an inexplicable sense of foreboding after hearing the last sentence. His throat tightened, and he asked, "Dad, when you were in a coma, I told Uncle Ruan that I'd take over temporarily. Now you're almost well. Isn't it time to come back?" This time, Qin was silent. After a few seconds of silence, he hissed, rather unacted, "My head suddenly started to hurt. Oh, and the doctor told me not to overuse my brain or overexert myself. Yuan, I need to take good care of myself from now on. If you have anything, just tell your Uncle Ruan, and he let me know. Of course, if it's nothing important, there's no need to bother your Uncle Ruan all the time." With that, Qin hung up the phone. Yuan? Yuan stared at the hung-up phone in disbelief. Is his father just going to give up? Qin refused to return to work. Even when Yuan personally approached him, he covered his chest and said he wasn't feeling well and couldn't get out of bed. Ruanka stood beside the bed, calmly peeling an apple without saying a word. Yuan, at his wit's end with his father's refusal to work, turned to Ruanka for help. "Uncle Ruan, please help me keep an eye on my dad. The West District was his to begin with, and now he's completely disengaged." "What does that even mean?" "It's like retirement." Qin took a small bite of the apple from Ruanka's hand, and casually replied. Yuan's eyes were turning rebellious. His handsome face darkened as he said coldly, "If you don't care, then neither will I." Qin leaned against the headboard and said lazily, "Fine, then don't. Let's retire together, but I saved up some money ahead of time, so I can live a good life with your Uncle Ruan after I retire. What about you? Have you saved enough for your retirement?" Yuan was speechless, silenced by his father. He and Yuan had many children, so their savings were definitely not enough. He stayed in the hospital for a while longer. Unable to persuade his father to leave, Yuan resigned himself to his fate and continued to work. As soon as he left, Qin put down the apple. "From now on, no matter who comes to see me from the West District, don't let them in. The same goes for the other districts." Ruanka's eyes flickered at this last part. He sat down, took Qin's hand, and asked softly, "Have you really decided?" Qin smiled. "That old man in the East District is dead, and his son has taken over now. Shouldn't cause any trouble in the North and South Districts. I'm withdrawing from the West District. The plan we four had originally planned can't be assembled, so it's naturally scrapped." The anti-aberrant faction in the West District had quieted down. Yuan is now in charge of the West District. If he can completely conquer it, then, once the zombies are gone, the fate of the deformed might be a little brighter. As they chatted, the conversation gradually died down. After a long while, Qin, holding Ruanka's hand, suddenly chuckled. "This brat was still as obedient as he was when he was little. I still remember when I first met him. He was filthy and pathetic. I asked him to call me Dad, and he actually did." At the time, Qin didn't realize that this single word, Dad, would bring out the sense of fatherly responsibility in even someone like him who prided himself on being calm, rational, and cold-blooded. "Yuan is a good boy. I knew you'd be reluctant to let him go after raising him for so long. He couldn't bear to see the child he raised with such painstaking effort meet the fate. So, Qin pulled him out of the army, letting him continue his mission for the public, while keeping him by his side to learn how to manage the West District. Being powerful alone is useless. To survive, one must wield the greatest power." In the hospital ward, no one could hear Qin and Ruanka's conversation. At the end, they discussed vacation spots. "I've been busy for most of my life, and I haven't even had a vacation yet." Qin squeezed Ruanka's palm and apologized softly. "I'm sorry, you haven't had a restful life with me. Thankfully, that brat can take over now, and I can take you on a good vacation." After hearing this, Ruanka felt a little helpless. "You're free, but I'm not." He had to develop the infection vaccine. There were two other zombies in the West District who shared Ruanka's concern for the vaccine. One was Yuan, who had just been freed from his zombie status, and the other was the zombie king Yuan had brought back. The two were now standing together. Sun Mo looked at the source zombie before him, shook his head, and confirmed, "You got the wrong one. He's not the source zombie. Source zombies can't be controlled by the zombie king, but this one in front of him could be controlled by Sun Mo." In the laboratory, the team researching the source zombie had grim expressions. The leading doctor, with dark circles under his eyes from staying up late, gritted his teeth and said, "I was wondering why my experiments kept failing. Turns out this is just an ordinary zombie." Sun Mo was able to communicate with this zombie. A moment later, Sun Mo's eyes flickered, bringing a piece of relatively encouraging news. Although he's not the source zombie, he was indeed one of the first infected zombies. Oh, he knows who the first person to become a zombie was. His roommate. With Sun Mo, the zombie king, around, it was like having a zombie language translator. But Sun Mo's current speech was completely different from the other zombie king they were working with in the West District. The old man said, "This is the source zombie." Sun Mo said, "No." For a moment, the question of who they should trust became a question. Trust brother Sun. Jiujiu, who was always with Sun Mo, took the initiative when he heard their hesitation and uncertainty. The people in the lab knew this little Jiujiu. Although Jiujiu was a powerful A10, he was very kind to them. Sometimes, when they needed blood samples for experiments related to aberrations, this little Jiujiu would provide them with them. Let's prepare for both scenarios. Keep this one for now. And they also bring this zombie's roommate back to the lab. His roommate's name is Lin Sheng. Sun Mo was trying to get information out bit by bit, but suddenly he paused. Then, with a hint of doubt in his tone, he said Lin Sheng is already in the West District. Everyone in the lab, ? How is that possible? The West District headquarters is strictly guarded and inspected. Aside from the two zombie kings and the zombies in their lab, no other zombies could have slipped in. That's exactly what he said. Sun Mo frowned. Communicating with this zombie, who wasn't entirely lucid, or what might be called a bit mentally retarded, was exhausting. Jiujiu saw him frown, and quickly reached out and pressed his hand. A group of people pondered the extra zombies in the base, even Yuan. After a long moment of thought, Yuan patted his forehead and said, "I know who Lin Sheng is." He hadn't been able to wrap his head around it, wondering if a zombie had sneaked in. But in reality, there was another zombie, active all day, right under their noses. It was Sanzai's personal zombie, codenamed Bamboo Zombie. It didn't bite or gnaw humans. Its daily routine consisted of 3 things: planting bamboo, digging bamboo, and feeding Gun. But it wasn't a zombie king, and couldn't communicate with humans. Yuan and Yuan had discussed their future plans for him. Whether to kill him or keep him alive hadn't yet been decided. Now, hearing Sun Mo's words, Yuan felt relieved. It's a good thing he didn't die in City M. At the time, Yuan was so engrossed in killing zombies, this zombie lay peacefully in the dormitory, never coming out. Later, the old zombie stopped them, wanting to keep the zombie, but Sanzai disagreed. Somehow, they had already brought the bamboo zombie back. Thinking of this, Yuan felt incredibly lucky. His eyes smiled, his voice filled with joy. "I go find Lin Sheng now. Sun Mo, let's go together. It's a good time for you to verify it again." Okay. They left together. The people in the lab watched them go, almost wanting to follow. But Yuan waved his hand, saying he'd bring Lin Sheng back shortly. It was now 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Yuan knew without even asking that Lin Sheng was in the bamboo garden. As expected, at the innermost part of the garden, Lin Sheng was bent over, examining each bamboo plant. "Lin Sheng." Yuan called out from behind, trying to see if he would react. But 2 or 3 minutes had passed, and the zombie, buried in its bamboo, didn't even look up. Yuan's heart sank. He doesn't react to this name at all. Could we have found the wrong one? "No," said Sun Mo, holding Jiujiu beside him, confirming the answer. "He's the source zombie, Lin Sheng." Sun Mo stared at the zombies not far away without blinking. He knew that as long as the source zombies existed, a vaccine would be just around the corner. The emergence of a vaccine would also spell the end of the zombies. He was the zombie king. Without the zombies, he couldn't be king. He knew the outcome, but he still firmly told Yuan, "I can't control this zombie." The only zombie not under the zombie king's control was the source zombie, the first to mutate. Yuan trusted Sun Mo. He stepped forward, approaching Lin Sheng. "Lin Sheng, come with me somewhere." "Huh?" Lin Sheng's face was sullen. He was selecting the freshest bamboo to feed his precious Gun. As for the others calling him, he didn't really want to respond. But Yuan was adamant about taking him away. Finally, Gun, having had a good sleep, saw his elder brother and came to hug his legs. He sat on his elder brother's feet, obeying his elder brother's instructions, and instructed the bamboo zombie, "Go ahead. My elder brother won't eat you." Gun himself gave the order, and the heavily gun-obsessed bamboo zombie finally moved. That night, a new round of research began in the lab. Lin Sheng initially cooperated, but soon he became withdrawn. Roar! Roar, roar! Lin Sheng roared wildly in the lab, violently struggling to break free from all the equipment. His status was crucial, so the lab staff could only try to soothe him. Outside, Sun Mo watched the lab staff constantly trying to soothe Lin Sheng, and suddenly spoke up. They could actually use simpler methods to quiet him. Injections, iron chains, electric shocks, and many other methods could all make this disobedient zombie learn to obey. Yuan understood what he meant. After a moment's silence, Yuan said, "All the labs in the West District are like this. They respect their subjects and won't use violence against them. To develop a vaccine, to ensure the survival of humanity, they must conduct endless experiments. But even within these experiments, they have their limits." Lin Sheng continued to stir in the lab. Yuan pondered for a moment, then came up with an idea. He turned around, this time carrying Sanzi. "Sanzai, just sit here and eat some bamboo." Yuan arranged a spot for Sanzai, and had him sit down quietly. The moment Sanzai appeared, Lin Sheng, who had been making a fuss just moments before, instantly quieted down. "Stop yelling." Sanzai hugged the bamboo and swung his feet. He raised his head and said, "They're going to take samples for experiments. They won't kill you." Perhaps because he understood Sanzai's words, or perhaps simply because Gun was there, Lin Sheng, who had been making such a fuss a while ago, became very cooperative with the experimenters. The experimenters were practically overjoyed, and whenever they had the chance, they touched Gun. After touching him, they were completely elated. He's worthy of being a national treasure, Gun. Their Gun was just naturally lucky. The bamboo-growing zombies he brought with him turned out to be the source zombies everyone had been dreaming about. That's right. With Gun's presence, they were completely convinced that the one they saw was the real source zombie. Sun Mo was the most credited for finding the source zombie. The old zombie was away on another mission, and Xie Yuan took advantage of this opportunity to allow Sun Mo to appear. That evening, Xie Yuan personally entertained Sun Mo. He patted Sun Mo on the shoulder and solemnly said, "If you can successfully develop a vaccine this time, all of humanity will thank you." The source zombie was not easy to find. No one except the zombie king could confirm his identity. The other old zombie king must have known long ago that Lin Sheng was the source zombie. But he chose to conceal it. Sun Mo's reaction was indifferent, neither happy nor unhappy. He simply lowered his head and glanced at Jiujiu beside him. Jiujiu was weaving a bamboo ring, saying it was for the third cub. The tiger cubs, who had hurried all the way here, finally arrived at the gate of the West District headquarters. Chapter 144. The West District headquarters base has a restricted entrance, especially at night. Before entering, Tiger Cub hesitated for a moment, then transformed into human form. The human form is more discreet than the original, so it wouldn't stand out too much if seen. The bright headlights of the duty station shone brightly on him, and the armed night watchman stared at him from a distance. "Identify yourself and hand over your nameplate." The number of people who leave the base each day is limited, and for identification purposes, everyone wears a nameplate. Tiger Cub naturally didn't have a nameplate. The clothes he was wearing were given to him by Dazi. They said Dazi gave them, but in fact, Jai-Man had picked them out. When Jai-Man picked them out, he asked him to try them on. After he changed, Jai-Man said something about how hormonal he felt, and something else. Judging from his expression, Tiger Cub knew the clothes were pretty good. East District, A05. Tiger Cub revealed his identity and purpose without hiding anything. "I'm looking for Yuan." "Night Watchman?" ? The night watchman's hand on the gun nearly faltered, and he was stunned. "Are you A05? Aberrant A05? Tiger Cub hummed, trying to appear patient. "Can I go in now?" W8. If an aberrant like A05 entered the city, who knew if they would be in danger? The night watchman didn't dare to be careless. After steadying A05 and making him stand still, he hurriedly stepped back 2 steps, then pulled out his walkie-talkie and whispered urgently, "Hurry up! A05 is here. He's coming into the base." He said he was looking for Yuan and reported it to his superiors yesterday. If a top-tier aberrant like A05 launched an attack, the danger could be unimaginable. After reporting the news, the night watchman, fearing he might wander off, quickly returned. "Would you like to sit down?" After weighing his own strength against the other parties, the night watchman brought a small stool and pushed it toward A05. The stool was dyed pink, and at first glance, it looked quite cute. A05 lowered his head, glanced at the pink stool, and didn't sit down. I already asked for permission from above. Please sit down for a while. The night watchman who came out to greet him was a young man. After bringing out the stool, he fished a small bag of snacks from his pocket. Would you like this? This is the candy I love to eat on night shift. It's sour and sweet, and very refreshing. A05 glanced at it. The candy was colorful, like a rainbow. He reached out and took the candy. The night watchman's fear of A05 eased slightly when he saw that he liked candy. The breeze blew from time to time, and the night watchman stood with A05. Inside the base, Yuan, having received the news, went to find Yuan. Yuan was scolding Ba Zi when Ba Zi, while everyone wasn't paying attention, emptied the bottle of wine on the table. Although he was now a mature form, no longer the tiny cub he once was, Yuan still strictly forbade him from drinking. The reason was simple. This cub was going crazy after drinking. How much did you drink? A little bit. Ba Zi's face flushed red, and his tentacles flew around. He clutched the bottle and grinned at his eldest brother. Brother, I can see two of you now. Both brothers are equally handsome, Yuan. Yuan stared sternly at the reckless cub. Before he finished scolding the 8 cubs, Yuan approached. He lowered his head and whispered to Yuan, the people at the base gate said the tiger cubs are here. They're still waiting outside. The cubs are all here. You watch them. I go to the gate to see if they're tiger cubs. Yuan hesitated. If there really were tiger cubs at the gate, he wanted to see for himself. But there were a bunch of cubs here, especially one that was drunk, so he couldn't leave right away. Okay. Yuan agreed. Then you go and see. If it's really a tiger cub, bring him here. As soon as Yuan left, it was Yuan who took care of Sun Mo. Yuan needs something. Yuan asked Sun Mo, can you still eat human food? Yes, but it won't fill you up, so it's useless. The zombie king is the pinnacle of zombie evolution, and he possesses the strongest self-control. Sun Mo kept his appetite to a minimum. He ate very little, save for a few crystal cores. When the vaccine comes out, do you think those infected will recover? Yuan suddenly had a beautiful wish. If everyone could recover, and everything could be like before. Impossible. Sun Mo shattered his fantasy. The vaccine will only prevent the surviving humans from being infected, but those infected can never return to their former state. Most zombies devoured humans during their infection. If they ever regain consciousness, how would they face their past? Sun Mo remained lucid from beginning to end. He observed humanity's plight with clarity, appeared to humanity in times of need, and faced his own future with clarity. Yuan looked at Jiuzhou, who was still sitting beside him, diligently weaving bamboo rings. After a long pause, he said, Sun Mo, don't give up. Maybe there will be new opportunities for both of us in the future. Jiuzhou likes you very much. He must want you to play with him more. Jiuzhou, who was busy weaving bamboo rings, caught these words. He quickly looked up and confirmed, I like brother Sun. Jiuzhou was a sensitive little bird. She knew who treated her well. He also knew when Sun Mo treated him well. Hearing Jiuzhou's words, Sun Mo's expression softened noticeably. He stroked Jiuzhou's head and whispered, I like you too. The little bird's eyes were pure, so pure that his heart softened when he saw them. He didn't like this world, he hated it. But deep down, he had an indelible sense of morality that belonged to humanity, a sense that made him willing to sacrifice himself for humanity and the world. This little bird was a rare gift to him, a balm that brought him joy. Yuan remained silent. He still deeply hoped that Sun Mo would recover. If Sun Mo could live a healthy life, a human life, he would surely marry and have children like a normal person, raising a cute and healing cub. Big brother. Yuan was lost in thought when Jiuzhou called out to him. Look at this. I made it for Sanzi. Jiuzhou handed the bamboo ring, which she had painstakingly woven, to her big brother. It was adorned with tiny green leaves. Yuan imagined Gun wearing it, his eyes narrowed, and he praised, it looks great. Sanzi will definitely be even cuter with it on. Yeah. Jiuzhou agreed. 8th cub got drunk and somehow provoked 9th cub, and the two started bickering over a disagreement. 7th cub was tasting wine with Tanjan. He didn't really know how to taste, but he knew how to recognize brands. He seriously reviewed the most expensive wine. 6th cub, resembling a little butterfly, lazily sprawled on the sofa. Yuan looked at the room full of cubs and felt a sense of hustle and bustle. Of course, it would be even better if all the cubs were present. Sun Mo didn't have much of a craving for food, so this treat for him was more like a cub party. The cubs were all having a great time. As the party was about to end, Yuan finally returned. Behind him was a man of comparable stature. Yuan looked at the man, his eyes widening slightly. The next second, before Yuan could rush over, Jojo started to shout. His eyes sparkled as he called out, "Meow." The meow, which he had always only seen through video, suddenly appeared before him. Jojo rubbed his eyes vigorously, thinking he was seeing things. But soon, Yuan leaned over and hugged his cub. "Tiger cub, you're here." The cub felt the warmth of his big brother, and his heart warmed as well. He whispered, "Big brother, I'm here." Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Yuan missed his cub, and the cub missed him just as much. After hugging him for a while, Yuan separated from the cub. As a big brother who treated everyone equally, he knew there was a little Jojo who wanted to be held by the cub. He picked Jojo up and handed it to the cub. "Are you hungry? If you are, I have someone get you something to eat." "I'm not hungry." The tiger cub refused. "No need to prepare more for me." Yuan knew he wouldn't let himself go hungry, so he didn't force him to prepare anything. "If you don't want to eat, we go to sleep." He then glanced at Xie Yuan and said, "Prepare a new room for the tiger cub." Jojo was currently crammed in with 8th and 9th cubs. 3 cubs were already crowded enough. There was no way a 4th cub could be squeezed in. Sun Mo's room was next to theirs. Normally, any zombie, even the zombie king, would be monitored. For example, the old zombie was under surveillance in the West District. But Sun Mo was an exception. Xie Yuan didn't assign anyone to monitor him, nor did he take any protective measures. He even arranged for Sun Mo's room to be not far from his own. It wasn't next door because the cubs were already living there. The group returned together. On the way, Yuan told Tiger Cub about the progress in the West District. "We found the source zombie now. All we need now is a vaccine, and this infection will end." Tiger Cub wasn't as optimistic as Yuan. He warned, vaccines are difficult to develop. Even if we knew the source zombie, there was no guarantee they would be successfully developed. Recalling what Big Cub had said before leaving, he suggested again, "The L Labs in the East District have a very capable team. Brother, if you need me, I can have them send someone over." Yuan still couldn't make a decision about the lab. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I ask Uncle Ruanka tomorrow." Although Yin Qin had been forced to retire, Ruanka hadn't. Ruanka personally reviewed every experimental plan in the lab. The group walked and talked. Xie Yuan was very efficient, and it didn't take long for Tiger Cub to arrange a room. Once in the hallway, Yuan walked Tiger Cub back to his assigned room and prepared to leave. "Tiger Cub, if you need anything, just knock on my door." Yuan specifically told him the room number. "If you can't open my door, ask one of the other cubs." One of the other cubs would definitely hear the knock. Lately, Yuan has been a bit undisciplined when sleeping with Xie Yuan. Every time he falls asleep, he can't hear anything. Even if the cubs knocked on the door, he probably wouldn't even notice. Tiger Cub listened to his instructions and nodded. Seeing this, Yuan prepared to continue seeing off the other cubs. 8th cub was drunk and acting crazy. He couldn't be left with the other cubs, he had to be placed separately. Just as Yuan was about to leave, Tiger Cub looked up at Jojo, the cub he was holding. Jojo was torn. He had finally found a pettable Meow, and tonight, he wanted to sleep with Meow. But just now at dinner, he had already promised Brother Sun that he would stay with him. Jojo's wings were almost drooping in frustration. Yuan looked at Jojo, then at the Tiger Cub. He decisively threw the dilemma to Jojo. "Hey Jojo, I go put 8 cub back. You can sleep wherever you want tonight." 8 cub was no longer able to walk independently. Jojo seemed to have lost the fight earlier, so he held a grudge. Now, whenever he got the chance, he would secretly pinch 8 cubs' little tentacles. Yuan was busy arranging the cubs. With so many cubs, it was a chore. And behind them, not only Jojo, but also Sun Mo stopped at the Tiger Cub's door. The Tiger Cub didn't look at Sun Mo, but he was aware of his presence. Jojo showed him a small whistle on the video chat and happily introduced it to him. "This is the whistle that Brother Sun gave him. He said that if you blow it, he can hear." The Tiger Cub had been hearing the 3 words Brother Sun more often lately. Meow. Jojo tugged at the Tiger Cub's hand. Just when the Tiger Cub thought he was about to come in, Jojo said eagerly, "I sleep with you tomorrow." He was going to be a faithful little Jojo today and learn zombie language with Brother Sun. "Tiger Cub, eh." The Tiger Cub's eyes dimmed, and then, with a lowered brow, he said calmly, "Whatever you say." The Tiger Cub closed the door, locking Jojo out with it. He had always been aloof, and now, shutting Jojo out was just like the way he'd been at the Research Institute. Jojo stared at the closed door, feeling a little down. "Jojo, you can go in and find him." Sun Imo suddenly spoke. I don't need you to accompany me. Ever since he was infected, he'd been alone, and he'd grown accustomed to it. The little Jojo's kind company was fine, with or without it. But Jojo ignored him. Let's go! Jojo took him by the hand and walked forward. Let's learn zombie language together. He come find Miami when he woke up tomorrow. Jojo vaguely caught what his elder brother and Yuan were saying. Their words hinted at Sun Mo's future. They seemed to be saying that Sun Mo would perish. Jojo was also a little upset by the news. He considered Sun Mo a good brother and a good friend. After Yuan finished his work, he didn't see Jojo. He touched Yuan's arm and asked curiously, Yuan, who do you think Jojo is sleeping with now? I don't know. Yuan really couldn't guess. He took Yuan back to the bedroom and, with ulterior motives, led him to the bathroom. No matter who he sleeps with today, the other one will probably be uncomfortable. Yuan had long seen that this little Jojo had the physique to be a heartthrob. But fortunately, everyone's affection for Jojo was obvious, a love for someone so beautiful, like a little angel. Yuan was still pondering the question of who Jojo was with when, unprepared, he was pulled into the bathroom. And then, Yuan had a few sips of wine. He pushed Yuan against the wall, called out a name, and then leaned in to kiss him. Yuan pushed him. Let's take a shower. You have to shower one by one to get clean. Yuan wouldn't listen. He only had a few sips of wine, but he pretended to be drunk as a dog. Yuan's pushes were useless. The shower in the bathroom turned on, and the water poured down, making Yuan want to punch someone. Don't be like Bazaar. Bazaar had truly drunk himself to the point of being completely stoned. When he and Shujio were fighting, he was practically acting like Shujio's father. Yuan wasn't drunk at all. But regardless of whether he was drunk or not, Yuan didn't leave the bathroom. It was unknown how much time passed. When Yuan emerged from the bathroom, he was exhausted again, his body temperature a bit abnormal. Yuan noticed his fever and felt a little worried. He leaned against the headboard and sat up. And then, are you running a fever? I get you a thermometer. Yuan said, and was about to go get one, but before he could get down, Yuan grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. It's not a fever. Yuan knew his body well. He needed to vent. It was almost dawn again when Yuan finally went to bed. He'd been sleeping like this for the past few days, not getting enough sleep during the day. Logically, this was unhealthy. But strangely, he didn't feel a single bit of discomfort. On the contrary, the more tired Yuan was, the more energetic he felt. He didn't know if it was a mental illusion, but he even felt better than before. The next day, when Yuan woke up, Yuan had indeed gone to work. He yawned, struggling to decide between taking a nap or visiting his son. He wanted to know which one Jojo had chosen. He also had to check on Ba Zi to see if he had a headache after waking up from his hangover. And Miao Miao had suddenly come to the West District. He had forgotten to ask why yesterday. Thinking of the cubs, Yuan forced himself to sit up. I can't sleep anymore. He fumbled with the clothes at the head of the bed. They were all the clothes Yuan had prepared for him in advance. A complete set of tops and pants. He didn't wear the tops Yuan had prepared, but instead changed into a white long-sleeved shirt that offered more coverage. There was nothing he could do. He had too many marks on his body. If he didn't cover them properly, the cubs would see them. After cleaning up, Yuan went next door to check on Ba Cub. As soon as he entered, he saw the mycelium and the large water stains on the floor. This kind of wooden floor would be damaged if it got so much water on it. Yuan's blood pressure was about to soar. 9 cubs. Yuan took a few steps inside, and before he even saw the cubs, he began to scold them. Didn't I tell you two not to sleep in the same room? These 2 cubs, always ready to fight. Sharing a room at night would surely be a fight to the death. Yuan's guess was correct. 8 cubs hadn't slept well all night. He and 9 cubs had been fighting until dawn. By now, both cubs were exhausted, lying on the ground, waiting for their eldest brother to come and clean up. After leaving 8 cubs' room, Yuan went to see Tiger Cub. Tiger Cub had posted a WeChat Moments post in the early morning. It contained only a single photo, without any captions. The photo was of his room. Yuan had just woken up, and was scrolling through his phone when he saw it. He stared at the photo for a long time, unable to discern Tiger Cub's intended meaning. Unable to discern the message, Yuan didn't comment, simply giving it a like. Tiger Cub. Yuan knocked on the door and asked, "Are you awake?" After the second knock, Tiger Cub opened the door. He still appeared in human form, but his expression indicated he hadn't slept much. "We're going to the lab to keep Sankub company today. Would you like to come with us?" With Sankub gone, Lin Sheng couldn't cooperate. So, for the future of all humanity, and to ensure the swift development of a vaccine, Sandcub had to move from the bamboo garden to the lab. The lab didn't dare mistreat their national treasure, Gun, so they had already designated a small area within the lab, temporarily stacked with bamboo and rocks, for Sandcub to rest on. Tiger Cub hummed and followed. 8th and 9th Cub didn't come along. They finally calmed down and decided to lie down for a nap. Even on the other side, Jojo also emerged, fully dressed. As soon as he emerged, he walked over to the Tiger Cub and opened his arms. Hold. Though he longed to sit on Meow Meow, Meow Meow wasn't furry yet, so he couldn't. He could only let Meow Meow hold him. The Tiger Cub didn't move. He didn't move, and Jojo continued to watch him. The two seemed to be in a silent stalemate. For a long while, just as Jojo was about to withdraw his arms in disappointment, the Tiger Cub bent down and picked him up. When Jojo heard he was going to see third Cub, he even put on the bamboo ring he hadn't given away yesterday. In the lab, everyone was excited about the existence of the source zombie, and Wanko also came. They took samples from Lin Sheng again and again, then analyzed them intensively, and conducted more detailed research. Yuan did not participate. Although he understood the process, taking it further was still a challenge. Tang Yi became Wanko's deputy. Sampling after sampling, analysis after analysis, research and development after research. Yuan stayed with Sanzai in the lab, watching everyone there toil away day and night. Sanzai gnawed on bamboo, tilting his head, not quite understanding. Why do they have to work so hard? If they keep up this late, they die. Sanzai managed to remember these humans, who took the time to pet and feed him. Only after seeing them nearly working themselves to death did Sanzai express this doubt. Yuan patted his head and explained, if they don't develop a vaccine quickly, even more people will die. Every moment, every second, was precious in the present moment. I don't know if Sanzai took these words to heart, but as he gnawed on bamboo, his gaze fixed on the busy figures, he muttered to himself. They're all working so hard, they should be able to succeed. That very night, the lab's first potion was developed. Yuan was stunned upon hearing the news. Sanzai, unaware of his magical power, was joining the silent battle between Tiger Cub and Sun Mo. While Jojo was munching on rainbow candy and struggling between two options, Sanzai, holding on to bamboo, condescended to make a third choice. Silly Jojo, I allow you to feed me tonight. Chapter 145. The arrival of the three cubs made the atmosphere even more tense. Jojo looked at the three choices before him, feeling completely bewildered and pitiful. He wanted to pet Rolling, but he also wanted to touch Meow Meow, and he also wanted to learn zombie language from Brother Sun. Yuan had just received exciting news from the lab, and wanted to return to share his joy with the cubs, but unexpectedly, he happened to see what was happening there. Seeing the troubled little Jojo, Yuan's plan faltered with a chuckle. He didn't go over to Jojo's rescue, but instead, he joined in the fun and watched from a distance with Yuan. Yuan, who do you think Jojo will choose? Yuan, like Jojo, was a furry lover, so the arrival of the three cubs would surely make Jojo wildly excited. Yuan glanced at the battlefield and whispered in Yuan's ear, "What's the reward if I guess right?" Yuan glanced at him. "You got everything you need, what else do you want?" Yuan smiled, lowered his voice, and whispered something in his ear. The next second, Yuan's ears flushed, and he stammered, "You're shameless." Yuan had already realized this, and he calmly admitted, "I want my wife to be shameless." Yuan wanted to make this bet, and Yuan, unwilling to admit defeat, joined him. Jojo will choose Sanqui. Sanqui doesn't usually get petted. If he doesn't choose this time, he might never get the chance again. Yuan had voted for Sanqui, believing no one could resist Gun. Not to mention Jojo liked furry things. Yuan disagreed. Jojo will choose Tiger Cubs. He offered no further explanation, remaining resolute in his choice. It wasn't long. Jojo looked at Gun, the people, and the zombie king before him and whispered, "I want to hear Meow Meow tell a story." At these words, Sanzi was stunned. The bamboo in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. "Silly Jojo, you chose this big tiger over me?" Sanzi, who had only been there to help, immediately flew into a rage after being abandoned. He pointed at himself and demanded, "Isn't it easy to pet me?" Jojo said weakly, "You won't pet me?" Sanzi calmed down instantly. That's right. He wouldn't pet silly Jojo. "If you come to my room tonight, I give you a couple of rubs." Sanzi calmly gave Jojo another chance. But before Jojo could answer, the Tiger Cub picked him up. The Tiger Cub said nothing, and walked silently towards his room. Seeing this, Jojo lay on his shoulder and waved to Sanzi and Sun Mo behind him. See you tomorrow. Sanzi, I can pet you tomorrow. Sanzi was so angry that the hair on his head seemed to be singed. He scowled and said, You won't be able to pet me tomorrow. You won't be able to pet me from now on. Yuan felt a heart attack as Jojo was carried away. Xie Yuan was not surprised at the result at all. He put his arm around Yuan's shoulders, almost whispering in his ear, See? You lose. If you lose, you have to keep your promise. Yuan thought about the content of their bet and wished he would die right there. Can you change your mind? No. Xie Yuan didn't give him the right to change his mind. Seeing that Jojo had been taken away, he wanted to take Yuan back too. I think Sankup isn't very happy. I go and comfort him. No need for you. I do it for you tomorrow. Although Sankup had a bad temper, he was actually quite easy to soothe. Give him plenty of food, say nice things, or just pet him, and he'd be fine. And Sun Mo, I need to talk to him about something. We talk tomorrow. 8th and 9th just had a fight. No one's watching now, so they might fight again. It's okay. They won't kill each other. Xie Yuan dismissed Yuan's excuses. The cubs, unaware of their eldest brother's predicament, returned to their rooms. As 6 cub flew away, he glanced over. But after that, he flew on again. Time slipped by. This night felt especially long to Yuan. He still hadn't given up, so he opened the window to look outside. Has the environment here deteriorated? Why isn't it morning yet? Xie Yuan kissed his back, his voice tinged with joy. Don't worry, the environment hasn't deteriorated yet. We've been doing environmental protection work, and the plant-based psychics, who awakened earlier, are also working hard to improve the environment. Yuan and Xie Yuan's bedrooms were meant for adults. The cub's bedrooms, on the other hand, were much more innocent. 8th cub lay on his back in bed, his tentacle half broken off. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a moment before demanding, 9th cub, do you feel like our room is getting emptier? Usually, the room was occupied by Big Brother, Jojo, and 6th cub. But now, Big Brother sleeps with Xie Yuan every day. Jojo was also very popular, never having a turn. 6th cub had no idea where he'd flown to, but he definitely wasn't flying here. 9th cub shared the same feeling. The 2 cubs had a rare truce, staring at the ceiling together, both feeling a bit lonely. Different people, different nights. The next morning, early in the morning, Jojo woke up in the tiger's arms. The tiger cub had transformed into its original form, its massive body perfectly enveloping Jojo. Jojo also transformed into a snowy owl, now much smaller. The snowy owl slept on the tiger's softest belly, its body rising and falling with the tiger's breathing. Bird and tiger, in the sunlight filtering through the window, a beautiful scene, like a snapshot of a painting. Until Jojo was startled awake by a dream. He pawed, not a loud movement, but the tiger cub, a light sleeper, had already opened his eyes. What's wrong? The tiger cub lowered his head. The tiger's head was so close, it felt oppressive. Jojo didn't feel any pressure. He simply leaned over and rubbed the tiger's head with his paw. The tiger's head was also furry. With a soothing touch of fur, Jojo slowly calmed down. He still looked a little dazed. I had a dream. I dreamed of Big Brother. Jojo was still thinking back on his dream. In the dream, Big Brother was covered in blood. Jojo was terrified, looking at Big Brother covered in blood. After listening to his nonsensical dream, the tiger cub thought for a moment and licked his fur. For tigers, licking fur is a gesture of comfort. It also symbolizes intimacy. If they weren't intimate, when the tiger opened its mouth, it wasn't licking fur, but rather eating. After transforming into his original form, Jojo soon began to stagger. He pressed his paw against the tiger's head and anxiously emphasized, I'm fine. No need to coax him. The tiger cub hummed and began to explain, dreams are just illusions. Don't take them to heart. Big Brother had now evolved into a deformed form, and they and Xie Yuan were by his side. So, the scene in Jojo's dream, with Big Brother covered in blood, could never happen in reality. Despite the explanation, Jojo still felt uneasy. He wanted to go find Big Brother early. The tiger cub saw him, and led him to Big Brother's door. As the tiger cub had expected, the door wouldn't be opened so early. Jojo glanced at the door, then at the big tiger beside him. He sighed and changed course, saying, then let's go find Sanzai. Sanzai had asked him to jerk off yesterday. Although he hadn't succeeded, maybe he could today, in the bedroom. Xie Yuan heard the noise outside. He looked at Yuan, who was sleeping soundly, also with her eyes closed, pretending not to hear. It was so comfortable to hold his wife in bed, he didn't want to open the door. Xie Yuan hadn't lingered in bed for long when he was woken by the phone. Last night, after the first vaccine was developed, Xie Yuan looked at the researchers, all of whom had dark circles under their eyes, and forced them to rest. After the vaccine is developed, multiple trials will begin. Only after ensuring the vaccine's effectiveness can it be widely promoted. Xie Yuan didn't dare let these researchers, who were about to die suddenly, finish the remaining work in one go. Now it was daytime, and the well-rested lab staff were back on duty. Xie Yuan also needed to get up and deal with related matters. He cleaned himself up and opened the door. As the door swung open, Jojo, who had been guarding the door waiting for his elder brother, bumped into him. "Is my elder brother awake?" "Not yet." Xie Yuan had changed Yuan into pajamas before leaving, so he wasn't worried about Jojo seeing anything. He raised his hand and rubbed Jojo's head. "Be careful not to wake him. I'm going to work now. See you later." "Yes. See you later." As soon as Xie Yuan left, Jojo rushed into the house impatiently. Tiger Cub didn't follow him in. He knew Xie Yuan was going to deal with the vaccine matter. After a few seconds of thought, he followed Xie Yuan. If there were any vaccines, all 4 districts would need them. The bedroom was quiet. Yuan was soundly asleep, his face flushed, even to the corners of his eyes. Jojo didn't say anything, simply leaning against her elder brother, listening intently to his heartbeat. In the dream, the elder brother didn't even have a heartbeat. It was unknown how long it took. Yuan finally woke up, and as soon as he awoke, he saw Jojo pressed against his chest. Jojo had fallen asleep listening to the heartbeat, and when her elder brother laid her aside, she groggily woke up again. "Jojo?" Although still a little exhausted, Yuan forced himself to change into his going-out clothes. "The vaccine has been developed in the lab. Let's go check it out." He and Xie Yuan were now completely focused on the vaccine. If it weren't for the focus on the vaccine, Yuan would have had travel plans. The last time Xie Yuan brought Ingjian back, Ingjian had uttered something before he died. Among the things he revealed was the owner of the Midden Research Institute. He had the West District investigate Midden's boss. He said the mysterious female boss had no love for money, and he also said Gu Einan was just pretending to be noble. His words were incoherent, and his spirit was already broken. Xie Yuan had uncovered some information about Gu Einan, but Ingjian was Gu Einan's last student. There was no deep teacher-student relationship between the two, so finding Gu Einan directly from Ingjian would be difficult. "Big brother." Jojo put on his shoes, walked over, and took his brother's hand. "Let's go." "Okay." As they walked together, Yuan couldn't help but ask Jojo, "Jojo, don't you love furry animals the most? Sanzi is also furry. Why didn't you go pet him last night?" Jojo frowned. He replied, "Meow Meow sleeping alone, so pitiful." Meow Meow posted a photo on WeChat Moments, and in it, Meow Meow looked very pitiful. Yuan? Yuan was bewildered and confused. He was such a big tiger cub, when had he ever been pitiful? But Jojo insisted that Meow Meow was pitiful, and Yuan didn't want to get involved. Not long after, they arrived at the lab, where quite a few people had arrived. Even Yin Qin, who had retired from his hospital bed, had arrived in a wheelchair. Ba Zi was puzzled by the wheelchair. He asked bluntly, "Brother, Commander Yin has injuries to his heart and head. Why is he in a wheelchair? Aren't his legs fine?" Yuan, Yin Qin, Yuan had heard Xie Yuan say that Yin Qin was giving up and refusing to return to work, so he knew full well that Yin Qin's wheelchair was just to cement his patient persona. He couldn't speak directly, so he could only clear his throat and tell Bazai not to ask. The drug developed in the lab had proven successful in several mice. They injected the mice with the drug and then allowed them to be bitten by ordinary zombies. The bitten mice remained free of infection for 24 hours. However, the same drug had no effect on already infected zombies. Ruanku was also busy in the lab. They currently had 2 important research directions. One was to prevent humans from being infected after being injected with the drug, and the other was to try to recover humans who had just been infected but had not yet fully mutated into zombies. Ruanku personally led the team, conducting repeated experiments day and night. Yuan felt nervous watching. 3 days later, the lab would begin testing on humans. Their vaccine was meant to be used on humans. Simply testing it on mice, no matter how good the data, would not work. Experimental data from mice cannot be used as a basis for mass-producing vaccines. Yuan was also present on the day of the selection. He looked at the applicants, and one of them even smiled at him. Yuan didn't recognize him, but Tiger Cub did. This was the young human who had been guarding the base gate the previous time, a timid yet enthusiastic human. This human was the first to step forward, promoting himself. I'm in good physical condition. Let me administer your first shot. Rwanka looked at the young face before him, and once again emphasized the dangers of this matter. Our vaccine hasn't been administered to anyone yet. This means no one knows what the consequences will be. They hadn't yet tested the vaccine's effectiveness on humans. The young man smiled and rolled up his sleeves. I read the pamphlet you distributed. I'm willing to bear all consequences. He explained his situation. My entire family has been infected, and I'm the only one still alive. I have no ties. Whether the vaccine works or not, I can bear the consequences myself. The others who came with him were in similar situations. In this world, some people fear death, while others overcome it. Yuan wasn't human. Otherwise, he felt he would have stepped forward to get the first shot. Let's get started. The young men urged them on. The sooner the vaccine results come out, the sooner people outside the base can be saved. The people in the lab had originally considered using themselves for the experiments. But that wouldn't work. If something happened to them, no one would be able to take over their data and the experiments they were responsible for. After screening, they selected 3 people with different constitutions and different age groups. The first young man who stepped forward was also chosen. He was delighted. As he passed by Tiger Cub and Yuan, he said to Tiger Cub, "You found Yuan." He handed all the rainbow candies in his pocket to Tiger Cub. "Here you go. These are from my old collection, and they have a long shelf life." After handing them the candies, the young man waved to them and walked into the lab. 2 hours later, an experimenter, pale as a limp, emerged. His voice trembled, his eyes reddened. It failed. The vaccine failed. They already tested the method on various animals, and it was clear that the animals wouldn't be infected after receiving the vaccine. But why not humans? Rwanka was still cleaning up inside, and the researcher who had emerged could barely contain his tears. They had the source zombies. They had a vaccine that would prevent animals from getting infected, but they still couldn't create a vaccine that could save humanity. Yuan and Siechiyuan, who had rushed over, exchanged glances, both feeling equally heavy-hearted. Yuan stepped forward to comfort the researcher. It's not time to despair yet. We have the source zombies, and we'd definitely be able to create a new vaccine. Vaccine development could continue, but those who entered the lab could no longer smile. That day, everyone in the base laboratory spent their days in gloom. Dejected, they worked even harder than before. They were investigating the cause of the failure. Only by understanding the cause could the next vaccine truly be effective. Siechiyuan hadn't announced the vaccine yet, and the volunteers for this recruitment were also selected from the military. The man guarding the base's gate had a family that was all in the military. Night fell. Rwanka, emerging from the lab, came to Siechiyuan and Yuan's room. Then, Rwanka was visibly tired. He didn't beat around the bush and simply stated, "Our lab's capabilities aren't up to par." Rwanka summarized many reasons for his failure, but one point forced him to admit. The gap between their West District lab and the Midden Research Institute, where Yuan had previously worked, was vast. The vaccine has reached a bottleneck, and I'd like to ask you to help us find your father. Aside from your father, I can't think of anyone else who could complete this final stage of vaccine testing. Rwanka's personal abilities are considerable, but his leadership skills, and the abilities of the individuals on his team, cannot compare to those of Gu Ainan's team. At this point, Rwanka can only place his hopes on Yuan's father. Yuan had originally planned to wait until vaccine development was complete before searching for his father and the 2 cubs who had been left behind. Now, finding his father was undoubtedly his top priority. "Uncle Ruan, I leave tomorrow." Yuan wasn't one to dawdle. He agreed immediately and promised earnestly, "As soon as I find my father, I have him come to the lab." Hearing this, Rwanka grasped Yuan's hand. After a long pause, he whispered, "And then thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do." Yuan was now one with Siechiyuan, who also controlled the entire West District. For the safety of the West District, for Siechiyuan, and for the countless people struggling to survive, Yuan would strive to find his father and bring him back to prominence. The West District had few leads on Gu Ainan, but for now, they could only rely on those clues and do their best to find her. "Uncle Ruan, I want to go with Anan," Siechiyuan said from the side. "Leave the West District to my father. I accompany Anan to find Dr. Gu." Rwanka disagreed. For some reason, he and Yin were unanimous in their decision to let Siechiyuan take charge of the West District. And not only was Siechiyuan in charge, Yin was also pushing him to cultivate his own power. Even those in the West District, who were still loyal to him, were being forced to step aside. The West District needed only one person in charge, and that person was Yuan. Yuan, you still have a lot to do. Wanka patiently dissuaded Yuan from this idea. Take care of all the trouble in the West District, and then we'll go bring Dr. Gu back. You see each other again soon. Wanka's voice was gentle, but his attitude was firm. Seeing this, Yuan also shook Yuan's hand and whispered, "Don't follow me this time. I'll be back soon." Yuan remained silent. Seeing they wanted to talk, Wanka didn't linger. He stood up and said, "I'm leaving first. And then, pack your things today, and I pack a bag for you too. I'd be sorry to trouble you this time. It's not hard." Yuan sent Wanka away, closed the door, and walked back. Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the closet. He wanted to clean up, but he felt depressed. He couldn't understand why his father and Uncle Ron were so insistent on him keeping his position. He wasn't particularly interested in power. Yuan found his large backpack and began folding clothes and putting away cups. He only packed his own, not Yuan's. Yuan watched him fiddle for a while, then couldn't help but take over. Yuan saw his face sullen, his whole body exuding a dejected air, and felt a little sorry for him. He approached from behind and put his arms around Yuan's neck. "Captain Ian and Uncle Ron must have their reasons for letting you stay at the base." Yuan rested his chin on his shoulder and said, "I can tell they all love you. Just like his father, who loved him too. So, when loving parents insist on their children doing something, it must be something they carefully considered." Yuan spent a long time trying to persuade and counsel Yuan, finally letting up a little. It was late at night. Yuan went to inform the cubs again. Although they didn't have much to pack, they still had to be mentally prepared for going out. Perhaps because they witnessed the failed experiment in the lab, the cubs hadn't slept much. Jojo was still in the tiger cub's room, sitting on the bed, petting the tiger that had transformed into its original form. Before them, there was the third cub. Jojo stroked the tiger with his left hand and rolling with his right. When Yuan came over, he was a little stunned. In his impression, the third cub wouldn't be so obedient. But he didn't ask why, simply saying they were going out tomorrow. Yuan couldn't bring all of his cubs with him on his trip. Especially the third cub. He had to go to the lab every day, acting as a tranquilizer for the source zombie Lin Sheng, so he couldn't leave the West District. Tiger Cub said he was coming to visit his eldest brother, but he wasn't sure when he would leave. 6th cub, 7th cub, 8th cub, 9th cub, and Jojo. Yuan was unsure whether to bring them all. 7th cub nodded when he knew they were going out, naturally including himself. Tan John has modified the car again. "Big brother, we can go even faster this time. Not only will it be faster, but the interior will also be more comfortable." It must be said that with their wealthy and privileged cubs around, they had absolutely no worries about traveling. 7th cub had to be included. 6th cub had been busy lately, and Yuan hadn't found him in his room. When 8th and 9th cubs realized their eldest brother wanted them to stay behind, they looked at each other and said in unison, "I can be smaller, so I don't take up too much space." They didn't want to be left behind. They wanted to be the cubs with their eldest brother. The 2 cubs instantly shrank themselves to the size of a palm, demonstrating that they were easy to carry around and could be stuffed into pockets. With all the cubs leaving, Jojo certainly didn't want to stay. Sun Mo had been cooperating with the lab's experiments recently, so he wasn't leaving the West District either. This meant Jojo would be parting ways with 3rd cub and Sun Mo. Before leaving, Jojo was reluctant. He hadn't had enough petting, nor had he had enough fun with Sun Mo. 3rd cub, "Big brother said we go early and be back early. You should eat your bamboo well and make yourself rounder." Jojo thought 3rd cub's chubby look was the cutest. 3rd cub bit the bamboo bark and gave him a look of disdain. His figure was already pretty standard. If he got any rounder, he wouldn't be cute enough. Silly cub. Seeing Jojo about to leave, 3rd cub hesitated, then lowered his voice and asked, "Tiger Cub said you guys want to find 2nd and 4th cubs. Is that true?" Jojo, He didn't know. Jojo was confused for a few seconds before nodding seriously. What Meow Meow said must be true. The numbers of the aberrations are proportional to their strength, but Sand Cub is very annoyed by Sikub. It was only after Tiger Cub brought up Sikub that he reluctantly let the silly Chi rub him a few times. "Come closer, I tell you something." Sand Cub's eyes rolled, and he let Chiu Chiu get closer. He whispered in Chiu Chiu's ear, "With more cubs, Big Brother will love you the most. Sikub is the most cunning. If you see you out there, you can bring 8 cub and 9 cub together and secretly kill him." Sand Cub actually wanted to say this to 9 cub. Even among the cubs, this little tea mushroom is quite cunning. But 9 Cub and 8 Cub were busy packing their own luggage, so they weren't around. Tiger Cub sounded like he was on the same side as 4 Cub, and he couldn't encourage him. There was nothing he could do. He could only manage to persuade the little Chew. Do you remember what I said? Only when there are fewer cubs will Big Brother give us more attention. Sanzi looked like a cute little cub, but a quick touch revealed the difference between him and a normal cub. Normal cubs weren't as scheming as him. To put it bluntly, the possessiveness of a deformed creature never faded. Chiji was brainwashed by Sanzi for a long time, but when Sanzi said he was tired and asked him what he was going to do while chewing bamboo, Chiji still answered honestly, "I'm going to find Dr. Gu and Tsitsi." "Yes, I'm going to find Tsitsi." "What are you going to do with Tsitsi?" "To find Tsitsi, to show Big Brother. Big Brother would be happy to see Tsitsi." Sanzi, I can't carry him." "Let him be destroyed." The 3rd cub was so withdrawn, he almost didn't want to eat bamboo. If someone asked him to withdraw, he'd definitely resort to violence. Unfortunately, the little cub, who was withdrawing now, had the backing of a tiger cub. The tiger cub was colluding with the eldest cub, and the tiger cub had a certain friendship with the 4th cub. The 3rd cub was truly exhausted. "I told you so much for nothing." The 3rd cub chased Jojo away, not wanting to spend any more time with the little Jojo, who was just a background figure. Yuan left early with the cubs. He didn't want to delay them too long. As usual, they drove Tanjan's car. After the modifications, Tanjan's car had indeed increased in speed and performance. The 7th cub even showed his eldest brother the details of the newly renovated interior. "Look, we have more room to sleep when we rest from now on." The car's interior had been redesigned, making resting in the car comfortable and comfortable. Yuan curled his eyes and said, "Cheesy, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be so comfortable going out." He used to go out in a car, but not a recreational vehicle like this. Sitting in their cars for too long would make you feel uncomfortable, and Jojo would get carsick, so you have to keep several plastic bags handy on the road. Gigio would sometimes vomit several times during the drive. Now, in Tanjan's modified car, Jojo felt refreshed, eating and drinking as needed, without even a nausea. Cheesy felt a little embarrassed by his eldest brother's praise. He touched the tip of his nose, blushing slightly. "It's not my fault, it's all Tanjan's fault. He has many flaws, but sometimes he's very kind." Yuan patted his cub's head and offered heartfelt advice. "Cub, Tanjan is sincere about you. You shouldn't let your pampering get you too arrogant, okay?" He had long noticed that his cub had indeed been a bit overly irritated during their time with Tanjan. If the cub had behaved like this in front of him, he had been punished. 7th cub whined, "I'm not arrogant. I've been very tolerant of him. Tanjan, the big-headed wolf, always puts on airs in front of his big brother. No, he's very good at putting on airs in front of others. But behind the scenes, he's not a real person at all." Yuan didn't interfere with the cubs' love lives. 7th cub was the only one with a partner, and he had no intention of judging their relationship. In any case, as long as Tanjan treated him well, Yuan would accept him. If their relationship ever fell apart, the cub would still be his precious cub. He would take the cub back and live life as before. The car continued to drive, and time slipped away. In the West District base, Liuzi didn't follow his elder brother out. He parked at the laboratory entrance, watching the still bustling activity. In the car. While staying in the car wasn't particularly cramped, it did get boring after a while. "Brother." Jojo couldn't help but ask his elder brother, "When are we going to park?" Yuan had brought a map with him when he left. It marked the location of Qin Sang, the owner of the Midden Research Institute. They were looking for Dr. Gu, but the West District had advised them to go to Qin Sang's location. Almost there. Yuan touched Jojo's face. Seeing that he was only flushed, not feverish, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Jojo, if you feel hot, go get some fresh air by the window." Jojo shook his head and replied, "I'm not that hot either." He just wanted to get out of the car and take a look. After 2 days of sitting in the car, Jojo was getting a little bored. He wanted to ride on Meow Meow and let Meow Meow take him for a run. But his elder brother wouldn't let him. This modified car was very fast, and Tiger Cub would probably get tired if he carried Jojo. After all, the car was solar-powered, running on solar power during the day and gasoline at night, allowing it to run non-stop 24 hours a day. Tiger Cub was different. Yuan didn't want Tiger Cub to waste his energy. It was good to have it saved for unexpected accidents on the road. After driving for another 2 days, they arrived at the red dot circled on the map. The red dot didn't specifically mark Qin Sang's home, but rather demarcated a general area. "Brother, let's park here. Cheesy saw Yuan looking at a map and came over, suggesting, "It's going to be difficult to drive any further. The roads in the small town ahead are too narrow. If their car entered, it would be difficult to turn and could easily get stuck." Yuan nodded, agreeing with the suggestion. "Okay." He finished looking at the map and handed it to Tanjan. "The location on the map should be here." Yuan looked around. It was a beautiful town. Xie Yuan had told him that Qin Seng used this place as a place to relax. It's commonly known as a retirement paradise. It didn't look like anyone lived there. What might have been a beautiful scenery had become eerie because of the lack of maintenance. Setting up a camera here looked like it could be used to shoot a horror movie. Yuan and Tanjan were still speculating about where Qin Seng might live, while Jiujiu was also carefully examining the place. He frowned, feeling it wouldn't be a good place for a cub to live. Meow. Jiujiu leaned over to the tiger cub and whispered, "Is there a cub living here?" "The tiger cub?" ? The tiger cub didn't understand what he meant. Jiujiu thought for a moment, then asked more bluntly, "Will there be a fourth cub here?" The third cub had said they'd go out looking for the fourth cub. The tiger cub, The tiger cub finally understood. Jiujiu must have been chatting with the third cub. He couldn't tell Jiujiu that he just made up an excuse to fool the third cub. Seeing that the eldest brother wasn't looking either, he lowered his voice and said, "Maybe." Jiujiu took another hard look and expressed his opinion. "I think the fourth cub would like to live here." The fourth cub was quite particular. He wouldn't want to live in a place that looked a little scary. While they were still debating whether they were in the area, back in the West District base, third cub, munching on bamboo, for no apparent reason, suddenly thought of him. Third cub thought of the annoying fourth cub, his bamboo making a crackling sound. As he thought, he couldn't help but mutter, "It's best to have them find fourth cub and start a fight. Then, beat fourth cub into a good fight, so he wouldn't come back to bother him." Chapter 146. The third cub was keeping a distant eye on the others, but his concern didn't last long. He fell asleep, his head tilted to one side, hugging a bamboo tree. At the town gate, Yuan carried the 8th and 9th cubs in his pockets, followed by Tiger Cub and Jiujiu. Tanjan walked to the front, pushing aside the dead branches blocking the road and turning on the car's powerful searchlight. Under the powerful searchlight, everything in front of him became even clearer. "Follow me." The atmosphere here was truly eerie. Tanjan led the way, preventing them from making any rash moves. Seeing this, the 7th cub eagerly said, "I explore the way. I can't die anyway." Aberrants are very difficult to kill. Aside from cannibalism, only Xie Yuan, the evil spirit, could kill them. Xie Yuan has retired from the business of killing his cubs, and their safety has improved again. Letting the aberrant explore the way is indeed safer. But Tanjan wouldn't let him. Tanjan frowned, and he whispered, "This place gives me a bad feeling. My intuition is always accurate. Anything I feel bad about will come true." Translated, this means a crow's mouth is very accurate. Cheesy and Tanjan were closer, so after Tanjan finished speaking, he hesitated. What do you think is bad about us?" Cheesy tugged at his shirt hem and asked blankly, "Are we going to die?" Tanjan didn't answer. He just lifted his feet and continued walking forward. "I'm here, you'll be fine." Cheesy listened to his words, but he didn't feel the slightest bit reassured. Botsy also heard their conversation. The little octopus poked its head out of his pocket and said nonchalantly, "Don't scare yourself. I just checked. There's still a sea nearby. If anything really happens, just jump into the sea. I'm the leader of the sea, and I have many subordinates there. Follow me and I protect you." The leader of the sea, the 8th cub, looked like a big brother. Due to the dim light, they could only see with the help of a searchlight, and they could only barely clear the debris in front of them. As for the town's interior, they hadn't decided yet whether to explore it. Since Xie Yuan knew Yuan had arrived at his destination, he had been connected to his microphone. But 10 minutes ago, his microphone stopped picking up any sound from Yuan. "And then, where are you now? Take a picture of the town and send it to me." "And then?" After asking several questions without receiving a response, Xie Yuan noticed something was amiss. "And then, are you busy or didn't you hear me?" Still no response. But on the other end of the headset, there was sound. The sound of wind and, as if from far away, the sound of waves. The subtle sounds of nature were all present in the headset, except for Yuan's voice. After Xie Yuan confirmed that he couldn't reach Yuan, he called everyone around him, every one of them. No one responded. Xie Yuan's face grew darker and darker. He called the technical department to try to track Yuan's location and determine his surroundings. As tension grew on Xie Yuan's side, Yuan, on the outskirts of town, watched the darkening sky grow darker, and decided not to move forward. "You're not sleeping in town at night. You're sleeping in our car," Yuen said. "Let's wait until daytime. The light is better, and it's more suitable for entering." "Okay." Tan Zhan agreed with his suggestion and immediately agreed. In fact, if it were Tan Zhan himself, faced with this strange town, he would simply avoid it. But it was clear that Yuen wouldn't, and neither could he. Soon, some people returned to the car, and just as they did, Yuen heard Xie Yuan's voice. Xie Yuan's voice sounded a little hoarse, and there was an uncontrollable anxiety. He wondered, "Xie Yuan, what's wrong?" Xie Yuan almost couldn't believe it when he heard his voice again. "Anen? It's me. What's wrong? Did you call me just now?" Yuen sat back in his chair and spoke to him. After noticing a moment of silence in his headphones, he thought for a moment and speculated, maybe there's no signal in the town. This town is very eerie, like the setting for a horror movie. Yuen had watched many movies with Xie Yuan, including horror films. Xie Yuan had played horror films for him to deliberately scare him, then wait for him to snuggle into his arms, and then hug him and comfort him. Yuen wasn't afraid of ghosts, but rather the atmosphere of horror films. It was the sudden appearance of terrifying ghost faces amidst the surroundings that gave him such a frightening feeling. No signal. Xie Yuan pondered. "I check out the information on this town." This vacation town, located outside District 4, had been visited by some wealthy individuals before. Houses there, whether renting or buying, were astronomically expensive. In a town like this, where everyone is wealthy, there shouldn't be a lack of signal. Xie Yuan was going to continue looking up Xiaozhen's information, and Yuen temporarily stopped chatting with him. Taking off his headphones, Yuen convened a family meeting. Tan Zhan was considered half a family member, so he was also eligible to participate. "Children, we're going there to look for someone," the owner of Midun, Qin sang. "She's a woman." Because Qin sang kept a low profile, they couldn't get a full-face photo, only some blurry side profiles and a back view. From these photos, it was clear that Qin sang was tall. Jiuzi re-examined the pile of photos. From the angle he sat, he could just see Yuen's profile. He looked down at the photo, then up at his eldest brother's profile. Suddenly, he nudged his eldest brother. "Brother, your profile looks a bit like Qin sang." "Yuen, eh?" Yuen then looked at the photo and, after a moment of frustration, said, "I don't look like her. Look, she's got some heroic looks and is quite tall. How could we possibly be like her? A woman of that height, as long as her husband isn't too bad, would surely have a son who's 1.8 meters tall. Besides, this woman isn't young. There are women related to him, and then there's his mother." He touched Jiuzi's head and said with certainty, "My dad says I look a bit like my mother. But I can guarantee that the Qin sang in the photo isn't my mother." Although his mother died long ago, he had seen photos of her. Qin sang didn't match his age or appearance. She couldn't possibly be his relative. 19 listened to his eldest brother's words, and still felt the resemblance. Yuen was interrupted by Jiuzi. He thought about where he'd been, then continued, "Although Qin sang is the boss of our Midden Research Institute, she rarely comes to the institute, so you haven't met her." Xie Yuan sorted out her information. She has a high degree of education, and has achieved great success in the field of bionics. Besides that, she's skilled in art, architectural design, music, equestrianism. As Yuen read through the information, he felt that Qin sang was truly amazing. According to the information, it seemed like she knew everything. But such an outstanding and versatile person, after another divorce, never remarried or dated another man. Botsy was also stunned by what he heard. After Yuen finished explaining the information in the information, Botsy muttered, "Are humans really that amazing? How can they know everything?" He only knew that humans had to go to school for many, many years, then work for many, many more, and some might die before they even reached retirement age. But he hadn't realized that humans, even while growing up in school or work, could be so capable. Ahem. Yuen stopped Bazai's admiration for Qin sang and calmly reminded him. According to Xie Yuan's speculation, Qin sang is no ordinary person. She appears to be uninvolved in Midun's research, but no one can guarantee she hasn't been involved behind the scenes. Midun's experiments on mutants, which had been kept secret from the public, had long been exposed. In addition to mutants, Midun also researched many drugs, some of which were completely prohibited from research. How could the boss of Midun be innocent after all this? Yuen promptly emphasized Qin sang's identity. "We want to find her, but before we do, we must learn to protect ourselves." Eighth Cub was about to say something when Yuen knocked him on the head. "Eighth Cub, don't be so arrogant. Don't think you're immune just because you're a mutant. Everything has its surprises, and even mutants aren't immune to injury. Eighth Cub is impulsive and reckless, prone to confrontation at the slightest disagreement. Yuan was most worried about him. Eighth Cub covered his head, daring not to utter a word even after being beaten. After consolidating the information with the cubs, Yuan told them to go to bed. Rest early today. We head to the town tomorrow morning. The situation in the town was still uncertain, and they had to be prepared for any challenges. The cubs were urged to go to bed. Jojo, as usual, slept on the tiger mattress. He slept on his stomach, his chin resting on the tiger, his eyes fixed on his big brother. Big brother. Jojo called out in a lowered voice. He was close to his big brother, so his first call was heard. Yuan looked over and asked, "What's wrong?" Jojo pointed to his wings and whispered, "I can fly. I can go in early tomorrow to check." If he flew in, he would be inconspicuous, and would be able to easily check what was going on inside. Yuan disagreed. He raised his hand, pinched Jojo's wings, and whispered, "None of us can act on our own. We go in together after daybreak. Going in alone would be the most likely to cause trouble. But if they went in as a group, even if something happened, with their fighting ability, they wouldn't all be wiped out." The top A-series aberrations were all here, along with their eldest brother. Joining forces, they were more than enough to crush everything. "Brother, is Dr. Gu really here?" Jojo reached out and grasped one of Yuan's fingers. He blinked and asked Yuan. Yuan paused, then shook his head. "I don't know. After I escaped from Mishian, I called him many times and left him many messages. He never replied." During the days he waited for a reply, Yuan had pondered this question more than once. Is his father still alive? The casualties at Mishian were so severe, and so many doctors hadn't escaped. If his father had been there at the time, what were the chances of him escaping? If he had escaped, or if he wasn't there at all, why hadn't his father contacted him? Jojo listened to his brother's words and held his hand a little tighter. "Brother, don't overthink it." Tiger Cub interrupted, whispering, "We know everything tomorrow when we get to town." "Yeah." Yuan chatted with the cubs from time to time, and soon they all fell asleep. The car had an automatic climate control, a perfect temperature for sleeping. Perhaps because he had mentioned his father before bed, Yuan saw him in his dream. His father's face was expressionless. He stood not far away, his eyes gazing calmly at him. "Dad," Yuan called out. The two of them stared at each other face to face. Yuan asked, "Why didn't you look for me?" His father remained silent. Yuan thought about Mi Dun's research, and then about his own abnormalities. His heart was swirling with a mixture of grievance and confusion. He asked again, "Do you love me?" Yuan told Xie Yuan that no father would not love his son. Sun Mo's father had been murdered while working outside the city to save money for Sun Mo. He was still thinking of his son before his death. Yin Qin had given all the positions in the West District to Xie Yuan, allowing him to wield power. Yuan had witnessed how other fathers loved their sons, and he wanted to know whether his father loved him. If he didn't, his father wouldn't have treated him. But if he did, why would he become a monster? No one could use their own flesh and blood as feed for a deformed creature. Yuan knew clearly that he was, to begin with, a little monster. After asking this question, he looked up at his father, stubbornly waiting for an answer. An unknown amount of time passed. Gu Einan approached him, stopping only when he was within arm's length. "Enan," he said, go back to the base, don't come here." Yuan wanted to refuse, but before he could shake his head, the dream suddenly dissipated. Yuan woke with a start. When he awoke, the car was completely silent. The cubs were still asleep, and Tan John was keeping watch with his eyes half closed. Tan John. After waking up with a start, Yuan couldn't fall asleep. He called to Tan John, "Let's switch shifts. You go to sleep." "I won't." Tan John glanced at him. "It's okay if I don't need to sleep. You should get some rest." He said he didn't need to sleep, but there was no way Yuan would actually let him stay up all night. Just as the two were arguing over who would take over, the Tiger Cub spoke without warning. "You all rest, I keep watch." Tiger Cub looked reliable, and with him joining them, Yuan and Tan John finally went to rest. That night, Yuan hardly slept well. He kept dreaming of his father's face, and his father wouldn't let him come. The next morning, Yuan woke up looking a little dazed. He rubbed his temples vigorously, thinking that perhaps psychological suggestion had caused such a dream. He didn't speak of the dream. Before leaving, Yuan spoke to Xie Yuan again. Xie Yuan's attitude was clearly hesitant. "And then, the information I got about this town is from 10 years ago. This town has been around for nearly 10 years, and there hasn't been any updated information. Generally, this situation means that the town has been uninhabited for 10 years. Yuan had already shouldered his bag and was heading inside again. He put on his headphones and replied nonchalantly, "It's okay, you don't need to look up the information anymore. Once we get inside, we see everything." The two didn't talk for long before the signal was cut off again. Xie Yuan knew it was a signal issue this time, so he wasn't too nervous. He didn't think he was nervous, but in reality, he still stroked Sanzi a few times. "Sanzi, your big brother will be fine, right?" "Sanzi, eh?" Sanzi looked at Xie Yuan in front of him with a look that looked like he was idiot. His big brother will be fine, right? What a foolish question. Seeing Xie Yuan still wasn't leaving, Sanzi belatedly realized, "Are you worried about my big brother?" "Yeah." Xie Yuan admitted bluntly, "The place he's going this time is a bit dangerous, and I'm worried about him." Sanzi uttered an "oh." He bit a piece of bamboo, swung his foot, and casually offered counsel, "Don't worry so much about my big brother. Even if you die, my big brother won't." Though this reassurance sounded a bit off, Xie Yuan was still comforted. He also realized that Sanzi's words were often quite effective. So, he continued to coax Sanzi into giving him auspicious words. After 3 words, Sanzi began to get irritated. He glared at Xie Yuan and asked coldly, "Do you want to fight?" Xie Yuan smiled and stroked his head. "Even if I want to fight, I won't fight you. This cub is a national treasure, and beating a national treasure is forbidden." Thanks to Sanzi's auspicious words, Xie Yuan felt a little more at ease. He continued to attend to the urgent matter, patiently waiting for Yuan's message. In the small town, Yuan and the children had already walked onto the street. The street looked messy, but it didn't look like it hadn't been visited in 10 years. They had only taken a few steps when they suddenly saw their first person. It was a human, not a zombie. The group all stopped and looked at the person approaching. "Hey, who are you? Why are there so many of you all at once?" The man approaching looked surprised by their appearance. He was wearing a casual floral shirt and shorts, and he held a large handmade fan in his hand. Yuan eyed him warily. The man had already approached, waving his fan, looking nonchalant. "I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you saying anything?" After the man's repeated questioning, Yuan finally spoke. "We're here to look for someone." He then directly asked, "I'm here to look for my father. His last name is Gu Anan. Have you met him?" After asking this question, the man in the flowered shirt seemed to fan himself more slowly. He looked Yuan up and down, then shook his head for a moment. "I don't remember that name." Yuan changed his question. "What about Qin Sang? Have you met Qin Sang?" The man in the flowered shirt fanned himself vigorously this time, his eyes rolling as he continued to shake his head. "I can't remember. I'm here on vacation, not to make friends. I can't remember anything you're talking about." The man spoke with an accent, fanning himself and pointing behind him. "Just ask someone else. Maybe they know. My brain hasn't been working very well lately." As the man pointed, Yuan noticed that there were quite a few people behind him. They were all dressed casually, like people on vacation. Yuan exchanged a glance with the tiger cub beside him, and the next second, the group continued walking forward. Each of them had a relaxed demeanor, and before Yuan even approached, they began to greet him. In response to Yuan's question, an elderly woman in a white linen dress replied, "Qin Sang has been away for the past few days. Since you are her relatives, please stay here for a while and wait for her return." Yuan frowned. He hadn't pretended to be Qin Sang's relative. He had simply said he was looking for his father and Qin Sang. A few enthusiastic people arranged accommodations for them, even at Qin Sang's house. Qin Sang's house was large, so large it could be considered 2 homes. "You stay here. She'd be able to see you when she gets back." How convenient. The old lady who arranged the accommodations watched them move in and brought some food over. "We don't lock the door here. If you need anything, just come to us." "Okay." Yuan didn't refuse the offer. After everyone dispersed, Yuan looked at Cheesy. Cheesy understood and walked over to close the door. Botsy had also sensed something strange about the place the moment he met the first person. He had been hiding in his eldest brother's pocket the entire way, keeping quiet. "Brother, I go watch the door for you." Botsy nervously pressed himself against the crack of the door, acting as a security guard. While Botsy was guarding the door, Yuan seized the opportunity to chat with the other children. "Are we inside a barrier?" Everything happening in the town, and the people who appeared before them, seemed unreal. Unreal, meaning they might have entered the realm of some psychic or aberration. Shijiu's psychic ability was to induce hallucinations, so he had the final say, I can't sense whether there are any psychics here. Those people just now, I'm sure, weren't our kind. In other words, they weren't aberrations. It was so strange. The scene here could only be described as eerie. Yuan tried to call Xie Yuan, but as expected, there was no signal, and the phone couldn't make any calls. Let's wait. Unable to pinpoint the cause of the unusual situation, they could only wait. We're waiting for Qin Sang to come back. After all, these people said Qin Sang would definitely be back in the next 2 days. They stay here for 2 days, a good opportunity to explore what was going on here. Time passed. They carefully searched Qin Sang's home, but apart from a few ID documents, they couldn't find anything else. The ID now contained a frontal photo of Qin Sang. After seeing the ID photo, Xiao Jiao carefully compared it. Big Brother. He jumped onto Big Brother's shoulder, extended a strand of mycelium, and pointed at the front of the ID photo. You two look a bit alike. Look, there's a small mole near your earlobe. Jiaozi vigorously argued for his discovery, but Yuan still didn't take it too seriously. Such small moles are very common on humans, especially in the same spot, as many people have them. Jiaozi, this doesn't mean anything. Yuan patiently told Jiaozi, go look around and see if you find anything else. Jiaozi had no choice but to put the photo down. After searching for a while longer, they found a number of medicine bottles. The bottles were unwrapped, but they contained various pills. Judging by the dosage, someone had been taking them. On 2 bottles with labels still attached, Yuan spotted a string of English labels. Bozi also saw it, scratched his head, and tried to spell it out in pinyin. But after several minutes, he couldn't pronounce a single word. Yuan said sincerely, kids, let's start with English in kindergarten. Every time he hesitated about sending the kids to kindergarten, Bozi would prove with practical examples that he truly needed further training. Bozi grumbled, what kind of English is this? I think it's just random letters. It's gibberish. Yuan looked at the gibberish and calmly translated it. It's a mind control medication. This bottle is for anxiety. This bottle. Yuan, looking at the bottle, trailed off. It's also for mental illness. He had seen no record of Qin Sang's illness in the information Xie Yuan had provided. So why were there so many medications in her place? After checking the house thoroughly, Yuan found nothing suspicious. Night fell quickly in the small town. They had only searched Qin Sang's house, and hadn't had time to check on the others. The moon was already rising. The 7th cub asked his eldest brother, Brother, are we going out tonight? No. It was their first night in town, so they had to be cautious. The sky was growing darker. Yuan didn't split up with the cubs. They chose the largest bedroom, and brought in a large bed. The 2 beds in the bedroom were more than enough for them. The tiger cub transformed into its original form, and lay on the floor, not even taking up a bed. Jiao lay on top of him, saving another bed space. The 7th cub and Tanzhan shared the bed, while the 8th and 9th cubs slept next to Yuan. Looking at Jiao petting the tiger, the 8th cub couldn't help but say sourly, what's so good about petting a furry thing? You can't eat it, and it's not fun. Yuan liked furry creatures, so he defended them, saying, furry creatures are really nice to pet. It's very relaxing. 8th cub flung out all his tentacles, and placed them in his big brother's palm. Big brother, isn't it relaxing to pinch my tentacles? Though his tentacles weren't furry, they were smooth. Yuan pinched his tentacles out of courtesy. The cubs chatted occasionally, and Yuan's mood didn't get too heavy. Late at night, the cubs went to bed, but Yuan stayed awake. He deliberately tried not to fall asleep. The peacefulness of the day only deepened Yuan's belief that this town might only regain its true appearance at night. He had traveled extensively with Xie Yuan, and had seen a lot. So, his intuition was right this time. In the late night, Yuan heard many footsteps. People who strolled around in casual clothes during the day were still on the streets at night. The way they walked was just like any other human, but the expressions on their faces were eerie. Have you counted them? How many are there? Are there enough for us to share? Yes, I saw a big one. Oh, I haven't eaten in a long time, I'm starving. Their conversation came across as stiff. Their facial movements were rigid, and their words weren't as natural as they were during the day. Yuan didn't rush to listen. He walked over to the cubs, as if to wake them up. That way, if these people were up to something, everyone would be on guard. But the cubs, who hadn't shown any signs of abnormality before bed, couldn't be woken after falling asleep. Cold sweat instantly dripped from Yuan's forehead. He increased his strength, trying to wake the 5 cubs. Tiger cub, wake up. 8th cub, wake up and eat the grilled fish. Jiao, wake up. 7th cub, Tan John! Yuan called out to everyone, but without exception, no one awoke. They were all asleep. Yuan even heard 8th Cub turning over and mumbling in his sleep. Stinky Joe, I don't want to play with you anymore. It's no use begging me. Hit Tiger Cub once, and I forgive you. 8th Cub was dreaming sweetly, its tentacles twitching with joy. The other cubs, breathing steadily, didn't talk in their sleep, but they looked like they were in a deep sleep. Yuan couldn't wake them, so he could only stay awake and calm. He had sealed all the windows and doors. With so many cubs, he couldn't possibly get out. So for now, he could only try his best to ensure their safety. The footsteps were getting closer. The man in the flowered shirt I first met that day was still clutching his fan, a palm leaf fan with the edges worn bare. Young people like to sleep. They'd be healthy if they get more sleep. When they're healthy, their flavors will be stronger. We can finally enjoy ourselves. The voices that had been only on the street now seemed faint and closer. Yuan had already turned off the lights in the room. In the darkness, he had no one to turn to. Not only did he have no one to turn to, but he also had to protect his cubs. If you ask me, these little freaks are just frivolous. We put up a sign saying rest here, but they still won't listen and insist on coming over to check it out. Who says it's not? The little monsters don't know. Once they come here, they're no longer little monsters, they're little lambs. What these people were saying made Yuan completely understand. It's not just that the signal is blocked here. Here, the aberrants lose all their abilities, turning into what they call little lambs. Yuan's palms were sweating. His Adam's apple rolled, and he swallowed all his anxiety, pressing himself firmly against the door. They lived on the second floor, and the sound of footsteps on the stairs was clear to his ears. One more thing. Be careful not to mess up Qin Seng's floor. Qin Seng will be upset if he sees the mess when he comes back tomorrow. Okay, got it. When they mentioned Qin Seng, one of them, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. There's a boy among them, the best-looking one. He's Qin Seng's relative. The others paused after hearing this. Someone immediately retorted, just listen to their nonsense. Qin Seng's daughter is dead, and she's gone mad, so how could she have any children? Is Cece disobedient again when she went out this time? Cece can't get far. Qin Seng will definitely be back by tomorrow morning. These people spoke very haphazardly, speaking whatever came to mind. Only the one who had just mentioned Qin Seng's family persisted. Qin Seng's daughter is dead, but her son-in-law is still alive. She also has grandchildren. This one here is her grandchildren. Another pause. Finally, those people grew impatient. Why all this nonsense? Qin Seng isn't here, and even if her grandchildren were here, she wouldn't know. The group's words clearly conveyed their fear of Qin Seng, yet they also tried to show their defiance. One of them was quite assertive, sneering a few times, like a villain from a TV show. We're Qin Seng's tenants. She said she's living here for vacation. She won't kill us. A lunatic landlord wouldn't have survived until now if it weren't for her son-in-law watching over her. Then, the group finally fell silent as they climbed the last few steps. Then, Yuan heard the door open. The sound was loud, as if they weren't worried about the person inside waking up. Yuan propped the door against the wall with a cabinet and a bed. Both were heavy objects, so this would hold it off for a while. The person outside pushed a few times and felt a resistance. Those little monsters are quite alert. Hurry up. The A-sequence aberrations, feared outside, were just ordinary little monsters in these people's eyes. They weren't the least bit angry about the little monster blocking the door. Bang. The sound of an axe hitting the door. Clearly, after failing to push it open, they'd given up on their previous plan, not to destroy Qin Seng's furniture. Bang. The axe continued to hammer away. Yuan heard someone casually mutter, little monsters just love to rebel. When we first created them, we should have thought about how to make them more docile. The last sentence made Yuan's eyes widen. Are these people the creators of the aberrations? No. How could the creators of the aberrations just be hiding here? Yuan didn't care to be shocked. He had to find a way to save himself before these people came in. These people said the aberrations would be useless here. But if they were, then they would all be finished. Yuan was clearly extremely anxious, but his face was strangely free of panic. He closed his eyes and tried to activate his A10 ability. A second before the door burst open. Finally, Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a faint glow emanating from his palms. Hey! Why is there still one awake? I knew it was him. It doesn't matter if he's awake. Anyway, he's the only one awake in this room. Even though Yuan was standing before them, they looked at him as if he were a piece of trash. Behind Yuan were his precious pups, whom he had placed together. He raised his eyes, glaring coldly at the intruders. You want to kill us? No, the looks in these people's eyes didn't just mean they wanted to kill them. They wanted something else. The coldness in Yuan's eyes grew stronger, and under the extreme threat, his state changed again. The only way to touch his pups was to step over his dead body. Chapter 147. Yuan's guarded posture didn't frighten the men before him at all. Their eyes weren't particularly surprised when they saw Yuan, as if they assumed that even if one or two of them slipped through the net, it wouldn't matter. It's already late. You should be asleep at this hour. The man in the flowered shirt, fanning himself, looked up at Yuan and said to him. Yuan's entire body was tense. Unlike Xie Yuan, he didn't possess a weapon like a bone blade. He only had the saber Xie Yuan had given him for self-defense. The saber was sharp, but it was clearly no match for this group of men. Who are you? Yuan asked them coldly, standing in front of Zizi. The man in the flowered shirt, fanning himself, was a talkative man. He smiled, but his smile lacked the usual friendliness. We're a group of retired people on vacation. These men were dressed casually. Aside from the axe-bashing incident, even their posture was relaxed, as if they were truly retired. Yuan calmed his mind and asked what he had just heard. What is your relationship with the aberrations? The aberrations were clearly the world's most powerful fighting force, yet on their first night here, his aberration cubs had managed to trick him right under his nose. As expected, the man in the flowered shirt was the one to answer, saying without reservation, aberrations are man-made. And we are their creators. To describe this relationship in our human world. That is, we are the masters of these aberrations. The word master carried a strong hint of amusement. The coldness in Yuan's eyes almost tangible. He calmed his breathing and composed himself. Since you created the aberrations, why are you killing them now? Boring. This time, it wasn't the man in the flowered shirt who answered, but an old lady next to him. The old lady, who had arranged housing for them, repeated, we're bored. The aberrations are our creations. We can kill them whenever we want, eat them whenever we want, and tame them for as long as we want. Anyway, we're bored. Such an excuse would probably have choked Xie Yuan. Yuan was still trying to think of a topic, stalling for them. Sensing someone's impatience, Yuan brought up the person they just mentioned. Qin Sang is my grandmother, and my father is here too. Isn't that right? As expected. Even the man chopping at the door with the axe frowned at the mention of Qin Sang. Yuan had no time to process the truth of why did Qin Sang become his grandmother? He now had no choice but to start from here if he wanted to save his children. I heard what you said. You know my grandmother loved my mother dearly. I am the child my mother risked her life to give birth to. I am her flesh and blood. In other words, I am also Qin Sang's flesh and blood. If you kill me, will Qin Sang and my father let you go? When Yuan asked this question, Qin Sang's face flashed through everyone's minds. For a moment, some people actually considered backing out. But the man with the axe was the first to recover. He stared at Yuan with a gloomy look and said, Qin Sang won't know you were here. We won't let her know. These crucial words awakened those who were still hesitating. That's right. They had said when they arrived that they would keep this a secret from Qin Sang. Qin Sang would never know that her only grandson was in their bellies. The thought of being able to hide this from that mad woman and eat her offspring instantly turned these people's eyes wild. The creation of the mutants had once caused a huge sensation in the world. Humanity knew that the existence of mutants was too dangerous and should not be publicized, promoted, or used. But while they were issuing bans, they were secretly buying them. While they were condemning the producers, they were secretly thinking. The person who could create the mutants was a godlike genius. But sometimes, there's little difference between a genius and a madman. The genius who created the mutants had now become a complete lunatic in this small town. Yuan saw the madness in their eyes. He was about to say something more, but an axe struck him head-on, slamming down hard. Yuan dodged and attacked the man's wrist. He could still activate a Ten's distorted ability, but a Ten's targeted hunting allowed only one target. He couldn't possibly choose just one person. As expected of Qin Sang's grandson, even after becoming a lowly little piece of shit like a distorter, he's still so stubborn. You guys go ahead. I'm old and need to rest. You better go downstairs and get ready. We're going to use Qin Sang's pot to cook these little losers. Okay, I go boil some water. Even before the group of people rushed forward, Yuan could already feel the strain. Before today, he assumed the aberrant's enemies would be their own kind, the former Xie Yuan. But he never imagined that the very person who created the aberrants would be their most deadly foe. 10 supernatural attacks were completely ineffective against them. Yuan's shoulder was slashed with a deep wound, the flesh twitching and bloody. The back of his hand, gripping the saber, was stained with blood. Even so, Yuan firmly protected the cubs behind him. The cubs slept soundly, their breathing steady. Yuan's body swayed several times from the massive blood loss. The moon hung high outside the window, and daytime seemed a long time away. Yuan shook his head vigorously, trying to stay awake. But his clarity couldn't reverse the lopsided situation. After being struck again in the heart, someone's knife suddenly slashed towards Jojo. Jojo stretched out its small body, a sleepy expression on its delicate face. He was completely unaware of any danger. Yuan's pupils widened as he saw the cold, gleaming knife. He quickly blocked it. "Get out of the way!" The tip of the knife slashed several of Jojo's feathers, but thankfully, it didn't hurt him. There were too many cubs, and if these people targeted the cubs, Yuan would be overwhelmed. After blocking another fatal attack for the tiger cubs, Yuan was covered in blood, holding onto the wardrobe to stabilize himself. He gasped softly a few times, but quickly suppressed the gasps. "I can go with you, as long as you don't touch them." Yuan's eyes met theirs. Ignoring his bleeding arm and his hand, which was no longer steady enough to hold the knife, he used his remaining sanity to negotiate with the group. "My flesh and blood can feed all the deformed creatures. Whatever you want to eat or do with it is up to you. I'd be more valuable than these aberrations." The daylight hours were long gone. He had already used Ten's abilities to their full potential, but these people weren't afraid of the aberrations at all. They had their own methods for dealing with them. If this continued, Yuan had a feeling that neither he nor his cubs would survive. Since that was the case, he might as well make the best deal possible. Trade him for his cubs. Yuan described himself as interesting as he could, speaking slowly but steadily. "Watching Qin Sang's grandson willingly submit to your control? Don't you find it thrilling?" Yuan's words seemed to cast a spell, bewitching the group and swaying their original plans. Qin Sang's grandson, his flesh and blood more fragrant than any other aberration. It was too tempting. At least the man holding the axe, his Adam's apple rolling, was deeply moved. He swallowed hard and agreed to the proposal. "Okay, come with me. I won't kill these little pieces of shit." Yuan walked towards him without hesitation. As he approached, someone laughed. "I know you. It's you. You found several of our discarded trash at the research institute, took them home to raise, and fed them with your own flesh and blood. Ha ha ha, it's you. You're a half-finished piece of shit yourself, and you're raising a bunch of little pieces of shit." Yuan didn't bat an eyelid when he was recognized. He just silently agreed to go with them. His father knew all about the pups he raised. He just had to wait until dawn, when his father and Qin Sang returned and saw these pups. The cubs were saved. Yuan's exploits feeding the little trash once again made him the center of attention. Yuan also heard that the people who had created so many aberrations hadn't touched him. He had also been transformed in the secret shield, but clearly, these people hadn't done anything with him. Yuan approached the man, but just as he was about to reach him, the man who had just attacked Jojo suddenly moved again. "I just want to eat this little piece of shit." As he attacked Jojo, the man also attacked the seventh cub to Jojo's right. Yuan attacked two cubs at once. Dragging his wounded body, he was in front of the cubs in the blink of an eye. Bang! The clash of knives caused Yuan's hand to bleed even more. The man's knife was knocked away, and unfortunately, it hit the seventh cub's arm. A gash appeared on the seventh cub's arm. Yuan had tried his best, but he simply couldn't catch the falling knife. The delicate Cheesy, wounded, frowned, then cried out in pain. Cheesy's eyes hadn't yet opened, still lost in sleep, but his cries filled the room. After hearing Cheesy's cries, Yuan, who had been willing to sacrifice himself for his son, saw his eyes filled with rage. A hoarse roar escaped his throat, and the knife slashed fiercely at the man's neck. At the same time, Tan John opened his eyes. Tan John had also been dreaming, oblivious to the outside world, until he heard Cheesy's cries. The moment he woke, even more awake than the cries, was the pungent smell of blood that filled the room. All this bloodshed came from one man, Yuan. Tan John had never seen Yuan like this before. He watched as Yuan desperately blocked the attack for the cubs. Even after his arm was broken, he still rushed towards the people in front of him without blinking. "Yuan, get out of the way!" Tan John shouted at Yuan, then stepped forward and blocked Yuan behind him. Yuan looked up at Tan John, who had suddenly woken up. He didn't have time to ask anything, and simply cooperated with Tan John again to block the attack. Tan John didn't let him move. "Stand back, leave this to me." Yuan was so injured that when the seventh cub woke up, he would cry himself to death. Not only would he cry, he might even take his anger out on himself. Tan John felt his scalp tingle just by looking at his wounds. Such a serious injury would drive the cubs crazy, and Xie Yuan would probably go crazy too. Tan Zhan didn't dare look any further. He grasped the inconspicuous vine wrapped around his waist. The vine had been limp, but in his grip, it seemed to come alive. Lightning flashed from the vine, whipping the group before him again and again. Some took 2 steps back in pain after being whipped. It's the vine of the aberrant. No, vines can't be used like this. Tan Zhan's background baffled everyone. But one thing was certain, Tan Zhan wasn't a normal person. He wasn't aberrant, but it was unclear what kind of psychic he was. Lightning, flames, intense heat. An indescribable array of psychic powers were superimposed upon him. His movements attracted those who hadn't joined in earlier. TSK, you think that's enough? A psychic who evolved from a human can't even compare to a piece of trash like aberrant. Ordinary psychics might not be able to match the aberrations. But Yuan saw clearly that if the psychics were to choose a king, Tan Zhan would definitely be their king. With Tan Zhan's presence, Yuan finally wouldn't be forced to take beatings like he had just been. He leaned against the bed, his pups at his fingertips. He didn't waste any of the blood that flowed out, feeding it directly to the pups. The pups unconsciously absorbed the blood, while Yuan took this opportunity to close his eyes and rest. Having lost so much blood, Yuan inevitably felt a strong dizziness after a moment of relief. Besides the dizziness, some forgotten memories flooded into his mind. It was the memory of him picking up the pups. The pups he had just picked up were so pitiful. Even the now majestic older pup had once experienced a period of tears. Big brother, am I a little piece of crap? Almost every abandoned cub had asked this question. Every time, Yuan would kiss their heads and patiently soothe them. No, you're not little pieces of crap. You're Big Brother's precious cubs. You're not unwanted either, Big Brother wants you. Yuan clearly remembered that when he brought the cubs home, he wasn't just feeding them. The cubs also accompanied him, watching over him. Throughout that long process of raising them, they provided each other with warmth and support. At the end of the memory, perhaps too hazy, Yuan still saw little Xie Yuan in a fragment of his memory. He and little Xie Yuan were holding hands, but little Xie Yuan wasn't satisfied with just holding hands, he demanded a hug. After much pleading, he finally opened his arms and hugged little Xie Yuan. The 2 children hugged each other for a long time before separating. The memory stopped there, abruptly ending. Yuan's entire body began to burn. This burning sensation had actually been going on for a long time. Before he left the main base, after he and Xie Yuan had exhausted themselves, he had briefly felt a burning sensation. And now, this burning sensation seemed about to burst forth completely. Tan Zhan was acutely aware of something unusual behind him. He reflexively dodged, and at the same moment, a figure behind him, like a ghost, grabbed the neck of a man in a flowered shirt. Crack. The sound of a neck being violently snapped. Tan Zhan, bracing himself against the window, tried to call out to Yuan to stop his stubbornness, but Yuan was not trying to be brave at all. The man in the flowered shirt lay lifeless on the ground. The group stared at him in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible. How could that little piece of shit kill us?" Even if this little piece of shit was Qin Sang's grandson or Gu Ainan's son, he was still a piece of shit. As long as they were mutants, there was no way they could kill them. The death of the flowered shirt, after shock, gave rise to even greater rage among the people. They would never allow themselves to be killed by the very creatures they had created. The man with the axe dropped it, his arm broken by Yuan. The old lady, who had arranged for Yuan's accommodation, fell heavily from the 2nd floor, and lay there for a long time. The man who had intended to kill Jiujiu and Cheesy had both his hands chopped off. Yuan looked like a true, bloodthirsty demon. Tan Zhan watched him from the side, and for a moment, he even felt that he was more terrifying than Xie Yuan from the West District. This night was exceptionally long and bloody. Yuan had awakened all his superpowers, from A01 to A10, and it was as if they were innate. He used them even more skillfully than A01 and the others. When the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, the floor of the room had lost its original color, a glaring, sticky red that pungently irritated the nose. Yuan hadn't killed them all yet. In the end, a few escaped, fleeing outside, onto the streets, back to their homes. Yuan didn't pursue them. He leaned against the wall, and 7 cub vines appeared in his hands. The vines supported his body, allowing him to stand steadily. Yuan, it's dawn. Tan Zhan looked at the rising light and said, "Do you want to rest?" Yuan remained silent, his eyes fixed on the door, as if wary of those who had left. Time slipped silently. A moment later, footsteps could be heard again downstairs, but this time they weren't hurried, but rather casual. Tan Zhan tensed himself, not letting Yuan move. He stepped on the blood on the floor and walked towards the door. I go check. Yuan's condition seemed like a spent force, and Tan Zhan didn't dare let him move again. The door was cautiously opened. Tan Zhan quietly descended the stairs. At the foot of the stairs, he heard a voice muttering to itself. Hidden again. CC is becoming increasingly disobedient. I have to lock him up and starve him for 2 days, otherwise he won't learn his lesson. The voice was slow, and from the sound of it, it was clear that it belonged to an elderly woman. The woman moved around, as if collecting things from the floor. When they had fought yesterday, a lot of things had been thrown downstairs. Among them was a body. Tan Zhan's heart tightened. Just as he was about to examine the body, the woman's voice rang out again. Mrs. Hua, are you dead? Oh, you're really dead. You still owe me 2 months' rent. Not just rent, your blood stained my floor, and you have to pay me more. The woman, unfazed by the corpse, kept talking. As she spoke, she looked up at the stairs. As she did so, Tan Zhan's eyes met hers. I knew someone was living here. The woman's cloudy eyes studied Tan Zhan for a moment, then she shook her head. You didn't kill Mrs. Hua. Who else is upstairs? Tan Zhan woke up late, so he had no idea of the woman's background. These days, there are so many monsters around, there's no guarantee she might be one. He didn't want the woman to come up, so after a moment's thought, he replied, My family is sleeping upstairs. Can we stay here temporarily? I pay you the rent. He added, I double it. You need to rent a place. The woman's tone was flat, as if she were debating whether to rent or not. After a moment's thought, she slowly replied, You can't live here. Unless you kill everyone here, you be the next to die soon. I will. Tan Zhan continued her words, repeating his request. I want to rent your place, the upstairs. The woman's house was very large, and she hadn't been to the upstairs she was talking about in a long time. So, Tan Zhan's request for a large sum of money was finally accepted by her. Tan Zhan also stood at the stairs, not wanting her to go upstairs. The woman looked at him, then slowly turned around, dragged the body from the ground, and walked out. As her back gradually disappeared from sight, Tan Zhan's tense body suddenly relaxed. After completely out of sight, Tan Zhan went upstairs. Upstairs, Yuan had collapsed at some point, lying in a pool of blood on the floor, his body almost submerged in the crimson. Tan Zhan took a few steps towards him, and as he tried to place him on the bed, he almost didn't dare to touch him. There was blood everywhere, wounds everywhere, and he was almost at a loss as to where to start. A moment later, Tan Zhan dragged the bodies out of the room. Just as he finished, he heard the cubs waking up behind him. The first to wake was Tiger Cub. Tiger Cub didn't know what had happened. He'd fallen into a deep sleep, oblivious to any sound. It wasn't until dawn that he emerged from that state. But when he took in the scene in the room, he felt like he might still be dreaming. Big brother? The usually composed Tiger Cub's voice trembled for the first time. He stared at Yuan, a bloody figure not far away, unable to believe his eyes. Tan Zhan hurriedly continued dragging the bodies. As he did so, he briefly recounted the events of the previous night to Tiger Cub. After you guys go to sleep, no one can wake you up. I woke up to the sound of Cheesy's cries. When I woke up, I saw that Yuan had been battered from protecting you all. Before last night, Tan Zhan didn't really understand the bond between Cheesy and Yuan. He knew Yuan had raised Cheesy, all these deformed pups. He also knew that Yuan said he treated these deformed pups as his own. But deformed pups have never been treated equally in the human world. Tan Zhan only thought Yuan's words about raising pups meant the same way humans raise beloved pets. When Cheesy kept emphasizing, Big Brother said I'm your precious pup, he took it as just a casual coaxing. Until last night. He watched Yuan repeatedly shield the pups with his body, even when his hands were broken and his shoulders were slashed. He never retreated or gave in. Only then did he truly understand that Cheesy was right. The cubs, raised with Yuan's flesh and blood, weren't just any pets. When Tan Zhan finished recounting the events of last night, the Tiger Cub's eyes flushed, and a roar of utter grief and indignation erupted from his throat. His voice caused the other cubs, already awake, to open their eyes even faster. Jiujiu sat up dazed, still dazed. Meow meow meow, I'm crying. As soon as Jiujiu finished speaking, the seventh cub cried out again from the pain on its arm. Ouch! Someone hit me! Jiujiu and the seventh cub's voices weren't loud enough before the eighth and ninth cubs woke up. The cubs' daze didn't last long. They all smelled blood, and their eyes sought their eldest brother. Cheesy's cries suddenly stopped. He panicked and fell as he climbed out of bed. Jiujiu and the others weren't much better off. Big brother! Big brother! Frightened cries echoed simultaneously, and the cubs all gathered around him. Jojo was a crybaby to begin with, and upon seeing Big Brother's condition, tears streamed down his face. "Help, save Big Brother." Jojo covered Yuan's wound with his tiny hands, looking panicked at the other cubs. "Big Brother is bleeding. Don't let him bleed." Botsy was just an octopus. He didn't have any healing abilities. He could only carefully squeeze out the water and wipe the blood off Big Brother. Jojo's mycelium was poisonous, so he didn't dare use it to clean Big Brother's wound. Thankfully, Cheesy's vines had a mild medicinal effect. He gathered handfuls of his own vine leaves, crushed them, and applied them to Big Brother's wound. All the cubs trembled with fear, not of danger, but of Big Brother's almost imperceptible breathing being interrupted. Jojo clutched Yuan's fingers, her other hand wiping away tears. "No, I can't," Jojo said, choking back tears. "We need to find a doctor for Big Brother." They weren't doctors. They couldn't treat Big Brother's wound. After saying this, Jojo released Yuan's hand. He turned and ran out. Whether it was a doctor or medicine, he had to find Big Brother something. Tanjan repeated what he had told the other cubs, fifth cub, to the others. Jojo heard it too. But he ran out without looking back. Fifth cub was cleaning Yuan, so he didn't follow. Eighth cub followed. The former leader of the sea, now a heartbroken sea lion. He sobbed, "Jojo and I will come together. We will definitely bring the doctor over." The two cubs went out together, while the cub left in the room stayed by Yuan's side. There shouldn't be anything during the day. Tanjan was also tidying up the room. He discussed the situation with the remaining cubs. "These people only come at night. And you absolutely cannot fall asleep at night. Once you do, you almost never wake up." This prohibition on sleeping was a mandatory rule for aberrants, but for Tanjan, a psychic, it might be a bit more forgiving. At least, he could wake up. Tanjan tried the signal again, but all signals were blocked. They still couldn't contact the outside world. Yuan would go crazy if he knew Yuan was like this. Tanjan couldn't reach Yuan, and he frowned at his phone, unwilling to give up. Before he gained superpowers, he was a computer genius. Seventh child. Tanjan had already bandaged Seventh child's arm. He whispered to him, "Your leaves don't have any healing properties. Even if you pluck more, it won't help. Behave and stay calm. I try to contact the outside world now. Jojo and the others will go find medicine. Once we meet up, we immediately evacuate town." After giving his instructions, Tanjan began to think of his own plan. Meanwhile, Jojo, who had escaped, was caught up by Eighth child, who joined him in the search. Not long after they ran, they encountered a woman cleaning a house. Tanjan mentioned that this woman was their current landlord. The landlord had no involvement in last night's events. After bumping into her, Jojo wiped away her tears and asked directly, "Hello, do you have any medicine? Can I buy some?" The woman's gaze fell on Jojo, lingering for a long time on his little wings. "What medicine do you want?" "Anti-inflammatory medicine, medicine for wounds, and fever reducers." Although Jojo had run out quickly, he wasn't completely unprepared. When asked, he skillfully and fluently listed the medicine he wanted. "I pay for it. We have plenty of money." It should also be added that the eldest brother had always taught them to be polite when asking for something from a stranger. Jojo, holding back tears, politely bought the medicine. The landlord didn't refuse him. "Come with me." She walked ahead, meandering here and there until she arrived at her apartment. Her room was filled with medicine, and she had all the medicine Jojo had mentioned. Jojo found a plastic bag and put all the medicine into it. He handed over the money in his pocket and said thank you. From beginning to end, the crybaby Jojo kept his composure. Even though his voice trembled slightly, he spoke clearly. Buying the medicine went smoothly. After thanking the landlord profusely, Jojo and Botsy returned to find their eldest brother. The medicine was brought back. The tiger cub tore open Yuan's clothes, which clung to his flesh. The sound of the tearing made Jojo cover his mouth. Botsy didn't dare to look anymore. He wrapped himself tightly with his tentacles, but tears still leaked through them. Jukub didn't dare get too close to his elder brother. If his little poisonous mushroom touched his elder brother's wound, it would only make things worse. An unknown amount of time passed. Yuan's wound had finished using the medicine Jojo had brought back. The tiger cub dressed him in clean clothes and carefully carried him on his back. "Let's get out." Qin Sang, Guinan, or any other mission were not as important as his elder brother's safety. Tanjan had already tried. It was impossible to get a signal in town. They had to get Yuan out now. They went downstairs and out of the house. They didn't meet anyone except two passers-by who glanced at them without even saying hello. The tiger cub walked quickly and steadily. But after half an hour, they hadn't found the way they had come. Another half an hour passed, and still nothing. Just as they were searching for the way out, a man wearing glasses hurried over from their old house. "Mom," he called out before he even entered, as if worried about the person inside. The woman sat in the room, taking pills. The man walked in and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw she was still there. He leaned against the doorframe and spoke to the woman slowly but methodically. "CC hid himself quite well this time. I just looked everywhere, but couldn't find him. But he can't possibly have gotten away. I probably come back on his own in a couple of days." "Yeah," the woman responded indifferently, seemingly showing little interest in the topic. The man was about to say something when his eyes caught sight of the bodies piled in the corner outside. After taking a closer look at the corpse's face, he frowned and asked, "Aren't these the people from town? How did they die?" "People from town came, and they died," the woman replied calmly. The man shook his head, his expression more serious than ever. "Outsiders can't kill them. They're all—" He paused before finishing the rest of the sentence. "These people couldn't be killed easily, but if someone could, their identity wouldn't be hard to guess. Because only a few people possess this ability. The rumored Xie Yuan was one, and there was another. It was his child. It was his child in his awakened state." After guessing this possibility, the man standing there felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. His hands clutched the doorframe tightly, his chest heaving violently. The awakened state refers to a state of awakening only in desperate situations. And then, what hadn't been through? The man looked at the woman, her face calm as she held the medicine bottle. He suppressed all his emotions, and tried to keep his voice subdued. "Mom, where are the strangers in town now? They rented my house." The woman poured out 2 more mind control pills, and swallowed them slowly, her tone slow and measured. "Although they killed people in the town, they were also injured. There was a mutant, a familiar one, who came to me with tears in his eyes to buy medicine. He looked so pitiful. I remember my Nanan was like this when she was little. When she was little, she wanted ice cream in the winter, and she begged me tearfully. I told her to be polite. She then begged me tearfully, asking, 'Can I have one ice cream? If not, she roll over.'" The woman's expression was gentle as she spoke of the past. In the past, Gu Einan might have longed to hear her talk. But now, he didn't have the time. He gripped the doorframe, and spoke to the woman before him, lost in her memories. "Mom, the injured outsider might be in." Seeing the woman was a bit unresponsive, he said, "It's Nanan and me's baby, Yuan." The woman, The medicine bottle in the woman's hand rolled to the ground. "Which house did they rent from us? I need to go over there now." Although Gu Einan tried to control her excitement, she couldn't help but raise her voice with the last sentence. The woman, as if waking from a dream, also came to her senses. She stood up, holding onto the bed, and muttered, "It's Nanan's baby." Nanan's baby was back. Chapter 148. Gu Einan's question took several seconds to answer. "In the west yard, where I store groceries. There's blood on the stairs, and there's a lot of blood on the floor." Qin Sang recalled the scene she had witnessed not long ago, her face growing paler. "So much blood, is it the baby's?" Gu Einan got the address, but didn't have time to say anything more. He couldn't care for Qin Sang for the time being, so he could only solemnly instruct her, "Mom, I go over there. Don't run around, I be back soon." With that, Gu Einan turned and walked away. Qin Sang, who was a little behind, caught up and followed him. Soon, Gu Einan arrived at Yuan's former residence. From downstairs, he could see the shocking bloodstains. He walked up the stairs and pushed open Yuan's room. What he saw was a bloody scene, even more glaring than the one downstairs. Tan Zhan had only carried the body off the floor, and there was no way to clean up the blood. He didn't have the leisure to clean. So what Gu Einan saw was a heartbreakingly tragic scene. "Anan?" Gu Einan called out hoarsely. He was always taciturn and aloof. It was only with Qin Sang that he felt compelled to be so talkative. Qin Sang's spirits were dwindling. He couldn't stop repeating the same thing or the same sentence. The room was empty. After searching around, he couldn't find a single person. Only torn pieces of clothing, their original color unrecognizable, lay by the bed. Gu Einan forced his gaze away and turned back to search. Yuan wasn't there. Qin Sang followed him. When he saw him come down, a hint of anxiety shone in his cloudy eyes. "Where's the baby?" "Baby isn't here. They might be trying to get out." Before Yuan arrived, Gu Einan had actually had a dream. In the dream, Yuan had found this place. He had repeatedly warned Yuan, "Don't come. Don't come." This place wasn't for him to come. It was precisely because of this dream that Gu Einan, along with Qin Sang, returned before finding CC. Mom, I'm going out to look. The time in this small town was different from the outside world. The day passed quickly. And once dark fell, Yuan, still outside, would be in extreme danger. Yuan, whom Gu Einan was searching for, was indeed still trying to get out. Tan Zhan tried every possible way to determine their location, but strangely, he couldn't pinpoint it. We can't get out? A place that could trap a group of lunatics was obviously not a place you could easily leave. Unfortunately, when they entered, they had no idea there was no way out. Jiujiu looked at his elder brother on Miao Miao's body, his eyes swollen like little peaches. Should we go back? Jiujiu, worried about his elder brother getting jolted, asked, should we leave him back to recover? Tan Zhan was silent. He recalled the scene of last night. If you guys fall asleep again after dark, we might all be dead here. Although his superpowers were powerful, the facts proved that he couldn't kill them. Only Yuan could kill them. But Yuan was now covered in wounds, and had no chance of surviving another night. Going back meant death. And leaving meant no way out. The group stood there, unable to make a choice. Jiujiu remembered the landlord from whom he bought the medicine. Wiping his eyes, he suggested, can we go find the landlord who gave us the medicine? We could hire her to protect us. After saying this, Jiujiu saw they didn't agree, and guessed they definitely didn't trust this landlord. After all, the person they met yesterday had been very kind to them. But daytime kindness didn't prevent nighttime ferocity. The stalemate lasted for who knows how long. Tan Zhan had no choice but to go back. We need to get you in to lie down, he said. Let's try and see if we can hide. A group of top-sequence aberrations were completely useless in this place. For the first time, they felt powerless. Tan Zhan had rented the apartment upstairs, so it was natural for him to go back there. He hadn't gone back yet, only to the street. The man who had ambushed them last night was walking towards them. These people seemed to forget the events of the night during the day. Upon seeing them, they even greeted them. What are you doing? Oh, you're injured? Do you want me to take a look? I used to study medicine. Is it comfortable for a tiger this big to carry a person? Their tones were relaxed, and one of them tried to lift Yuan down. Before his hands could reach Yuan, the tiger cub roared loudly. Not far away, Gu Einan, who had come out to look for someone, happened to hear the roar. Get out of here! The tiger cub roared threateningly, forbidding these people from touching his big brother. But his resistance caused the smiles of the crowd, who had been smiling, to gradually fade. Before they knew it, they were surrounded again. Tan Zhan's powers were ready to be deployed at any moment. The cubs were also fully awake, glaring at the men with hatred. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. However, just a second before Tan Zhan could strike, a man hurried over and pushed through the crowd. Anen? Gu Einan squeezed into the crowd, his gaze scanning the area until he landed on the young man on the tiger's back. The young man's clean clothes, which had been changed into, were now stained with blood, oozing from his wounds, just hours later. The cubs stared at the man before them, and finally, it was the eighth cub who reacted. He had been the most mischievous during his time at the research institute, having seen Gu Einan passing by outside during his punishment several times. So, he recognized Gu Einan instantly. The moment he recognized her, the leader of the sea let out another cry. He rushed forward, his small tentacles tightly wrapped around Gu Einan. Dr. Gu, my big brother is dying. Big brother's bleeding wouldn't stop, and there were no doctors or effective medicine. If they continued like this, they all knew what the consequences would be. Gu Einan picked up the crying octopus and then walked over to the tiger. The tiger cub didn't dare move. He was carrying his big brother on his back, being very careful with his movements. Even so, his big brother's wounds continued to open. Come back with me. Gu Einan didn't dare reach out, so he could only take Yuan back first. With Gu Einan's presence, the crowd that had formed a circle earlier dispersed, and none of them regrouped. Their eyes were fixed on the injured Yuan. Gu Einan knew the meaning in their eyes, and knew what they were thinking. This is my son. Gu Einan glared at them coldly, seemingly reverting to the arrogant and aloof Dr. Gu. My son is going home now. The group remained silent, staring intently. Gu Einan took a few steps and then stopped. His voice, flat and steady, he spoke again. By the way, Qin Sang and I will take care of those who hurt my son this time, one by one. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd that had been gathered there instantly vanished. No one was immune to the madwoman, who was the landlord. They waited day and night for her death. Only when this madwoman died would they, the mad women, be freed. After dispersing the crowd, Gu Einan successfully brought you into the house. This time, they were staying not in the west courtyard, but in the east. The east courtyard offered the best surroundings. After being carried by the tiger cub for several hours, Yuan returned to bed. The medicine he had applied to his wound was now gone. Gu Einan fetched the medicine box and had the cubs all leave. He lowered his head and carefully tended to Yuan's wound. He was very skilled at handling the wound, and the medicine he used was several notches better than before. Outside, the waiting cubs sat in a huddle. Jiujio would occasionally lean over, leaning against the door to listen for any movement. But after listening for a long time, he couldn't make out anything. Just as he continued to listen, footsteps sounded behind him. It was the landlord, whom Jiujio had met before. The landlady was also looking at Jiujio. She asked, "Is the baby in there?" Jiujio was stunned. He asked bewilderedly, "Who's the baby?" Qin Seng replied, "Nanan's baby." "Our baby's back." Jiujio pondered for a moment. Finally, he guessed that this baby might be his older brother. He reached out and pointed at the door. "Dr. Gu is treating inside." Qin Seng raised her hand to push the door open. Jiujio quickly grabbed her wrist and hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Don't go in." Dr. Gu said, "We can't disturb him. You wait here with us." Despite Jiujio's strenuous attempts to stop him, Qin Seng ultimately didn't push the door open. An unknown amount of time passed. The door was pushed open from the inside. Gu Einan's back was wet with sweat, and his forehead was also covered in sweat. "All right." He stepped aside to allow the cubs in. "I stopped the bleeding. Next, we do other treatments." Qin Seng followed the cubs in. Gu Einan hesitated. Truthfully, he didn't want Qin Seng to see Yuan's current state. Yuan's injuries were severe. Although he had bandaged them again, there were some areas that couldn't be covered with gauze, as that would be detrimental to the wound. But none of the exposed injuries were minor. Gu Einan worried that this would irritate Qin Seng, and his concerns were not unfounded. A few minutes later, Qin Seng's condition began to deteriorate. Baby, it hurts." Qin Seng looked up at Gu Einan, mumbling to herself nervously, "Nanan hurts too, baby hurts too." Yuan's mother, had indeed left in pain. Yunan's pain was also the root cause of Qin Seng's occasional madness. Gu Einan, sensing something was amiss, immediately leaned over and grasped her hand. "Mom, the baby is in a lot of pain, so we can't let him feel any more pain now. We need to find a solution. We need to find medicine to cure the baby, and he stopped feeling pain." Gu Einan's words of comfort to Qin Seng actually treated her more like an unstable baby in need of care. He had become adept at soothing her, and soon, Qin Seng's emotions calmed down a bit. The cubs now knew the relationship between Qin Seng and their eldest brother. After some thought, they decided to follow their eldest brother and call her Grandma. "Grandma." Jiujio led Qin Seng out and took over Gu Einan's duties, continuing to soothe her. "Let's let the baby sleep. Don't wake him." Qin Seng's condition fluctuated, and Gu Einan, who spent every day with him, couldn't quite tell when she was good and when she was bad. While Jiujio went to coax Qin Seng, Gu Einan moved to another place to talk with the other cubs. Jiuzi sat at the table and asked his first question, "Big brother has been looking for you. Why don't you go find him?" Gu Einan sat in a chair and said slowly, "I can't go find him. I want to stay here and watch over this town." Speaking of the town, Tan Zhan interrupted, "We just searched for the exit for a long time, but couldn't find it. How do we get out of here?" Gu Einan looked at them and told him, "There's no way out. Time flows differently here than outside. I don't even know how much time has passed outside. I just remember putting it in the hibernation chamber before I left. The hibernation chamber is safe. As long as he stays asleep inside, nothing will happen. But now it's clear that Yuan has awakened from the pod." The cubs all trust Dr. Gu, their mindsets as simple as Yuan's. Dr. Gu is their father, and a father can be trusted. Jiuzi recounted the situation outside to Gu Einan. When he mentioned the outbreak of the infected, Gu Einan's eyes showed no trace of surprise. He seemed to have arrived during the outbreak. The East District has legalized mutants. The West District has found the source zombie. After finding the source zombie, the West District conducted numerous experiments, but they still haven't produced an effective vaccine. "We came here with my eldest brother because we wanted to find you. Dr. Wan said that right now, only you can develop a vaccine. He implores you to go to the West District and cooperate with the experiments to save humanity." Jiuzi and Ruanke had a good relationship, so he dutifully recited everything Ruanke asked him to. Gu Einan didn't rush to respond after hearing this request. He simply frowned slightly, puzzled. Why are you so close to Shitsu? In his impression, aberrants and humans were naturally hostile. These little ones, in particular, loathed and repulsed humans. It had only been so long, and these little ones were actually asking him over just for Shitsu. The cubs who spoke for Shitsu, don't ask, if you do, they just keep silent. Not a single cub told Father Gu that they were on good terms with Shitsu because the head of the district was their sister-in-law. Gu Einan, seeing their silence, assumed they were shy. Ahem. He cleared his throat, not pursuing the point further. If we can get out, I can check out the West District. Before entering the town, Gu Einan only knew it was a sanatorium. At that time, he had no idea whether it was accessible. Gu Einan had mentioned several times that the town had no exit, which made the children's hearts sink. Don't worry for now. Gu Einan, seeing their solemn expressions, said, the most urgent thing is to get Anan back to health. With Gu Einan, their doctoral father, by their side, the children felt reassured. While they were talking, outside, Jiujio and Qin Sang were still chatting about their baby. Jiujio sniffed, unable to contain herself, complaining to Qin Sang, they're so mean. We were sleeping peacefully in the house, and they came over to kill us. My big brother is so kind, and they beat him up. Qin Sang held Jiujio in her arms, listening to her words, her mind lost in thought. She simply looked down at Jiujio and asked, little Jiujio, do you want to avenge Bao Bao? Jiujio responded fiercely, yes. I want to kill them. Jiujio was usually a cherubic little angel, but if she was touched by someone's weak spot, even that angel would turn evil. Qin Sang chuckled at Jiujio's words. Her smile was gentle, somewhat reminiscent of her daughter's. Okay. She touched Jiujio's forehead and whispered softly, let's go avenge Bao Bao now, okay? Jiujio responded again, okay. Without disturbing the others, the old man and the young woman stood up and walked out of the yard. By the time Gu Einan finished talking to the cubs and came out, they were nowhere to be seen. Where's Jiujio? Ba Zi, not seeing Jiujio, asked in confusion, isn't he coaxing Grandma? Because Jiujio was the most obedient cub in their eyes, they trusted him with the task of coaxing Grandma. But no one could have imagined that the obedient Jiujio would rush out with Grandma in a few words. The landlord had everyone's keys. When the people in the town saw the crazy woman leading the little loser out, they knew something was wrong and immediately locked the door. Jiujio, open the door. Yes. Jiujio acted as a lackey and opened the locked door. Jiujio, seen as a little loser by these people, took advantage of Grandma's presence, spread his wings, and pounced ferociously. He was going to eat them. The locked doors swung open one by one. Jiujio's wings were stained with blood, not a drop of it his. Jiujio also discovered that these people couldn't be killed. But even if they couldn't be killed, eating a few bites would satisfy their hatred. The key ring with its keys jingled, like a sign of the coming of the devil. The sound continued into the night, finally stopping. Jiujio was exhausted. He opened his little arms and said to Qin Sang, Grandma, can you hold Jiujio? Jiujio's wings and teeth were sore. He had exerted so much energy that his legs still ached when he walked. Although Qin Sang was old, she looked only in her 40s or 50s. She bent down and picked Jiujio up. Jiujio rested on her shoulder and breathed a sigh of relief. Night arrived as expected. But this time, the streets were empty of the people from the town. A strangely shaped moon hung high in the sky, its light enveloping everything. Qin Sang, holding Jiujio, slowly walked home. As soon as they entered the house, Gu Einan saw Jiujio's blood-stained wings and knew what had happened. He took Jiujio in. Jiujio had cried so hard that day and was tired from fighting, so he had already fallen asleep. I put him back. Gu Einan had barely finished speaking when the tiger cub approached. He was asking for Jiujio. Wipe the blood off him. Yes. After placing Jiujio in the tiger cub's arms, Gu Einan said nothing more. Mom, it's time for you to take your medicine. Gu Einan arranged for the younger child, and then went to take care of the older one. He knew what Qin Sang had done with Jiujio, but he didn't stop her. He worked late into the night. Gu Einan finally had some free time. He returned to Yuan's bedside, quietly gazing at the face before him that vaguely resembled his wife. And then, Gu Einan leaned against the bed frame, allowing his wearied body to relax a bit. He lowered his eyes and whispered softly, you shouldn't have come here. The people who live here are all lunatics. If you live with lunatics, one day you become lunatics too. These lunatics can't be released. If they were, they would be more terrifying than zombies, aberrations, or any other mutants. They claim to be gods, not gods who show mercy to all living beings, but gods who can manipulate everything at will. And to kill these gods, he would have to sacrifice an in. Thinking of this, Gu Einan closed his eyes. He still had to send in and out. Enin would be safe outside. With the A-series mutant cubs out there, Enin didn't even need to awaken herself to live safely. That night, the mutant cubs finally slept without encountering any danger. Gu Einan also stayed with Yuan until dawn. Meanwhile, Xie Yuan, who had lost contact with Yuan, had completely lost his patience. Looking at the silent communicator, he said to Ruan Ke, Enin must have encountered something. He promised me he sent me a message. But 2 days had passed, and there had been no news from Yuan. Not only had there been no news, but Xie Yuan's calls were unanswered. Shi Yuan. Ruan Ke looked at Xie Yuan, whose irritation was evident throughout his body, and counseled him, even if there's no news about Enin, it doesn't mean he's in any danger. Don't forget, he brought 5 A-sequence mutants with him this time. You and Enin think the A-sequence mutants are puppies to be raised, but in reality, they're top-tier killers whose force overwhelms most people. Ruan Ke's reassurances didn't reassure Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan simply felt uneasy. Uncle Ruan, I have to go out. Not only was Xie Yuan uneasy, his eyelids were twitching, as if something sinister was afoot. Xie Yuan insisted on leaving. Ruan Ke couldn't possibly tie him up. After a brief stalemate, Ruan Ke sighed, I announced that you're looking for a vaccine. You must return with Enin and Dr. Gu within a week. Okay. Seeing him give in, Xie Yuan packed up and left without hesitation. As soon as he left, Yin Qin emerged from the bedroom. Yin Qin scowled, he's becoming more and more willful. Ruan Ke shook his head, disagreeing, Qi Yuan has always been steady. He's in a hurry to leave because of Enin. Yin Qin's brows were still furrowed. Although he was satisfied with Yuan, a question kept popping up in his mind. Yuan's identity is very complicated. If one day, Qi Yuan had to choose between Enin and all of humanity, what would he choose? The question choked Ruan Ke. Unable to answer, Ruan Ke scolded him. What are you thinking? How could Enin conflict with humanity? After asking, Yin Qin felt the question was absurd. He frowned and put the subject aside. Xie Yuan had traveled day and night from the West District, barely closing his eyes. As he hurried on, Yuan's condition fluctuated. Big brother is also a mutant. Why hasn't he recovered yet? Ba Zi stood by the bed, anxious as he watched his brother's wounds show no sign of healing. Gu Einan pursed his lips, not telling the other children that his Enin was no ordinary mutant. Monsters are named by sequence, with a being the strongest and the others weakening in descending order. But his Enin had no sequence number. His Enin had only a code name. God made. Back then, there was only one way to save Enin after his illness, to transform his body. And the person who transformed Yuan's body was his deceased wife. His wife didn't die after Enin was born. She was merely in a state of forced hibernation. This forced hibernation allowed her body to maintain its functions until her final moments. Once released from hibernation, her bodily functions would resume, and only then would death come. Gu Einan had originally thought of temporarily sealing his wife, hoping for a future with more advanced technology, where she might still have a glimmer of hope. But he hadn't anticipated that before his wife's hope was fulfilled, his son's desperate situation would also arrive. His son was too young to enter the same forced hibernation as his wife. On the night his son was struggling in agony, on the verge of death, his wife awoke. Perhaps the bond between mother and child truly exists in this world. The dormant mother heard her son's cries, and slowly opened her eyes. I thought of a way to save Enin. It just means our Enin might have to suffer a little. Yunan, having regained consciousness, spoke to Gu Einan, each word carefully, as long as it means he can survive, I'm willing to let him suffer a little. Yunan was usually in poor health, and was always at home nursing her. So no one knew that she was actually the world's top genius. Gu Einan sometimes turned to her for academic questions. Yunan spent the entire night performing the first transformation on her son. Her body couldn't support the subsequent transformations, so she carefully and meticulously taught Gu Einan the subsequent experiments. Our Enin must survive. After handing the transformation experiment to Gu Einan, Yunan grasped his hand and, with all her might, told him, You must love Enin well, and with that, with my love, take good care of him. The night Yuan was reborn was also the night Yunan died. A mother, having exhausted her final breath, finally bought her son a chance at life. Yuan's transformation was a complete success. As his mother had hoped, he was strong enough to no longer be easily threatened by death. But precisely because of his strength, he became the sole natural enemy of a group of lunatics. These lunatics had created mutants and numerous infectious viruses. The zombies that roamed the human world were the product of a virus they had researched. Unless they were trapped here forever, humanity would not rest until the lunatics died. Gu Einan knew much more, but because it involved his Enin, He could only remain silent. Another day passed. Gu Einan, looking at his still comatose son, had no choice but to start making his move. He called the cubs over and conducted an experiment. I want you to drip your blood onto an Yuan's flesh and blood could feed these cubs. Now that Yuan was severely injured, perhaps he should use the abnormal's healing method. The abnormal's healing method was simple and brutal, feeding, or absorbing the flesh and blood of their own kind, to strengthen themselves. After Gu Einan's words fell, the cubs almost didn't hesitate. They cut open their hands and dripped blood onto Yuan's exposed skin. None of the cubs were afraid of the pain, they were only worried about not having enough blood. Gu Einan observed them for a moment and said regretfully no. These cubs were already powerful abnormals, but they still couldn't use it on Yuan. Gu Einan's face was heavy, and he couldn't think of any other quick way to heal him. If all else fails, we have to take him back to Midden. Midden has a nutrient tank. Put him in there, and he heal on his own, though the healing process will be very slow. Gu Einan pondered and offered another solution. He have to sleep for a long time, maybe even years. The cubs were stunned. Jiujiu came to his senses and tugged at Gu Einan's sleeve. He anxiously asked, is Big Brother going to sleep for a long time like last time? Yuan's sleep last time wasn't just any ordinary sleep. He wasn't fully recovered yet, so Gu Einan let him continue sleeping to recuperate. Gu Einan nodded. After Einan falls asleep, you can stay with me. I take care of you. Dr. Gu. Xiujiu, the quickest thinker, suddenly shouted, there's someone who can heal Big Brother. His blood will be useful to him. Gu Einan, ? Gu Einan asked, who are you talking about? Xiujiu solemnly named someone. Xie Yuan. Dr. Gu, Big Brother consumed Xie Yuan's blood. Thanks to Xiujiu's prompt report, there was finally another person who could treat Yuan. But Gu Einan's expression of worry remained undimmed at the mention of Xie Yuan's name. I heard of Xie Yuan. He's a bloodthirsty man who's killed many mutants. If he knew Yuan was also a mutant, he might not save her. He definitely will. Jiujiu tugged at his clothes and replied confidently, even if he bleeds dry he save her. Gu Einan frowned at this. He was truly baffled by the cubs' attitude towards Xie Yuan. Were they overestimating Xie Yuan? Gu Einan had even witnessed Xie Yuan slay the aberrations. How could such a cold and arrogant man be so kind-hearted as to come to his and Anne's rescue? Before Gu Einan could figure it out, the cubs were already eager to get Xie Yuan in. They convened an emergency cub meeting with a single topic, how to contact Xie Yuan. Only by contacting Xie Yuan could their eldest brother be saved. Halfway through the cub meeting, Jiujiu went to invite Grandma over. Grandma, you can join us too. Jiujiu moved a stool for Grandma and sat her down next to her. Grandma looked at them and nodded. The meeting continued. Grandma listened for a moment longer, understanding the key message. She asked, do we need to go out to save the baby? Yes. Jiujiu, with a stern face, told Grandma, the person who can save Big Brother is outside. We must go out. Gu Einan was unable to attend the cub meeting because none of the cubs invited him. The cubs saw him visiting Big Brother's bedside again, so they left him alone. Thus, only Grandma attended the cub meeting. Granny tilted her head slightly at the cubs' tense faces. She touched Jiujiu's face, as if trying to see how tense it was. After a moment, she whispered, if you absolutely must go out, I know the way. The cubs, shock. The cubs were all stunned. They stared at Grandma in confusion. The fifth cub asked for confirmation, Grandma, what did you just say? Grandma repeated, if you absolutely must go out, I know the way. Her eyes were still cloudy, and her face looked a bit listless. But what she said shocked the cubs. This town belongs to Nan Nan. She was Nanan's mother, the town's current owner, and the landlord. The cubs had never imagined that it would be Grandma who would solve their problem. Grandma. Cubs 7, 8, and 9 all hugged Grandma, rubbing against her vigorously, their voices filled with excitement. Great! We can finally go out. Long live Grandma. Sitting in a chair, Grandma looked at the excited cubs, seemingly infected by their excitement, a smile breaking across her face. Take the baby out. She rubbed each cub's head, including Cub 5, who received a pat. And Cece, take him out too. Cece? Jiujiu twitched her ears, catching the key words. Who is Cece? Is Cece the Tsetse? Grandma didn't answer the question. Her mental state truly couldn't remain normal for long. So there were many questions, and she either had to repeat them or, with patience, simplify them. Cece really wants to go out, but I haven't let him. He's got a bad temper. He ran away a few days ago, and I don't know where he hid. He hasn't come back yet. I go look for him. When I find him, you two can go together, Grandma said, standing up. She wasn't sure whether to go find Cece or find the exit. Giorgio followed her and found her packing her things inside the house. As she did so, Giorgio suddenly understood. Grandma, are you packing for us? After asking twice, Grandma finally nodded. She packed a lot of things into her bag, saying, for the baby. After finishing the things for the baby, Grandma started packing Gu Ainan's clothes. After a while of sorting, Grandma patted the bag and smiled. All right, we can take the baby out. Giorgio hummed a heavy hum. He was about to follow Grandma out when he suddenly realized something. Grandma? Giorgio grabbed her and reminded her, you haven't packed anything for yourself. Grandma held his little hand, still smiling gently. Grandma won't leave. I take you out. Yuan and Gu Ainan, their things packed, were still in the room. Yuan was in a deep coma, occasionally mumbling a few syllables. Gu Ainan just happened to hear a few more words, frowning, his face full of doubt. Did I hear it wrong? Gu Ainan looked at her son's face and muttered, how could I have heard the name Xie Yuan? Chapter 149. Yuan fell silent again after his mumbling. Gu Ainan shook his head, speculating that perhaps he had just talked to the cubs about Xie Yuan, which was why he was hallucinating and hearing Xie Yuan's name. This guess was somewhat reasonable, and Gu Ainan immediately put Xie Yuan's name out of his mind. He took good care of Yuan. Although Yuan's wound was still open, it was cleaned thoroughly. Dad Gu. Just as Gu Ainan was still sitting beside Yuan, a small head poked in from the doorway. It was Giorgio. Gu Ainan saw him and waved, come here. Giorgio walked over and climbed onto his lap. Gu Ainan was very friendly with Yuan's children. He looked down at Giorgio and asked, did you come to see me for something? Giorgio's face couldn't hide the thought, so he nodded obediently. Yes. Gu Ainan quite liked him, and seeing his admission, she continued the conversation. Tell me what you want to see me about. We can get out now. Giorgio told him the final outcome of the children's meeting. Grandma said, we can get out. Gu Ainan's eyes flashed with surprise. It was clear he hadn't known about this either. Getting out meant Yuan could be saved. While this should have been a good thing, Gu Ainan wasn't feeling very relieved. He had too much to think about. Giorgio's face wasn't relaxed either. He touched Gu Ainan's arm and said, can we take Grandma with us? Grandma has packed your and Big Brother's luggage, and she's also packed a lot for us. But she doesn't pretend. Giorgio loves Grandma, and so do the other kids. Although Grandma's mental state fluctuates, and when she's down she barely recognizes them, the kids still love her. Because when she's in a good mood, she's very kind to them. Gu Ainan didn't answer immediately. His eyes darkened, and he stood up, holding Giorgio. I go with you to find Grandma. Yes. Giorgio nodded, reminding them, we must get Grandma out. Dad Gu has to go get Big Brother treated, so he has to go. And they follow Big Brother, so they go back too. They all left, so we can't leave Grandma here alone. This place is full of crazy people, and Grandma might not be safe if she stays here. Quickly Giorgio brought Gu Ainan to Grandma, and the other kids were there too. Grandma, Dad Gu has something to tell you. Giorgio jumped out of Gu Ainan's arms, and he dragged the other cubs away. They didn't interrupt the elders while they were talking. After the cubs left, Gu Ainan looked at Qin Sang in front of her, silent for a few seconds, and then spoke. Mom, aren't you coming with us? Qin Sang held a thermos cup with a few goji berries in it, which Josie had put in for her earlier. She took a sip of tea, her eyes narrowed slightly. Little Gu. Mom, I'm here. Gu Ainan could see that with the cubs by her side these past few days, Qin Sang was in better shape than before. At least Qin Sang was awake more often to chat with him. Thank you for all the hard work you put in these years. It's not hard for me. Gu Ainan responded, I never felt hardship. First I had Nanan, then Anan, and now I've been with you. I feel my life has its flaws, but it hasn't been hardship. Caring for the flesh and blood of his loved ones, as well as his family, is what he should do. Nanan wasn't wrong. You're a good husband and a good father. Xiao Gu, I'm too old to go with you. Mom, are you worried about the town? These lunatics can't leave. Even without you watching, they can't escape. We've been with these lunatics for so long, it's time to go out and take a look. Gu Ainan wanted to take her with him. But after living together for so many years, he knew her character well. No one could ever sway her from a decision she made. As expected. After Gu Ainan had tried to persuade her for a long time, saying everything she could, Qin Sang still shook her head and said calmly, I won't leave. The atmosphere remained tense. In the end, Gu Ainan could only whisper, Mom, I'd be back as soon as I finish treating An's injuries. Don't be so anxious to come back. Qin Sang glared at him, then sat up straighter. She lectured Gu Ainan, An hasn't seen you in a long time. He might be feeling a bit estranged. Take him out for a walk. If you come across anything good, buy it for him. That's right. Qin Sang suddenly said, as if remembering something, An is already an adult. When you get out, look around more. If there's a girl who's suitable for An, introduce her to someone. Qin Sang instructed her on these matters, big and small. She acted like a normal person, even worrying about her grandson's life. But Gu Ainan knew this normalcy wouldn't last. Mom, stop nagging. Go get An. Let's go now. Qin Sang was a man of action. From attending the meeting with the children, packing her luggage, and talking to Gu Ainan, the entire process took no more than 2 hours. She ordered Gu Ainan to get An, while she continued to search for Cici. Cici is dying to get out, she muttered, and now she's hiding. Time was running out, and Qin Sang didn't have the luxury of a meticulous search. She could only choose the simplest and most drastic method, and this method required the help of the other children. 10 minutes later, the children all rushed outside, each with a loudspeaker, shouting their message across the town. Fourth cub, come out! If you don't come out, Grandma will post all your photos. Grandma had many photos of fourth cub in her hands. These weren't photos of the pretty fourth cub, but ultra-high-definition photos of fourth cub's dark past. These cubs were deeply interested in their companions' dark pasts. They held up loudspeakers, each calling out with all their might. Tiger Cub didn't call out fourth cub. He transformed into his original form and walked down the street. Jojo sat on him, holding up the loudspeaker and calling out fourth cub. Inside the house, Gu Ainan loaded the things onto his back and waited for the tiger cubs to return. Once they returned, they could go together. Time slipped by. Just as the cubs, unable to call out fourth cub and about to give up, lost their patience, Jojo spotted a moving lump of mud. Mud! Jojo pointed at the mud and shouted, "It's still moving." Eighth cub was particularly interested in the mud, so he ran over to examine it. Then he picked it up. Look, does this look like fourth cub? It looks like fourth cub. Hey, fourth cub isn't moving. Is he dying? The other cubs, unwilling to see fourth cub die, hurriedly carried him back. Grandma saw the filthy fourth cub, filled a basin with water, and placed him in. As the dirty water was replaced, the muddied little fox gradually revealed its true appearance. It was a very bald little fox. So bald, it didn't even qualify as furry in Jojo's eyes. Grandma, is he dead? Eighth cub poked the bald little fox and asked. Qin Sang wrapped the little fox in a towel and wiped the water off. It's not dead, just exhausted from what I don't know. He's lost a few pounds. Who of you wants to carry him? The fourth cub hadn't opened his eyes yet, perhaps because he was still soaked, so he looked innocent and adorable. But the cubs present all knew his character. When he opened his mouth, he launched an indiscriminate attack, leaving no one unharmed. Little Nine fell back weakly. I'm just a little poisonous mushroom. You can't get too close to the fourth cub, or I pass the poison on to them. Eighth cub, let alone the fourth cub, didn't want him either. Seventh cub held hands with Tan Zhan, the pampered seventh cub even asking Tan Zhan to hold him. For a moment, only the little angel Jojo and the tiger cub were left. Jojo sighed sadly and took the fourth cub. Now that the cubs were all together, Grandma didn't delay any longer. She led the way, while the cubs kept watch behind. There wasn't a single lunatic in this town who didn't want to get out. She couldn't let them slip away. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, Grandma stopped. She pointed ahead and told the cub in front, "Go over there." Tiger Cub carried Yuan on his back, followed by Jojo, who held the bald little fox in her arms. They walked side by side, without hesitation, over there. A few seconds later, Tiger Cub and his companions disappeared, and seventh cub was also pulled through by Tan Zhan. Gu Ainan was pushed forward by Qin Sang, leaving only eighth and ninth cub still looking at her. Grandma. Ninth cub reached out his hand and said to Qin Sang, "Let's go together." Qin Sang took his hand and smiled. "You have to go with eighth cub." In Anne's condition, she couldn't kill all those lunatics. She had to stay here, with them. Grandma. Be good, stay outside and take good care of the baby for me. With those last words, the last two cubs were wheeled out. Outside, Jojo only waited for the two cubs, not their grandmother. He looked up and urged, "Why hasn't Grandma come out yet?" Gu Ainan's eyes darkened, and he whispered, "Grandma won't come out. Let's go first. We come back for Grandma later." Jojo frowned, clearly still wanting to take the coat with her. But Gu Ainan had already made up her mind. Jiuzhou, we need to get Anan treated. Yuan was still unconscious, a fact that frightened the cubs. When Yuan was mentioned, the cubs had no choice but to take their eldest brother with them. They were wheeled out by their grandmother, and not long after they saw the car they had parked. The tiger cubs placed Yuan on a more comfortable bed, covered with a fine mattress. The car was also well stocked with food. Everyone sit tight. We're heading back to the West District headquarters. The car had been driving for less than 10 minutes, when Xie Yuan suddenly stopped them. The cub's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, 8th cub and Jiuzhou were the fastest runners. They opened the car door and jumped out, rushing to Xie Yuan like little cannonballs. Xie Yuan had been feeling heavy-hearted after not finding anyone, but now, seeing the cubs, he breathed a sigh of relief. The cubs were all lively and energetic. You should be all right. Where's your eldest brother? Xie Yuan casually led them towards the car. We have a signal here. Why didn't your eldest brother call me? Jiuzhou and 8 cub remained silent. Xie Yuan felt their reactions were a bit odd, and only after seeing Yuan in the car did he finally understand the reason. What's going on? Xie Yuan stood beside Yuan. He could clearly see Yuan's horrific wounds, some of which had flesh protruding from the wounds, stinging his eyes red. Big brother is injured. Little Poison Mushroom didn't waste time talking, but efficiently explained the treatment. Cut your hand open and drip a little blood onto Big Brother to see if it absorbs. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yuan pulled out a dagger and slashed his palm. His unhesitating manner startled Gu Ainan. It can absorb. Xie Yuan lowered his gaze, observing. Noticing that his blood was seeping into Yuan's skin, he simply slashed himself again. Jiuzhou was afraid he'd faint while standing, so he kindly asked him to sit down. Xie Yuan continued to feed Yuan with his own blood. As he did so, he examined Yuan's injuries. The sheer number of injuries, so severe, nearly overwhelmed Xie Yuan. Who did it? He turned to look at Jiuzhou, who hurt Anan. Anan had been with him for so long, and this was the first time he suffered so many injuries. Under scrutiny, Jiuzhou didn't hold back. He told him everything about how his brother had been injured. This, of course, involved Dr. Gu. Gu Ainan forced himself to withdraw his gaze from Xie Yuan's hand. His Adam's apple rolled, as he told Xie Yuan about the group of lunatics in town. But he didn't mention that Anan could kill them. Xie Yuan. Gu Ainan looked at him still bleeding, and to say he wasn't grateful would be a lie. He didn't like owing favors, so he promised, I heard from Jiuzhou and the others that you guys in the West District want me to develop a vaccine for the zombie virus. I go to the West District and help you do it. Gu Ainan offered to help, and Xie Yuan naturally didn't refuse. The car drove towards the West District. Xie Yuan sat beside Yuan, still feeding him blood. He was filled with low pressure. If he hadn't been bleeding him right now, everyone in town who had hurt Yuan would have died. Yuan had been in pain for a long time, while he lay drowsy. Suddenly, a sweet scent enveloped him. Under the sweet scent, Yuan felt like a dried-up stream welcoming water, and the initial pain gradually subsided. He could finally sleep peacefully again. Anan's wound is healing on its own. Xie Yuan promptly informed Gu Ainan of Yuan's condition. Gu Ainan examined it, and found it was indeed healing. Xie Yuan bandaged the wound first. You don't need to feed Anan today. You wouldn't be able to handle losing so much blood at once. No matter how much Gu Ainan loved his own son, he wouldn't let another child suffer such a sacrifice. But Xie Yuan ignored him. As long as Yuan could heal and wake up quickly, he would not hesitate to sacrifice Xie Yuan's life, let alone bleeding him. Gu Ainan frowned at his lack of response and bandaged his wound herself. Good boy, get some rest. After bandaging, Gu Ainan patted his shoulder and soothed him. His opinion of Xie Yuan had changed drastically. No wonder the kids weren't afraid of him. It turned out he appeared cold, but in reality, he was warm-hearted. After Xie Yuan's wounds were bandaged, he looked back with a gloomy expression. I'm going to kill those people. He'd kill anyone who touched Anan. Gu Ainan wouldn't let him go. He just lost so much blood, and even the best of health would be weakened. Fighting those lunatics at this moment was a losing battle. You can't go yet. The most important thing right now is to get Anan back to health. If you get hurt going there, we have to take care of you. What will happen to Anan then? Gu Ainan's words forced Xie Yuan to calm down. He stared towards the town, his eyes undisguised in their cruelty. Once he had cured Anan and dealt with the zombie virus, he would definitely come back. With Xie Yuan around, Yuan's recovery was noticeably faster. Uncle Gu and An's fingers just moved. He'd probably wake up soon. Xiao Xia, you don't have to worry about staying with him. I keep an eye on Inan. Uncle Gu, I'd be worried if I didn't. After interacting with Gu Inan, Xie Yuan realized that she didn't know about his relationship with Yuan. These seemingly well-behaved kids, but actually harboring some mischievous tendencies, hadn't told Gu Inan the truth up front. Xie Yuan had no choice but to rely on himself to improve Gu Inan's favorability. Even on the other side, the kids were watching bald-haired fourth kid, who thought Yuan had woken up earlier. According to him, he'd gotten into a fight with some lunatic in town. In the eyes of those people, he was just an ordinary bald-haired kid. So he was being bullied. But how could the fourth cub just sit there and let others bully him? His vengeance was intense, and he made life difficult for everyone during those few days of revenge. But in the end, he got into trouble again. Eighth cub, why are you so far away from me? Can I eat you? I'm tired of grilled octopus. Nineth cub, is that little poisonous mushroom of yours a tea tree mushroom? It smells even stronger than before. Hey Xiaochu, are you still crying? Are you being bullied by the other cubs again? Fifth cub, you're always hanging around Jiuchu. Have you changed your career and become his bodyguard? Seventh cub found a decent man, capable of handling matters. It's just that his temper seems to have gotten worse. The fourth cub opened his mouth, truly indiscriminately targeting everyone. The cubs were mowed down, with only the eldest brother, Xie Yuan, and Gu Inan spared. The four cubs never shot at the eldest brother, or they would get beaten. And they didn't shoot at Xie Yuan this time, because he was bleeding the eldest brother. As for Gu Inan, they had lived together for so long that he had become immune to the four cubs. The car drove very fast. On the day they finally arrived at the West District 1 headquarters, Yuan woke up. Gu Inan stood by his bed, facing Wanke, who had rushed over. Dr. Gu, you're here. Wanke had great respect for Gu Inan. Now, Gu Inan was the hope of all humanity. Gu Inan had heard of Wanke too. He owed Xie Yuan a favor along the way, so seeing Wanke like this, he didn't hesitate and said directly, take me to your laboratory. With the source zombies already available, developing a vaccine wouldn't be difficult. Wanke hesitated, then asked, you just arrived. Don't you want to rest first? No need to rest. I'm not tired yet. Gu Inan said, and followed him to the laboratory. The lab was still teeming with zombies. The zombies from the previous vaccine failure were also inside. Gu Inan donned a white lab coat and, after familiarizing himself with the equipment, began work. The team had originally been led by Wanke, but with Gu Inan's arrival, everyone tacitly accepted her as the leader. Analysis after analysis, even various extraction methods no one had ever heard of, kept them busy. But despite the frenzy, they felt at peace. When they finally had a chance to breathe, they whispered, Dr. Gu is worthy of being Dr. Gu. He's truly amazing. He's managed an experimental process we've never been able to execute before, and he's done it with ease. Who says not? There aren't many opportunities to conduct experiments with him, so we need to be more attentive. A group of people, like people pumped with energy, followed Gu Inan's instructions. Gu Inan had been worried about Yuan and wanted to go back to see him sometime. But faced with these people's expectant gazes, he could only silently swallow his words about returning to see his son. Sanzai had eaten his fill and lay soundly asleep on the floor. The source zombie, being sampled by everyone, was still watching Sanzai. While the lab bustled with activity, Yuan slowly opened his eyes in the other room. When he awoke, he was still a little hazy. And then, before he could regain consciousness, Xie Yuan had already approached. Yuan's eyelashes fluttered, and he stared at Xie Yuan without blinking. Xie Yuan's mood was palpable when he finally woke up. He rested his hand against Yuan's forehead, his eyes still red. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you properly. Yuan almost lost his life, and he was completely unaware of it at the time. Xie Yuan couldn't imagine what he would do if Yuan had actually died in the town. Yuan heard his voice choke up, and knew he was truly terrified. Xie Yuan, don't be afraid. Yuan's voice was soft, but his words were clear. He raised his hands and hugged Xie Yuan. Don't cry. Xie Yuan held him tightly, and neither of them spoke for a long time. Yuan, held in his arms, his mind racing. He was no longer in the town. Where were Qin Seng and Dad? Were his children safe? Yuan was filled with confusion, but Xie Yuan was like a big dog in desperate need of comfort. He could only calm himself and soothe the man before him. Xie Yuan, lower your head. Yuan pulled Xie Yuan closer, and the moment he lowered his head, he placed his lips against his. Xie Yuan was stunned for a moment, then, taking control, he cupped Yuan's face. The faint sound of kisses filled the room. At the door, fourth cub, having not found third cub, returned with a sour face, ready to continue looking at Big Brother. The other cubs kept their distance, no one wanting to get too close. It's boring. It's good to have Big Brother here, fourth cub muttered as he walked back. He looked like a young man in human form, and even in his human form, he wasn't bald at all, his hair deliberately grown longer. From a distance, he looked like a captivating, long-haired beauty. However, once this beauty opened her mouth, it was guaranteed to make anyone leave in shame. Big Brother. Fourth cub pushed open the door and called Big Brother as usual. He always called before, but no one answered. This time, no one answered, but he saw his eldest brother, who was awake. His eldest brother was being held down by Yuan and kissed. Xi's eyes suddenly widened. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed over. I was wondering why you were so nice to my eldest brother. Turns out you had evil intentions. You took advantage of my eldest brother's weakness and bullied him like this. How many times have you bullied him before? From Xi's perspective, it was his own eldest brother being held down and kissed. Before Xi could throw his fist, Yuan rested his chin on Yuan's shoulder, stopping him. No hitting. Xi imagined meeting his eldest brother, a hug between him and him. But in reality, his eldest brother was kissing someone else. Xi was completely unprepared and felt like a bolt from the blue. Let me introduce you. This is your sister-in-law. Yuan, still resting his head on Yuan's shoulder, half opened his eyes, introduced Yuan to the four cubs. The four cubs still couldn't believe it. Brother, you really weren't forced? Yuan blinked and reassured, I wasn't forced. Yuan and I are in an open relationship. The other cubs all know. The phrase the other cubs all know broke the four cubs' defenses. So everyone knew, except him. The four cubs' anger instantly became directed at the other cubs. He temporarily controlled his temper and asked his eldest brother, Brother, are you feeling unwell? Dad Gu is in the lab. I go get him. Waking up to see the four cubs, and knowing their father was also in the lab, Yuan felt relieved. He didn't let Xi go call for help. Don't rush to call him back, he's probably busy right now. Xi looked at Yuan and asked, Big Brother, do you still want to keep hanging out with Yuan? Yuan nodded. Xi's heart was heavy. He looked at his brother, who had just woken up, then at the silent Yuan, unable to find any fault. I go check on the other cubs. Finally, Xi gave up, and went to look for the others. After Xi left, Yuan and Yuan were the only ones left in the room. Yuan kissed Yuan's cheek and complained, Xi's got a lot of chatter. If he hadn't been doing this for your sake, he probably wouldn't have let me off so easily. Yuan curled his eyes and coaxed him. The cubs have been living with me all this time. They never really knew you before. Suddenly finding out we're together definitely takes time to react. Besides, once his pups have reacted and digested the news, they won't harbor any hostility towards Yuan. Any of his pups would never harm their mate. No matter if that mate was once a monster killer. Anyway, the pups and their mates can get along, even if it means pinching their noses. We're all family, so we can't afford to not get along. Yuan thought about the pups and sighed heartily. Among all these pups, it's truly rare to find a little angel like Jojo. Yuan treated them all equally. Jojo is a little angel, but most of my other pups are adorable too. You discover their adorableness once you spend more time with them. Yuan, Really? Uninterrupted, the young couple enjoyed their own private world in their room. Yuan was truly frightened this time. He kissed Yuan's forehead and repeated, From now on, no matter where you go, I'd be with you. Yuan patted his head, knowing in his heart that this wouldn't work, but he didn't say so. He simply said, We talk about the future later. Yuan was now in charge of the West District, so he couldn't possibly have the same freedom as before. He wasn't some daughter, and he couldn't just stay home with the kids every day. But he didn't want to discuss these practical matters just yet. An unknown amount of time passed. In the laboratory, Gu Ainan lived up to his reputation as a top doctor. His progress was rapid, so rapid that it amazed everyone. You already done a lot. I'm just deepening this foundation, so it will take less time. Gu Ainan didn't take all the credit, he acknowledged the early efforts of the lab members. The development of this vaccine should be attributed to you. After extracting the vaccine, Gu Ainan, even before conducting experiments, began to give away all the credit. The people in the lab blushed as they listened to his words. They knew that without Dr. Gu's presence, their vaccine would have taken forever to develop. Now that they had the vaccine, Dr. Gu showed no desire for credit. The more they thought about it, the more moved they became. However, even with that feeling, they also wanted to confirm. Does this vaccine really work? Gu Einan murmured, Those crazy people in this small town were all once geniuses. Gu Einan's recent stay in this small town hadn't been without success. Seeing Gu Einan's affirmative answer, one of the lab members stepped forward. Give me the vaccine. I want to be the test subject. After he finished speaking, Gu Einan didn't refuse. Have someone else give you the vaccine. I need to go back. She said she was going to go, but she didn't return until she had observed the reaction to the vaccine after it was injected into the body. Unlike the previous failure, this time, after the vaccine was injected, the experimenters allowed themselves to be bitten by zombies, and no mutations occurred. At the moment of confirming the effectiveness, someone burst into tears. We finally have a vaccine. Finally, we have a vaccine. Since the outbreak, they had waited long enough for this moment. The human casualties were horrific. Countless homes were destroyed, and families torn apart. Now, they could finally put an end to this nightmare. The good news from the lab spread, first sending the entire base into a frenzy, then calls flooded in from the other 3 districts. Since Tiger Cub was right here, he had a great advantage. He and Xie Yuan had successfully obtained the vaccine. Xie Yuan and Yuan's private world could no longer endure. Xie Yuan received countless calls, and the other district leaders, not feeling satisfied with just the calls, were already rushing here. And then, get some rest. Xie Yuan finally kissed Yuan on the cheek and said, I'm going to take care of these things. I come see you when I'm done. Yuan knew he was going to be incredibly busy, so she leaned over and kissed him back encouragingly. You have to work hard. Yeah. The two of them were so clingy that it was unbearable to watch. Xie Yuan let Yuan lie down, covered him with a blanket, and hurried out of the room. With Tiger Cub in hand, Jai Man from the East District was clearly the biggest winner this time. He couldn't contain his joy, and video called the Tiger Cub. Is the West District really willing to share the development process? Yes. The Tiger Cub thought for a moment and said, among the people who developed the vaccine this time, there's Dr. Gu, our eldest brother's father. Jai Man, shock. Jai Man subconsciously asked, does Dr. Gu treat you cubs like children? The Tiger Cub nodded. Upon hearing this, Jai Man looked at the eldest cub, as if he were looking at a precious child. Great, they still have 2 cubs in the East District, so they won't have to worry about vaccines going forward. Although each district produces and trades mutants, their greatest use is to eliminate zombies. Now that a vaccine is available, no one can help but be excited. Bases large and small, as well as cities invaded by zombies, all blared with announcements. Dear compatriots, the West District has successfully developed a vaccine on October 13, 2192. Next, we will use various channels to vaccinate everyone. Please hold on, fellow compatriots, and don't give up. The words on the broadcast brought long-awaited hope to countless people struggling to survive. And humanity's hope meant the zombies were doomed. The zombies attacked the humans frantically, but the humans, brimming with fighting spirit, showed no fear. The humans' joy had little effect on the brawling cubs. For cubs took on many, and the momentum was fierce. Shujo was no match for them, and several of their mycelium strands were broken, leaving him furious. Just then, Gu Einan came by. Seeing the brawl between the cubs, Gu Einan picked up 2 of them. Everyone's busy. Why are you the only one so idle? Gu Einan looked at the kids and thought about Xie Yuan, who had just passed by. He couldn't help but draw a comparison. Look at how mature Xie Yuan is. He manages the West District so well, and he has a good personality. He's taken care of Anan for so long. Our family owes him a favor. I paid him back a little, but you should also be more sensible and help out when he's busy. Gu Einan was trying to teach these ignorant kids a lesson. Before he could finish, the 4th kid asked quietly, Dad, do you know why we're fighting? Gu Einan was stunned. Do you need a reason to fight? The 4th kid, Damn. They don't really need a reason to fight. But this time, he had a legitimate reason. Xiaojiu and the others deliberately hid something from me, so I'm here to fight them. Gu Einan rubbed his head. What could they be hiding from you? It was just some trivial matter. Xi looked at Gu Einan and said slowly, they didn't tell me that my eldest brother found me a sister-in-law. Gu Einan, ? Xi continued, this sister-in-law isn't someone else, she's someone I know. Gu Einan, ? Before Gu Einan could react, Xi revealed the answer. Xie Yuan, whom you just praised, isn't some kind-hearted person. He's a family member. He's the sister-in-law that my eldest brother found. After the last sentence, Gu Einan's mind froze. He reflexively denied it 3 times. Impossible, no, don't say that. How could their Inen and Siechiyuan suddenly be linked together? Sitsi looked at the equally shocked Gu Inen, and finally felt a little better. Great. He wasn't the only one stunned by this. Chapter 150. Gu Inen was stunned by the news, and it took him a long time to recover. Shujio? Gu Inen's gaze fell on Jiozi, who lowered his head guiltily. Is what Sitsi said true? Before leaving, Gu Inen heard Qin Sang's advice. Qin Sang told him to keep an eye out for girls suitable for Inen. But in Gu Inen's mind, Inen had little experience in society and lacked social experience, so she didn't need to look for a partner too soon. Especially since his partner was the boss of the West District. Dad Gu, I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner. Shujio was the ultimate flirt. He leaned over and nudged Gu Inen. I didn't mean to keep it a secret. I just thought it would be more meaningful to have Big Brother tell you this in person. Gu Inen, Gu Inen almost blacked out. Seeing this, the other cubs also stopped fighting. They gathered around Daddy Gu and tried to comfort him. Big Brother has been with Siechiyuan for a long time, and he hasn't made any mistakes yet. Nothing about being unfaithful, domestic violence, or fickle. The cubs were keeping a close eye on him. After a while of comforting him, the seventh cub made a startling statement. Daddy Gu, Big Brother and Big Sister-in-law are already engaged. We can't get Big Sister-in-law to leave. As someone who had experienced this, the seventh cub knew clearly that Big Brother and Big Sister-in-law had done everything. Gu Inen hadn't even digested the news that his own baby was with Siechiyuan when he was forced to hear him cooking with someone else. He swayed, and if Jojo hadn't supported him, he would have fallen to the ground. Jojo patted him on the back, patting him affectionately and soothingly. Don't get excited. It's bad for your health. The kids had originally just wanted Daddy Gu to discover the truth himself, but they hadn't anticipated his reaction. So, each of them began trying to soothe him. Gu Inen was being held captive by the kids, while Yuan was still oblivious to what was happening. He rested for a moment, but couldn't fall asleep, so he reached for his phone. The mobile forums were abuzz. Everyone was talking about the vaccine. They had been waiting for this news for ages. Yuan, infected by everyone's excitement, felt his mood lift. It was unknown how much time had passed. Just as Yuan was about to fall asleep from scrolling through his phone, Gu Inen, led by the kids, returned to his room. The door opened. Yuan instinctively glanced toward the doorway. A tall, familiar figure stood there in the backlight. It was Daddy. Yuan sat up, stunned, watching his father approach. The cubs were overjoyed to see their eldest brother awake. The tiger cub even took a photo of his eldest brother, and bowed his head to the eldest cub. You don't have to rush over. Big Brother is fine. Father and son were finally reunited. Yuan looked at his father, who seemed to have aged considerably. He had so much to say, yet he couldn't find a word. The considerate Jojo led the other cubs away. Let's go out. Wait a minute. Dad Gu needed to talk to his eldest brother, so they had to step aside. The cubs left one by one, leaving only Yuan and Gu Inen in the room. The cubs closed the door behind them. Yuan sat on the bed, his eyes fixed on his father. His voice was a little hoarse. Dad. Hey. Gu Inen walked to his bedside, bent down, and hugged him. Back when they were at the research institute, Yuan and Gu Inen didn't see each other often. Gu Inen was mostly reserved and serious, and there wasn't even a hint of warmth or intimacy between them. But Yuan still loved his father dearly. Love is innate between blood relatives. I called you many times and sent you many messages, but you didn't reply. Dad, I can't find you. Gu Inen ruffled his hair, her eyes a little red. There's no signal where Dad is, so I can't get your messages. Gu Inen knew full well that even if he hadn't gone out to see Yuan, his Inen would be fine. No matter how harsh the environment outside, his Inen would always be safe. But while he knew intellectually that his child was safe, emotionally he still worried. The father and son hugged each other for a long time before Yuan's emotions gradually calmed down. He raised the back of his hand and dabbed at his eyes. After calming down, Yuan finally asked his father what he had been thinking. Dad, is the Midden Research Institute good or bad? The institute belonged to his grandmother, and Yuan wanted to know what it actually did. Gu Inen, seeing that he had asked this question right away, hesitated for a moment before answering. The institute belongs to your grandmother, but the original research team wasn't under her control. Yunan had originally led that original team of geniuses. But later, Yunan's health deteriorated, and he could no longer take on the leadership role. The team also gradually began to deviate. They began researching mutants, cyborgs, and various biological viruses. At first, they conducted their research within the institute. Their findings remained relatively undisclosed, the institute served as a gentle restraint, keeping them confined to their own energies and preventing them from causing trouble outside. Later, mutants and viruses began to leak out. They had already experimented on themselves, so killing them was impossible. Before his death, Yunnan not only saved his son's life, but also set a trap for these people. When the past was mentioned, Yunnan always came up. Gu Einan spoke slowly, observing Yunan's expression. He deliberately downplayed Yunan's presence. This was what Yunnan had told him. On the night of her death, Yunnan, holding Anan in her arms, said to him, "Don't tell Anan how I died. Just tell him I loved him dearly." Most other children had mothers, but she had let Anan down. She hadn't given Anan a healthy body, nor a mother to accompany him as he grew up. Gu Einan's deliberate evasion was keenly perceived by Yuan. "Dad, there are a lot of questions you haven't addressed clearly." Yuan was clever. He spotted the loopholes in Gu Einan's story. Gu Einan smiled, without further explanation. He simply said, "It happened so long ago. There's no point in bringing it up now. Let's just live in the present." Yuan frowned. His father had said that his grandmother wasn't a bad person, and that she loved him too. So when should we get Grandma out? Wait a little longer. Gu Einan didn't specify a specific time. He comforted Yuan, "Grandma will take care of herself. You see her again someday." "Yeah." After discussing family matters, it was Gu Einan's turn to ask questions. Anan. Gu Einan wasn't a mother, after all, so asking about a child's feelings always felt strange. But Yuan didn't have a mother, so he had to take on the responsibility of a mother. "Dad wants to ask you something." "Go ahead." Yuan leaned against him, eager to be closer to her father. Gu Einan pondered for a few seconds before asking, "What's your relationship like now, you and Xie Yuan?" "Yuan, Yuan's body tensed instantly. His mind raced, unsure how to confess to his father. He certainly couldn't lie, and he couldn't. But if he told the truth, wouldn't his father think they were incompatible? He and Xie Yuan were both men, and his father had long ago told him. He wanted him to marry a pretty, lovely wife when he grew up. Now, the lovely, pretty wife was gone, replaced by a tall, imposing one. I wonder if his father can handle this disparity. Dad. Yuan hesitated. He had wanted to avoid the subject and answer after discussing it with Xie Yuan. But his father wouldn't cooperate at all. Yuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and answer, "Xie Yuan and I are in a relationship. I already met his parents. His parents agree with us." The last sentence made Gu Einan choke. Anan had already met the other's parents, but Xie Yuan hadn't officially met them yet. These past few days, Xie Yuan had been acting like a junior in front of him, never mentioning anything about him and Anan. Gu Einan thought about Xie Yuan's attentiveness these days, and the more he thought about it, the more depressed he felt. He wondered, how could the Xie Yuan be so kind, warm, and selfless? It turned out that his desperate efforts weren't out of selflessness, but to save his girlfriend. Dad, Xie Yuan is a good man. Yuan tugged at Gu Einan's sleeve, praising him. Gu Einan said nothing. He thought about Cheesy's words about the matter being done, and then he had a heart attack. After Yuan talked for a while, Gu Einan patted the back of his hand and said, "I don't mean to break you up. When a child grows up, he should be given the right to make his own choices." Father and son chatted in the room, while the children chatted outside. "Do you think Father Gu will like Xie Yuan?" "I don't know. If Xie Yuan doesn't become our sister-in-law, do you think anyone else would care about us? If Big Brother were to live with this group of deformed creatures in the human world, they'd be like a bunch of burdens. The market would be very bad." The cubs pondered the question carefully, then fell silent. Finally, one of them spoke up, "Xie Yuan is a pretty good sister-in-law. She didn't look down on them as burdens, nor did she discriminate against them. They had even heard Xie Yuan say that he had saved up money for his wife and his children. Well then, be nice to him from now on." "Yeah." The base was still bustling with activity, but despite the hustle and bustle, no one stopped working. The Zombie King, out on a mission, had also heard the news from the West District headquarters. He knew a vaccine had been developed. After hearing this news, the group of high-level zombies following him became nervous. "Roar. Will we die?" The old zombie looked back at him and said calmly, "No. Even with a vaccine, they wouldn't necessarily die. The vaccine would only reduce their numbers, not kill them." "Roar, roar. What should we do now?" the high-level zombie continued to inquire, while the old man glanced in the direction of the base. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Now. We need to expand our base." He would find all the zombie kings as quickly as possible, and then, before the vaccine was widely released, they would plunder, kill, and expand frantically. Roar! The high-level zombies roared in unison in response. The old man withdrew his gaze from the base and walked away with the high-level zombies. In the base, Xie Yuan had completely lost contact with the old man. The implications of this loss of contact at this critical moment were self-evident. He stood at the table, silent for a moment, then issued an order, urgently arrest the zombie old man. Everything in the base was operating smoothly, and Yuan's injuries were healing rapidly. After he was able to get out of bed again, he worked with Xie Yuan. Extracting antibodies from a single source zombie wasn't enough. Gu Einan returned to the lab. Xie Yuan. Yuan walked in from outside and told Xie Yuan, I sent the cubs to distribute the vaccine nearby. The cubs tend to fight if they stay in the base, so doing something outside would distract them. Xie Yuan hummed. He handed the finished portrait to Yuan. Take a look. Does this look like Erzai? Chapter 151. Most of Yuan's children were by his side, except for the second child, whose whereabouts were still unknown. Like the eldest, the second child was a thoughtful child. Besides being thoughtful, he was also very patient. When he wanted to do something, he was very stubborn. Once, at the research institute, the second child and the eldest child had an argument for some reason. He had been holding back for months, trying to defeat the eldest child, until he finally found the opportunity and defeated him. Yuan was speechless at the time. Xie Yuan was still discussing the portrait. I spent 2 hours painting according to the characteristics you described. Take a look. Does it look like the second child? Yuan walked over and took the painting. Xie Yuan's meticulous work over the past 2 hours nearly drove Yuan into a state of autism. It's so ugly. Yuan handed the painting back with disdain. Our second child doesn't look like that. He's a good-looking child. Xie Yuan considered himself a good painter, and now he was quite dissatisfied with being disdained. He glared at Yuan and asked, in your eyes, all the cubs are cute. Do you think the big cub is especially cute too? Xie Yuan had seen everyone's true form firsthand. Even before the big cub's original form unfolded, it was already terrifying. If it unfolded, it would be a nightmare no matter where it appeared. And yet, in Yuan's eyes, such a terrifying big cub was somehow categorized as cute. Isn't the big cub cute? Yuan countered, you haven't seen our big cub tilt its head, have you? When the big cub tilts its head to look cute, it's incredibly adorable, isn't it? Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan imagined the image of a python tilting its head. So good, he was almost having a psychological trauma. Yuan didn't want the portrait Xie Yuan had drawn. He planned to draw his own. Oh, if only I had taken more pictures of the cubs. In the human world, people still take family portraits every year. But when Yuan was raising the cubs, he hadn't been able to take regular pictures with them. He felt a little regretful. His regret reached a peak after seeing the various photos left behind by human cubs. Our cubs were so adorable when they were little. When I picked them up, they were all so tiny. They were very fragile little cubs. Some of them clearly needed to hold a bottle for a long time to eat. Of course, human cubs drink milk from a bottle. Their cubs drank blood-stained milk from a bottle. Who would have thought that these cubs, who seem so strong to outsiders today, would choke on milk when they were little? Eighth cub had too many tentacles, and he couldn't control them. As a child, he cried most often because his own tentacles hurt him. Jiujiu also cried because his bottle was always snatched away. Xie Yuan listened with rapt interest as Yuan recounted the cubs' childhood stories. After hearing about the embarrassing stories of the eldest and second cubs, he shared Yuan's regret. Oh, if only there had been a video. Selling a video of the A-sequence aberration's dark childhood would surely bring in a fortune. Yuan glanced at him, feeling that his regrets might differ from Xie Yuan's. After overturning Xie Yuan's portrait, Yuan was about to leave. Xie Yuan pulled him over and sat him on his lap. Work with me for a while. Xie Yuan rested his chin on his shoulder, holding him in his arms. Xie Yuan's computer was overflowing with emails that needed to be processed, all of which had been screened before being delivered to him. The demand for the vaccine is huge right now. We can't produce the amount needed for every district overnight. Xie Yuan wasn't a saint. He was the manager of the West District. Now that the vaccine was available, it was natural that he would supply the West District first. My dad and the others are still working on it in the lab. Don't worry too much. Yuan reached out and stroked Xie Yuan's eyebrows. The two worked together, and Xie Yuan didn't shy away from Yuan. After watching him work for a while, Yuan found a piece of paper and began to draw Erzai. He didn't know if Erzai was trapped like Sazai, or if he was hiding and secretly doing something like Dazai had been. Whatever the case, he couldn't wait any longer. The two of them were busy with their own things, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. In the evening, Xie Yuan opened his collar and asked Yuan, "And then, are you hungry?" Yuan looked at his neck, but instead of biting, he leaned in and kissed it. "My dad said I'm well now, so you don't need to feed me anymore." "It's okay, I like you to bite me." Xie Yuan pressed the back of his head, bringing him close to his neck. Yuan, This was such a generous gesture that it was hard to refuse. Yuan hesitated for a moment, before gently nibbling a little on his skin. In the quiet office, only two people were still making out after get-off work. And outside the office, Jiujiu looked at the tiger cub before him, feeling a little sad. "Can't you just stay? I need to deliver the vaccines to the East District." After the West District received priority, the East District also received some vaccine support. All the tiger cub had to do now was take the vaccines back home. Once he left, he would naturally have to part with Jiujiu. Jiujiu had actually been spending more time playing with Sun Imo lately. He had heard his eldest brother say that Sun might have to leave after the vaccine was developed. For this reason, he was reluctant to leave Sun Imo. But he hadn't expected the tiger cub to leave so suddenly. "Meow meow, when will you be back?" Jiujiu looked up at the tiger cub eagerly. He didn't want to be separated from him. The tiger cub lowered his eyes, looking at him calmly, saying, "There are other cubs here, and other people to play with you. It doesn't matter when I come back." "It does." Jiujiu's eyes widened. He stepped forward, hugged the tiger cub, and shouted, "Besides Big Brother, the most important person to me is Meow Meow." After these words, the tiger cub's tense expression finally relaxed. Meow Meow was still looking at him, asking the same question. "Meow Meow, when will you be back?" This time, the tiger cub answered properly. "I'll be back as soon as I finish dealing with my things." His words made Jiujiu frown. Xie Yuan was currently handling matters in the West District, so busy every day that he could hardly be seen. If the tiger cub went to handle matters in the East District, he would surely be just as busy. Seeing him tugging at him, the tiger cub paused and asked, "Do you want to go out? I can take you out with me." Jiujiu was stunned. Going to the East District with tiger cub was something he hadn't considered. He wasn't familiar with the East District at all, and he was a little afraid of Big Cub. Tiger Cub patiently waited for him to consider it. After a long while he said, "I'm leaving at 7 p.m. If you want to come with me, come see me beforehand." Jiujiu nodded. "I think about it." Tiger Cub didn't force him to make an immediate decision, but gave him ample time to consider. About 10 minutes later, Yuan saw Jiujiu, scratching at the door and looking at him. "Come here." Yuan waved at him, and after beckoning him over he asked, "What happened? Why are you so unhappy?" Jiujiu's emotions were written all over his face, so Yuan could tell at a glance that he was feeling a little down. "Big brother." Jiujiu sat down, seeking advice from his big brother. "Meow Meow is going back, and I don't want him to leave." Yuan choked. He looked hesitant. "Jiujiu, Meow Meow has things to do. Big brother can't force him to stay." Although seeing how unhappy Jiujiu was, he had a fleeting impulse to think foolishly on Jiujiu's behalf. But fortunately, his remaining rationality suppressed this foolish thought. Jiujiu's tone remained low. "I didn't say not to let him go. I'm just wondering if I should go out with him." Yuan, ? Is this still his socially anxious Jiujiu? Jiujiu couldn't make a decision herself, so she simply left it to her big brother. "Meow Meow asked me to go with him." "Big brother, do you think I should go out with him?" Yuan thought carefully, and finally came up with an answer. "The fact that you came to ask me proves you want to go with him." Otherwise, Jiujiu would have shaken his head right away when the tiger cub suggested going with him. "Jiujiu, you're a little too introverted. It wouldn't be bad if you could get out and meet more people and see the world." He could always take care of Jiujiu and let her live with him, but things change, and he couldn't guarantee he'd be there forever. If he were to die one day, he wanted all the cubs to be able to survive independently. He wasn't particularly worried about the other cubs, but he was more concerned about Jiujiu, the most socially anxious. With Yuan's encouragement, Jiujiu mustered up the courage and decided to go out with the tiger cubs and see the world. Before leaving, he even said a proper goodbye to Sun Imo. Sun Imo rubbed his head, unable to think of any other gift for him. Without a gift, he whispered a farewell to Jiujiu. "Be careful out there. If anything happens." He subconsciously wanted to say, "You can find me." But before he could say it, he realized the paradox of that statement. He would soon cease to exist, and Jiujiu would have no chance of finding him. If anything happens, A05 will definitely help you. The tiger cub stood not far from them, quietly watching them say goodbye. Jiujiu waved to him, and then walked towards the tiger cub. After a few steps, he turned back and hugged Sun Mo. "Brother Sun, you must live well." Sun Mo didn't respond, only urging him, "A05 is waiting for you. Hurry up and go." To deliver the vaccines, Tiger Cub chose not to travel in his original form. He drove a truck, the cargo compartment of which contained a new batch of vaccines. Jiujio sat in the passenger seat, fastened his seatbelt, and followed the car out of the West District. As soon as he left, 8 Cub received the news. By the time 8 Cub had passed, he couldn't even see the back of the car. He flew into a rage and insisted on bringing Jiujio back. "That stinky Chu actually left without telling me." Botsy, in front of Yuan, was furious for the first time. "Why is he going to the East District? We're all here. Why would he leave?" Botsy. Yuan lifted the irritated Botsy up and said sternly, "Don't throw a tantrum. Chu went looking for you before leaving. You were having fun outside, and he couldn't find you." Yuan's timely explanation helped Botsy calm down a little. But he still felt irritated. He had met Chu earlier than Tiger Cub, and he had spent more time with Chu than Tiger Cub. Why, in the end, had Chu chosen to go out with Tiger Cub? Just like back at the Research Institute, Chu always wanted to find Tiger Cub. In his big brother's hands, Botsy went from irritable to irritable, and from irritable to depressed. Finally, when Yuan arrived, all he saw was a wilted, almost shrunken little octopus. "What's wrong?" Yuan looked at Ba Zi, puzzled, and asked, "Is he sick? Why else would this most arrogant of cubs be so listless right now?" He couldn't bear to see Jiujio go. Yuan's words revealed Ba Zi's thoughts, and Ba Zi was so angry that he briefly exploded. Who would miss that stinky Jiujio? "I'm just angry that he didn't tell me he was leaving. He must not take me seriously." The cubs would occasionally have minor problems, but they were usually minor. Yuan coaxed the 8th cub, then called the 9th cub to counsel him. After arranging the cubs, Yuan didn't bother with anything else. It was already night, so they had a quick bite, washed up, and went to bed. In the bedroom, Yuan and Yuan lived together, and they had already sent the cubs to their respective rooms. The elders, however, turned a blind eye to their cohabitation. When Gu Einan found out they were living together, she didn't sleep a wink that night. He carried a charming photo with him. Looking at his gentle and beautiful wife, he sighed, "Nan, with Yuan's physique, is he going to marry into our family, or is he going to marry Aranan?" The children kept calling her sister-in-law, but Gu Einan, their biological father, could see at a glance that Yuan's sister-in-law status might be a bit exaggerated. Yuan's biological father was worried, but Yuan's elderly father was quite satisfied. Yuan is really lucky to be with Anan. Qin couldn't help but admire Gu Einan's contributions in the short time since arriving at the base. He also knew that Gu Einan's willingness to do all this wasn't due to her connections with the West District, but for her own children. Ruanka smiled when he heard him. "I knew it was our Yuan who was trying to climb above his station." So, upon meeting Yuan, he expressed his utmost kindness to her. Anan has a father like Gu Einan, and he's also accompanied by a top-tier aberration. I heard from Yuan that he himself has evolved. What do you think? If he dumps our son one day, won't we be able to chase him? Qin has always been confident. Long ago, when Yuan still hadn't found a partner, he thought his son could easily marry a goddess. Later, when Yuan still wasn't looking for a partner, he and Ruanka lowered their standards slightly. Later, their standards dropped to 2:1, a person. 2, someone who can breathe. After lowering their standards to the lowest possible level, they unexpectedly met a golden child like Yuan. The couple looked at each other, feeling that they had gotten a great deal. "Let's pick a time to talk to Dr. Gu about getting married. Our 2 children have a good relationship, so it's time to consider this step." "Okay." Qin agreed readily. "I buy the gifts first, and then give the gift money. Let's prepare thoroughly, so that Dr. Gu won't be disappointed." One of the 2 parents was eager to get married immediately, while the other, naturally, was in no rush at all. Inside the bedroom, the person, worried about by both sets of parents, had completely forgotten their parents. Their eyes were fixed on each other. And then, Yuan hugged Yuan from behind, kissing his shoulders and stroking his belly with one hand. "If you could carry a baby, then, isn't there already one of ours?" Yuan's eyes were red, and he clutched the pillow, trying to stay somewhat lucid. He had to be lucid. If he let Yuan fool him, he'd be manipulated. No baby. Yuan denied the unscientific idea of carrying a baby, his eyes misty, and his voice broken. A moment later, Yuan's hand also found its way to her belly, his lucidity completely gone. Meeting Xie Yuan's handsome face, Yuan stared blankly at him, muttering, "No cub. You?" The fatigue from a day's work seemed to be completely swept away by the nighttime intimacy with his partner. A deep laugh escaped Xie Yuan's throat. He leaned over and kissed Yuan's forehead as if rewarding him. "Aranan is so good." Yuan didn't get much sleep that night, and he didn't fall asleep until dawn. Xie Yuan also took a light nap just before dawn. The alarm clock rang at 7 o'clock. Xie Yuan didn't wake Yuan. He cleaned himself up briefly, got up, and went back to work. Yuan slept through the afternoon. When he woke up, Gu Einan arrived to check on him. Yuan heard a knock on the door, and hurriedly put on his clothes. He had chosen long shirts and long pants, trying to hide the marks as much as possible. But when Gu Einan came in, he saw the clues immediately. Even though he had been prepared, seeing his son's face bitten, his father still felt a mixture of emotions. "Dad, why are you here?" "I'm on my way." Gu Einan sat down in front of him and handed him the tea on the table next to him. "Have a few sips of water, your horse." Yuan took the cup, his ears flushed with embarrassment. Ahem. Gu Einan didn't ask about his son's personal life. He changed the subject. "I saw people from the base distributing vaccines with pictures of Erzai on their cars. Did you order it?" Yuan nodded. The portrait had been up there for several days, so his father probably just saw it. "Now that the cubs are back, I know the whereabouts of the cubs who weren't with me. Only Erzai is out there, wandering around all alone. I'm worried about him." Gu Einan agreed, understandingly. "Erzai must be found too. It's just that your drawings, they're a little abstract. Don't you have any pictures of Erzai?" "No." If Yuan had any pictures, he would have posted them everywhere. Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up at his father's question. "Dad, do you have any pictures of Erzai?" "I have a few saved here." When Gu Einan left Minden, he wasn't as caught off guard as Yuan. He took his own phone with him, a phone he used for years, and it contained quite a few photos. The majority of these photos were of Yuan. There were also a few of the other cubs. "Great." Yuan saw the photo and happily jumped out of bed. "I can promise Erzai a high-definition photo." He also wanted to share Erzai's photo everywhere. Gu Einan, seeing his joy, naturally rejoiced too. Yuan hurried to wash up. Gu Einan looked at his back, then at the trash can. After a long pause, she sighed softly. Alas. His son still needs to grow. Xie Yuan is going too far. By the time Yuan finished washing up, Gu Einan had already left the bedroom and entered the living room. The bedroom window was open, allowing air to circulate. And who knew who had put the lid down on the trash can beside the bed? Dad. Yuan came over and started choosing photos. Let me see which one to use. Gu Einan had taken more photos of Erzai than any other cub. He pointed to one. This one, with a chubby tail, looks a bit cute. Yuan looked at the one he pointed to and nodded in satisfaction. But he pointed to another, expressing his own opinion. I think this one is cute too. Erzai's body was somewhat unique. He and his cubs were all abandoned, useless little cubs, each with their own flaws, and Erzai's flaws were unique among the cubs. He was a deformed mermaid. Mermaids are beautiful in modern fairy tales, but they never exist in real life. But in reality, in ancient times, humans caught real mermaids. Real mermaids weren't as beautiful as described in fairy tales. They were ferocious, terrifying, and cold-blooded. It's impossible for such mermaids to survive in captivity today, so what the lab has aren't mermaids, but preserved mermaid genes. They used the gene on the second cub, but the result was a failure. The second cub didn't fully evolve into an ancient mermaid, it only grew a fat tail, so soft and tender that a poke could make it cry. The experimenter's face turned green at the sound of the useless fish cub's cries. Then, he tried to train the useless cub to be stronger. At the end of the training, the useless fish cub was only breathing its last. Thrown away as trash, he met Yuan, a scavenger. Yuan took him back, and he became A02 at the Minden Institute, a powerful A02. But A02 has a flaw. His flaw is, he's a fish, he can't swim. If he could swim, the leading cubs in the sea would probably have to change. Send all these photos. Yuan pointed at a few of them. The more he looked at them, the more adorable they seemed to him. Just like mothers on WeChat moments can't help but show off their children, Yuan often felt like showing off his children. Since he had to print out photos to find the cubs anyway, he might as well pick the best ones. These will do. Gu Einan sent him the photos and asked him to print them. Yuan looked at the photos that had been exported from his phone and couldn't help but ask him to export photos of the other cubs as well. With the photos of the cubs, Yuan went to Xie Yuan and had them printed again. Xie Yuan looked at the cubs in the photos, especially their lower bodies. He stared at it for a few seconds, then asked in confusion, "Enan, is that Erzai's tail? Or a drumstick?" Yuan, ? Yuan also looked at the cub in the photo. His face tightened, and he stared at Xie Yuan with a warning look. "Who are you saying is the drumstick?" The photo his father took was when Erzai was younger. Back then, Erzai's tail was a little chubby, but not as chubby as a drumstick. Xie Yuan, receiving Yuan's gaze, instantly felt a surge of urgency. He calmly sat up straight and examined the photo again. "I took a closer look. It's the tail, right? It's quite cute. How could it not be cute if it was as chubby as a drumstick?" Yuan's cup filter was too thick. Knowing this, Xie Yuan stopped trying to imply that Erzai was fat. He asked, "Erzai is probably grown up now. If you post a photo of him as a child again, will no one recognize him?" "No." Yuan was quite certain of this. He said, "The cubs all love their cub state, so they often turn into cubs. Perhaps because being picked up and cared for by their eldest brother, as cubs is their fondest memory, the cubs are particularly fond of their cub forms. Our cub, unable to see him outside, will definitely miss him. And whenever he misses him, our cub will definitely conjure up his fat tail and hug it while thinking of him. If you think this will make it recognizable, I have Pei print it." The main base was too busy, and Pei and the others had been transferred here. The photos that needed to be reprinted were finalized, and Yuan personally oversaw them. He felt a little more at ease as the new photos left the base on the vaccine delivery vehicle. Pei jumped out of a vehicle. He had just finished loading it, and he wouldn't leave with it. "Enan." Pei greeted Yuan. The two hadn't seen each other for a while, but they weren't unfamiliar. He pulled 2 more candies from his pocket and tossed them to Yuan. Yuan took the candies and continued chatting with him from where he was. "I saw the photos in the car. Is that A02? "Yes." Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he was about to tell Pei how adorable they were, but before he could finish his words, he spoke first. "TSK, why is A02's tail so fat like a drumstick?" Yuan, Oh. Yuan's face fell for a second, and the candy he had just stuffed into his mouth no longer tasted sweet. Pei, still oblivious, smiled and asked Yuan, "Enan, are you upset that this kid isn't coming back?" Yuan, ? Yuan chewed up the candy and swallowed it. He asked, puzzled, "Why do you say that? Their second child hasn't messed with him yet." The smile in Pei's eyes deepened. He touched Yuan's shoulder, looking like someone who's experienced this. "I have a younger brother too. I understand. When my brother makes me angry, I just can't wait to give him a good beating. You're posting A02's dirty laundry everywhere. Are you trying to punish him? It's a pretty powerful tactic. It's well known that A-sequence aberrations are the most concerned about their reputation." Yuan posted the high definition and censored photos of the fish. A 02 would probably faint on the spot after seeing them. After Pei finished speaking, Yuan remained silent for a while. He was puzzled. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Yuan pursed his lips and said nothing. Pei saw something amiss in his expression and reflected on his words. But after reflecting on it, he didn't feel he said anything wrong. "Hey Enan, why did you leave?" Pei had just chatted with Yuan for a few words when he saw him turn and leave. Confused, he followed him for a few steps. Yuan, mindful of his words, sulked and went to find the cubs. The cubs had already seen Erzi's photo. Yuan asked bluntly, "Cubs, do you think the photo I printed of Erzi is a historical photo?" The cubs looked at each other, each catching a glimmer of mischief in their eyes. Jiuzi spoke softly, "Big brother chose such a cute photo. How could it possibly be a historical photo? Erzai will be thrilled to see the photos. Anyway, if it were me, seeing Big brother print my photo, no matter which one it was, I'd be thrilled too," Jiuzi said, even leaning over Big brother and nudging him with the umbrella cap. Yuan was soothed by Jiuzi's words. He touched Jiuzi's umbrella cap and hummed. "Someone said the photo I posted of Erzai is a Black History photo. He's talking nonsense." The other kids, for once, agreed that Big Brother's selection of photos was exceptional. Yuan naturally felt the same way. Looking at the obedient and sensible kids before him, a warm glow welled up in his heart. The kids were still praising him, especially little Gio, who sweetly said, "If I were Erzai, I'd be thrilled." "Do you all think Big Brother has good taste?" Yuan pleaded. The kids nodded in unison. Seeing this, Yuan picked up his phone and fiddled with it for a while. Liuzai, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly had a bad feeling. He subconsciously glanced at his eldest brother and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" Yuan put his phone away and looked at them. He narrowed his eyes again, a smile lingering in his voice. I just remembered I still have your pictures on my phone. So, I just sent yours out too. As an eldest brother, he always treated everyone equally. The children's childhood photos were so adorable, he had long wanted to share them all. The children, caught off guard by the photos, were all stunned. Chapter 152. The cubs had originally intended to be mischievous, but they never imagined their mischief would ultimately harm themselves. Ninth cub, who had spoken the most recently, was now being glared at by the other cubs. Ninth cub, help! Ninth cub tried to turn the tide. He jumped onto his eldest brother's lap, tilted his umbrella up, and softly asked, Big brother, do you have a lot of friends on your moments? He remembered that his eldest brother didn't add many friends. If that was the case, even if he posted something on moments, not many would see it. Yuan patted his head and replied, I don't have many friends on my moments. Ninth cub breathed a sigh of relief. But then, Yuan casually added, I don't have many friends on my moments, so I asked Yuan to post your photo on his moments. He has a lot of friends on his moments. As Yuan spoke, he deliberately pulled out his phone. In just a moment, the moments had already seen a lot of updates. Several of the pups gathered around. As Yuan scrolled through his feed, they watched helplessly as their photos flooded their entire social media feed. Not only did Yuan post their photos, but Ronke and Ian Chin did too. Even Pacey did. Some who knew them, probably seeing everyone else posting, saved their photos and shared them as well. Yuan was delighted with the reaction. With a squinting eye, he said happily, Puppies, look, so many people like you. The photo's widespread distribution was completely unexpected for Yuan. He had heard from Yuan that before the outbreak, people loved surfing the internet even more than they do now. Back then, many people would become internet celebrities. Yuan even told him that if the kids could go back to that time, they could form a group of internet celebrities. Yuan only posted a few photos, he had more on his phone. It's a shame, I can only post a 9-square grid at a time. Yuan glanced at his moments, his tone filled with regret. I have other photos of you here, Josie. I also have the photo of you fighting with Botsy for the bottle. Botsy and Josie suddenly became serious when they heard this. Big brother, don't post it anymore. Josie racked his brains to stop his brother. We only want to show you these childhood photos, big brother. Despite Josie's strenuous obstruction, some of the unposted photos lay in Yuan's phone album, unavailable for the time being. After sharing the photos with them and calming down, Yuan turned to look for Yuan. The kids watched their big brother leave, but for the first time, they didn't follow him. Only after their eldest brother completely vanished did the cubs, with heavy hearts, convene a cub meeting. The topic of the meeting was, should they remain anonymous when going out? These people online are quick to eat gossip. We're going to be socially devastated along with the second cub. The seventh cub was a seasoned surfer. He knew full well that his group of cubs were already quite well known. Gossip about them would spread quickly across District 4 without any push. The sixth cub hadn't added fuel to the fire. He was just watching the fun from the sidelines. As a result, his embarrassing childhood photos were also posted. Thinking of this, he looked at the ninth cub coldly. Nine cub, look at what you done. This time, Nine cub felt guilty and didn't say anything in rebuttal. The cubs discussed how to deal with this incident, but after a long discussion, they couldn't come to a conclusion. They were already beyond redemption. The once awe-inspiring A-sequence mutant was about to collapse in the eyes of many. Forget it. At the end of the discussion, Six Cub glared at them and said coldly, at worst, I just change my name when I go out. He wouldn't be called A06 anymore. The other cubs exchanged glances and decided to do the same. After Air Cub's high-definition photo was resent, Yuan waited patiently for news. But before Air Cub's news arrived, the missing old zombie man started making new moves. He's launching a final counterattack. Yuan looked at the report he had just handed over, his face grim. After learning of the vaccine's availability, the old zombies immediately began to collaborate internally. They no longer attacked their own kind, nor did they disperse haphazardly. Led by advanced zombies, they began living in groups, just like humans. After forming groups, they had only one goal: to frantically devour humans in order to acquire more companions. The vaccine couldn't be distributed to all humans instantly. These zombies took advantage of this time difference and launched a fierce attack and looting of the human base. Yuan reviewed the report and continued to tell Yuan, the North and South districts are currently experiencing the most attacks. Not only were there reports on his desk, but Yuan's phone was also ringing non-stop. It was the North and South district bosses calling, seeking support. These two districts currently had too little vaccine, making them prime targets for the zombies. Yuan heard several phone calls during this short time. Sietchi Yuan, don't we have enough vaccines? Yes, not enough. They only have one source zombie here, and even if they're making a vaccine, they can't always plunder a zombie. Gu Ainan's current research and development focuses on several areas. First, he needs to quickly find a way to infinitely replicate the raw materials for the vaccine. Second, he needs to allow newly infected humans to recover through the vaccine before their consciousness fades. Both of these challenges are difficult, and Gu Ainan is so busy that he barely has time to see Yuan. Yuan had no problem with his father not visiting him. Compared to his time at the research institute, this was already a lot of time he spent with his father. Sietchi Yuan, should we provide assistance to the north and south districts? Yes. Sietchi Yuan unfolded the map and pointed it at Yuan. The north district is closest to us. If it falls, the number of zombies we have to deal with will increase significantly. With more zombies, the likelihood of them evolving into advanced zombies increases. These advanced zombies possess special abilities. Even if they have vaccines, they won't be afraid of infection. But a complete victory in a battle with these zombies is not guaranteed. Yuan thought for a moment. If you want the cubs to help, you can ask them to go and see. The cubs are currently only responsible for the simple task of escorting the vaccines, which is relatively easy. But with their abilities, they can handle more difficult tasks. The cubs themselves are also quite hardworking. Sietchi Yuan pondered for a moment. I asked the cubs for their opinions first. Okay. Thinking of the commotion the zombie old man had stirred up outside, Sietchi Yuan frowned and reflected, I should have dealt with him sooner. He knew the old man was scheming, and not truly on the human side, like Sun Mo. But he needed him. Originally, keeping a close eye on him wouldn't cause any trouble, but things had been going on a lot lately. Let's just kill that old man. Yuan, who followed Sietchi Yuan, knew most of the goings-on at the base, big and small, so he knew the old man had been causing a lot of trouble. Sietchi Yuan frowned. He's not easy to kill. He's a zombie king after all. Sending ordinary psychics there might not be enough to kill him. Especially since the old man was allying with other zombie kings. The danger of several zombie kings gathered together couldn't be underestimated. I go. No. Yuan hadn't finished speaking when Sietchi Yuan interrupted him. The last time he let Yuan go to the town, Yuan ended up covered in wounds, leaving a psychological scar on him. While feeding Yuan blood, Sietchi Yuan swore to himself. He would never let Yuan take risks again. Seeing his tense face, Yuan couldn't help but pinch it. Don't be so nervous. What happened last time was really just an accident. Yuan could tell what he was thinking at a glance, so he reassured him, I promise I won't get hurt that badly again. Yuan's promise still didn't reassure Sietchi Yuan. The two of them remained in a stalemate for a moment. Finally Yuan sighed, I send the cubs. They couldn't stand by and watch the zombie king go mad. Those outside had just had hope of a vaccine, and until that hope arrived, they wanted everyone to stay alive. Which cub should go? Ask them. The zombie king must be dealt with. This matter can't be delayed. Sietchi Yuan and Yuan stayed in the office for a while longer, then went to find the cubs. The cubs didn't look as good as usual. Sietchi Yuan rubbed 8th cub's head and asked knowingly, what's wrong? You looked down. 8th cub remembered that he had also posted on WeChat moments, so he took his hand off his head out of spite. Seeing this, Sietchi Yuan wanted to tease them even more. After teasing the cubs for a while, watching the bald fox slowly start to ruffle its fur, and the 3rd cub slowly put down its bamboo stick, Sietchi Yuan withdrew his hand with a sense of regret. Your eldest brother, and I have something to discuss with you. Do you want to go out? After saying this, Bazi glanced at him, to the East District? If you beg me, I go. Sietchi Yuan glared at him, revealing his thoughts. If you want to go to the East District, do you need me to beg you? With Jojo not here now, Bazi must have been wanting to slip away long ago. Bazi snorted and ignored him. Sietchi Yuan returned to the point. Do you remember that old zombie we worked with before? He's on the zombie side now. Because he knows we developed a vaccine, he wants to infect as many humans as possible before our vaccine is fully deployed. Children, every day he lives, more people will die. Who among you is willing to kill him? After Sietchi Yuan asked this question, all the children nodded. 6th child paused coldly at Bazi's head and said, I go. The 3rd cub couldn't leave. Besides chewing bamboo, he also had to appease the source zombies in the lab. The 4th cub, perhaps from being locked up in the town for so long, was now eager to have fun. After the 6th cub finished speaking, the 4th cub also expressed his intention. I want to go. The 8th and 9th cubs unanimously said they wanted to go. The cubs all agreed, no one wanting to be left out. Xie Yuan looked at them, unsure how to choose, so he handed the decision to Yuan. Yuan looked at the cubs and hesitated. 4th cub, 6th cub, 8th cub, you go. The 7th and 9th cubs continue to deliver the vaccines. Vaccines are a precious resource right now, and they've been targeted while they were transporting them. A few days ago, there was a premeditated attempt to snatch them away. After Yuan made the arrangements, the cubs all agreed. That day, several of the cubs tasked with killing the old zombie left the base together. Although Yuan had assigned them to nearby missions, he still worried about sending them on such a long journey. Xie Yuan, do you think the cubs can defeat those zombies? The old man had more than one zombie king, and beyond that, countless zombie hordes. Although the cubs were strong, they wouldn't necessarily be able to successfully kill the zombie leader in a group fight or a war of attrition. Xie Yuan comforted them. Even if the cubs can't kill the zombie king, at least they can retreat on their own. There was only one small town trapping the aberrations, and it was unlikely that another would appear. So, the cubs wouldn't face any major dangers. Yuan still felt uneasy. The cubs could only call their eldest brother every once in a while to report their safety. For 2 days straight, they were perfectly safe. Yuan gradually began to feel relieved. But on the 4th day after that relief, he suddenly couldn't contact the cubs anymore. Xie Yuan, what's the situation now? Have the cubs found the zombies? After realizing he couldn't contact the cubs, Yuan immediately went to Xie Yuan. When Xie Yuan saw him coming, he immediately explained the situation. The zombie king has taken over a base, and it's still uncertain if there are any survivors inside. The zombie king is probably blocking the signal to prevent any activity inside from being transmitted outside. Signal blocking devices have long been available on the market, and they can't be used on a large scale for more than a few hours. Cubs, go explore the area and see if there are any survivors. It's only for a short while. Don't worry. When Yuan heard the cubs were only going for a short while, his anxiety eased. He stayed with Xie Yuan, waiting for news from the cubs. Not long after, the cubs finally delivered the news. There are still a few survivors in the base, but the zombies have locked them up. We don't know what they're doing. The cubs, fearing Yuan would worry, sent 8th cub outside the base to explain the situation to him. Xie Yuan was also listening. Be careful, and try not to get spotted. They can't detect us. 8th cub was confident. They block the signal, and we block our presence. Two-way blocking. Let's see who can fool the other. Brother, should we rescue the survivors now, or wait and see what they're going to do? While the zombies' motives were important, human lives were at stake. They couldn't use human lives to determine what the zombies were going to do. Save lives first. Xie Yuan succinctly instructed, again, don't expose yourself. The number of zombies in the entire base was undoubtedly enormous. If the cubs were discovered or trapped, not only would they not be able to save lives, they would likely be exhausted by the wave after wave of zombies. Got it. Ba Cub hung up the phone, put away his phone, and returned to the base. Yuan checked the cubs' location. If they flew there, it wouldn't be far. Xie Yuan, can I go out and take a look? Yuan's role in the base was limited. At most, he could pack the vaccines, inspect them, and then see them off. Now that the cubs had meaningful things to do, he didn't feel like looking for work. The troops in the base were pouring out in waves. Everyone in the military has been vaccinated, so these soldiers no longer have to worry about infection, making them more capable of carrying out rescue missions. However, there are simply too many small bases and residential areas that need rescue. Yuan, who worked as a telephone operator for several days, listened to the terrified pleas coming from the small bases on the other end of the line. Zombies are attacking our base. They're massive. We can't hold out much longer. Can someone please help us? We have a lot of elderly people and children here. There are many scattered small bases, and some of them, before the call for help is even finished, suddenly screams, and in silence. I'm not going to see the cubs. I'm just going to check out the small base that's asking for help. The army will be there. But the army is currently understaffed. Our army must take priority over our own district. Many of the small bases that called for help are not zoned. They live in remote areas, outside District 4. And then, I can't go with you. I go with 7th or 9th Cub, and I won't be gone for long. My dad's still here. I just go to the nearest small base. Xie Yuan still disagreed. Yuan pestered him for 2 days straight. Finally, seeing that the cubs were quiet and seemed relatively safe, Xie Yuan finally relented and let him go with the army. The army was led by Pei Si. Before leaving, Xie Yuan tried to change his mind. And then, Xie Yuan simply played the emotional card. Can you bear to leave me here alone? I work hard enough during the day, and I can't even hold you to sleep at night. Yuan patted his head and soothed him. You've gotten enough sleep these past few days, so it's just right for me to take a break. Both sides' parents had already met, and Gu Einan and Wan could spend every day together. Xie Yuan, relying on his connections with the parents, now felt more justified in his nighttime madness. Yuan was driven crazy to the end, still exhausted as usual. But no matter how exhausted he was now, he wouldn't have a fever or any signs of evolution. Gu Einan was well aware of his son's reaction. All of his superpowers had been restored. He never needed to evolve, he always needed to recover. It's just that under normal circumstances, all of these superpowers couldn't be fully utilized. Yuan wasn't surprised to learn he had gained a new power. He had asked his father when his memory would return, but his father hadn't given a definitive date. And then, Yuan was about to follow Pacey out, and Gu Einan came over to see him off. Take care of yourself outside. Don't be too impulsive. Yuan nodded. After hugging Xie Yuan and chatting quietly, he leaned over to hug Gu Einan. Pacey opened the car door and let Yuan in. He smiled and waved to the people still standing, assuring them, "Don't worry, I'm watching over Einan. Nothing will happen to him." The car drove away, and Xie Yuan continued to watch from behind. Until Gu Einan called him. "All right, the car is out of sight. Let's go back." Xie Yuan said him, and followed Gu Einan. The two of them hadn't really had a good conversation, except for the initial conversation when they treated Yuan's injuries, when they talked a little about the past. After returning to the base, they each went about their own business, never mentioning the past again. "Uncle." Xie Yuan took a few steps and suddenly asked, "And is going out, are you worried?" Gu Einan glanced at him. "He's my child. How could I not be worried about him leaving?" Xie Yuan pursed his lips and mustered the courage to ask for help. "Uncle, I think I might be a little mentally unstable." After Xie Yuan said this, Gu Einan was stunned. What was he talking about? Is Xie Yuan a psychopath? Seeing Gu Einan's eyes becoming increasingly uneasy, Xie Yuan immediately added to his previous remarks. "Whenever Einan leaves home, my mind becomes overwhelmed with thoughts. I'm terrified something might happen to him. I even don't want him to go out because of this fear." This time, Xie Yuan was completely determined not to let him go out, but Yuan patiently communicated with him. In the end, it wasn't Yuan's communication that was effective, but Xie Yuan himself realized that something was amiss with his mindset. He agreed to let Yuan out, also wanting to use this opportunity to observe himself. Gu Einan almost lost her voice after hearing him describe his symptoms. Xie Yuan's worry about his son was so intense, it was almost psychotic. It was hard to tell whether to be happy or speechless. You're just afraid something might happen to him when you're not watching. To put it bluntly, you're afraid he'd die? Gu Einan instantly pinpointed his fear, and after seeing him nod, she sighed. "Have I not yet told you about Ann's health? Don't worry. As long as he doesn't return to town, An will never die. No one in this world can kill him, not even you. You can't kill him unless he's willing to die under your bone blade. I won't kill him, ever. He's more important than my life." After hearing the last sentence, Xie Yuan instinctively retorted. Gu Einan looked at him and asked a question in a gentle voice. "If one day you had to sacrifice yourself to save all of humanity, would you do it?" After a moment's silence, Xie Yuan replied softly yes. He had spent many years in the military, and his father was a man like Yin Qin. Sacrificing for humanity was a creed ingrained in him. Even though he was deeply reluctant to give up his life, when the moment came, no matter how painful it was, he would make the choice. Gu Einan's expression remained unchanged as he continued, "What if one day, An had to be sacrificed to restore peace to all of humanity? Would you kill him?" This question was much more difficult to answer than the previous one. Xie Yuan's expression immediately changed. "Uncle, I don't want to answer such meaningless hypotheticals." Gu Einan, usually easygoing, became unusually tough after hearing his refusal. "Xie Yuan, I want to hear your answer." Gu Einan stared directly into Xie Yuan's eyes, and repeated his question. "Between An and all of humanity, what would you choose?" Xie Yuan paused, his face tense, his fingers clenched into fists. Their gazes met in midair for a long moment before Xie Yuan finally spoke. "Uncle, if that day ever came, rationally, I would choose all of humanity. But in reality, I don't think I could be that great." Xie Yuan's voice was slow, yet it shone with the determination of a thoughtful thought. "I would never lay a hand on An." Whether this answer was acceptable or not, Gu Einan simply looked at him quietly before looking away. "Let's go!" he said calmly. I'm going to the lab. When I'm done, I'd be leaving too. I have to ask you to take good care of Inen. Xie Yuan frowned, clearly not expecting Gu Ainan to leave. Inen and I are both at the base. Where are you going? Yuan longed to have his father by his side, and Xie Yuan knew that Gu Ainan was there for him, and he was delighted. If Gu Ainan really left, Inen might not accept it. I'm going back to the town. Inen's grandmother is still there. The town is full of lunatics. Can't you get grandma out? Xie Yuan said, adding, I can go with you to get grandma. And I kill those lunatics inside. Xie Yuan has never been a generous person. He's extremely protective of his own shortcomings. Yuan was severely injured by those lunatics in the town, and Xie Yuan never forgot this vengeance. If he hadn't been tied up in the base, Xie Yuan would have been on his way to revenge, bone blade in hand. Don't worry about the town's affairs. The elders could handle it, and Gu Ainan didn't intend for the younger generation to risk getting involved. Just promise me that you live a good life with Inen from now on. Gu Ainan was a qualified elder. After discussing the matter with Xie Yuan, he also helped to resolve his concerns. Inen is also an independent individual. You can't force him to live on you, against his will. You're a couple. If you want to go long-term, you should respect each other's decisions. This was the first time Gu Ainan had spoken these life lessons to a junior. The two of them chatted quite well. Outside the base, Yuan was also chatting with the cubs. Eighth cub was getting very impatient. They surrounded them too tightly. We can't get in and rescue them. The cubs had been searching for an opportunity for 2 days, but they hadn't found one. Knowing eighth cub's impatience, Yuan coaxed him, we're almost there. Once we get there, we reconsider our plan. Cub, are you sure all the zombie kings are inside? Yes. They're all here. Botzi was certain. He even described the other zombie kings. There's that old man, and a man and a woman. 3 zombie kings in total. Zombie kings are extremely rare. The old man was quite capable for finding 2 more. The control power of a single zombie king is terrifying enough. 3 zombie kings together would likely put all the zombies within 100 miles at their mercy. Yuan wasn't in command, he simply sat in the car, watching Peixi's orders. The entire army had been vaccinated, so they didn't need to worry about infection. Peixi stationed his troops at a distance from the small base. Then, he began to develop a more detailed battle plan. Inen. Peixi included Yuan in the task. You and your cubs have the heaviest responsibility. These zombie kings will be your responsibility. Yuan nodded without hesitation. Okay, my cubs, and I will kill them. The zombie kings were assigned to Yuan and the mutant cubs, while the higher-level zombies were to be dealt with by the psychics. The army would take care of the ordinary zombies, which made up the majority of the population. Dividing the entire zombie population and dealing with them separately sounded more efficient. Yuan was confident that he and Peixi could wipe out the zombies in one fell swoop. As long as we kill the zombie kings, the other scattered zombies or low-level zombies will no longer pose a threat. That's right. Once we finish this job, we have less worries later. Peixi smiled, unable to resist, and rubbed Yuan's head. Inen, thank you so much, Dr. Gu. He is our humanity's savior. Without Dr. Gu, their vaccine wouldn't have been developed so quickly. After such a long and arduous battle, the battle was finally coming to an end, and Peixi felt both excited and emotional. Yuan also loved hearing people praise his father, and Peixi's praise for Gu Ainan offset his earlier comments on the children's photos. Peixi, Xie Yuan said that if you still haven't found a partner after this has settled down, he mobilized the entire district to help you find a partner. Lonely Peixi clearly wanted to get married, but he'd been searching for a partner until now and still hadn't found one. When Yuan and Xie Yuan mentioned him in their nightly chats, both sighed. No need to arrange blind dates for me. I think it's better to find a partner myself. Arranged marriages don't guarantee happiness. Peixi's loneliness betrayed his pride, and he was determined not to be set up on blind dates. He believed he could find a partner with his own charisma and his good looks. After all that nonsense, they soon began preparing for battle. Peixi assigned people one by one, and at the end, he called Yuan. Inen, it's your turn. Yuan and the cubs were targeting the zombie king. At this point, they couldn't just sit there and wait for an opportunity. 8th cub, you and Nineth cub will be responsible for getting the survivors out. 4th cub, 6th cub, 7th cub, let's work together and contain the zombie king first. Yes. The cubs would strictly follow all of Yuan's orders. 8th cub and Nineth cub were going to steal the people, and this time, they didn't have to worry about being discovered. After all, they had their big brother and the others to take care of it. Nineth cub tied them up. Let's go. 8th cub's tiny tentacles and 9th cub's mycelium were crucial tools for pulling people out. The trap survivors had no idea what they'd been through. When they were rescued, their eyes were glazed over. 8th cub and 9th cub alerted the guarding zombies. Soon, an old zombie came towards them. Without a second thought, Ewan swung his gun at his head. Even after firing his entire gun, the old man remained unscathed. The zombie king possessed the sharpest hearing and reflexes. Bullets that humans struggled to dodge were easily evaded by the zombie king, who was slow enough to do so. The incoming bullets also allowed the old man to spot Ewan. The two men's eyes met, and Ewan was the first to accuse him. You betrayed our cooperation with the West District. The West District didn't need to cooperate with me in the first place. The old man's tone was filled with mockery. The West District has only used me from the beginning. Now that the vaccine is developed, they're ready to throw the donkey away. The old man completely put himself in the position of victim. He looked at Ewan and tried to brainwash him. Ewan, don't you sense a sense of crisis? Today, humans can completely wipe out the zombies because they developed a vaccine, even advanced zombies like us, who already have consciousness and thoughts. When he develops a drug that kills the mutants tomorrow, do you think the mutants will follow the same path of death as the zombies? Ewan listened quietly to his nonsense. After the zombie old man finished his long speech, Ewan only asked him, do I look unintelligent? Zombies and humans are food. If the zombies don't die, humanity is doomed. The mutants, are different. The mutants can consume nutritional supplements, so their interests don't conflict much with humans. So, comparing zombies to the mutants is truly insulting to the mutants. Seeing his brainwashing efforts were unsuccessful, the old man stopped talking. He raised his head and roared a rallying cry. Thousands of zombies rushed forward, but unfortunately, they couldn't attack Ewan directly. They were stopped by the army led by Pacey. The psychics will deal with the high-level zombies, and the rest of you will deal with the ordinary zombies. Kill them! Only after we kill them can we live in peace. Pacey personally took the lead and hacked at the zombies. For a moment, the howling of the zombies, the roar of the army's charge, and the roar of the zombies all blended together. Pacey's tactic was very effective. There were 3 zombie kings in total, and Ewan, with several zombies, could easily crush them. The cubs also witnessed firsthand how their big brother could use their powers at will. Such a big brother made the cubs' eyes sparkle. Big brother is so handsome. Big brother is so cool. Ah, I like big brother. The cubs watched their big brother slaughter everyone, and they remained calm and even had time to applaud. It was unknown how long the battle lasted. The ground was littered with corpses, their heads ripped open, revealing their crystal cores. The 8th cub saw this from afar, and ran over to pick up the crystal cores. I made a fortune. So many crystal cores would last them a long time. As the sun set, Ewan killed the 2 zombies, a man and a woman, leaving only the old man. The old man was clearly no match for them. He leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Ewan, you can't kill me. I know. Before he could finish his words, Ewan chopped off his head. Generally, you shouldn't listen too much to these last words. They're easy traps. Ewan quickly and decisively dispatched the zombie king, then temporarily settled into the small base with the entire army. Although the mutant cubs had been slacking off, their performance had been quite impressive. The battle had just ended. As the cubs prepared to be worshipped, they suddenly heard a question from below. That one with the little tentacles, that's A08, right? He was the one who used to grab the milk bottle when he was little. No, A08 wasn't grabbing the milk bottle, he was crying because he bit it. That one with the bald tail must be A04. That's a bald cub, I saw his tail showing. The cubs, who had just finished showing off, The cubs were silent for a few seconds before collectively fleeing. Chapter 153. Ewan had just crouched down to examine the old zombie's head when he looked up, and saw the cubs had all run away. Puzzled, he asked Pacey, who was closest to him, Pacey, what's wrong with my cubs? Why are their faces all green? Pacey, having heard the chatter below, raised an eyebrow and said, understandingly, it's nothing, they're just shy. These aberrations are incredibly proud, and now that their big brother has exposed their underwear, it's understandable that they're temporarily overwhelmed. The cubs couldn't possibly have gotten lost. Ewan glanced at the direction they were running, then retracted his gaze, and continued studying the old zombie's head. Hey, did you notice? The zombie king's crystal core is very different from that of ordinary zombies. Ewan opened the old man's head, and let Pacey come closer to examine it. Seeing his relaxed demeanor, Pacey inexplicably remembered that when they first met, Ewan was still afraid of zombies. Unexpectedly, Yuan could chop off the zombie's head without batting an eyelid. He then squatted down and used his dagger to pick out the crystal core from the old man's skull. The color and shape are somewhat unique. Although the old man's ripped open skull wasn't particularly attractive, the crystal core inside, with its ethereal color, was still quite visually appealing. Pacey knew this crystal core was a valuable asset. He took a bottle of water and rinsed it. After rinsing it clean, he wiped it dry with a paper towel. And then here you go. I remember that aberrants can eat this. Take it back and give it to the cubs. And the crystal cores from other zombies we collected can also be used as snacks for the cubs. As he spoke, he turned to ask for the others' opinions. You just teased those cubs and made them shy. Now let's give them some crystal cores to calm them down. Does anyone have any objections? No. The unanimous response echoed throughout the base. Pacey's eyes held a smile, as did the soldiers who answered the question. In the past, when they faced the aberrations, their first feeling was danger. They had to be cautious and prepared to die. But after seeing the growth photos of the A-sequence cubs and witnessing their current actions, their fears gradually dissipated. Yuan felt a little embarrassed to have harvested so many crystal cores at once. Although he was a misophobe and initially didn't want to touch the crystal cores, time might have smoothed some of his habits. He had come to accept the crystal cores. Thank you. Yuan thanked them on behalf of the cubs. Seeing the people's kindness towards them, he chimed in, saying, Our cubs might be misunderstood outside, but they're actually very good and lovable. Yuan didn't want people to think his cubs weren't good. We know. A man, unfamiliar with Yuan, scratched his head and said with a smile, To be honest, I used to be terrified of aberrants, especially those with the A-sequence. But now, after meeting them, I think they're all pretty nice. By the way, do you still have their old photos? The man who initiated the conversation began to reveal his true intentions. I really like cubs. I think the photos you posted are so adorable. If you have any new ones, could you please update your moments? As soon as he said this, the others chimed in. No one wanted to miss seeing the majestic A-sequence aberration, once clutching a bottle. Yuan, feeling a bit flattered by so many people urging him to update, felt a bit dazed. Are those I posted really that cute? Cute. The affirmative responses from those around him made Yuan even more elated. What he loved to hear most wasn't actually affirmation or praise, but others praising his puppies. This secret obsession was now completely satisfied by the person before him. I have some new photos. Yuan's ears flushed slightly. He really wanted to show off his puppies, but he felt a bit embarrassed by the heated stares. Show us, we really love it. Yes, your puppies are so adorable. I want to see A08, is that okay? I want to see A04, and A06. A group of people surrounded Yuan, each talking about the puppies they wanted to see. Fortunately, Yuan hadn't completely lost his mind. He forced himself to calm down and regain his composure. Well, let's clean this place up first, and then I show you. They could talk about the cubs after they finished their work. After Yuan's reminder, everyone readily agreed. They cleaned up the small base, collected the zombie cores, and searched house to house for survivors. They didn't search with their naked eyes, but instead used high-tech life detectors. There were too many zombies gathered in this small base, and the chances of finding any survivors were slim. But no matter how arduous the search was, no one complained. I don't know how long they've been busy. The sky had completely darkened, and Pacey had the base's lighting system repaired, barely illuminating it. Okay, let's rest for tonight. They'd been exhausted from all day, and Pacey didn't want them to overwork. After a hard day's work, everyone didn't rush to bed after hearing they could rest. Instead, they reminded Yuan. Yuan, remember to post on WeChat moments. Okay, I remember. Being urged by so many people, Yuan couldn't forget even if he wanted to. The night was deep and quiet. The cubs also lay down beside Yuan, ready to sleep. Before falling asleep, a cub wrapped his little tentacles around his arm and whispered awkwardly, Big brother, isn't Choju back yet? He and Tiger Cub have been gone for a long time. A cub was worried about the East District base. He wouldn't like it if Big Brother and Xiechi Yuan and the others weren't in the West District base either. Yuan pinched Bazai's little tentacle and gently soothed him. If you want to talk to Jojo, you can call him. I called Jojo during the day, and Jojo told me you ignored him. Humph, why should I care about him? Botsy slapped the bed with his extra tentacle and angrily said, Stinky Jojo left without telling me. There's no way I'm going to care about him. Botsy has a temper. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Botsy clearly wanted to play with Jojo and wanted Jojo back, but he was stubborn. You Yuan touched his head, then couldn't help but flick it. Why are you so stubborn? After coaxing Bazai, Yuan treated the other cubs equally and spoke to them. After caring for the cubs, Yuan finally started posting on WeChat Moments. His WeChat Moments were now widely followed. So, within half an hour of his post, it was filled with photos of the cubs. In addition to the WeChat Moments updates, photos of the deformed cubs were also posted on the forum. 7 Cub, a young surfing expert, was the first to discover the photos. When he saw them, his eyes went blank, and he almost threw his phone. He didn't sleep in the same bed with Yuan, but with Tan Zhan. Tan Zhan was the first to notice his abnormality, and immediately turned him over, tugging him into his arms. Shibao, what's wrong? Tan Zhan frowned, carefully observing his expression, wondering what had happened. 7 Cub clutched his phone, and painfully uttered, I hate 9 Cub. 9 Cub always loved gossiping, and teasing the other cubs. They were all so used to it, so during Josie's last chat, they couldn't foresee the terrible chain reaction that would follow. Now, Josie had fallen, and the rest of them were doomed. Tan Zhan didn't understand what he meant, and only guessed, did Josie bully you? Cheesy put his phone on the bedside table, unwilling to look at it any further. He buried his head in Tan Zhan's arms, arching his back as if to vent his emotions. After a long commotion, Cheesy finally told him about his eldest brother's latest WeChat Moments update. After hearing this, Tan Zhan instinctively reached for his phone. But his inner urge to survive stopped him. It's about the photo. Tan Zhan kissed his forehead, his tone especially gentle in the night. It's okay, don't be so upset. I saw the photo your big brother posted last time. Our Shibao is so adorable, with a blade of grass on his head. He looks like a very well-behaved baby. The appearance of all human cubs with abnormalities is so stunning that it easily surpasses most real human cubs. Shibao's appearance wasn't bad at all. When he was little, he had a tender blade of grass on his head, resembling a docile little grass baby. Tan Zhan skillfully soothed his Shibao, and it didn't take long before he had him soothed. Not only that, but he also managed to lull him to sleep. After putting Shibao to sleep, Tan Zhan, without hesitation, grabbed his phone and started posting to his moments. He didn't even need to scroll through moments, the adorable photo of their Shibao caught his eye. Tan Zhan skillfully clicked on it, enlarged it, admired it, and finally saved it, the entire process, a process he mastered with absolute mastery. After saving the photos, Tan Zhan thought for a moment, wanting to chat with Yuan. Yuan had updated so many photos, so there was no doubt he had more. But there was a problem. He had deleted Yuan's WeChat. Yuan still didn't know that he was the founder of that couple's app, and that they had briefly crossed paths. Tan Zhan considered himself a man of integrity, so he never left strangers on WeChat. It was precisely because of this that he had deleted Yuan without hesitation. Now, if he wanted to add her back, he'd probably have to change his account. That night, the Cubs were once again in silence, while the Cubs fans were in high spirits. The next morning, even the most out-of-touch Cubs learned that their shameful photos had been updated. Big Cub and Tiger Cub, far away in the East District, couldn't help but want to discuss this with their big brother. But as soon as they started, their big brother happily shared his joy with them. You have even more people who like you now. I'm really happy. I want everyone to like you. Yuan's excitement was contagious, and after hearing his sharing, Big Cub swallowed his words. If Big Brother thought they were cute, then it wouldn't be a big deal if they showed their cuteness to others. Big Cub quickly prepared himself and put the matter behind him. Jojo hadn't seen Big Brother for a while, and was a little anxious. He also saw his own photo, and felt only a little shy after seeing it. Because he also saw many people praising his cuteness, this was extremely encouraging for the little cub, who had always lacked confidence. Big Brother. After Big Cub left, Jojo also called Big Brother. Jojo started with sweet nothings. I miss you so much. Big Brother misses Jojo too. Yuan, with a squinting gaze, chatted with Jojo for a moment, then began to ask about their schedules. Are you guys done with your work? When are you planning on coming back? Jojo wanted to go back right away. But Tiger Cub wasn't done yet, so she couldn't send him off. Meow Meow said it would take a while. Jojo felt a little down, but she forced herself to cheer up and urged Big Brother, take care of yourself. Meow Meow, and I will definitely be back soon. Okay, I wait for you. After the call ended, Pacey made a new discovery. How much have the brains of these advanced zombies evolved? After seeing several empty rooms, Pacey picked up scattered syringes from the floor and asked Yuan thoughtfully. This is the room where they're confining the surviving humans. There are multiple syringes on the floor. Did they inject something into the trapped humans? Yuan handed him a bag and asked him to put the syringes in. Send them back to the base so my father can examine them. No matter how much these zombies evolve, they won't be able to develop knowledge. Yuan could see Pacey's concerns and comforted him. Look, there are only ready-made syringes here, no experimental equipment. This means they can't perform more advanced experiments that can be used on humans. Even if the zombies continue to evolve, they still can't compare to native human scientists and the leaders in various fields. The brains of those leaders are far more valuable than those of zombies. One of these precious brains belonged to his father. Yuan gathered up all the scattered syringes and continued his inspection with Pacey. There were many dead zombies here. After all, there were several zombie kings lingering, attracting a large number of zombie minions. Now that the zombie minions and the zombie kings died on the same day, it was a perfect ties of friendship. Pacey. As they were about to evacuate, Yuan suddenly reminded them, check everyone leaving this base to see if they've been injected with drugs. Also, lock them up in solitary confinement. The zombies here might not have normal brain circuits, but they're definitely vicious, especially these zombie kings. They're capable of anything. Pacey Xiang thought about the few survivors the Cubs had rescued. They looked normal, and a preliminary examination revealed no injuries. However, he still took note of Yuan's instructions. Okay, I arranged for someone to check them again. Leave them alone on the way back. They had enough cars, they could easily spare a few. If they really couldn't spare any, they could go outside and pick up abandoned cars. A junk car could be repaired and still be drivable. After arranging the survivors, they cleaned up the base again. After confirming that nothing was missing, the group began to head back to the base. On the way, in a video chat with Xie Yuan, Yuan presented himself in all his glory. Now you believe it, right? I really wasn't injured this time. I felt those zombies were very weak and couldn't withstand a single blow. Yuan also honestly reported his post-battle experience. Compared to the last time I was surrounded by zombies, this time I felt like no matter how many zombie kings came, I could kill them all. Yuan spoke with a sincere and arrogant expression. Xie Yuan's eyelids twitched. And then, remember this saying, humility leads to progress, while pride leads to backwardness. Even if you're powerful now, you must never underestimate the enemy. Xie Yuan, with Gu Ainan's guidance, felt a little less nervous. So, facing Yuan now, he wasn't as nervous and anxious as before, though he still felt the necessary worry. I'm not that proud. Yuan's phone was propped up on a stand. He leaned over the table, his face facing the phone. I was just saying that in front of you. He was always very humble with outsiders. When Xie Yuan heard this, his frown instantly relaxed. Be good? I don't mean to scold you. Xie Yuan gently brushed off the subject, staring at Yuan on the screen without blinking. And then, come back soon. I see you lost weight out there. Yuan, Yuan pinched the soft flesh on his face and glared at him resentfully. Are you blind? He hadn't lost any weight, not at all. It was strange. He wasn't a human anymore, and his diet was bizarre. Logically, he shouldn't be gaining weight. But maybe he overeaten at the base since he came in, but he felt like he gained at least several pounds. Xie Yuan lied with his eyes wide open. Anyway, I just thought you looked thinner. When you come back, I give you a thorough checkup. Check what? Check if you lost weight. Seeing no one was around, Xie Yuan lowered his voice and added in a whisper. After he finished, Yuan's cheeks flushed. You have no shame. When did I ever have any shame? Xie Yuan was perfectly at ease with his shameless behavior. He emphasized it further. Eat well on the way. If I find you lost weight when you come back, I see how I deal with you. Yuan refused to speak to this scoundrel in broad daylight. Along the way, the car stopped and started as they advanced into several small bases. There weren't many high-level zombies found in this small base, and as for the zombie king, there weren't even any. As for the ordinary zombies, humans could now handle them on their own. Pacey had a lot of supplies in his car, and when they encountered some of the more difficult small bases, he would share them with them. Yuan and his cubs also helped diligently. Because of the small bases along the way, their return to base was delayed. The survivors who had been locked up in solitary confinement gradually began to grow dissatisfied. Why are you staring at us like prisoners? One of the survivors was furious. We haven't been bitten by zombies, and you checked. Now you keep separating us from everyone else. Are you discriminating against us? The survivors who had been locked up with him were also filled with anger. We're not infected, and we haven't done anything unforgivable. We don't accept you treating us like prisoners. I want you to release us from our confinement. The rescued survivors spoke one after another, demanding to be allowed to move about like normal people. And they don't want anyone watching them while they're moving around. Yuen walked over and overheard their demands. I just have one question. What did the zombies do to you while you were locked up? Yuen didn't directly mention the syringe, but used a direct questioning approach. If these people could tell the truth, it would be fine. They didn't do anything. The man who had been the most emotional earlier spoke angrily. Those zombies just locked us up. They didn't do anything else. Now you're locking us up too. What's the difference between you and the zombies from before? The man didn't mention the syringe. Yuen looked at the others, and they all gave the same story. No one admitted to having been injected with an unknown drug. Seeing this, Yuen looked at Pacey and said, keep them locked up. Not telling the truth meant something might be wrong. Until he was sure the problem was serious, Yuen had to be extremely cautious. Pacey shared his view. These people were locked up again. Yuen looked at them and said calmly, don't worry, you won't be restricted for long. We'll be at the base soon. Once we get back, my father will give you another checkup. If the results are clear, we release you. Seeing these people still wanting to protest, Yuen suddenly lowered his voice. His gaze swept over their faces, and the oppressive tone in his voice evoked a reminiscent of Yuan. He said calmly, I hope you remember that without our men, you wouldn't have survived the zombies for long. We rescued you. We provided transportation, food, and free inspections along the way. You weren't on West District territory, so rescuing you wasn't the West District's responsibility. Now that we rescued you, we don't ask for your gratitude, but only for your cooperation. After Yuen finished speaking, the rider's momentum weakened. But the leading man continued to mutter stubbornly, we didn't ask for your help. Even if you didn't, we might not. The rest of the conversation was inaudible. He muttered softly, clearly trying not to be heard. Yuen ignored them and continued on his way. When they encountered new survivors, Yuen still prevented these people from interacting with them. Pacey, noticing his caution, teased him, are you truly worried they're in danger? I had them checked several times, and they're just ordinary humans. Well, ordinary humans with bad tempers. Yuen rubbed his head and said, I can't really put it into words. It's just a hunch. My intuition tells me to keep a close eye on them, or something bad will happen. What exactly was that? Yuen couldn't immediately articulate. But Pacey didn't ask any further questions. He added 2 more people to keep a close eye on those people. After Yuen's day and night of waiting, Yuen and Pacey's group finally reached the base. The night before arriving at the base, they camped and rested as usual. The few people they had left alone also seemed to change their attitude and adopt a more friendly attitude. We're not from the West District. Can we enter the West District base? Yes. Pacey explained for them. But you can't stay at the main base. After I check you out, I send you to a nearby base. The nearby bases are all very safe. You don't have to worry about encountering zombies. Pacey explained what happened next. Yuen sat nearby, talking with the cubs. Fourth cub, are you going to post a few more photos showing your tail? Your fans want to see them. Perhaps the arrival of the vaccine has brought peace of mind to humanity. Now, after a period of repression, a large number of humans desperately need an outlet. The aberrant cubs appeared at this juncture, so their anger was understandable. The little bald fox cub whined and refused, I won't show them my tail. How dare a mere human covet my tail? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuen sternly corrected him. Cub, I told you, from now on, humans and aberrants will have an equal relationship. Fourth cub glanced at his eldest brother. Oh. After Yuen finished his lecture, he asked Ninth cub, your fans are pushing you too. They even collectively changed your photo. Ninth cub has now adjusted his mindset, and not only has he adjusted his mindset, but his competitive spirit has also been aroused. Now the cubs are famous, and by some strange coincidence, they even gained fans. Josie secretly made up his mind. He wanted to be the one with the most fans, the most beautiful among them all. Big brother, you can post more pictures of me. I don't mind. Josie nudged Big Brother and said softly, Big Brother, you'd be happy if you post my pictures. I want to make you happy. Josie flattered himself, frantically racking up points. The other kids looked at him, murderous intent gradually growing in their eyes. Yuen smiled and pinched Josie's head with his fingers. He opened his phone's camera, had Josie strike a pose, and snapped several photos. Spurred on by Josie's contrasting presence, the other kids finally got to work. Time flew by unnoticed. It was almost midnight. Yuen stopped surfing the internet and prepared the kids for bed. Pacey didn't continue his scientific research. He said goodbye to the group and went to rest. They had thought it would be another peaceful night. But as dawn approached, a small incident occurred among them. Taking advantage of the early light, when the patrol and those watching them were a little tired, the group quietly tried to slip away. They didn't know how long they had planned this, but they managed to sneak away for a while. After escaping, they happened to encounter some survivors who happened to be passing by. At the sight of the survivors, their eyes seemed to turn red for a moment. They also walked towards the group. Just as they were about to approach, the little bald fox, having woken up, called out with a stern look in his eyes. "Why are you out?" At the little fox's voice, the group seemed to pause. But they didn't turn back. With inhuman speed, they all pounced on the passing survivors. Little fox, shock. "You're so brave to commit violence in front of me." The ill-tempered little fox swooped forward, transforming into its true form, and slashing its claws at the backs of the men's necks. Even high-level zombies would be in a state of panic if attacked by the little fox. The red-eyed humans, on the verge of mutation, were tied together with vines by the little fox and dragged back to their sleeping place. They were trying to escape, but I caught them. The little fox dropped the men to the ground and patted his paws, looking nonchalant. One of the little fox's fans recorded the scene and secretly uploaded it. "Our 04 cub is the real deal. Fierce yet adorable. Look at his paws up close, so adorable." So early in the morning, the four calmly rushed to achieve their goals. Yuan, awakened by the noise, also rose to check on them. Seeing the state of these people, Yuan instantly remembered someone. Chen Nan. At the High School Student Alliance base, he met a few optimistic and sunny children. These children rescued two of their peers, but upon entering the base, those two began biting others without warning. Chen Nan was the girl who was bitten. After being bitten, she didn't lose her mind and became desperate. Instead, she grabbed Yuan and told him that she was willing to be taken to the laboratory for research. The person who bit Chen Nan couldn't detect any wounds. Those children thought they were safe because they had no wounds. Who knew that after bringing them in, these kind-hearted children would end up losing their lives? Don't make this a secret for now. The zombie king was already dead. They had to understand this unusual phenomenon among the zombies before deciding what to do. After this incident, Pacey no longer treated them politely. Those few, with red eyes, who looked infected but not completely, were securely tied up and placed in the carriage. After another half-day's journey, they finally arrived at the main base, where the atmosphere was still peaceful. With Xie Yuan, Yin Qin, Gu Ainan, and others personally in charge, their area was safer than anywhere else. When Yuan arrived at the door, Xie Yuan and Gu Ainan came to greet him. Xie Yuan's eyes sifted Yuan up and down, wondering if he gained weight or if he was observing something else. "Dad, I'm back." Yuan walked over and hugged his father. Gu Ainan hugged him back, whispering in his ear, "Thank you, Ainan, for your hard work. It's not hard. I think going out on missions is very meaningful. Especially since he personally killed the zombie king. That sense of accomplishment was quite fulfilling." Gu Ainan listened to his joyful tone for a moment before saying, "Ainan, fighting and killing isn't good. If you really feel like you have some free time, you can come help Dr. Wan in the lab. I remember you once said you wanted to be a scientist." Yuan, Are his ambitions that lofty? Yuan retorted in disbelief. "Dad, I think you're lying. Wasn't my dream to farm?" Although Yuan didn't fully recall his past, he vaguely remembered that he loved farming. Gu Ainan was silent for a few seconds before adding, "Scientists can emerge even from the fields." The conversation between father and son was relatively casual. After a brief chat, Gu Ainan handed his son over to Xie Yuan. Before entering the base, Yuan had reported everything that had happened in detail. So, upon their arrival, Xie Yuan immediately made arrangements. Several strange individuals suspected of being infected were sent to the laboratory, and urgent military matters were handled. After finishing these tasks, Xie Yuan finally found the energy to spend some time with Yuan. "Ainan, will you accompany me to work for a while?" In broad daylight, Xie Yuan had neither the energy nor the time. He had no choice but to lead Yuan into the office. No one usually came to the office. Xie Yuan locked the door and sat at his computer desk, with Yuan sitting on his lap, working with him. Yuan collapsed into Xie Yuan's arms, his head tilted upwards, his chin resting on Xie Yuan's shoulder. Xie Yuan patted his back soothingly from time to time, his work uninterrupted. Xie Yuan. Yuan, feeling a little overwhelmed, bit Xie Yuan's chin, his eyes watering. "I'm not thin, you can't punish me." Xie Yuan stared intently at the computer, a serious expression on his face. He didn't react at all to Yuan's chin biting. "Be good, and accept the punishment." Xie Yuan worked on another report, his Adam's apple seemingly rolling. His voice sounded calm, but deeper than usual. The two of them continued to waste time like this. In the end, Yuan felt so aggrieved that he was about to explode like a tyrant. Xie Yuan quickly finished his work. Stuck in lunchtime, he forgot to eat, and opted for another way to fill himself up. Xie Yuan usually took a 2-hour break at noon. This time, he gave all his break to Yuan. Yuan was forced to calculate the time. He and Xie Yuan had originally agreed on a return date, but something had happened, and he'd been delayed for a few days. Now, every extra day of delay meant another trip. Yuan felt that his trip, while seemingly safe, was actually dangerous. Xie Yuan was going to kill him. In the afternoon, Xie Yuan placed Yuan in the lounge and tucked him in. Sleep well. Xie Yuan kissed his cheek. After so long, he was now gentle. When you wake up, we talk. Yuan didn't even notice his gentleness. In his dream, Yuan pinched the corner of the quilt and muttered curses against Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan listened for a moment, then, somewhat helplessly, stood up and went back to work. In the lab, Gu Einan and Ruan could methodically examine the people they had brought home. Gu Einan was like a stabilizing force. As long as he remained calm, no one in the lab would panic. Xie Yuan couldn't understand their experiment, so he observed for a moment before turning and leaving. Yuan was taken away by Xie Yuan upon his return. The other kids, unable to see him, simply went about their own business. Josie browsed through his own and the other kids' followers. Finally, with a frown on his face, he came to a conclusion. Strange, why don't we have as many followers as Sanzi? Sanzi was just a black and white ball. He was so clumsy when he was little that he rolled over to walk. They're clearly much cuter than the 3 cubs. There are other cubs who share this confusion, driven by a desire to compete. On a dark and windy night, one cub secretly transformed back into its cub form and took a heartless selfie. After taking the selfie, he pretended to expose something and posted it online. Chapter 154. Yuan had a moment of self-doubt after seeing the photo the next day. He took his phone and showed it to Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, have I had this photo on my phone before? Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan studied it for a moment, then frowned. The photo showed a small cub with a mushroom cap on its head. The cub looked only 1 or 2 years old. It was holding a bottle, its head tilted, its eyes wide open as it stared at the camera. The photo was adorable, so adorable it could easily outshine any child star. Neither Yuan nor Xie Yuan had any memory of the photo. Xie Yuan boldly speculated, I haven't seen this photo on your phone. Is this a new one from Josie? Yuan dismissed it without a second thought. Impossible. He argued, although Josie is competitive and has been keeping an eye on his follower count lately, he still cares about his reputation. How could he possibly be pretending to be a child? Yuan pointed to the bottle in the photo. Josie doesn't have a bottle now. He only drank from a bottle when he was little. Xie Yuan followed his direction and looked at the bottle in the photo again. Whether it was an illusion or not, Xie Yuan felt like he had seen this bottle somewhere before. Forget it, I won't tell you about this. Yuan felt Xie Yuan was just trying to frame his own son. With a sullen face, he sent Xie Yuan off to his own work. I'm going to the lab to see my dad. Yuan turned and left, not even a hint of lingering affection for Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan pressed his temple and sighed. Alas! I should have kept my mouth shut. Yuan thought the photo incident might just be a misunderstanding. He felt he had sent it by mistake, and now that it was out, there was no need to worry about it. Soon, he arrived at the lab. Ruanka was helping Gu Einan. Gu Einan was the only one who could use Ruanka's help. Dad. Seeing the door was open, Yuan poked his head in. Are you still busy? He was already wearing a sterile suit. He always followed the precautions for entering and leaving the lab. Gu Einan called him in. After entering, Yuan saw the people locked up at the front. Their expressions were far from normal. Trapped in a glass enclosure, they kept slapping at the glass. Dad, are the test results in? Yuan asked nervously. They had finally developed a vaccine against the zombie virus. If these zombies were to cause any more trouble, he would be truly stressed. The test results are in. With Gu Einan present, the entire lab's efficiency has increased significantly. Gu Einan didn't intend to hide the truth from his son. He explained concisely, those zombies are intelligent, and they're also researching how to evolve and mutate. To avoid being wiped out by human vaccines, they're imitating human methods of creating drugs or viruses, allowing some zombies to continue mutating after being injected. The number of mutants among these zombies, at this point, isn't likely to be large. Since Yuan had also handed over the syringe he found, Gu Einan examined the remaining drug and confirmed its name. This potion was produced in an MIT lab. The production run is very small, with only 50 bottles in total. Once these 50 bottles are used up, there won't be any new ones. The developer of this potion is one of those lunatics in their town. After working at MIT for a while, this lunatic jumped to Miss Healed. Since then, he stopped working on the potion he previously developed. Now, no one knows who's dug this up. Dad, can zombies injected with this potion still infect vaccinated humans? Ewan was most concerned about this question. The zombie kings had locked these people up and injected them with the potion, surely with the intention of countering the human vaccine. Gu Einan remained silent. Yuan's heart leaped into his throat as he paused. Not only was Yuan worried, but everyone else in the lab was too. Gu Einan had been busy for quite some time, but the concrete results had yet to be released. Even vaccinated humans have a 20% chance of infection if bitten by this mutant zombie. A 20% infection rate is actually much lower than the previous 100% infection rate. But people are always greedy. Even after having a vaccine, everyone always wants a 0% infection rate. Dad, can we develop a new vaccine for this mutant zombie? Yes, but it will take time. Gu Einan paused and added, I will develop it as soon as possible. It must be said that Gu Einan's tasks are becoming more and more numerous and demanding. Yuan didn't inherit his parents' academic prowess, nor did he receive any systematic training in experimental techniques. So now he could only offer moral encouragement to his father, unable to offer any practical help. Due to his physical condition, the development path Gu Einan had originally set for him didn't include the idea of him becoming a successful person. He simply wanted his son to be safe and sound. Even if his son was mediocre in all other aspects except for his fighting prowess, he could accept that. Yuan stayed with Gu Einan in the lab for a while. In the evening, after Gu Einan and Ruanku left, Ruanku was taken away by Yin Qin. Gu Einan, along with Yuan, went to see Xie Yuan. Looking at his demeanor, Xie Yuan was initially unsure what he was up to. Uncle, why are you here? I have something to tell you. Gu Einan explained his progress, and then instructed him, send someone to the old MIT laboratory to check how many drugs are left. The 50 drugs, as a matter of course, were distributed among the madman. He had placed them all in the MIT lab, which closed down not long after the madman left. Xie Yuan nodded and replied, I understand. Anyone could do this kind of task. Xie Yuan glanced at the address of the MIT lab, which was at the junction of the North and East districts. His eyes flickered, and he asked Yuan, do you want to go out? Yuan, shock. Yuan was startled. You want me to go out? He always asked Xie Yuan for a long time before leaving. Xie Yuan was very possessive and couldn't bear to let him go. Seeing Yuan's surprised expression, Xie Yuan rubbed his head and said softly, don't be so surprised. I'm not a tyrant. I won't deprive you of your freedom. Yuan's expression was as if he was talking nonsense. Xie Yuan almost laughed out loud at his indignation. Don't you believe me? Yuan remained silent. Xie Yuan, rubbing his head, pinched his cheek. I just happened to be on my way to run something, and I'd be passing by that place, so I can give you a ride. Upon hearing this, Yuan suddenly understood. Just tell him. Xie Yuan wouldn't suddenly change his mind and ask him to leave. Gu Einan watched the two of them interacting, feeling completely redundant. Ahem. Thankfully, Yuan remembered his own father was still standing there. He glanced at him with a slightly awkward expression. Dad, haven't you eaten yet? Xie Yuan and I will take you to dinner. No thanks. Gu Einan's forehead was throbbing with veins as he watched the young couple grow increasingly affectionate. If he kept watching, he feared he wouldn't be able to bear it. You two go eat. I promised the kids I go see them. The kids all had a good relationship with Gu Einan. They used to call him Dad Gu, but now they even omitted the Gu in Dad Gu. Seeing their father leaving to reunite with the kids, Yuan was tempted to go. But Xie Yuan grabbed his wrist, stopping him. We have to take the kids with us once we go out, and then we won't have any time to ourselves. While we're still here, you should spend more time with me. Xie Yuan was constantly vying for the kids' affection. There was no other way. There were too many of them, and if he didn't keep a close eye on Yuan, he wouldn't be able to spend any time with her alone. Yuan was taken back by Xie Yuan. After the two of them finished the dinner prepared at the base, they got back to work. Xie Yuan. Yuan, who was working overtime with Xie Yuan, sat cradled in his arms. He looked up and asked, will you still be this busy? Ever since Xie Yuan took over the West District, he had very little free time. Yuan remembered that he used to be constantly out on missions, and he had a lot more freedom. My dad's being a jerk to me, refusing to go back to work. Xie Yuan's blood pressure rose a bit at this point. I guess I won't be idle in the future. Yuan, Yuan blinked. If you're always busy at the base, can I take the pups out to play from time to time? The pups love to run wild, and he needs to go for walks every now and then. The pups would definitely get bored if they stayed in one base all the time. Xie Yuan understood what he meant and glared down at him. Are you planning to leave me alone at the base while you take the cubs out? We haven't even gotten past the 7-year itch yet, and you're already impatient with me? Xie Yuan was exaggerating, making unreasonable demands while still attending to his work. Yuan was choked by his words, unsure how to respond for a long time. Finally, he bit Xie Yuan's chin and changed the subject, saying, You should focus on your overtime and stop chatting with me. Yuan never had the upper hand in any of their conversations. Xie Yuan didn't know where he learned his conversational skills. He always spoke in a series of sentences. The night was growing longer. Yuan was browsing the Cubs' accounts as usual before bed. He saw that Josie's followers had indeed increased significantly since the leak of his photo. As the other Cubs watched him gain followers, perhaps coincidentally, they also began releasing their own revealing photos. The fourth Cub was the most dedicated. His revelation wasn't a photo, but a short video. In the video, a bald little fox, barely bigger than a palm, bit its bottle and whimpered. The whimpering was soft and childish, hinting at a hint of coquettishness. The fox's fans couldn't sit still and immediately created a hashtag for him, sending the discussion skyrocketing. Naturally, the eighth Cub also saw their photos. When he was dissatisfied, the eighth Cub's mind was probably simpler. He went straight to Guinan and asked him to take fake photos of him. Take the photo after I become tiny. The eighth Cub struggled to strike a pose, trying to be the prettiest Cub. Guinan watched the Cubs compete with each other without stopping them. Not only did he not stop them, he even quietly fanned the flames. He revealed to the other Cubs that he had taken the other Cub's viral photo. Then, he got all the Cubs to come to him for photos. This didn't include Cubs from other places. Of course, Cheesy had to be eliminated as well. Tan John took away all of Cheesy's fake photos. When Cheesy pretended to be a Cub with a green leaf on his head, Tan John's mouth twitched as he spoke to Cheesy. Chibao, you're already an adult Cub. No, I'm just a Cub now. Cheesy argued with Tan John, who, using the Cub look, tried to take the cutest Cub photo possible. Unfortunately, not long after the photo was taken, Cheesy was suppressed at night. Chibao, do you still dare to call yourself a Cub? Tan John lowered his eyes to look at Cheesy, quietly questioning him. Cheesy shivered, his entire body shaking. He admitted tearfully, Oh, I won't do it anymore. Tan John pinched the back of his neck and whispered, Be good. From now on, no matter what photos you take, you should show me first. Chibao cried even harder. I show you, and then you should stop me from posting. If I don't post photos, I lose followers. Oh, you must be an undercover agent sent by one of the other kids. You just want me to lose. Cheesy's hat was thrown at him, and Tan John didn't offer any further explanation. Instead, he gave him a physical beating. The internet is full of night owls. Yuan had a normal sleep schedule. He feels sleepy after midnight. He put his phone down and stopped surfing. He put his phone down and enjoyed his nightlife with Xie Yuan. And the kids' nightlife, with the exception of Cheesy, was equally pure. In the East District, the eldest and fifth Cubs already knew that Big Brother and Xie Yuan were coming. Big Brother frowned. Big Brother can come alone. What's Xie Yuan doing here? 5 Cubs understood Xie Yuan well, so they hit the nail on the head. If Xie Yuan hadn't come, he probably wouldn't have let Big Brother out. Xie Yuan would only feel comfortable letting Big Brother out if he personally kept an eye on him. At this explanation, Big Brother's eyes instantly turned cold. He imprisoned Big Brother? No. 5 Cubs didn't know where he got the idea. Xie Yuan simply keeps a close eye on Big Brother. He's worried Big Brother might get hurt if he goes out, so he prefers Big Brother to stay at the base. Woozy had a pretty good grasp of Xie Yuan's thoughts. Dazi, however, still disagreed. Xie Yuan should listen to Big Brother. Xie Yuan was their sister-in-law. It wouldn't matter if she wasn't petite and cute, but at least she should be gentle and obedient. Woozy always felt like Big Brother was the wrong couple. Although they also called Xie Yuan sister-in-law, they could clearly tell whether she was the dominant or the passive. Only Big Brother couldn't tell. Let's not talk about this for now. Big Brother's coming over, so we have to get ready. Okay. After Woozy finished chatting with Big Brother, he returned and saw Jojo waiting for him obediently. He walked over and bent over to look at the phone in Jojo's hand. Surfing? Yeah. Giorgio was looking at photos of the other cubs, his eyes curled with joy. I think Sanzi is the best looking. He looks like a small sesame-filled glutinous rice dumpling. No one could resist Sanzi's puppy appearance. Even Giorgio, who loves furry things, couldn't resist. Tsitsi is too bald. If he weren't bald, we have another furry child. Woozy wasn't interested in any of the photos, he only saved Giorgio's older ones. As for his own photos, even when his eldest brother posted them, he didn't react. Fans and the like didn't matter to him. He saved Giorgio's photos, and Giorgio saved all the cubs' photos. Originally, Giorgio had used Sanzi's photo as his screensaver. It was a picture of Sanzi drinking milk from a bowl of milk. Absolutely adorable. But the screensaver photo only lasted 2 hours, and Woozy was a little unhappy. Giorgio looked at Witsue, who hadn't spoken to him for 2 hours, and silently changed his screensaver to a fluffy tiger cub. After changing, he glanced at Witsue and said, "Meow, you're a cute furry cub too, my favorite." Witsue, listening to this flattering, suddenly spoke up. "If there are 2 furries, and you can only choose to pet one, which one would you pet?" Giorgio stumbled over his words. "No, can't I pet both?" In his left hand was a little meow, in his right was a little dumpling. If Sikui didn't grab him, he could have a little fox sitting on his lap. Giorgio tried to possess all the furries, but Witsue wouldn't let him. He had no choice but to give up the furry cub that wasn't in front of him and choose Meow. In the East District base, everything seemed relatively peaceful. They had priority access to vaccines, and they also had the long-standing partnership with L Studio. Now, L Studio, using the raw materials and processes set by Gu Einan, is developing their own vaccine. Developing their own products will also result in significantly lower costs. Xie Yuan didn't know if it was due to excessive family pressure, but when it came to external collaborations, he was always asking for money like a lion. The East District certainly had no shortage of money, but Jai Man still felt bad about spending so much. Time slipped by. It didn't take long for Yuan and Xie Yuan to leave the base. Needless to say, the other children followed them one by one. Before Xie Yuan left, Yin Qin tried to stop him. The people in the North District are all old foxes. You don't need to go and meet them face to face. Although there are A01 and A05 in the East District, their priority is definitely the East District. Just call them for both districts, there's no need to go there. Dad, I can't stay at the base forever. Xie Yuan ignored Yin Qin's objections. Although he had taken over the West District, that didn't mean he couldn't leave. He deserved the right to make his own decisions. Xie Yuan took Yuan and the cubs out, while he handled work online. If there was ever an emergency, his father was still in the West District, and would definitely be able to handle it. After the group left, the cubs didn't know what they were going to do, they were just happy to be out. On the way, Yuan and Xie Yuan were busy. They also wanted to see if the living conditions of the humans outside the main base had improved. Xie Yuan, how many people have been vaccinated so far? Yuan felt a little more at ease when he saw that the various bases along the way had received the vaccine. But these bases along the way were not small. There are even more scattered small bases, and their status remains unknown. At least half the population has been vaccinated. Xie Yuan, holding real-time data, told Yuan, there's still a small number of people who haven't been vaccinated, but I arranged for the military to distribute the vaccine. The military is personally dispatching, ensuring sufficient vaccines wherever they go. And then, don't worry too much. Xie Yuan whispered to Yuan, reassuringly, our situation is much better now than before. Take your time, and everything will get better. Xie Yuan also prepared chicken soup with considerable skill. Yuan, after being fed 2 large pots of chicken soup, calmed down. Their car traveled quickly. Except for the time lost getting off the bus at the base, they hadn't wasted much time. The MIT lab had long been abandoned. Gu Einan had given them a very detailed address, but that original address was now blurred. The road signs and everything had changed, and they needed a new map to find the lab. They didn't have a new map, but the survivors they met had one. The survivors ate the rations they had given them, and listened bewilderedly as they asked about MIT. I'm from here. I've been hiding here since the zombie outbreak. I never heard of this MIT you're talking about. In addition to rations, the local survivors were also lucky enough to receive vaccines. In return, he racked his brains for a possible MIT location. How about you give me more details? What does this MIT look like? How big is it? Yuan pondered for a few seconds and replied calmly, MIT is a laboratory, abandoned for almost 20 years. It's not very large, probably only about 100 square meters. Gu Einan mentioned the MIT laboratory to Yuan several more times. So, Yuan told this local survivor all the characteristics he could remember. The man slapped his thigh, understanding. If you put it that way, then I know. Come with me. I saw this place you're talking about when I was a kid. We were young at the time, so we considered this place an adventure spot. Yuan had a bad feeling when he heard the children had used it as an exploration spot. Did you find anything inside when you went in to explore? Yes, we saw a lot of syringes. Oh, and skulls too. We were scared away by the skulls, and we never dared to go back after that. According to this person, the MIT lab was conducting experiments on humans at the time. Yuan pressed for details, and for the sake of rations and vaccines, the person kept trying to answer. But in the end, the survivor said helplessly, I was really too young at the time, only a few years old. I can't think of any more details. It doesn't matter. After confirming that the interior wasn't riddled with traps like the Mi shield, Yuan stopped asking questions. As long as there were no traps, they could enter and see for themselves. Led by this survivor, they walked for about 2 hours before finally reaching their destination. It's right up ahead, but it's been abandoned for so long that it might be difficult for you to get in. Yuan and Xie Yuan led the way, with the other cubs following beside them. When they reached the door, 8th cub rushed to the front. Big brother. Stand still. I opened the door first. The door was rusted, and the lock was just for show. The irritable 8th cub rushed forward and ran the door open. After he ran the door open, another cub took the lead. I clean it up for you, then you can come in. 8th cub could spray a little water, so he temporarily cleaned it. It was worth it, so that big brother could come and clean. Not to be outdone, the 4th cub rushed in as well. He was a bald little fox, so he didn't have to worry about dust getting on his fur. Bald cub. 8th cub was a bit of a mouthy fellow, and seeing him approach, he couldn't help but yell, you can't do any work, so don't come and make things worse. Little fox cub, ? The word the little fox cub was most sensitive to was bald. As soon as 8th cub finished speaking, the bald little fox started wrestling with him. The 2 cubs rolled on the ground. Their fight didn't involve any superpowers, just physical strength. You dare to talk back at me, you octopus. Look at yourself. You're just a cheap seafood. If you dare to upset me again, I roast you and eat you. 4th cub was even more talkative than 8th cub, and he had more words and could curse. 8th cub relied on physical strength to be a bully, but 4th cub could talk so much that even the 3rd cub would cover their ears and run away. The cub's commotion brought a bit of life to this old laboratory. Xie Yuan and Yuan walked slowly. Xie Yuan took in the area and gave a fair assessment. It's not even close to the scale of Mishealed. No wonder they quit here and wanted to switch jobs. My dad says everyone who joins Mishealed is crazy. At first, they were able to disguise themselves as normal people, but towards the end, their facades became increasingly fragile. My dad said that if these lunatics weren't locked up, their presence would be even more terrifying than the current zombie outbreak. Gu Einan only mentioned their terrifying nature, but didn't specify how. Gu Einan also didn't tell her son how to kill these lunatics. Sooner or later, all lunatics will die. Once they die, we have some peace and quiet. These lunatics can't get out yet, so there's no need to worry too much. The cubs now know what they're looking for. To prevent their eldest brother from staying in this filthy place for too long, they decided to have a competition to see who could find the syringe or potion first. The cubs decided to compete, and each began their search. Yuan was also searching carefully. After an unknown amount of time, the 4th cub came over triumphantly, carrying an unassuming box. Brother, there are 5 potions in here. 4th cub, you're awesome. Yuan praised the 4th cub generously. The other cubs also dug up some more. But there wasn't any blue potion, which was what they were looking for. The search lasted several hours. With the cubs' dedicated help, Yuan found a total of 13 potions. In addition to the 13 potions, the 6th cub, who was the most impressive, also found a list for them. With advanced technology, paper can be preserved much longer than in the past. The paper on which the list was originally recorded is now only slightly yellowed, and the handwriting is clear and legible. The 50 potions are also recorded in the book. Yuan looked at the words and murmured softly, 30 sold, 20 remaining. The buyer is Qiniao. Yuan was stunned by the familiar words Qiniao. He handed the paper to Xie Yuan and asked, puzzled, do these potions have any other uses? Why did Qiniao buy them? And he bought them 20 years ago. Aren't these potions only effective against zombies? But 20 years ago, there were no zombies in the world. Qiniao's organization had never produced a zombie king. He had nothing to do with zombies. His organization consisted only of aberrations. Xie Yuan, do you think these potions have some unknown effects on aberrations? Yuan's mind raced, and based on Qi Niao's purchase records, he guessed at the potion's other effects. You have to ask Qi Niao, or your father, about that. Xie Yuan also disliked things suddenly becoming too complicated. They left with a dozen or so potions they had found, which was considered a lucky find. Of the 50 potions known, Qi Niao had purchased 30, leaving them with 13. If Qi Niao hadn't leaked the potions, only 7 remained. 3 of the potions had been used by the zombie kings, meaning 4 potions were still unknown on whom they had been used. Emerging from the ruins of MIT, the group wasn't in a bad mood. And then, I found the potion. I need to go to the North District. Shall I take you to the East District? This was what they had originally agreed on. Xie Yuan would go to the North District for work, while Yuan and the kids would go to the East District to visit relatives. Yuan nodded. After nodding, he asked, when will you be done? Xie Yuan glanced at the sky and realized it would be quite late even if he was done. You and the kids don't have to wait for me. Go to sleep tonight. I meet you in the East District tomorrow. Okay. Yuan didn't force him to come back. They were together every day, so a night apart wasn't a big deal. Xie Yuan took them all to the East District. He stood at the gate but didn't go in. Remember to call me if anything happens. Xie Yuan was still quite confident Yuan was living in the East District. He noticed last time that Dazai had a good relationship with the current East District ruler. With Dazai and Wuzai around, the East District shouldn't be in trouble. I understand. I go in with the kids then. Yuan said he didn't want to cling to Xie Yuan, but when Xie Yuan really left, he felt a little reluctant. Message me when you're done. Yuan turned around, took a few steps back, and hugged Xie Yuan. Don't overwork yourself. Don't rush here. Rest up over there before coming back. Xie Yuan lowered his head and kissed him on the cheek. Their foreheads touched, their affection so intense that the kids couldn't bear to watch. Be good, sleep well. I'll be back soon. The two cuddled for a moment before parting ways. Xie Yuan sat in the car. After getting some distance from Yuan, he called Gu Einan. He told Gu Einan everything he had just discovered. When he finished, he got straight to the point. Uncle, besides being effective against zombies, do these potions also have any effect on mutants? Gu Einan seemed reluctant to elaborate. Xie Yuan asked twice more before he finally spoke. You guessed right, these potions do have some effect on mutants. What effect? Xie Yuan was determined to get to the bottom of it. He didn't like being kept in the dark. Gu Einan paused, then, after a moment's hesitation, finally told him, these potions might kill mutants. Xie Yuan, Xie Yuan was stunned. How is that possible? Aberrants are immune to all damaging potions. The only ones who can kill aberrations are their own kind, and Xie Yuan. They can't be harmed by any potion. Gu Einan had already said so much, so he didn't mind adding a little more. This was done by a madman. This madman had seen Anin and the others in town. If he can create aberrations, killing them shouldn't be difficult either. There's always an exception to everything about aberrations. And those madmen in town are just the accidents for the aberrations. There aren't many potions of this kind, and not many people know their true effects. You don't have to worry too much. Gu Einan finished, emphasizing, Xie Yuan, I don't want you to say too much about the effects of these potions. This isn't good for the aberrations, or even for Anin. Uncle, I understand. I just pretend I never made this call. Yes. As soon as the call ended, Yuan, unfazed, led the cubs into the East District base. Thanks to Qi Yuan, he seemed to have become a bit more unafraid. He led the cubs inside. Eighth cub didn't hold hands, he walked proudly in front. The bald little fox, too lazy to walk, simply sat on his eldest brother's arm. He glared at eighth cub in front of him, his eyes, as if he were a mentally retarded person. Is eighth cub having a seizure? How did he suddenly turn from an octopus into a fighting cock? Looking at his arrogant expression, it was unclear who he was going to nag. Yuan, on the other hand, understood better. He smiled and kept things a secret, you know, in a minute. Jiujiu, having learned that his eldest brother was coming, sat on Miao Miao's lap and hurried to the base gate to greet him. Miao, do I look good today? It had been a while since I seen Big Brother, and Jiujiu wanted him to see me at my best. Just now, he was delayed a little by changing clothes. Wuzi, transformed into his original form, ran down the street. He didn't look back, only replied in a low voice, looks good. Jiujiu thought he wasn't sincere. You haven't looked at me yet. Wuzi continued to reply, I did just now. Giorgio tilted his head and thought for a moment. I think so. Now that the weather was getting colder, he had originally wanted to wear something smarter and less clothing. But Woozy, after he changed, gave him a coat. You can imagine how fast a tiger can run. In just a few minutes, Giorgio was perched on the tiger's back, meeting Big Brother. Since he was perched on the tiger's back, his view was a bit high. So, he only saw Big Brother, and didn't see the octopus cub beneath the tiger at all. Big Brother. Giorgio's eyes sparkled as he looked at his big brother, and called out loudly. Ewan was also delighted to see the two cubs he hadn't seen in a while. Big Brother, hold me. Giorgio opened his arms, letting his big brother take him off the tiger. Ewan looked down at the little fox in his arms, then at Giorgio on the tiger's back, and at the eighth cub at the tiger's leg. The eighth cub, neglected, was visibly irritated. The little fox sat securely in his arms, showing no intention of moving. Ewan inexplicably smelled a lingering aura of turmoil. He cleared his throat and negotiated with the little fox in his arms. Little one, do you want to play with Giorgio? Haven't you played with Giorgio much? Or, I don't want to play with him right now. The little fox leaned against his big brother, looking uncooperative. Giorgio still held his arms outstretched, a blank expression on his face. He also noticed that the fourth cub was being held by his eldest brother. The eldest brother had no hands free to hold him anymore. Before Giorgio could get down on himself, the eighth cub, having been ignored until now, finally erupted in anger. Stinky Giorgio. The octopus cub, standing beside the tiger's front legs, angrily put its tentacles on its hips and looked up at Giorgio, who was sitting on the tiger. Chapter 155. The tiger was so large that, whether intentionally or not, it just happened to obscure the octopus cub below. Giorgio sat high up, so it was normal that he couldn't see him. Now, 8 Cub cried out in anger, and Giorgio finally lowered his head. He met 8 Cub's gaze, and patted the tiger's back guiltily. Meow meow, put me down. Giorgio ignored the bald little fox still in his big brother's arms. Seeing 8 Cub so angry, he just wanted to go down and comfort him. The tiger cub glared down at 8 Cub from above, and after a long pause, he finally put Giorgio down from his back. As soon as Giorgio landed, he reached for 8 Cub's little tentacle. He coaxed 8 Cub, I'm sorry, I didn't see you just now. I didn't mean to avoid talking to you. The deformed cubs were all arrogant, but Giorgio was the only one who had the good manners to apologize to the others. 8 Cub wasn't easy to comfort. Giorgio stood there, trying to soothe him for a long time, but to no avail. Ewan, holding the little fox, watched from behind, unable to bear it any longer. Botsy, we be watched if we stand here. Haven't you been liking your fans' comments lately? If they see you throwing a tantrum on the street, they might gossip about you. Botsy's expression shifted again and again after these words, and he finally walked off in a huff. After a few steps, Giorgio trotted after him. Botsy turned his face away from him and said sternly, I won't listen to your apology. Giorgio tugged at his little tentacle and weakly reminded him, I was just trying to tell you you're going the wrong way. We need to turn. Botsy, 8th Cub's face darkened, and he vowed he'd never be able to coax him. Ewan stayed out of the Cub's petty conflicts. He was talking to Tiger Cub in the back. The two were discussing the East District. Thanks to the vaccines from the West District, the situation in the East District is much better than in the North and South Districts. The zombies' final frenzy showed their combat effectiveness to be formidable. But the East District had enough mutants, so Jai-Man sent them to the front lines to hold them off. They raced against time to deliver the vaccines to the survivors in the East District. Big Cub is arranging accommodations for you. He said, we have dinner together later. Hearing this, Ewan pointed out, did Jai-Man arrange dinner together? Although Big Cub was a good cub, he wasn't very thorough in many things. Jai-Man, the current boss of the East District, was a very capable man. Tiger Cub was silent for a moment, then nodded. As they walked, the lights at the main base were now on, and pedestrians were still coming and going. The pedestrians didn't seem surprised at all by the Tiger Cub's prototype. Someone, upon seeing them, walked up to them and asked Ewan, cautiously yet expectantly, excuse me, has A03 Cub arrived? Ewan paused for a moment before replying, 3rd Cub didn't come out with me. He's in the West District. The person who came to ask the question was immediately disappointed upon hearing this. Traveling across districts to see Gun Gun was a bit of a challenge. Ewan, seeing the other person's dejection, offered comfort. When you're settled down, you can come to the West District to see him if you're interested. The other person nodded firmly yes. I'd definitely go see him in my lifetime. A few years ago, some unforeseen circumstances occurred, and the number of guns has dwindled slightly. The guns that remain are all incredibly rare and precious. Yuan's photos had already been leaked, so everyone knew he had many cubs. The A-series cubs, including the gun in the West Zone, were confirmed to be variant A03. Before even reaching his assigned location, Yuan was stopped several times. Almost everyone who stopped him asked if the gun had arrived. The neglected cubs felt a pang of anger. The little fox, still looking up, questioned its eldest brother deeply. "Brother, is the third cub the cutest of all of us cubs?" The third cub was just an ordinary black and white ball, clumsily gaited. What was so adorable about him? Yuan stroked the little fox's furry head, calming him down. "You're all adorable pups, no need to compare." Yuan, now immersed in human society for so long, had belatedly realized how popular the three pups were in the human world. But he couldn't bring himself to say it directly, or the other pups would surely be upset. Luckily, before Yuan could continue coaxing them, the eldest pup came out to greet them. Beside him was Jai-Man. The two stood side by side, a gentle smile on Jai-Man's handsome face. "Long time no see. Welcome." It must be said that Jai-Man knew how to interact with people. He showed Yuan the prepared rooms and explained, "Lingy also lives here. He's in the easternmost room. If you want to talk to him, you can go over and knock on his door." Yuan put all the things he had brought into the room. Jai-Man then led them to the dining room, where they began preparing after receiving instructions. A large table was now overflowing with food. The food was suitable for a freak. Jai-Man couldn't eat all the food, so he ordered a separate vegetarian dish, placed it in front of him, and occasionally took a bite. At the table, Jai-Man and Yuan didn't discuss matters related to the two districts, but rather chatted about family matters. "Lingy has been missing you for a long time. Why don't you stay in the East District for a few more days? It's a good opportunity for you two to get together. We discussed this after Yuan finishes his business. I'm not sure how long I can stay." Yuan was very satisfied with the food. He could tell that Jai-Man had put a lot of thought into it. Jai-Man and Yuan mostly spoke at the table. The other children were still absorbed in their own thoughts and didn't interrupt. Jai-Man, seeing that it was getting late, didn't waste any more time. He escorted Yuan back again, carefully instructing him, "Every room is equipped with an alarm. If anything goes wrong, just press a button." This was the East District's headquarters, so the chances of an accident weren't high. However, Jai-Man still carefully arranged every detail. After a brief reminder, Jai-Man said goodbye and left. As soon as he left, Yuan called Dazi over. "Dazi, what exactly are you and Jai-Man collaborating on? Who's in charge?" "He's helping me." Before Yuan finished his question, Dazi answered. "I'm in charge of producing the aberrations in the East District," he explained. Yuan, Yuan's brains were a bit strained. Jai-Man was the ruler of the East District. Even if Dazi was so capable, he couldn't boss the District 1 boss around and ask him for help. "Dazi." Yuan's face darkened. He stared at Dazi's face and questioned him sternly. "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Jai-Man is the East District's boss. Asking him to help you for free is out of the question. Tell me honestly, what did you give to Jai-Man? Anything requires effort. Effort is reward." Jai-Man repaid Dazi, so Dazi must have given something in return. Under Yuan's gaze, Dazi hesitated, as if trying to decide what to say. A few minutes later, with a stern face, Dazi spoke. "Brother, I helped him before, so he's helping me now." He didn't elaborate on how he helped. This was a way of concealing something, and hiding something from his brother made Dazi feel a little uneasy. He slowly transformed back into his original form, nuzzling Yuan with his enormous python head. The scene was terrifying no matter how you looked at it. But the python itself didn't find its image frightening at all. It proactively rubbed its head against Yuan's, even letting Yuan's palm caress it. It felt cool and a little rough. Yuan's serious expression finally broke after being nudged by his own python cub for a while. He lowered his head and met the python's massive head. "Cub, I'm not going to delve into your personal affairs too much. But remember one thing, you must not put yourself in any danger." The python nodded, its cold, vertical pupils seeming to warm. Yuan petted the python for a while, then took a few close-up photos. "Big Cub, have you seen the comments under your photos? I posted a few new ones, not from your childhood. A lot of fans are praising your cuteness." Big Cub choked. He himself didn't go online much, so he wouldn't have seen these things. Or Jai-Man had once been browsing this on his phone, engrossed in it. He walked past from behind, and Jai-Man, always wary of outsiders, didn't even notice. So, he lowered his head to see what Jai-Man was looking at. It was a series of photos, showing a small snake, the size of a palm, struggling to drink from a small bottle. After admiring them, Jai-man saved each one. After saving, he clicked on the comments section, seemingly about to write a comment. But before he could even type, Big Cub caught him. Big Cub thought about the photos, and then looked at the ones his big brother had taken of him. He paused and warned his eldest brother, "Brother, if you post it directly like this, a lot of people will be scared." He now knew that humans were very afraid of his prototype's adult form. When he was small, he might have looked harmless. But now, even if he just stood there without making any attacking moves, humans would be very afraid of him. Yuan patted his head, his eyes a little dazed by the cub filter. "Don't overthink it. I posted photos of the other cubs in their current state, and fans love them just as much. Especially the third cub. Even when he was snoring with his belly in the air, fans would still clutch their chests and exclaim, 'How adorable.'" Yuan blindly posted a series of photos of giant pythons. The photo was posted that evening, and the comments went viral. "Wow, I'm a little scared. Is this A01? Just looking at the photo makes me breathless. Fear +1. A01's aura is terrifying. If I stood in front of him, I'd probably die of fear. Well, A01's intimidating presence is a bit strong, but don't you think he's very cool? The same A can sometimes represent a serial number. And sometimes, it's an adjective." Yuan glanced at the comments section before bed, and decided it wasn't what he wanted to see. Not many people praised Aziz's cuteness, they just said he looked a little scary. "Big brother, I'm here to sleep with you." Jojo, who had just managed to temporarily coax Ba Z into a coma, poked his head over. He felt a little tired, resting his head on Z's arm as they looked at their phone together. Yuan's phone page happened to be in the comments section, and everyone in the comments section was talking about Z. Jojo only had to watch for a moment before he understood why his elder brother was so unhappy. He blinked and offered his elder brother some advice. "Brother, Zai's human form isn't scary at all. You can send him a picture of him." Yuan's face tightened. "I don't have any pictures of Zai in human form." "I do." Jojo sat up and fumbled for his phone. He didn't have any pictures on his phone, but he had added Jai-man on WeChat. The two had chatted on WeChat before. Jojo held up his phone and sent a message to Jai-man. It was Jojo. "Brother Jai, are you asleep yet?" Jai-man, "Not yet." It was Jojo. "Can I ask for some pictures? I need some pictures of Zai." It was Jojo. "Big brother wants to send me photos of Z in human form, and I want them to look good." Jai-man, Jai-man, "Wait a moment." After Jai-man said wait, there was no more sound. After an unknown amount of time, Jojo's phone rang several times. He rubbed his eyes and opened it. Jai-man had sent him 5 or 6 photos, all of which showed Z in human form. 2 of them showed his abs. Jijio was stunned. He murmured, "Z has a really strong body. And Z had the same abs as Meow Meow." Jijio knew abs were nice to touch. It was a pity he couldn't develop them himself. Meow Meow said that eating a few more bowls of rice would give you abs. "Big brother, here you go." Jijio sent all the photos to Big brother, and slid himself into Yuan's arms again. Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw Z's photo. His son's figure was incredible. With a figure like that, he'd definitely find a wife someday. After getting the photos, Yuan didn't hide them, he openly shared them. Minutes after posting them, the comment section exploded with activity. "Ah, I called you husband first. Husband, face me. I'm already lying down. Wow, I apologize for my indifference a moment ago. A01 isn't scary at all. I declare that A01 and I are locked in." Just moments ago, the comment section was full of comments about A01 being a bit scary. In the blink of an eye, A01 had countless wives again. Yuan hadn't anticipated the boldness of the comments. His face flushed as he looked at the words used in the comments section. "I'm lying down, fuck?" Before he could even utter the last I, Yuan covered Jojo's eyes. With one hand, he covered Jojo's eyes, while quickly closing the comments section with the other. "Sweetheart, it's time for us to go to bed." Yuan put his phone aside, not daring to look at it in front of Jojo. Those words weren't very good, Jojo couldn't learn that. Jojo, bewildered, covered his eyes, still a little puzzled. "Brother, I haven't finished reading the comments yet. There's nothing interesting. Wait until I send you your photo tomorrow." Jojo was the most obedient, and with a little coaxing from Yuan, he obediently complied. In the darkness, the other kids, playing with their phones, had read the entire comments section. They looked at the human-shaped photo of the eldest kid, puzzled as to why humans didn't find the python attractive, instead opting for the human form, which was clearly less imposing than the python. That night, the surfing kids stayed up all night again. The next morning was early. Yuan looked at the still drowsy kids, and thinking back to watching them playing with their phones before bed the previous night, his brows furrowed. He felt the kids had become a bit addicted to the internet lately. They slept until noon. Yuan waited until the kids woke up. Jiojio had slept with him yesterday, so he was awake around noon. He stayed obediently beside his eldest brother, spending time with him. Jai-man, the most conscientious, for once didn't wake them up in the morning. "I'm so sorry, I was busy late last night, so I'm late this morning." Jai-man's handsome face flushed slightly, as he apologized for his negligence. Yuan didn't mind this, he was here primarily to see Zai Zai, not to inspect Jai-man. Lunch. The group sat together to eat. Afterward, Jai-man left to attend to matters in the East District. Yuan followed Dazi to visit the East District's laboratories. L Labs, the laboratory that had survived thanks to the East District's protection, had temporarily halted its production of mutants. They were working overtime to produce vaccines. But there were still some mutants in the lab that hadn't been shipped out. Yuan looked at them and asked again, "Dazi, are you creating so many mutants to help humanity eliminate the zombies?" Dazi shook his head without even thinking. He didn't care about humanity's survival. Even if humanity became extinct, he would simply watch indifferently. It's not to eliminate the zombies. Yuan's heart tightened, and he blurted out, "Are you planning to use them against humans?" Humanity is finally on the verge of victory in the battle against the zombies. If another mutant were to join the fray, it would be a new battle for humanity. No. Thankfully, Dazi denied Yuan's answer. He replied, "I created them simply to protect myself." Yuan was stunned. He looked up at Dazi's serious face, and instantly understood his purpose. "Dazi, don't you believe we can achieve peace directly with humans?" Dazi said nothing, but his eyes were filled with distrust. Yuan met his gaze and reminded him, "You distrust humans so much, yet you're living in Jai-man's base." "Jai-man is different," Dazi said. "He's different from other humans. He won't betray me." Yuan brought up Xie Yuan won't harm the aberrants anymore. Those others, they probably won't either. Yuan tried to find evidence that humans had accepted the aberrants, but Dazi was stubborn. He only believed in his own perceptions, not the evidence. "Brother, I promise you," Dazi said slowly, "as long as humans don't attack the aberrants first, I won't do anything to them." Yuan pursed his lips. Dazi's promise was something he could certainly keep. As long as humans didn't attack first, there would be no war between humans and aberrants. Thinking of this, Yuan calmed down. He felt he should have more faith in humans. After understanding Dazi's purpose, Yuan stopped interfering. Time slipped by. By evening, Yuan still hadn't seen Xie Yuan return. This was a bit late compared to the agreed time. He called Xie Yuan. He called several times, but no one answered. Seeing this, Yuan couldn't sit still any longer. He called Dazi and said, "I need to go to the North District to check it out." Xie Yuan had said he'd be back soon, and now, not only had he not returned sooner, but he hadn't even answered his calls. Dazi knew he was going to the North District to look for Xie Yuan. But his identity was sensitive, now tied to the East District. If he rashly went to the North District, the situation would become complicated. "I have Woozy go with you." "Okay." Yuan thought for a moment and said, "I won't take so many cubs with me. It's inconvenient to bring so many of them along." And it looked like they were going to cause trouble. Given Xie Yuan's strength, the North District didn't have the strength to harm him. Besides, only the West District had the vaccine right now. Even if the North District had a brain attack, they wouldn't dare to antagonize the West District at this point. Having understood all this, Yuan naturally didn't want to take too many cubs with him. "I just go with the fifth cub," Yuan said, instructing the eldest cub. "I leave the others here. You have to keep an eye on them, and don't let them run around." "Okay." Yuan left without telling the other cubs, calling only Tiger Cub. With Tiger Cub with them, they didn't need to drive. The tiger's low growl echoed along the road. After running for an unknown amount of time, Yuan was led by the tiger to the North District. His arrival seemed a bit surprising to the North District. The person in charge of hosting him seemed even more flustered. "Mr. Yuan, I'm so sorry. Our base has been very busy lately, so we're a little short of hospitality. We apologize." Yuan listened to the other party's explanation and said frankly, "It's okay." He didn't beat around the bush and said straight to the point, "I'm not here to be a guest. I'm here to see my boyfriend. Xie Yuan came to visit you yesterday and hasn't left yet." Yuan smiled and asked, "I wonder if he's finished his work here. Commander Xie still has some unfinished business with our leader." The other party apologized. Please wait a little longer. It's okay. I can wait. Yuan went straight into the North District to wait. He and Tiger Cub sat in the North District's reception room, waiting for them to bring Xie Yuan out. Mr. Yuan, you can have some fruit first. I go and urge them. Okay, thank you for your help. Yuan watched the man leave, the smile slowly fading from his face. There's a problem. He turned his head and said to Tiger Cub, their reaction isn't right. When the man saw him, not only did his face show no sign of welcome, but he seemed to want him to leave. Tiger Cub looked in the direction the man had left and asked quietly, Do you want me to go over and see? No need. Yuan sat in his seat and waited. He whispered, Wait until they bring Xie Yuan out on their own. If these people could actually hand Xie Yuan over, then he might have been overthinking it. Yuan waited in the reception room. Where else, a man hurried over to report. Yuan is in the reception room. He wants to see Xie Yuan. We can't delay any longer. Yuan has 10 top-tier deformations at his disposal. I just saw A05 next to him. As for the others, I wonder where he's hiding them on his body. With Yuan and his deformations around, they couldn't afford to fool around. It's common knowledge that deformations are known for their ill-tempered nature. If they let these deformations lose their patience, it would only make their situation worse. Go back and calm down for a while. I talked to Xie Yuan. Okay. The door opened. Xie Yuan, sitting inside, didn't even turn around. He simply said, Have you made up your mind? Yes. The man who came was the North District's boss. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, I'm willing to tell you everything I know. He didn't want to tell, but he had to. Because an hour ago, Xie Yuan had overheard his conversation with the others. At the time, they were talking about Xie Yuan. He clearly remembered that he said the most. Once the zombies are gone, the next to die will be Xie Yuan. The person next to him asked him, Isn't the District 4 contract already void? The contractors in the East District have all been replaced, so this contract probably doesn't count. It doesn't matter if the contractors in the East District have been replaced. As long as the replacements are humans, not monsters, it won't affect the contract. If it weren't for the zombie outbreak, Xie Yuan would have been eliminated long ago. The person next to him hesitantly retorted, Yin Qin in the West District gave up his position to Xie Yuan. Do you think he'd still be willing to kill him? He would. He said firmly to the person next to him. Yin Qin promised to kill Xie Yuan himself. The District 4 contract stipulated that Xie Yuan would be used as a weapon to eliminate the aberrations that shouldn't exist. And when he completed his elimination mission, the last one to be eliminated was him, now worthless. Speaking of the District 4 contract, his words somehow became more muffled. And as luck would have it, Xie Yuan, who was passing by, overheard all of this. The atmosphere at that time was something he never wanted to experience again. At that moment, he felt as if he were enveloped by layers of death. Xie Yuan was enraged, even considering killing him. And the reason for killing him was slander. Xie Yuan believed that what he had just said was a slander against his father, Yin Qin. The two men were deadlocked, and he said he would show him some evidence. We didn't have a clear written contract due to some concerns. The North District boss, who entered, lowered his stance in front of Xie Yuan. He hoped Xie Yuan would overlook his recent gaffe and not vent his anger on him. His North District still needed the West District's support. But we also have a small piece of evidence. Each of us left a token as proof of our cooperation. Yin Qin left behind a jade ring. The North District boss produced the jade ring. Xie Yuan had seen this jade ring in an old photo of his father. He returned the ring to Xie Yuan and whispered the purpose of their original agreement. We were simply concerned that your existence would become an enemy of humanity. Xie Yuan, if you put yourself in a human's shoes, you would understand us. Have I not been considered human in your eyes all these years? Xie Yuan joined the military early on, and protecting humanity was a mission ingrained in him. He had risked his life for humanity for so many years. In the end, it turned out he wasn't even a human. The North District boss's face darkened, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. In the eyes of those in the know, no matter how powerful Xie Yuan was, or how much he was admired by ordinary humans, they didn't care. After all, no matter how glorious Xie Yuan was, he would eventually die. Xie Yuan, I know you're a good person. You're a good person, and you always protected humanity. I apologize for what I said before. You can vent your anger on me, but I ask you not to vent your anger on everyone in the North District. They're all still waiting for the vaccine, waiting for their last hope. The people of the North District didn't dare let Xie Yuan leave, fearing he retaliate against the entire district if he left. The North District boss continued to ramble on, his previous arrogance gone. Xie Yuan, as apology, you can ask me to do anything you want. No thanks. Xie Yuan put the jade ring in his pocket and stood up, his face expressionless. I verify this. This was established a long time ago. Back then, we weren't sure if you would remain loyal to humanity. Now, all these years have passed. I actually believe in you. Xie Yuan didn't bother listening to the North District boss's nonsense. He simply said, Is Yuan here? North District boss, eh? The North District boss's face froze, his words stumbling. How did you know he was here? I could hear you at the door. The North District boss was completely bewildered, feeling completely justified in being overheard. Xie Yuan's hearing was incredible. Mr. Yuan is in the living room. I had someone treat him well. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yuan walked out. Not long after, Yuan saw Xie Yuan coming out, and the moment he saw him, his heart finally relaxed. Xie Yuan. He ran over and buried his head in Xie Yuan's arms. Xie Yuan seemed a beat too slow to return the hug. Why are you here? Xie Yuan asked softly, his eyes lowered, looking at the head in his arms. Yuan nudged him and replied, I called you, but you didn't answer. I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Xie Yuan paused and explained, I didn't hear anything. Yuan found this a bit strange. Xie Yuan's phone wasn't on silent mode, he made several calls. He didn't answer this one. Was Xie Yuan distracted? Without waiting for Yuan to inquire further, Xie Yuan said calmly, I'm done. Let's go back. Yuan nodded. He had carried the cubs on his back, so he better get back quickly before they discovered him. The two of them returned together, Tiger Cub carrying his eldest brother and stepsister-in-law, without slowing down at all. The North District's leader watched them, the panic that had lingered on his face slowly fading. How could there be so much carelessness in this world? The West District had the vaccine Yuan, and so many A-series mutants. They in the North District had nothing yet. If chaos broke out in the West District, he could still get the vaccine. Not only could he get the vaccine, but he could also make the West District even more chaotic. Father and son turned against each other, and the old and new rulers each had their followers. This grand drama should be played out now. On the way back, Yuan sat in front of Xie Yuan, and the two of them said nothing. This was a bit unusual for Yuan. Xie Yuan. Yuan placed his hand on the back of his hand and asked softly, What happened? Xie Yuan looked very unwell. He didn't say a word, but Yuan could sense his emotions. It's okay. Xie Yuan hugged the person in front of him tightly, his voice sounding a little hoarse. Both of them sat on the tiger cub's back, and Yuan didn't ask any more questions. The tiger cubs were just as fast as they had been when they arrived. In less than 2 hours, Yuan and Xie Yuan both arrived in the East District. Their quiet return left the cubs a little bewildered. Seeing the cubs trying to come closer, Yuan glanced at Xie Yuan beside him and stopped them in their tracks. Jiujio, go play with the cubs. I have something to tell Xie Yuan. Jiujio looked at Xie Yuan, then at Yuan. He took 2 steps back. The 8 cubs grabbed him and turned to run around. Yuan took Xie Yuan's hand and led him back to his room. As soon as they were back, Yuan locked the door. Xie Yuan, tell me, what happened? Yuan asked Xie Yuan to sit on the sofa, while he knelt in front of him. Their eyes met for a long moment before Xie Yuan finally spoke. Father adopted me back then, just to use me as a weapon. They had a pact, that my father would kill me. These 2 short sentences, spoken as if they had exhausted all of Xie Yuan's strength. Xie Yuan's mind was in a turmoil. He remembered when Yinchin brought him back, called him son, and told him to remember to take care of him when he grew up. These images flashed through Xie Yuan's mind one by one. They were all so heartwarming, but now, that warmth felt like a bubble, ready to burst at the slightest poke. Yuan heard his words, and instinctively wanted to say it was impossible. But before he could say it, he swallowed it back. Xie Yuan wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. For him to say that, he must have truly believed it. But how could that be? Captain Yin and Dr. Wan didn't seem to be being false to Xie Yuan at all. Yuan didn't know what to say. He simply stood up and hugged Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan. Yuan held him tightly, offering comfort. Don't be sad. Let's go back and find out. I won't let anyone kill you. You have me and the cubs. We're all here with you. In the room, Yuan was still with Xie Yuan. Outside, Jiujio was saying, I wasn't mistaken. Xie Yuan is so sad. Little Jiujio, the most sensitive, was telling the cubs, he looks like he's about to cry. Ba Zi was unconvinced. How could Xie Yuan be crying? Big brother isn't hurt. Why would he be crying? Jiujiu shook her head and said honestly, Jiujiu doesn't know why he's crying. But Jiujiu was certain that Xie Yuan was sad. To prove his point, he brought up a story. Xie Yuan used to hug me when he saw me. Even if he didn't hug me, he talked to me. The same thing happened with his eldest brother. Both his eldest brother and Xie Yuan would hug him, but this time, neither of them did. Jiujiu's words plunged the cubs into collective contemplation. Eighth cub pondered, a little irritated. What Jiujiu said might be true. Oh, what happened to Xie Yuan? Was he bullied? Thinking of this possibility, eighth cub became not only irritated but also a bit angry. After all, she's still our eldest sister-in-law. Who is so blind as to dare to bully him? Although the cubs didn't usually call Xie Yuan sister-in-law, they had long since accepted her as their sister-in-law. This was especially true for 6th, 8th, and 9th cub, who had been living with Xie Yuan the earliest. They looked disgusted, but if anyone actually touched Xie Yuan, they wouldn't let him go. Jiujiu grabbed Bazai's little tentacle, searching for a solution. Xie Yuan usually comforts us. He's so upset now, so we should comfort him too. Bazai, do you know how to comfort someone? Bazai, Bazai is truly inexperienced. The other cubs were also racking their brains. After a long while, Bazai, racking his brains, hesitated and said, Xie Yuan used to chop off my little tentacles and say he wanted to make seafood. I guess he likes it. How about I cut off 2 of my little tentacles and make him a seafood platter? Chapter 156. As soon as 8th cub spoke, the other cubs fell silent. Jiujiu looked back at his little wings, shivering slightly. He stammered, should I make soup? 6th cub glanced at 8th cub and said with a noble and cold air, I'm the national butterfly. Eating him is illegal. 8th cub looked around. Fox meat was dry, the little butterfly had no meat. 7th cub could only be made into a vegetable salad. 9th cub was poisonous, and Jiujiu was afraid of pain. So, among all the cubs, none was tasty. 8th cub thought about his own deliciousness, and suddenly felt a little proud. He hummed and said, just cut me off. You guys think of another way. Jiujiu, you don't have to prepare anything else. I give you a small tentacle. You can roast it, and give it to Xie Yuan. 8th cub had taken on Jiujiu's gift, and 7th cub felt a little unbalanced. 8th cub, aren't you the one who loves to bully Jiujiu the most? Why do you only give him your tentacles? 8th cub and Jiujiu had the most arguments, and Jiujiu had been driven to tears countless times by 8th cub. 8th cub squinted at 7th cub, and said confidently, I'm happy to give it to him. If I don't, he cry again. He's a crybaby, Jiujiu. Jiujiu wanted to say he wasn't a crybaby anymore. But 8th cub had already dragged him away, not letting him stay with the other cubs. 8th cub had thought of a way to soothe Xie Yuan, while the other cubs continued to rack their brains. 7th cub was so worried that his head was almost bald. He couldn't think of any way to comfort him, so he decided to imitate 8th cub and bring Xie Yuan a salad of cabbage leaves. The 2 edible cubs left, taking Jiujiu with them. The remaining cubs exchanged glances before dispersing, each one thinking of a strategy. The atmosphere in the room was a little better than before. Yuan held Xie Yuan in his arms, lying beside him in bed. The 2 of them didn't do anything, just cuddled. Xie Yuan's eyes were closed, but Yuan knew he wasn't asleep. Xie Yuan, I love you so much, and the cubs will love you too. Yuan rested her forehead against his heart and whispered, rest for a while, you'll be fine once you wake up. Xie Yuan's emotions were unstable right now, so she couldn't argue with him right now. She needed to let him calm down first. Xie Yuan said nothing, simply hugged Yuan a little tighter. Time slipped by. Yuan looked up, gazing at Xie Yuan's handsome face so close to her. He felt a pang of pain. Put yourself in his shoes. If he knew his parents had raised him with the intention of killing him later, he would be heartbroken too. Xie Yuan looked stern, but he truly valued his family. He truly treated Yin Qin like his own father. Yuan's heart clenched at the thought of Xie Yuan's current state of mind. His Xie Yuan was so kind, he didn't deserve to be treated this way. The room was silent, devoid of a single sound. Yuan didn't want to worry about anything at the moment. He just wanted to be with Xie Yuan. From afternoon to evening, neither Yuan nor Xie Yuan left the room. Jaiman also came. After learning that Xie Yuan was in a bad mood, he was also a little unsure of what to do. He and Xie Yuan didn't have much of a relationship. The only thing connecting them was their eldest son. If you need any help, feel free to ask me. Jaiman couldn't do anything but reiterate his instructions to the cubs. It was almost dark, and Yuan still hadn't come out. Eighth cub, holding Jojo, couldn't wait any longer. He knocked tentatively on the door. Yuan didn't get up at first, but after hearing the knock several times, he worried something might have happened. So he covered Yuan with the blanket and carefully sat up. Soon, the door opened. Eighth cub took the lead and stood at the front. He poked his head out and looked behind Yuan. Brother, is Yuan sleeping? Yes, he's a little tired. Yuan looked at eighth cub before him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that eighth cub looked a little off. As worried as he was about Yuan, he was also concerned for the cubs. Eighth cub, are you feeling unwell? Yuan reached out and touched his forehead. Eighth cub shook his head, refusing the touch. Brother, I'm fine. Can I go in and see Yuan? Jojo followed Botsy, also looking eagerly at his brother. Yuan hesitated. Yuan seems a little unwell right now. Why don't you come back later? As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan stood up behind him. And then, let them in. Yuan hadn't fallen asleep the entire time. Seeing the cubs coming in to see him, he and Yuan had the same thought. They were worried the cubs had something to say. Botsy and Jojo were let in. Botsy, walking in front, was holding a food box. He had asked Jai Man for the food box. Brother, Yuan, I made food for you two myself. Bazai said, placing the food box on the table. Jojo also came up to Yuan, looking at him intently. Yuan, do you want a hug? If Big Brother was unhappy, hugging Jojo would make him feel better. Jojo opened his arms, inviting Yuan to hug him as well. Yuan paused for 2 seconds, then gently hugged him. Meanwhile, Yuan was also curious about what Bazai had made. While Jojo was interacting with Yuan, he opened the appropriate lid. The next second, Yuan's face turned green. He looked at the box of fresh, raw octopus, roasted octopus, and a plate of leaves that looked like they had been plucked from Chizai's body. His blood pressure was rising rapidly. Eighth cub. Yuan gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions. What are you doing? Cooking food with his own hands? And by with his own hands, he actually used his own little tentacles. Yuan usually watched over these cubs, worried they get hurt. Although eighth cub looked tough, Yuan was just as concerned about his health, about whether he get hurt. There were no enemies right now, no need to fight. Even in peaceful times, eighth cub could have cut himself up. Is this cub's brain completely hopeless? Yuan's reaction also caught Yuan's attention. He glanced at the food box in Yuan's hand, and upon seeing what was inside, he was also startled. Eighth cub, what are you doing? Yuan was completely bewildered by this food box. He and Yuan both looked at eighth cub. When eighth cub entered first, he thought he was going to be praised. But now, he felt like something was amiss in the atmosphere. I made you some food. Bots's voice softened. He glanced at his food box, unsure of his mistake. His sluggish instinct for survival revived a little. Bazai looked at Yuan and said, Jojo said you were unhappy, so I made you some food. He turned his face away and said in an awkward voice, I'm not trying to fool you. I just. He kept saying just for a long time, but couldn't find a reason. Jojo pulled a few feathers from his pocket and handed them to Yuan. He was more direct in expressing his thoughts than the awkward Bazai. Yuan, this is for you. I picked the most beautiful feathers from my wings. Eighth cub was very attentive when he cooked seafood for you just now, even looking up recipes online. Seventh cub plucked his tenderest leaves, saying they'd be great in a salad. We all want you to be happy. Jojo's words were simple and straightforward. His clear eyes, staring at Yuan, held undisguised worry. Jojo was the first cub to accept Yuan. Initially, he wondered if his eldest brother would like him less if he found a sister-in-law. But in the end, seeing his eldest brother's ease and happiness with Yuan, Jojo sincerely felt that having a sister-in-law was a good thing. Yuan was also genuinely caring for them. He even saved up some money for them. As Jojo finished speaking, there was a sudden sound from the windowsill. A small butterfly flew out, bringing a beautiful flower. The flower was thrown onto Yuan's lap. Little Butterfly stood on the table by the windowsill and spoke softly, I went outside to find this for you. This flower is almost extinct. He flew for several kilometers before finding this one. After Little Butterfly delivered the flower, Little Fox also jumped in through the window. Here you are. Little Fox gave Yuan his gift. He had only been with Yuan for a short time, and their relationship wasn't very deep. But since the other cubs had already given gifts, he naturally wanted to be the first. Little Nine arrived late, dragging a large bag filled with various mushrooms. "Brother, I stir-fry some mushrooms for you tonight." These mushrooms were very difficult to find, and he had a hard time finding so many. Big cub and fifth cub didn't join the cub's activity. After plucking the leaves, seventh cub was taken away by Tanjan. Besides Siechiyuan and Yuan, the only other cubs in the room were the ones present. Yuan's eyes suddenly turned red as he looked at the cubs crammed in. The cubs were all freaks, and he knew their possessiveness and exclusiveness. He lived with them for so many years, and he could understand their discomfort with suddenly finding a partner. He even considered the possibility that the cubs would completely reject Siechiyuan. Now, watching the cubs come up with all sorts of ideas for Siechiyuan, he was surprised and touched by their thoughtfulness. Siechiyuan looked at the cubs before him, wanting to tease them with a smile, as he always did. But the words faltered as they reached his lips. You don't have to do this." Siechiyuan rubbed Jiujiu and Botz's heads. His eyes, like Yuan's, were a little red. Bazai let him pat his head, and couldn't help but urge, "Would you like to eat the food I brought quickly? It'd be cold soon." He even made some barbecue skewers. Siechiyuan looked at the seafood in the lunch box, then at Bazai, who was urging him to eat. How can I put it? He felt both touched and complicated. Yuan had talked to him the other night about the cubs. One thing they mentioned was that Bazai wasn't as smart as the others, and that seemed to be true. Siechiyuan had cut Bazai's tentacles before, and back then, the two of them were on a life-and-death stalemate. Now, they were family, and Siechiyuan couldn't bring himself to eat this plate of seafood and barbecue. And then, he could only look at Yuan for help. Yuan wasn't desperate enough to eat the cubs. But they weren't desperate enough, and the cubs were actually pushing him hard. Barbecue won't taste good when it's cold. Eat it. If you get tired, try some leaves. Eighth cub was also very good at combining meat and vegetables. Even after the tentacles were cut off, Yuan and Siechiyuan, under eighth cub's watchful eye, still took a few bites. Seeing they were willing to eat, eighth cub was incredibly proud. "Isn't it delicious? I even tasted a little before I brought it to you. I could even open a stall in the future." Besides asking Big Brother for money to buy a small cart, the other costs of setting up a stall are practically zero. He supplies his own goods, so there's no money to spend. Eighth cub even looked into the future. "Big Brother, I can support you by selling skewers." Yuan, what a filial son. He dismissed eighth cub's idea with a swift gesture. "Don't even think about setting up a barbecue stall. Once everything is settled, the first thing I'm going to do is send you to school. I don't seek to learn more, but I hope to improve my IQ." The cubs gathered in Siechiyuan's room, and Siechiyuan let them stay there. An unknown amount of time passed. Yuan sent the cubs away. He and Siechiyuan hugged each of these heartwarming children, saying, "Go to bed, be good, and don't stay up late playing with your phone." Jiujiu walked last. As he was about to leave, Yuan leaned over and hugged him again. "Jiujiu, good night." This time, the cubs all gathered around because Jiujiu noticed Siechiyuan's mood was off. Yuan knew his little Jiujiu was attentive, but he hadn't expected him to be this attentive. After sending the cubs out, Yuan turned around. As he reached the bed, Siechiyuan pulled him into his arms. "And then thank you." Siechiyuan suddenly said this without context. Yuan patted his back gently, his gesture filled with soothing emotion. He understood what Siechiyuan was saying. Siechiyuan was thanking him for bringing him so many family members. "From the moment we were together, the cub belonged to both of us." Yuan patted his back gently, saying gently, "I still remember you saying back then that you wanted to save up some money for the cubs." Yuan had always felt that Siechiyuan's love was the greatest gift from heaven. Siechiyuan's love for him was firm and tolerant. He had slain many aberrations before, and he and aberrations were on opposite sides of the spectrum. But when they were together, after learning that his cub was aberration, Siechiyuan chose to raise the cub together with him. Siechiyuan took raising the cubs as his responsibility, and the cubs gradually saw his dedication and accepted him as a part of the family. The initial gloom had dissipated unnoticed. Siechiyuan lowered his head and kissed Yuan on the forehead. He whispered, "And then, with you around, I suddenly feel like nothing is insurmountable." Yuan was delighted by his sentiments. The cub's interruption softened the initial heavy mood in the room. Siechiyuan could even recount more details of his time in the North District without changing his tone. "They have a 4-district contract. The terms of the contract are to train me, use me, and ultimately kill me. My father signed the contract and left a token. I have it in my hand now." Siechiyuan pulled the jade ring from his pocket and handed it to Yuan. Seeing he was willing to discuss the matter, Yuan followed up with a question, Are you sure this belongs to your father? Yes, I'm sure. This ring is in one of his old photos. Yuan, thinking about how kind In-chin and Ruanka had been to Xie Yuan, still found it a bit hard to believe. Xie Yuan. Yuan chatted with him for a while, then said, "There's no point in continuing this conversation. When we get back to the West District, go ask your father directly. If there's any misunderstanding, just talk it out face to face." No matter how much Xie Yuan speculated or thought about it now, it would be of no practical use. He couldn't suddenly break with In-chin and abandon the West District. Xie Yuan was receptive to Yuan's words. Under Yuan's patient guidance, Xie Yuan slowly nodded. "I find out when we get back to the West District." Even though he had the token in his hand, what he heard was only the North District boss's one-sided account. What if these one-sided accounts weren't true? Thinking this through, the gloom on Xie Yuan's face faded a little. Yuan lifted her face from his embrace, her eyes fixed on him. "Xie Yuan, get some sleep this time. Don't overthink it. You feel better when you wake up." After they returned, Xie Yuan seemed to have his eyes closed, but he wasn't actually asleep. After going through something like this, the first thing to do is take good care of your body. The worse your physical condition, the worse your mental state. And the worse your mental state, the less rest you have, which will make your body even worse. It's a vicious cycle. Yuan didn't want her boyfriend to fall into this cycle. He took the initiative to soothe Xie Yuan to sleep. "We can. Just once." Xie Yuan refused. He enjoyed Yuan's intimacy, but he didn't want Yuan to do it just to comfort him. Intimacy should be about comforting both parties, not one-sided devotion. "Don't force yourself. I'm not that fragile." Xie Yuan kissed Yuan's cheek lovingly. He held her in his arms and laid down in bed with her. "I feel so safe when you hold me like this while I sleep." Yuan was deeply moved to see that her boyfriend was still thinking about her. He kissed Xie Yuan's chin, his beautiful eyes moist. "Xie Yuan, I don't feel forced." He truly didn't feel forced at all. Xie Yuan was so kind, and right now, all he wanted was to be close to him. Xie Yuan still didn't move him, even though he was already so aroused that he was desperately trying to restrain himself. Yuan bit his jaw, then his lips, then the tip of his nose. Finally, he bit his Adam's apple. Xie Yuan's breathing grew heavier, but his self-control wasn't enough. He couldn't hold out. For Yuan, this night was both incredibly rich and exhausting. The more exhausted he was, the more spirited Xie Yuan felt. As dawn approached, Yuan clutched the quilt with both hands, his entire body barely weakened. "I want to sleep, Xie Yuan, I want to sleep." "Okay, let's sleep together." They didn't fall asleep until daybreak, so you can imagine how long they wake up. The cubs hovered around the door several times, but when it didn't open, they, for once, didn't knock. The cubs chatted not far away. Eighth cub confidently said, "After we left yesterday, Xie Yuan must have been moved to tears. He probably cried half the night, which is why he's up so late today." Eighth cub felt he was truly amazing yesterday. None of the other cubs had given him a better gift than he did. Seventh cub came over and looked at the unopened door. He had some experience. He hesitated for a moment, then asked slowly, "Did Big Brother not get up either?" Big Brother and Xie Yuan didn't get up, so their door wasn't open. Seventh cub listened and continued slowly, "Yesterday, besides us coaxing Xie Yuan, Big Brother might have been coaxing him too. And adults have a few ways to coax someone. I can't tell the cubs about this." "Well, I don't think Xie Yuan was moved to tears. If anyone had truly cried in the room yesterday, it would have been their eldest brother." Seventh cub didn't articulate this point. But sixth cub glanced at him, seemingly understanding what he hadn't said. "We don't need to stay here. Big Brother will find us if he wakes up." It wasn't nice to keep staring at the door. Sixth cub called the cubs away. The little fox looked at the door, then at the cubs' backs. He frowned, but followed them. It was past 1 in the afternoon. The cubs, unable to wait for Big Brother and Xie Yuan, went back to their naps. Yuan also woke up at this time. When he woke, he found someone massaging his lower back. "Xie Yuan. I'm here." Xie Yuan only said Yuan had woken up a little earlier, and he was worried he might feel uncomfortable, so he started massaging him beforehand. He learned how to massage for optimal comfort, just so Yuan could relax at this moment. "What time is it now?" "Noon." Yuan's face flushed immediately upon hearing the time. He scratched the sheets beneath his hands, his voice still a little hoarse. "The kids must have come to see us several times, and we didn't even open the door." Xie Yuan smiled and kissed him. "It's okay, they're probably used to it." The two of them slept together, and it wasn't the first time they woke it up so late. The experienced kids knew everything they needed to know. The inexperienced ones, let them wait. Yuan's voice was too hoarse, so Xie Yuan got up and poured him some water. The quilt was lifted, and Xie Yuan, not even wearing any clothes, got out of bed to pour him some water. Yuan looked at the marks on his back, the heat on his face becoming more pronounced. Put on your clothes. I put them on later. Xie Yuan poured some water and moistened Yuan's throat. After both of them woke up, they got up faster. It wasn't long. They dressed, tidied themselves, and left the room. Yuan's walk was a little unnatural. Xie Yuan had wanted to hold him, but he refused, not even letting him help. It would be embarrassing if the kids saw me. Yuan wanted to save face, and refused to lose face in front of the kids. They were going to find Jai Man and Dazi. Xie Yuan had already finished his business, and according to the plan, they should have returned to the West District. Now wasn't the best time for a vacation. There was still a lot of things to deal with in the West District. Xie Yuan couldn't stay out for too long. Are you really leaving? Jai Man heard they were leaving and tried to persuade them. You only been here for 2 days. Why don't you stay a few more? Dazi and Yuan didn't see each other often enough. With Yuan gone, it was unclear when they would see each other again. I have things to do in the West District, otherwise we would have stayed a few more days. Yuan explained to Jai Man, adding, once this trouble is resolved, I come back to the East District. That is, Dazi would still be in the East District. During his 2 days here, he could clearly see that Jai Man and Dazi had a good relationship. Dazi certainly couldn't stand being bullied here. Our Dazi is a bit reserved, quiet, and not good at expressing his emotions. But he's actually quite sensitive. He's the type who appears cold on the outside but warms on the inside. Please bear with him in the future. Take care of our eldest cub. Before leaving, Yuan was still speaking for his eldest cub. Jai Man listened to his words, knowing they were all expressions of his concern for his eldest cub. Don't worry, I know his temper. I will take good care of him. Jai Man also earnestly assured Yuan that he would treat his eldest cub well. When they parted ways, Jiujio went with Yuan. Jiujio was more accustomed to staying by Yuan's side. If it weren't for Wutsue's return last time, he would never have left his eldest brother behind to come to the East District. Meow meow, are you really not going back with me? The moment that saddened Jiujio the most was, indeed, parting with Tiger Cub. He had already come to the East District with Tiger Cub last time, and this time he couldn't stay with Tiger Cub in the East District. Tiger Cub also knew he wouldn't stay. Tiger and Chiu stood face to face for a long moment. The Tiger Cub replied in a low voice, I come find you when I'm done. The East District is short-staffed, and he couldn't leave at this moment. Neither cub could accommodate the other. After a moment's starvation, they accepted the reality. Meow meow, call me on the video tonight. Okay. Come find me when you're done. Okay. If I miss you too much, I might come find you too. Don't come out alone. The Tiger Cub retorted with the last word. More than a meeting, he wanted Chiu to be safe. After saying goodbye, Chiu followed Yuan away. As Chiu left, she kept looking back, seeming to be particularly reluctant to leave the Tiger Cub. Ba Cub, on the other hand, was jumping for joy with every step. He was annoyed by the Tiger Cub. Yuan and Xie Yuan were watching the cub's movements and talking. They spoke quietly, deliberately trying not to let the other cubs hear. Xie Yuan, why do I feel like I'm forcibly breaking up a couple? Jiujio and the Tiger Cub were so reluctant to part, and yet they had to be separated because of him. Thinking of it, he felt like the Queen Mother who forcibly separated the cowherd and the weaver girl. Xie Yuan rubbed his head and said helplessly, and then, you're using metaphors like that all over the place. The return journey was brisk. With Yuan and the cubs by his side, Xie Yuan's expression wasn't as grim as it had been when he just returned from the North District. As they neared the West District, Xie Yuan slowed down. The cubs were still unaware, only Yuan noticed. Xie Yuan, are you not mentally prepared yet? Yuan held Xie Yuan's hand and asked softly. Xie Yuan's Adam's apple rolled. He had recently received calls from Yin Qin and Ruanke. They urged him to return home soon, and Ruanke even expressed concern, telling him to be careful outside and to protect himself and Yuan. Both of them showed the same concern for him as always. In the past, he would have felt warmed, but now, he couldn't help but wonder. Are they still trying to kill him? Will the District 4 contract continue? And then, if you were faced with this, what would you do? Of course I'd go and find out. Yuan touched Xie Yuan's handsome face and offered him encouragement. Don't worry. I can sense that Commander Yin loves you. He definitely explained everything to you. Yuan encouraged him. The children didn't know what was going on, but whenever they saw Yuan upset, they would come to comfort him. In the eyes of the cubs, Yuan had always been indestructible. But after this bout of depression, as they tried to comfort him, they all changed their minds. Eighth cub was especially so. Eighth cub had a grudge against Yuan, and the hot-tempered eighth cub was known to hold grudges. He and Yuan rarely had any tender moments. But this time, he contributed the most to comforting Yuan. Not physically, but with his own little tentacles. The hot-tempered eighth cub was a bit simple-minded. Previously, when his eldest brother was feeling unwell, he grilled his little tentacles for him. Whenever he was in doubt, he would bring them barbecued seafood. At first, Yuan tolerated him out of his filial piety. But after being taught a lesson, eighth cub always admitted his mistakes on the spot, and he dared to do it again. When he was about to cut off the little tentacles again, Yuan completely exploded. He picked eighth cub up and gave him a beating. Bazi cried out in pain from being beaten, but there were no other cubs to save him. Jiujiu had been carried away by Yuan, so he didn't witness Bazi's beating and couldn't offer a helping hand in time. Aside from Jiujiu, the cubs were essentially all bad boys. Lu Zi didn't usually participate in the cubs' activities, but he always sat quietly by while they ate melons. The noble and cool little butterfly had a lot of fresh melons. This time, when Bazi got beaten, he even recorded the entire process on his phone. After recording it, he sent it to Jiuzi. With Jiuzi, the tea-cub, around, Bazi's embarrassing moment would definitely be seen by even more people. As expected, Ninzi's eyes lit up instantly after receiving the video. Making trouble, he can make trouble again. Eighth cub received a good beating, his entire body almost dehydrated from crying. He howled, "My little tentacles can still grow, why are you hitting me?" Yuan was so angry he felt dizzy. Deformations have the ability to heal themselves, but it takes time. You're addicted to barbecue now. If you keep doing this, you be gone. Yuan grew increasingly angry, wanting to beat him again. Eighth cub, Eighth cub, crying like a pig, finally backed down when he saw his older brother, who was still about to attack him. He wiped his tears, and wrote a letter of guarantee to his older brother. The words on the letter were crooked, but the overall meaning was clear. I will never stick my tentacles on someone again. Next time you barbecue, tell me in advance. After receiving Eighth Cub's letter of guarantee, Yuan showed it to Yuan. Yuan couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the letter of guarantee. His originally depressed mood was forcibly lifted. And then, let's go to the West District. They were already near the West District, and could enter at any time. Yuan, noticing his improved mood, nodded vigorously. Soon, they returned to the West District with the cubs. The gate opened, and Qin and the others, having received the news, called them over. Yuan told the cubs to disperse freely, while he and Yuan went to the laboratory. Several elders were in the lab. As soon as Yuan entered, he heard good news from the lab. Success? We finally succeeded. The same day Yuan and Yuan returned, the new vaccine was successfully developed. Even if some zombies were injected with the drug, it wouldn't matter. They developed a new vaccine. There were only 50 doses to begin with, and the whereabouts of most of them were known. Only a few were scattered around. Yuan, upon hearing the good news as soon as he entered, his eyes narrowed. He glanced at his father, surrounded by a crowd, and rushed over. Dad, Yuan and I are back. Gu Einan hugged his son, and then examined him thoroughly. After confirming that his son was uninjured, he turned his attention to Yuan. Xiao Xia, you've been out for a long time. You can deal with the base stuff tomorrow. Gu Einan, after expressing concern for his son, casually offered a word of concern. Yuan nodded, not refusing his offer. Good news continued to pour in from the lab. A new vaccine had been developed, and humans newly infected with the virus could use inhibitors to prevent themselves from becoming fully infected. Gu Einan single-handedly brought hope of survival to more humans. Yuan also thought his father was amazing. But he didn't know at the moment that his father was rushing to make progress, so he could return to the town as soon as possible. Yuan's grandmother was still in town, and Gu Einan didn't dare leave her alone for too long. After spending quite a while in the lab, Yuan was even taken by Yuan to pet Sanzai. Sanzai was arguably the most comfortable of the cubs. His daily routine consisted of eating, drinking, and sleeping, and he attracted a lot of people to him. Sanzai even tried to roll his eyes at the humans who kept staring at him. But to his surprise, after rolling his eyes, the human didn't let him go. Instead, he clutched his chest, muttering something about "Cute crit, I'm dying, I want to stroke him bald." He tried to make calls to drive him away, grunting and humming, But that still didn't drive the human away, and instead attracted more people. Sanzai was tired. He was completely slacking off now, letting these people see him however they wanted. When Xie Yuan came over to stroke him, he just glanced at his big brother and then touched him casually, letting them do whatever they wanted. After stroking him, Xie Yuan calmed down completely. He went to the office with Yin Qin. Yin Qin could tell immediately that something was wrong with him. What happened? You haven't looked right since you came back. Xie Yuan raised his eyes, staring directly at Yin Qin. Their eyes met in midair, and Xie Yuan, without any preamble, asked directly, "Will you kill me?" The very question made Yin Qin's heart tighten. His lips moved, a lot on his mind, but looking into Xie Yuan's eyes, he simply replied, "No, I will never kill you." Yin Qin's answer was firm, without a trace of perfunctory. Xie Yuan chuckled softly and said, "It seems the District 4 contract is real." A glint of cruelty flashed across Yin Qin's eyes, a stern look directed not at Xie Yuan, but at the person who had told him about it. He had kept the District 4 contract a secret until now. Who was courting death, daring to touch his weak spot? Yin Qin suppressed the various thoughts in his mind and continued to focus on Xie Yuan. Having raised Xie Yuan for so many years, he knew his character well. This child was often described as cold-blooded and cruel, but in reality, he was very sensitive. If he were to suddenly learn of such a thing, he would undoubtedly become suspicious of everyone around him. He would wonder if everyone was being insincere. Xie Yuan. Yin Qin stared at Xie Yuan without wavering. He confessed in a deep voice, "Before I raised you, I won't deny that I planned to kill you someday. But from the moment you called me Dad, I knew that even after I died, I wouldn't let anyone touch my son." Chapter 157. After Yin Qin finished speaking, Xie Yuan remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere in the office seemed to freeze. Father and son stared at each other, one with scrutiny, the other calmly facing the scrutiny. It was unknown how much time had passed. Xie Yuan finally spoke. He asked Yin Qin, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why did he have to hear such a thing from someone else?" Yin Qin's face tightened, and he gripped the chair he was sitting on. He said in a deep voice, "I thought you didn't know about this. Telling you would only affect you emotionally." The ruler of the East District had changed, and the North and South Districts had always been afraid to offend them. He thought he could suppress this contract. Yin Qin opened up, and Xie Yuan wasn't one to dwell on a single point. He simply confirmed, "Are you really my father?" Yin Qin stood up, walked over to him, raised his hand to ruffle his hair, and replied, "Yes." He was now the retired ruler of the West District, Ronka's husband, and Xie Yuan's father. Xie Yuan's hair was being stroked, a soothing gesture that Yin Qin rarely used since adulthood. Neither father nor son was good at showing their emotions outwardly. They could be sentimental in front of their partners, but they always felt a little restrained around others. Xie Yuan turned his head away, not letting him continue stroking his hair. "Dad, can I hear about the 4th District contract?" When Yin Qin had taken him in, he was covered in wounds and bruises. A 4th District contract wasn't worth drawing up for him. Yin Qin asked him to sit down and, for the first time, explain the origins of the 4th District contract. "When I met you, your mental state was very poor. But you were very fierce. You killed several adult mutants. However, after killing them, you fell into a coma and have no memory of the experience. The first person to notice you was the current ruler of the South District. He tested you, and the results were shocking." Yin Qin didn't provide specific test results, but he simply said, "At that time, there was no nemesis for mutants among humans. And we thought you would be the first." Their speculation proved correct. At that time, District 4 discussed and formulated a plan to cultivate human weapons. After the plan was formulated, Yin Qin looked at the child lying on the hospital bed, his gaze lingering for a few seconds before he said, "I raise him." "Okay." No one else had any objections. Yin Qin was a stern man, and as a military man, he was the perfect person to raise the child. After recounting how he secured custody, Yin Qin looked at Xie Yuan and continued, "We felt you were a thank you gift from heaven to humanity, so we gave you the surname Xie." Yin Qin had slightly embellished this statement. After he raised Xie Yuan, the people from the other districts, wanting to prevent them from developing a father-son bond, forbade Xie Yuan from using Yin Qin's surname. The surname Xie was Yin Qin's belief that this child was a thank you gift from fate to him, a single man. "As for your name, you came up with it yourself." Xie Yuan couldn't quite recall this memory. He listened in silence. "I knew you had a physical abnormality, but I initially treated you like a normal child. Until you joined the army and began going on missions. The transformation you underwent after your serious injury stemmed from the fact that your body was originally different from a normal person's. This matter was kept secret. Tang Yi, who performed the transformation on you, signed a confidentiality agreement, so he never told you. Xie Yuan was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do I really have dragon bones in my body?" Qin shook his head. "I'm not sure. After all, I haven't slain a dragon. But the bones used on you are indeed very special." The two of them laid bare all their secrets, Xie Yuan asking, Qin answering. Outside the door, Yuan, who hadn't entered, kept glancing toward the office. He was a little worried about what was going on inside. Just as he was worrying, Liuzi flew over unsteadily. After spotting Yuan, Liuzi landed on his shoulder. "Big brother, are you waiting for Xie Yuan?" "Yes." Yuan sat on a bench, holding the little butterfly in his palm, and spoke to it. "Six cub, are you having a fight with the other cubs? Why aren't you playing with them? They're so childish." Six cub looked disgusted, feeling that none of them were mature. Yuan extended his index finger, patted his head, and patiently coaxed him, "You can play more mature games with him." Six cub was always silent in the cub group, and Yuan worried he'd be isolated. "I don't want to play games with him." Six cub didn't want to talk to Big Brother about the other cubs. He wanted to discuss more mature matters. But as the two chatted, Yuan brought up his relationship with Tang Yi. "How are you and Dr. Tang doing now?" After the last incident, Yuan had intentionally distanced his little butterfly from Dr. Tang. But when Dr. Tang went to Midden to treat him, he was in a daze, and hadn't bothered to see them. Since returning from Midden, Dr. Tang's temper had improved considerably, and his previous indifference when speaking to him had faded. "We're fine." The butterfly's wings, once fluttering, seemed to stiffen. He lay in his eldest brother's palm, rubbing against it. Yuan let him rub against him, but he kept reminding him, "Take care of yourself. Don't tell anyone about what happened between you and Dr. Tang, okay? Dr. Tang isn't very sociable, and we won't have much time to spend together anymore. You should spend more time with the kids, and avoid seeing him. After all, after something like that happened, avoiding seeing him could save a lot of awkwardness." Yuan gave a flurry of instructions, but the little butterfly nestled in his palm barely responded. Just as Yuan felt something strange, the office door opened from the inside. Xie Yuan walked out. The sight of Xie Yuan instantly drew Yuan's attention. He ran over, looked at Xie Yuan, and asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Xie Yuan pinched his face, his expression looking relaxed. "It's fine," he replied. "My dad told me to go home and rest well today and return to work tomorrow." Yuan blinked. Seeing Xie Yuan in good spirits, presumably because he communicated well with Qin, he breathed a sigh of relief and took his hand. "Then let's rest well today." The little butterfly, which had been on Yuan's shoulder just now, saw Xie Yuan coming out and flew over to them. "Brother, I'm leaving first." The little butterfly didn't want to disturb them. Of all the cubs, he was the most tactful and never acted like a third wheel. Yuan saw the little butterfly about to fly away, and suddenly remembered that something seemed amiss during their earlier conversation. He tried to call the little butterfly back, but it turned and flew away. Yuan, come back." Yuan failed to call the little butterfly back. He tried to call again, but Xie Yuan stopped him. "Stop calling." Liuzi heard it. "He probably doesn't want to disturb us." Yuan frowned and retorted, "That's not the reason." Xie Yuan smiled at his seriousness and said, "What else could it be? Liuzi has always been sensible. Don't overthink it." Yuan found it hard not to overthink it. He always felt that Liuzi's reaction was strange. Xie Yuan led him away, not letting him continue staring at Liuzi's back. The night deepened. Yuan listened to Xie Yuan finish his conversation with Qin. "It seems Chief Yuan's feelings for you aren't fake." He stroked Xie Yuan's handsome face, his eyes narrowing. "I knew it. My boyfriend is so good, no one could dislike him." Xie Yuan leaned in close and rubbed his forehead. "Am I good?" Yuan nodded without hesitation, firmly saying, "My boyfriend is the best in the world." He was truly lucky to be with Xie Yuan. The smile in Xie Yuan's eyes deepened, and his voice grew slightly hoarse. "Since I'm so good, would you, and then be nicer to me?" As soon as these words came out, Yuan suddenly felt something was amiss. He slowly rolled to the side, and wrapped himself in the quilt like a silkworm cocoon. "Xie Yuan, I treat you well tomorrow daytime." Xie Yuan pulled him back and asked him jokingly, "It might not be good if it gets out that we're having sex in the daytime." Yuan, ? Who says being in the daytime is good, but being indecent is good? Xie Yuan saw his eyes wide open, looking adorable, So without waiting for him to say anything, he kissed him. And then, "You're also the best boyfriend in the world." Yuan's sweet words made Yuan blush. He emerged from the quilt, threw his arms around Yuan's neck, and resigned himself to his fate. "Stop talking, stop talking. Isn't it enough that I promised you?" Yuan didn't know what his zodiac sign was, but he wouldn't let him go at night. The two rolled together, and Yuan dimmed the lights with satisfaction. Yuan was busy all night. And the cubs, without their older brother's supervision, were still surfing the internet. The video of the 8th cub being beaten, which one of them had posted, had seen its views skyrocket. Suddenly, the forums were abuzz with posts about Bazai. "Help! Is A08 this adorable? Aw, I'm dying. I'm dying over A08's cuteness. I never imagined that one day, when I saw A08, I wouldn't feel fear, but instead just laugh." Bold titles filled the forums. Some people unfamiliar with A08 casually clicked on the video, and after watching it, they took the video and ran to their friends, asking, "Is this video photoshopped? You're a computer science student, please help me take a look." The authenticity of the video was quickly confirmed. No one could have fabricated such a fake. However, the once terrifying A08 was now being chased and beaten by his older brother, crying loudly as he was beaten. The contrast was stark. A08 had his own fans. Those who had been drawn to him by his cub photos were completely captivated by the sight of his still adorable appearance. They passionately declared, "I declare, from now on, I'm an A08 fan." This cub must have been the only one being chased and beaten around the house by his older brother. Cub's surfing speed wasn't as fast as the others, so while he was happily surfing, he had no idea he'd been killed by a wave. Jojo saw the video before Cub did. After seeing it, he hesitantly sent a message to Tiger Cub. It was Jojo, video. It was Jojo. Meow meow, should I show Botsy? It was Jojo. Botsy is very concerned about his reputation. If he sees this video being posted, he'd be furious. Tiger Cub doesn't go online. He glanced at the video Jojo sent, and then logged out, uninterested. Jojo was still asking for his opinion. Meow meow, should I show Botsy? Tiger Cub thought for a moment and replied, he can go online himself. You can let him watch it himself. If this video circulated online for a while longer, the octopus he disliked would probably cry even louder when he found out. Jojo was always obedient to Tiger Cub. He obediently sent Tiger Cub a message. Then I won't tell him for now. Botsy loved going online. He probably knew by now. If I send the video again, Cub will definitely be even angrier. The two chatted on WeChat for a while, and Jojo started a video call with Tiger Cub. Now that the cubs have their own room, Jojo can easily video call Tiger Cub. Tiger Cub had finished washing up. Perhaps typing with his paws wasn't convenient. When using his original form, he transformed into human form. Jojo stared at the Tiger Cub in the video, his eyes fixed. Tiger Cub had replied to Jojo's message in the bathroom. Although he had emerged from the bathroom, he was shirtless. He held his phone in one hand and wiped his hair with a towel in the other. Seeing Jojo, stunned in the video, his wiping slowed down a beat. Do you want to see your original form? He threw the towel aside, ready to transform back into his tiger form to show Jojo, who knew that Jojo suddenly shook his head, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the Tiger Cub's muscular body. No need to change, Meow Meow looks good like this. He liked Meow Meow the way he was. The Tiger Cub looked at him for a few seconds, as if to confirm his words. Jojo's clean little face was filled with sincerity, and he puffed sweet compliments at the Tiger Cub. Meow Meow looks great, with abs. He loved looking at Meow Meow's abs as much as he loved petting Meow Meow's fur. The Tiger Cub's mouth seemed to twitch, and he retrieved the towel and quickly wiped his hair. After wiping his hair, he climbed onto the bed and urged Jojo, lie down, I tell you a story. The story of Meow Meow meant it was time to get her to sleep. Jojo quickly plopped back down, lying on his side, his phone in front of him, propped up with another pillow. Okay. After finishing her bedtime routine, Jojo finally informed the Tiger Cub, you can start now. The Tiger Cub hummed, then deftly opened a reading app on his phone, scrolled to a favorite section, selected the story for today, and told it to him. The next day, all the cubs woke up late, even Yuan, the eldest brother, and the cubs were all staying up late, but each stayed up late in a different way. Yuan woke up early. He couldn't sleep in. He knew it was normal for Yuan to sleep in, after all, he was tired from the night. But the cubs, who hadn't done anything, woke up even later than Yuan, which was a bit strange. And, belatedly, he realized that this late-rising phenomenon had actually been going on for some time. Thinking of this, Yuan narrowed his eyes. The cubs had touched him so much the day before yesterday. In return, he had to correct their sleep problems to ensure their healthy growth. While Yuan was worrying about the cubs, the lab was connecting with the pharmaceutical factory. Large quantities of vaccines couldn't be produced in batches in the lab. The lab had to produce the raw materials, then hand them over to the factory for mass production. Ruanku watched Gu Einan personally perform the connection, and then return to the lab. Such dedication struck him as somewhat strange. "Dr. Gu, are you in a hurry?" After careful consideration, Ruanku finally asked. Gu Einan, now in the West District with her son and a host of deformed cubs, didn't seem lonely. If he were to leave, he'd be lonely. "I'd be leaving soon." Gu Einan and Ruanku had worked together so many times, they were quite familiar with each other. He smiled and said to Ruanku, "After I'm gone, I'd like to ask you to take good care of Einan." Gu Einan had made this remark once before. But last time, Ruanku thought his attitude might soften. Now, so much time had passed, and not only had Gu Einan shown no sign of softening, he was actually preparing to leave. Thinking of Gu Einan's contributions to humanity, Ruanku tried to persuade him. "Dr. Gu, I still like to invite you to stay in the West District. If there's anyone you like to pick up, we can help you get them out." Gu Einan shook his head. He hadn't told anyone in the West District about the town's existence. And few people there knew about it. The kids wouldn't tell, Yuan wouldn't tell, and Yuan certainly wouldn't tell. He had specifically warned Yuan not to set foot in the town again. Even if he wanted to come, he could only come alone. Yuan could see the seriousness in Gu Einan's words, and he agreed, promising not to let anyone else in. "Dr. Ruan, I just want to know that Einan is living well here. That's all I need." Gu Einan looked at Ruanku, the gentle man before him. His talent in research was remarkable, and his approach to others was incredibly comforting, especially his humble demeanor. Having someone like him, acting as an elder, by Ain's side made him feel reassured. Ruanku's attempts to persuade him failed again, and he could only temporarily drop the subject. He decided to go back and talk to Chin, asking him to find a way to keep Gu Einan. The lab continued to bustle. Gu Einan was working on his final research project, making zombies lose their appetite for humans. This research project was requested by Jiujio. When Jiujio first asked him, his request was even more daring. He asked Gu Einan, "Dad Gu, can you make brother-son turn back into a human?" Turning a zombie back into a human was indeed quite challenging. Gu Einan patted Jiujio's head and then refused. Jiujio's face immediately drooped. He then offered the next best option. "Okay, then, Dad Gu, can you make zombies stop eating humans?" Gu Einan, Compared to the first request, this one suddenly seemed more acceptable. At Jiujio's request, Gu Einan worked on the final project. He had worked hard for humanity, he had dedicated himself to the aberrants, and now, for the zombie king that Jiujio loved so much, he wanted to give it a try. He knew that Wang Suanma, the zombie in the base, was Ain's good friend, and there was also a source zombie who was obsessed with feeding Sanzai, and he wasn't a bad person either. If he left now, these two zombies would have no hope of survival in the future. A long time passed. Yuan finally woke up in his bedroom. He rubbed his eyes and checked the time on the bedside table, 12 o'clock noon. It had to be said that he woke up quite late. After staring at the alarm clock for a long time, Yuan finally believed that he was not mistaken. He was late again. Looking at the alarm clock, Yuan, who had come to his senses, vowed that he would never indulge Yuan again. He always stayed up late, and the others in the base must have noticed. Who knew if they would talk about him behind his back? Especially the cubs. He's going to lead them astray. Yuan quickly packed himself up and went to the cubs' room next door. He had the key to Ba Zi's room. Ba Zi had given it to him. Ba Zi had said that Big Brother could come into his room at will. "Baba Zi? Baba Zi, are you in your room?" It was already noon, and Yuan had a feeling Ba Zi might not be in his room. But as he was about to leave, he suddenly had a thought, and used his key to open the door in front of him. The door opened, revealing a cub sleeping on the floor. "Yuan?" Yuan suppressed his confusion and walked over. He woke Ba Zi, who was sprawled out in a deep sleep, and as he half opened his eyes, he asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want breakfast?" Ba Zi nodded vacantly. "A little hungry, I need breakfast." Yuan asked, "Haven't you had breakfast yet?" Ba Zi shook his head and answered honestly, "Not yet." He had just woken up. Yuan was certain he'd gotten up even later than he had, so without hesitation, he took his phone. The phone setting showed usage time, and seeing it sent Yuan's blood pressure soaring. This cub had been playing with his phone until 6:30 in the morning before going to sleep. By this time, he'd probably been too tired to sleep, and his head had tilted to one side, and he'd fallen asleep. Yuan looked at the still sleepy cub, remembering the spanking he just had the day before, and resisted the urge to spank him again. He picked up the cub and went to find the next one. The situation of the 9th and 8th cubs was similar, and he did not open the rooms of the 6th and 7th cubs. The 4th cub slept even deeper than the 8th and 9th cubs. Jojo was the most diligent, having already gone to the lab to serve tea and water to Dr. Gu. Yuan checked the phones of the 3 cubs, and they all stayed up all night cultivating their immortality until dawn. Before Yuan could remind them, the late-nighters were finally caught. The 8th cub saw that his eldest brother looked unhappy, and fearing another beating, he simply ran towards the lab. In the lab, Jojo, who went to bed early and rose early, had been helping out for quite some time. Big brother. Jojo's gaze passed over the 8th cub and landed on his eldest brother's face. He happily ran over and stopped in front of his eldest brother. You're up. Yuan cleared his throat and asked Jojo, why are you here? Jojo pointed to the lab in the back and replied crisply, I'm helping Father Gu. Yuan, Though Yuan was a little skeptical of the assistant's job, he didn't dampen his enthusiasm. Bazai hid behind Gu Ainan. Yuan, holding Jojo, walked over and, between his father and Bazai, chose the former. Dad, it's already noon, aren't you resting yet? I was just about to. Gu Ainan studied him for a few seconds. Without asking any awkward questions, he simply said, come with me to dinner. Thanks to Gu Ainan's intervention, Bazai was finally saved. In the dining room, Yuan and Gu Ainan were having dinner together. Halfway through, Yuan suddenly said, embarrassed, Dad, it's been ages since I last had dinner with you. Although he didn't go out much, when he did, it was always delayed for several days. At the base, he had to watch over his son and work with Yuan, so he didn't have much time to spend with his father. Thinking of this, he felt a pang of guilt. Gu Ainan, on the other hand, was quite open-minded. He comforted his beloved son, Enan, you're not a child anymore. You have your own things to do, and Daddy has things to do too. We can't be together all the time. Like now, as long as we're in the same place, and can see each other every day, I think that's already a good situation. Gu Ainan wasn't much of an educator, his outward personality could even be described as a bit cold. It was only in front of his children that he could offer such soothing words. Yuan listened to him, and uttered a heavy hum. Time slipped by. The West District headquarters was calm, without a single ripple. Yuan, perhaps sensing his father's departure, spent more time with him. Dad, does this experimental project really have a chance of success? Yuan asked nervously after learning about his father's project. Son Mo, persuaded by Gu Ainan, became Gu Ainan's experimental subject. While the father and son were talking, Son Mo was inside a glass case not far away. Gu Ainan raised his eyes, and glanced at the zombie king inside. He asked, are you sure you and Yuan have killed all the zombie kings out there? Yuan thought for a moment and replied, not sure. But he felt they were all gone. Gu Ainan said gravely, I need another zombie king as a control group. Or a zombie close to the level of a zombie king would be fine. If he had said this sooner, Yuan would definitely not have twisted the heads off those 3 zombie kings. He at least leave one person alive. Dad, have you developed a time machine? If I had, at least I wouldn't have let this virus break out. While this virus wouldn't harm him or his child, it would destroy his child's living environment. Their child desperately needed kindergarten. Yuan choked. He knew his father's request was for the experimental project he was researching. He couldn't refuse. Dad, I have Yuan find him. Yes. To save Son Mo, Yuan wasted no time. After leaving the lab, he went straight to Yuan. Why do you need the zombie king now? My dad needs it. Yuan's reason was impeccable. After a moment of silence, Yuan stopped objecting. He urgently went to look up relevant information. Thanks to the priority supply of vaccines and other resources, the West District is now even stronger than before. It didn't take long for Yuan to find a fish that had slipped through the net. No, it was a zombie that had slipped through the net. In the South District. Yuan frowned at the address. The North District had upset him last time, and now he had a negative impression of the South District, even though it had a good relationship with the North District. And then, do you really need the zombie king? Yes. Yuan, standing in front of him, hurriedly asked after hearing him mention the South District. Where exactly is it in the South District? Are you sure there's a zombie king there? How long will it take to get from here? Not long. If you really want to go somewhere, you can naturally get there quickly. Yuan wasn't worried about time, but about the South District. Yuan, let me take my son with me. Yuan confidently replied, I killed 3 zombie kings last time. This time, just finding one zombie king was a piece of cake for him. Yuan looked at Yuan's confident face, and the words he wanted to dissuade him stammered back. I go with you, on a business trip to the South District. Both the North and South Districts had sent him numerous requests for help, desperate for more vaccines. Only with the vaccines could their district truly begin post-disaster reconstruction. The vaccines would eliminate humanity's fear of zombies, providing the foundation for future survival. You just went to the North District, and now you want to leave. Will Chief Ian agree? It wasn't that Yuan didn't want to go with Yuan. He simply felt that even if Yuan wanted to go, he might not be able to. Yuan appeared calm, but he was still a little unsure. He simply replied, Of course I can go. This is a serious meeting. Yuan's eyes narrowed at his affirmative response. He leaned over and hugged Yuan. Then let's go as a family. Dad had to stay in the lab, and they were responsible for finding experimental materials for him. After Yuan and Yuan finalized the itinerary, he went to inform the cubs. And what a coincidence. When he arrived, he happened to see Ba going crazy. Ba didn't know if he'd been blocked or if it was just bad luck, but his embarrassing video had spread all over the internet, and he hadn't seen it until now. When he saw the video clearly, Ba was the first to start arguing with Jojo. To be precise, it was his fault. This video has been posted for days, and you didn't even tell me. Ba Chai stared at Jojo in disbelief. He demanded, You seen this video, why didn't you tell me? After the shock wore off, Ba Chai's face was filled with grief and indignation. Jojo observed his reaction and weakly explained, I thought you had seen it. Nyamya said that asking you directly would hurt your pride, so I didn't. When Ba Chai heard that it was Tiger Cub's instigation, blood rushed to his forehead. He knew Tiger Cub never had good intentions. The video must have been filmed by one of the cubs, and then hyped up online by several others. He rolled up his sleeves, not asking who was responsible. He knew. Except for the cubs who weren't local, every one of the locals was definitely involved. Ba Chai fought against many, and even if he couldn't win, he would keep fighting. He was as tenacious as a stubborn puppy, not like a little octopus. You had arrived just in time and separated the brawlers. Ba Z's face was still bruised. He looked up at his elder brother, looking both embarrassed and amused. They asked for it. Ba Z complained angrily, feeling deeply wronged. Yuan wasn't indiscriminate. After sorting out the situation, he singled out the troublemaker and made him write a letter of guarantee. As for the video of Ba Z being beaten, he was powerless to change it. Ba Z, there's no point deleting it now. Everyone's seen it. You can't say it was photoshopped. Anyone with technical skills can tell it wasn't. Good boy, this video won't make you lose followers at all. You actually gained followers. You entreated the cubs with ruthless restraint when it was necessary to spank them, and gentle words of comfort when it was necessary. 8th cub was a hopeless cub, but after less than an hour of coaxing from his eldest brother, he had completely forgotten the incident. Yuan looked at 8th cub and felt a rare sense of relief. He took the opportunity to tell all the cubs about the trip, and they were very enthusiastic about going out. Jojo even asked expectantly, Are we going to the East District? Big Cub and Meow Meow will be surprised. Jojo, we're not going to the East District. Yuan promptly dispelled Jojo's illusions. Otherwise, if he had waited until they were out of the house to let go of the destination, Jojo would only be further disappointed. We're going to the South District. Relations between the North and West Districts were strained, and Ian Chin had taken over matters related to the North District on behalf of Yuan. He was a tough military strategist and politician, so he wouldn't let him off easy when the North District leaked Yuan. The West District can continue to provide vaccines to the North District, but there's one condition. The North District's leader will be replaced. Ian Chin acted decisively. He knew the North District's leader would be unwilling to give up his position, but in the current situation, if his people knew they could trade him for vaccines, they would probably kill him without hesitation. Either the leader be replaced, or the people of the North District die. Ian Chin gave the North District the choice. The North District was in chaos, and the South District was about to welcome a group of people it couldn't refuse. When Jojo learned they were going to the South District, she wasn't disappointed. She even asked where they were going. Jojo, if you don't want to go out, you can stay at the base with Dad. Or I can have someone take you to the East District. No, I'm going to the South District. Jojo knew this trip was for brother Sun Mo, so he firmly took his brother's hand and asked to go with him. The day before departure, while Jiujiu was sleeping, for some reason, a small spider suddenly crawled across the headboard of his bed. Jiujiu was stunned. A few seconds later, he held the little spider in his arms and ran to find his big brother. Big brother, I have something to show you. Jiujiu was beaming, his face flushed. Yuan, touched by his joy, smiled and asked, "What do you want to show me?" "Stretch out your hand." "Okay." Yuan held out his hand, and the next second, a little spider crawled onto his palm. Yuan, who was a bit afraid of spiders, froze in place. Jiujiu was still chattering. "Is this little spider crawling over here at this time to tell me I find Lulu?" Before Yuan could react, Sanzai, who happened to be munching on some bamboo, muttered, "You haven't seen Lulu in so long. Who knows what Lulu might be like if you find her?" Jiujiu. Chapter 158. Jiujiu and Yuan's expressions changed instantly, the former nervous, the latter wary. They had all seen Sanzai's mouth before. Whatever he said came true. If Yuan hadn't been absolutely certain that his cub hadn't studied theology or was some kind of celestial being, he might have doubted Sanzai's true identity. Jiujiu spat nervously several times. He watched Sanzai, chewing on bamboo, about to walk away. He took a few steps and chased after him, urging Sanzai, "Say it again. Say something auspicious." Sanzai chewing on bamboo? Sanzai looked at Jiujiu like he was a retard. "What auspicious words do you want to hear?" It wasn't even New Year's yet, and Jiujiu was already asking for auspicious words. Jiujiu tugged on a bit of his fur, her eyes wide. He gave a personal example. "If you say Lulu is good, we can find Lulu." Sanzai. Sanzai's eyes, looking at the retarded boy, were filled with a touch of pity. He said earnestly, "Lulu is just a little spider that spins silk. In such a chaotic environment, it's lucky he's managed to survive." As for what kind of little spider it was that survived, did that even matter? After hearing him repeat his unkind words, Jiujiu was almost in tears. Finally, Yuan intervened and got Sanzai to repeat his words, saying that Lulu would be safe. To prevent Sanzai from saying anything else, Yuan simply took Jiujiu away. Sanzai glanced at their departing figures, and stuffed the bamboo stick back into his mouth. "I didn't say it wasn't safe. I said it was safe. I don't know what kind of little spider it was. If it can survive by persevering, it means this little spider must grow. And the growth of aberrants is always brutal. The little spider is just a C-sequence aberrant. Survival won't be easy." After Yuan took Jiujiu away, Jiujiu's face was still filled with dejection. "Brother, will Lulu be okay?" "Definitely," Yuan said, patting his head. Besides his own cubs, Jiujiu's only two close friends are the zombie prince Suinma and this little spider. And speaking of affection, Jiujiu and the little spider have a deep bond. After all the sweaters and carpets Jiujiu knitted over the years were made with the little spider silk. The third cub's words made Jiujiu uneasy. But the eldest brother's response cheered Jiujiu up a bit. The eldest brother said Lulu was fine, and Lulu would definitely be fine. As usual, they had to take the cubs with them when they left the main base. Sandcub was always the lone cub, but he didn't mind it at all. For Sandcub, following his big brother around outside didn't allow him much time to spend with him. It would be better for him to stay at the base, chewing bamboo, enjoying the breeze, and sleeping with his feet dangling. When he woke up, he could see his big brother. Sandcub's playfulness pleased the other cubs. It was obvious that he wouldn't take up their spots with their big brother. "Sandcub, I heard you're incredibly lucky." Before leaving, the other cubs came over en masse. They had one reason: let us touch it and get some good luck. Third cub? Third cub raised his eyelids and spat out a single word: "Get lost." He wasn't a casual cub. He wouldn't touch Shuzi even if he was given one. Third cub refused to cooperate, but he alone couldn't handle so many cubs. The other cubs, rarely working together, rushed forward in a swarm. Even the most obedient Jiujiu took advantage of the chaos to touch him a few more times. By the time everyone had touched third cub, his fur was about to explode. He exuded an aura of dye, and was about to activate his supernatural powers. Ninth cub, seeing the situation was dire, was the first to flee. Big brother said to gather early. "I'm going to find big brother." Ninth cub had just run away when eighth cub followed suit, dragging Jiujiu out with him. The last to be left behind was the bald little fox. Third cub looked at the bald little fox. His serial number was clearly ahead of the little fox, which would give him a slight advantage in a fight. But for now, he chose to remain silent. The fourth cub glared at him, knowing he wouldn't fight. "Humph, you're all such cowards." the fourth cub said, reaching out to pet the third cub again. Okay, I'm leaving too. Unlike Giorgio, he didn't have the habit of petting furry animals, but occasionally petting black and white rolling roll was quite relaxing. The third cub looked at him with frustration, swallowing his anger. Soon, the cubs all gathered around Yuan, and this time the sixth cub stayed behind. Big brother, let's go! Giorgio was the one most eager to go out. He used to be the socially anxious little Giorgio, but now he's used to going out with his big brother. No matter where his big brother goes, he'd follow. Xie Yuan handed the West District back to Yin Qin. Perhaps because father and son had just discussed their previous contract, Yin Qin felt the need to comfort his son. So when Xie Yuan said he was going on a field mission, he didn't stop him. Yuan and the kids were still standing there. Xie Yuan drove the car over and had them all sit down. He took the driver's seat, with Yuan beside him. They weren't going to the South District headquarters, but to one of the most chaotic areas in the South District. Xie Yuan, how did you negotiate with the South District boss? Did he know we were going there? I didn't tell him, but he'd probably guessed. Gu Einan had privately told him not to publicize his search for the Zombie King. Even with the experiment he was working on, he rarely let anyone else interfere. Only Ronko would act as his assistant. I looked at the map. This road is a little hard to find. Will it take us a long time? It's a little hard to find. Xie Yuan turned on the navigation system and spoke to Yuan, but you can trust your husband. There's no road in this world that your husband can't find. Yuan, Yuan blushed and pinched him. There are cubs back there. Be careful what you say. Don't let them overhear you. Several of his cubs were as pure as white paper and couldn't stand such inappropriate talk. Xie Yuan chuckled, unconcerned. The cubs aren't little anymore. Even if they hear, it's nothing. They all get married sooner or later. When they do, they probably say even more outrageous things than I do. Maybe Yuan's cub filter had caught Xie Yuan's eye, but now Xie Yuan also began to think their cubs were all quite cute. The originals were adorable, and the human forms were all outstanding in their own ways. With a good appearance like that, plus his wealth, he'd never have trouble finding a wife. And then, kids love their phones these days. They're full of everything. I don't think they're as innocent and clueless as you think. Mobile messages are a mixed bag, especially when browsing the web, where pop-up ads often appear. 8 out of 10 pop-up ads are offensive. The kids have probably already seen them. Yuan didn't believe him. He insisted, don't talk nonsense. My kids won't read anything. Especially unhealthy stuff. Even if the kids accidentally clicked on it, they just cross it out and never delve into it. Okay, the kids are all good kids. They won't read anything. Xie Yuan didn't want to argue with Yuan about the kids. The key to maintaining harmony in a couple is for one partner not to be stubborn. He smiled as he echoed Yuan's thoughts, listening as Yuan branched out into conversation about the cubs' future lives. We should both live a long time. When the cubs start families, we'd definitely be there to see them. Of course. Xie Yuan wasn't afraid of death, but given the choice, he wanted to live a good life with Yuan. Their love began in turbulent times, and until now, neither of them had truly relaxed. When everything settles, when order is restored, when everyone can live in peace, he wanted to take Yuan with him to see this peaceful world. They still had so much to do together. Aberrants of sharp hearing, and even though Xie Yuan and Yuan spoke in a low voice, every word of their conversation reached the cubs in the back seat. Giorgio had no idea how much he heard. He was currently texting a WeChat message to Tiger Cub. Eighth Cub nudged his arm, stopping him from texting. Giorgio? Eighth Cub chatted mysteriously with him. Big Brother told Xie Yuan that he'd find us wise in the future. Of the other cubs, only Seventh Cub had married someone else. As for them, they hadn't even married yet. Originally determined to be a widow, Eighth Cub, looking at his big brother Xie Yuan, and then at the wealthy Seventh Cub being raised by Tan Zhan, was starting to feel a little tempted by the idea of a wife. Giorgio, do you want to get married in the future? Giorgio looked up at Eighth Cub and shook his head. He said honestly, I don't. Why? Eighth Cub wanted to hear his reason. Having a wife seems pretty good. Why don't you want one? Giorgio frowned and offered a reason that made Eighth Cub choke. He said, I don't know how to coax my wife. I actually like being coaxed. If he and his wife ever quarreled again, he'd want her to coax him, and she might want him to coax her too. Botsy looked at him, choked, and replied, You're still a crybaby. If you get married again, you two really won't know who's going to coax whom. After Bazai finished speaking, he suddenly realized that Giorgio's words meant she wasn't planning on getting married. He felt a sudden sense of relief, and a smile crossed his face. If you don't get married, then I won't either. Let's play together. Botsy hadn't experienced what it was like to have a wife yet, but he thought it was nice for everyone to play together for now. After Bazai finished questioning Jojo, he looked at Josie. Josie remained calm. He pointed at his umbrella and said simply, I'm poisonous. If he married, he'd definitely kiss her. If his wife kissed him, she'd be poisoned. Botsy looked at Josie with a sudden sympathy. He and Jojo didn't marry because they didn't want to. Josie didn't marry because he couldn't. TSK, so pitiful. Josie felt that Botsy's look was a challenge. He stretched out his mycelium, trying to quietly tie Botsy up. The other kids were making a fuss in the car. Tsitsi didn't want to squeeze in the back, so he jumped to the front and sat on his eldest brother's lap. Big brother, it's so noisy in the back. I tell them to be quiet. Do you want to sleep? Yeah, I do. Tsitsi was one of those kids who stayed up late online every day. He and the other kids had anti-addiction settings on their phones. Yuan tried to prevent them from getting addicted to their phones, so they could all go to bed on time. But the older brother's righteousness was outweighed by the younger ones. To keep using their phones past midnight, the younger ones each devised their own schemes. The fourth child had been playing with his phone for half the night, and was now incredibly sleepy. He slumped limply onto his older brother's lap, letting him rub his back. Big brother, call me when you get here. Okay. Yuan lowered his voice, coaxing him to sleep. I won't bother you with my voice. Just go to sleep. Xie Yuan looked at the sleeping little fox, and said nothing more. They traveled quickly, with Xie Yuan and Tan Zhan taking turns driving. Yuan, worried that they would tire from taking turns, took the driver's seat, and forced himself to drive for them for a while. With Yuan driving, none of the cubs could sleep. Even the sleeping little fox sat up straight. It was unknown how much time had passed. It was already pitch dark, and they needed to stop for a rest. Tan Zhan's luxury RV hadn't been out this time. While the car they were driving was still Tan Zhan's, it was smaller. It was fine to lie down during the day, but if they wanted a good night's sleep, setting up a few tents outside would be more comfortable. Xie Yuan, after special training, was adept at even the simple task of pitching a tent, and he did it quickly. After setting up his and Yuan's tents, he also helped the cubs set up theirs. The little fox looked at his big brother, then at the tent next to him. He silently jumped down and went to crawl into the empty tent. Big brother, good night. Jojo rubbed his eyes, yawning sleepily. He came over to say good night to Yuan, and then went back to sleep. There were lights in the tents, so the kids could turn them off when they went to sleep. The lights in Xie Yuan and Yuan's tents had already been turned off. Yuan was afraid of the dark, but with Xie Yuan around, he wasn't afraid of anything. Xie Yuan, how many days will it take us to get there? 2 days at most. Xie Yuan held him close, tightening his arms. 2 more days of hard work, and we won't have to rush. I'm not afraid of hard work. Yuan kissed Xie Yuan's chin in the darkness and whispered, I just want to bring the zombie king back home as soon as possible and give it to Dad to study. If Dad's research was successful, he could keep Sun Mo as his friend. Sun Mo's life was incredibly hard. He had never wronged anyone, but it seemed like life was constantly making things difficult for him. Now everyone is hope, but Sun Mo has reached his end. This makes Yuan feel very uncomfortable. Xie Yuan rubbed the back of Yuan's head and patiently soothed him, Don't worry, I'm here. I find the zombie king as quickly as possible and bring him back to base. Yes. Yuan was obsessed with finding the zombie king, while Jojo was obsessed with searching for spiders everywhere. He was worried that Lulu would turn back into a little spider, or even a degenerate little spider. So wherever he went, he would look for spiders. Once he found one, he would verify whether it was the little spider he knew. The verification method was simple, for example, asking it to spin some silk and help weave clothes. It was another early morning. Jojo went to bed early and got up early. After packing all his things, he went out alone to catch spiders. Although Botsy played well with him, he really couldn't get up so early to accompany him in catching spiders. The little flame of their friendship sometimes dimmed. Chirp. After another spider crawled across his arm, Yuan had to seriously put a stop to Chirp's reckless spider raising. These little spiders you caught are all wild. They're not Lulu. What if they're Lulu? Chirp was busy outside whenever he could, his face flushed red as he wiped the sweat off his face. Yuan checked the spiders he was currently raising and replied, These aren't them. Chirp, you can release them. Chirp, Chirp was a little reluctant. He clutched the spider box tightly and asked Yuan eagerly, Brother, even if they're not Lulu, Can't I keep them? Humans also like to keep pets. He kept little spiders, just like humans keep pets. Yuan patted his head and refused. No. Yuan patiently explained the reason. These little spiders would fare better in the wild, Jojo. They're hard to keep in captivity, and they're too small to run away at any moment. If you take them to a place unsuitable for them, and let them get lost, they die. Jojo finally relented. He lowered his head, and swiftly opened the boxes. The little spiders that escaped scurried away without a trace of reluctance. One of the little spiders even crawled onto Yuan's body. Yuan's skin crawled with goosebumps, and he almost cried out. Fortunately, Jojo quickly plucked the little spider off and set it aside. After 3 days of travel, they arrived at their destination. How desolate. That was Yuan's first impression. If there aren't many people around, our workload will be a bit lighter. With no victims or survivors, they didn't have to worry about cleanup. Instead, they simply had to find the Zombie King. Jojo, blow your whistle and see if you can find the Zombie King. Yuan instructed Jojo. They had come all the way here, and they couldn't go missing. Jojo still had the whistle Sun Imo had given her hanging around her neck. Hearing her brother's words, Jojo blew. After blowing for a while, zombies did appear. But none of them were Zombie Kings. Among the zombies that arrived, there were also advanced zombies with advanced intelligence. Xie Yuan and Yuan killed them without blinking. Brother, how exactly are we going to find him? Jojo was completely bewildered by the prospect of finding the Zombie King and, incidentally, Lulu. He simply didn't know how to search. Yuan wasn't anxious. He and Xie Yuan hadn't found the wrong place. As long as they stayed in this area, they had the patience to complete their mission. Xie Yuan and Yuan didn't ask all the cubs to follow them. Their strength wasn't a concern. Even if they encountered the Zombie King, they wouldn't be outmatched. So, to better locate their target, they dispersed the cubs. There was signal in this area, and Yuan fully charged all the cubs' phones. Call immediately if anything happens. Yuan handed them his fully charged phone and, worriedly, reminded them again, report immediately if you encounter anyone suspicious. Try not to act alone. The zombies were frantic, and the Zombie King was racing against time to expand his territory. At this moment, the Zombie King, still lingering in this desolate mountaintop, was likely preparing a powerful move. Brother, we got it! Let's go! The cubs stuffed their phones in their pockets, and, each one proudly found their own direction to leave. They made a bet behind their brother's back. Whoever found the target first would win. The loser would be punished. The cubs all left, and Xie Yuan also found a direction. Yuan walked with Jojo. Jojo, not wanting to be treated specially, blinked and said to his brother, Brother, I can go alone too. I'm worried. Jojo was the most vulnerable of the cubs, and Yuan couldn't help but feel uneasy unless he was under his watchful eye. Hearing his elder brother's words, Jojo obediently let him lead his hand. Okay, I go with you. The two of them chose a direction randomly, and as they walked, they felt the road was almost gone. Big brother. Jojo looked around and suddenly asked, Does anyone live here? He remembered his elder brother saying that even the most remote places would have people living there. I don't think there's a place like this. Yuan hadn't finished his words, when the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed up ahead. Jojo clenched Yuan's hand, his eyes fixed on the source of the footsteps. Someone. Yuan released Jojo's hand and quickly walked forward. He moved quietly, barely making a sound to disturb anyone. And Jojo, noticing his elder brother's movement, cautiously followed. Who? A startled scream pierced the silence. The hurried strangers, men and women, nearly fell to the ground in shock at the sudden appearance before them. Yuan stood still, sizing them up. In fact, he had already sized them up. They were all ordinary people. Who are you? Yuan didn't answer their question, but instead posed it himself. Perhaps it was Yuan's unwavering aura that startled them. After a brief glance, the leader stammered, We live here. Somehow, we encountered zombies. Lots of zombies, and some other monsters. We want to escape to safety. There were 3 survivors in front of him, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was very beautiful, and the men on either side of her held her back, a protective gesture. Are those zombies and monsters you mentioned still here? Yuan continued, Where are they now? The man hesitated. We don't know where they are. We've been running, and they've been moving. The implication was that they knew nothing. Yuan wasn't sure if he believed their answer or not. Under their gaze, he said calmly, Which direction did you encounter the zombies? It was just a matter of pointing in a direction, and these men were willing to do it. They pointed west. Yuan took Jojo, and was about to continue walking. The men were stunned by his smooth movement. Wait, you're not going to save us? Yuan, question mark. Yuan's eyes shone with doubt, and he asked, why should I save you? The man looked him up and down, asking, are you a soldier? Yuan's demeanor now was vastly different from when he first woke up from the mishealed. He was now more serious, even more inoffensive. I am. Yuan had received training, so he felt there was nothing wrong with calling himself a soldier. At his answer, the man's face darkened. You're a soldier, so you should know how to protect ordinary people like us. After a moment's thought, he corrected his words. No, we're the survivors now. Your primary duty, as a soldier, is to protect us. Seeing Yuan walking so effortlessly, these people knew he must be quite capable. And they had to hold on to such a capable person. Otherwise, they might not be able to leave here, nor escape, those who wanted them dead. I'm a soldier, and I should protect the survivors. Yuan repeated his words, adding, but I'm not a soldier from the South District. I have no obligation to protect the people of the South District. Several people, Their expressions instantly darkened. Yuan continued walking, holding Jiujio. After a few steps, Yuan turned in the opposite direction. They walked in front, with the others following behind. Brother, they've been following us. Should we chase them away? These people were being disrespectful. Yuan wasn't a saint, he was narrow-minded. If they were from the West District, he might have been a little more lenient. But they weren't from the West District, they were from the South District. If they want to follow, let them. Yuan had no intention of paying any attention to these burdens. It didn't matter what they did. After walking for a while in the opposite direction, Yuan squatted down and saw footprints on the ground. It had rained in this area, and it had rained recently. There were footprints on the muddy road. Yuan carefully studied them, and detected blood with a small instrument he carried. There had been a fight on this road. Yuan followed the footprints, meticulously collecting every clue. Who are you looking for? The burden who had followed asked from behind, this time speaking more gently. Yuan glanced at them, and said directly, we're the Love Squad, here to kill zombies. Didn't you say there was a monster? We can help you kill it too. Yuan said it lightly. The more calm and composed he was, the more he seemed like a boss. The beautiful woman, protected by two men, finally spoke up after following them for so long. My name is Yi Hui, and I'm being haunted by a monster. Can you really help me kill it? Yes. Yuan met her eyes and said calmly, just tell me where the monster is, and I kill it for you. I don't know where it is, but I can sense it's nearby. Yi Hui bit her lip, a pitiful expression on her delicate, palm-sized face. I'm scared. I want to get out of here. Can you help me? Yuan still didn't get the exact address, so he said oh. Next, Yuan continued searching, apparently not intending to leave until he found anything. Seeing that it was almost dark, Yuan and Jiujio had no intention of leaving. Yi Hui was a little anxious. She took a few steps forward and reached out, trying to grab Yuan's arm. But Jiujio slapped her hand away. Jiujio, always polite, puffed her cheeks and warned Yi Hui, don't touch my big brother. Big brother can only be touched by him, his cubs, and Xiechi Yuan. No other strangers are allowed to touch him. Yi Hui's expression almost faltered after her hand was slapped away. She whispered, I just want to say that if we don't leave now, it will be very dangerous here when it gets dark. Yuan looked at her calmly, still showing an indifferent attitude. I'm not blocking your way. You can go on your own. I want to go with you. Yi Hui's eyes seemed to be misting. She stared at Yuan without blinking, her tone pleading, can you take me away from here? Not now. Yuan's refusal was decisive and crisp, without a trace of hesitation. After being rejected several times in a row, Yi Hui finally calmed down. She and the two men beside her followed Yuan closely, this time not speaking easily. About 2 hours later, Yuan received a call from Xiechi Yuan, asking for his location. I sent it to your phone. I enabled location sharing. Just click on it, and come over. Okay, wait for me. Yes. Yuan's entire body softened as he spoke to Xiechi Yuan on the phone. Yi Hui, who had been constantly being rejected by Yuan, saw his demeanor while he was on the phone and guessed, are you calling your girlfriend? Yuan looked up, his expression instantly cold as he glanced at her. No. Yi Hui breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to say something else. The next second, Yuan added, my boyfriend. Yi Hui, This was getting tricky. Not long after Yuan sent his location, Xiechi Yuan arrived. He also brought a message from the cubs. Those cubs said they wanted to look for them again. I think they want to let them have some fun. They're not sure when they'll be back, so I'm telling you not to worry too much. They're all in this area. I'm not worried. Yuan narrowed his eyes, and shared his findings with Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan had also found some traces. As the two of them chatted, Jojo sat on a rock, seizing the opportunity to call Tiger Cub. I've been walking for a long time. You're not tired at all. Big brother is talking to Xie Yuan. Jojo made the call, oblivious to the others around him. Yuan also chatted with Xie Yuan, oblivious to the others. Yuan lowered his voice, and told Xie Yuan about the few people nearby. Their eyes met, their thoughts aligning. And then, you did a great job. Xie Yuan was saying that Yuan had done a great job of attracting them, and getting them to follow him. The 2 men and 1 woman claimed to be residents, but their clothes and delicate skin made it impossible for them to live here. Their identities were questionable. With people like these, if you try to get information from them or get close to them, they'd be wary. And the more you ignore them, the more they let down their guard. Now, they were the ones rushing to seek their protection. Yuan had finished talking to Xie Yuan, having had enough of these people. Xie Yuan walked over, his gaze sweeping across their faces, his tone even colder than Yuan's. You want to leave here? Yes, we do. Yi Hui spoke first, her eyes practically glued to Xie Yuan's face. Yuan and Xie Yuan both looked incredibly perfect, crushing even ordinary people. Yi Hui secretly resented how all good-looking men were internalized. The 2 misshapen creatures beside her were nothing compared to the 2 before her. We have to kill the zombies and monsters here before we can leave. Xie Yuan and Yuan shared the same story. When they spoke of killing zombies and monsters, their tone was as simple as cutting cabbage. And their calm demeanor gave the impression that they possessed the ability. Yi Hui thought back to the days she'd been chased. She'd practically been chased by that black monster in her dreams. A lowly monster, freed from its restraints, yet so terrifying. The thought made Yi Hui's heartbeat quicken. She tried to steady her breathing, not yet telling the men about the monster's existence in detail. She had her concerns. But she couldn't just throw the monster out there. She had to bring something else up to interest these 2. I encountered a group of zombies today, Yi Hui said, her voice trembling. They were following a fool. They seemed to want to eat him. Yuan? Yuan asked, where are the zombies and the fool? Yi Hui pointed in a direction and specified the location. The idiot's running over there. I wonder if he's escaped. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan looked at Xie Yuan. Let's go together. Xie Yuan followed suit and joined him. The place Yi Hui mentioned wasn't too far away, so Yuan and Xie Yuan hurried over. Maybe it was luck. It didn't take them long to find the idiot and the zombie. When they found him, the zombie was howling angrily at the idiot. Just as the zombie was about to pounce, Yuan leaped from behind and killed it with a single blow. Among the zombies chasing the idiot, there wasn't even a single high-level one. Xie Yuan and Yuan dispatched all the zombies present, as if chopping melons and vegetables. Afterward, Yuan looked at the idiot. He had red lips and white teeth, and a rather delicate appearance. Don't be afraid. Yuan's foot was still on the zombie corpse. He gave the fool a kind smile. They won't bite you now. The fool looked at them blankly. Yuan finished off the zombies, and took the fool away. Leaving such a fool here, the next time he encountered a slightly higher level zombie, he would definitely die. Luckily, he was lucky. These zombies were of the lowest level, not only slow to move, but also slow to chase people. Come on, follow us back first. Even though they didn't find the zombie king, saving such a fool was a good thing. The fool followed them blindly. After a few steps, he turned back and looked at the zombie corpse lying on the ground. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, only mouthing, roar. I'm leaving. Chapter 159. Yuan noticed the idiot turned his head. He was about to call out, but the idiot had already turned his head back. Hey, what's your name? Yuan could tell he seemed a little different from normal people, but he couldn't really call him idiot, that would be disrespectful. So, he patiently tried to communicate with him, trying to learn his name. The idiot, who was following them, looked at Yuan's face, seemingly pondering his words. Seeing this, Yuan repeated his previous question. My name is Yuan. What's your name? What's your name? Yuan asked for a long time, and after handing him a candy, the idiot finally spoke. His voice was soft, and he stuttered a little, as if he hadn't spoken to anyone in a long time. My name is Wang. Wang what? Yuan pressed. Wang is a common surname, with many people bearing it, but a person shouldn't just have a surname without a given name. Wang. The fool stumbled for a long time, bewildered. I forgot. Yuan choked. So his last name was Wang, or had he just forgotten? The fool couldn't come up with a name, and Yuan struggled for a long time before deciding to give him one. How about I call you Xiaolu for now? Lu means walking. When you remember your name, tell me. He had found this person on the street, so he named him Xiaolu. It must be said that Yuan's name was rather casual. But the person being named was delighted. Xiaolu, my name is Xiaolu, the walking path. Yuan smiled, hearing that he spoke more fluently this time. Yes, you can call me that for now. Xiaolu didn't seem very bright, and his logic wasn't very clear. Yuan planned to take him back, and have the people at the base arrange his future. Xiaolu, this is for you too. Seeing that Xiaolu had eaten the candy, Yuan gave him some more of the snacks he had brought with him. Xiaolu was very interested in the snacks, stuffing any he couldn't finish into his pocket. Jojo tugged on his sleeve and lectured him seriously. When you accept something from someone, you should say thank you. Xiaolu, having been lectured, followed Jojo's instructions and honestly said to Yuan, thank you. Jojo nodded and said seriously, that's the right thing to do. Whether children or adults, everyone should be polite. And saying thank you is also a way to show politeness. The socially anxious Xiuzhou naturally favors those who speak less fluently. He continued the conversation with Xiaolu on Yuan's behalf. Xiaolu, why are you here? Live here. Are you alone? They're all dead? After Xiaolu said these 3 words, a look of desolation crossed his delicate face. I can heal illnesses now. They're already dead? Jojo understood what he meant. Xiaolu's family had died, and after their deaths, Xiaolu had learned to heal illnesses. But Xiaolu, who knew how to heal, could no longer heal his family. The thought of this was heartbreaking. Jojo's sympathy suddenly surged. He patted Xiaolu's hand and comforted him, don't be sad. At least you survived. As they chatted, Xiaolu suddenly said to Jojo, if you're sick, I can treat you. Jojo frowned. I won't get sick. Deformed people rarely get sick, but what Jojo hates most is being sick. He's had injections before, and he hates the pain. Xiaolu listened to Jojo and seriously corrected him. Yes, you will get sick. Everyone gets sick. No one is immune to illness, and he can treat illnesses. Xiaolu. He was extremely confident in his medical skills and extremely passionate about them. After getting to know Jojo well, he always wanted to treat Jojo. Jojo, realizing there was no way around the topic, simply asked him, what illnesses can you treat? Treating illnesses is difficult. My eldest brother said you need to memorize tons of medical books. When Yuan had some free time, he would teach the kids about some professions, and he would also explain the training required for each. Among all the professions, medical student studies were the most arduous. After Yuan finished explaining how to become a doctor, the kids stood in awe for a few seconds as Dr. Tang passed by. I can cure any disease. Xiaolu was incredibly confident. He shook Jojo's hand and said, I can treat you right now. Jojo, shock. No need for that. He didn't discriminate against Xiaolu. Xiaolu didn't look like they could treat illnesses. I come back to you when I get sick. Jojo struggled to steady Xiaolu and pulled his hand back. Xiaolu looked regretful that he couldn't treat Jojo. He turned his gaze back to Yuan and Xie Yuan. Yuan and Xie Yuan had been listening to their conversation, so when Xiaolu turned around, they immediately replied, we're not sick, we don't need treatment. No one was sick, leaving Xiaolu with only regret. As the sky grew darker, it was impossible to see clearly without a light. Xie Yuan found a suitable spot to set up camp and announced that they would rest there. Why haven't the kids come back yet? They had all set up camp in the open space, but Yuan hadn't seen the kids yet. He sat at the entrance of the tent and called the kids. Brother, it's so cool here at night. We want to play some more. Brother, there are fireflies here. Although this place was remote and underdeveloped, the air and environment were truly excellent. The kid sounded energetic on the phone and didn't seem to be in trouble. Yuan frowned, but finally relented. You can play for a while, but not too long. If you don't sleep at night, you won't be able to get up during the day. I know, I come back and sleep. After hanging up, Yuan put his phone away. He allocated a tent for the 2 men and 1 woman who had come with him, while Jojo slept with Xiaolu. It was unclear what the 2 of them talked about, but it was they who had suggested sleeping together. The tent was neither too big nor too small, just enough for 2 quilts. Jojo and Xiaolu continued talking at a distance. Yuan glanced at the time and decided to get some sleep. Before he could go to bed, Yihui approached. Yihui, who had just borrowed water to wash up, was now wearing only a small tank top and shorts. She walked over to Yuan, looked at him, then at Xie Yuan behind him. Can you give me another tent? Or can you let me squeeze in with you? I don't want to sleep with him. Yihui lowered her voice, her expression revealing an unspoken feeling. Yuan didn't say anything, and Xie Yuan flatly refused no. He addressed the beautiful Yi Hui coldly, giving you a tent is already a gesture of kindness from my boyfriend. If you're not satisfied, you don't have to move in. If I don't move in, then where will I sleep tonight? Yi Hui asked aggrievedly, tears welling in her almond-shaped eyes. Xie Yuan frowned, you can sleep wherever you want. What's it to me? Yi Hui couldn't get the slightest advantage from these two men. Finally, she gave up and turned back. The two men in the tent exchanged glances upon seeing her return, neither speaking. A moment passed. They waited until her mood improved a bit before whispering, no need to look for them. We can definitely get away. They make good targets for us. With them messing around here, we might even be overlooked. Impossible. Yi Hui dismissed the possibility outright. The monster chasing her wouldn't let her go. She had to stay with these two people. One of them was Xie Yuan. Yi Hui insisted on staying, and the two men before her couldn't say anything more. The night was silent. Occasionally, voices could be heard from Jiuzhou and Xiaolu's tent, but they were muffled and indistinct. Jiuzhou was listening to Xiaolu's stories about the place. Since not many people came here, there were many wild animals. Jiuzhou loved furry animals the most. As Xiaolu described the furry animals, he became more and more interested. Until Xie Yuan, who was on night watch, knocked on their tent from outside. Jiuzhou, it's time for bed. If you don't, I tell your brother. Hearing Xie Yuan was about to complain, Jiuzhou hurriedly declared, let's stop talking and go to bed now. He and Xiaolu obediently closed their eyes, while Xie Yuan remained guarding the place in the darkness. Yuan slept until almost dawn, and when he woke, Xie Yuan hadn't closed his eyes yet. I overslept. Yuan was irritated. He had originally planned to sleep for 2 hours, and then take over Xie Yuan's shift, letting him rest. It's okay. If you're still sleepy, keep sleeping. It's still early, no need to get up. Xie Yuan didn't plan to swap shifts. He wouldn't die suddenly even if he didn't sleep for 3 days. Yuan knew he was strong, but he still insisted on swapping shifts. He felt bad for his boyfriend. Even if his boyfriend could go without sleep for 3 days, he wouldn't let him. Under Yuan's dominance, Xie Yuan rested for a while in the tent. Yuan occasionally got a bit grumpy when waking up, but his grumpiness depended on the situation. For example, right now, he wasn't grumpy at all. Xie Yuan slept inside, and the cubs, who had just returned, also slept in the tent. It was unknown what they'd been up to outside, but after returning one by one, they were all snoring. Yuan checked and, upon finding that all the cubs were there, he felt relieved. About 2 hours later, daylight had finally broken, and Xie Yuan had recovered after 2 hours of rest. Brother, the zombies here are all grouped together, and their attacks aren't very powerful. After daybreak, the cubs, woken by Yuan, rubbed their eyes and reported back to him. They yawned, sleepy-eyed, brother, we killed a lot of zombies. Did you see the zombie king? No. The zombie king is the highest level zombie, capable of controlling other zombies. And since he's survived until now, he's definitely no ordinary creature. Yuan, Xie Yuan, and the cubs all believed that the zombie king would be difficult to find. But with patience, they were sure they could find him. Brother, these are for you. The 8th cub pulled out a plastic bag filled with goodies. Yuan took it and looked inside. It was filled with small fruits. We picked it outside. It's edible. The 4 cubs ate it and didn't die. Yuan, ? Yuan's eyes widened. How could his cubs eat such an unfamiliar little fruit just like that? Not to mention whether it's poisonous. If they get diarrhea or have stomach problems, they regret it. The cubs told their eldest brother everything they thought was important, and then they were about to fall back. Brother, we need to get some more sleep. We talk after we wake up. The cubs had just been woken, but they weren't really awake. They were still incredibly sleepy. Yuan saw how sleepy they were, but he couldn't really harden his heart and keep them from sleeping. Alright, you guys get some sleep. Xie Yuan and I will go out for a bit. It was cool in the morning, so it would be easier for him and Xie Yuan to go out and search. Leaving the cubs behind, Yuan and Xie Yuan left first. The two of them walked side by side outside, Yuan holding Xie Yuan's hand, searching for any signs of zombies. They were gradually expanding their search area, and as they did, they encountered zombie corpses. These corpses didn't look like they were left behind by the cubs, but rather like they were left by someone else. Xie Yuan, do you think there are other survivors here? There should be. Living in such a remote place actually has both advantages and disadvantages. Zombies generally don't spread to this place. Even if they did, the people here live halfway up the mountain. If they tried to get to them, there would be a deep abyss behind them. If there are people living here, it means there must be a village. But we've been walking for so long, why haven't we seen any village yet? Yuan felt a little regretful. He should have brought Xiaolu with him. Xiaolu had chatted with Jiujiu for quite a while, and he should have been able to reveal a lot. I saw it. Xie Yuan was a fast walker, and he was very skilled at searching. Before Yuan could continue to fret, his eyes had already caught sight of the village not far away. It didn't look like a village, as there were only a few houses. They hurried over, and upon entering, Yuan began searching for survivors. Not a single survivor. They saw no survivors, only a few corpses. Xie Yuan, what do these people do? They don't look like people who do hard labor. Yuan squatted down to study the bodies. Although they were dressed in ordinary clothes, a closer look revealed that they were people who had never done heavy labor. I go take a look inside. Xie Yuan had a vague feeling that these houses were just for show. Half an hour later, Yuan was called over by Xie Yuan. Look, does this place look like a prison cell? Under the house, there was a huge basement. The basement structure looked very much like a prison cell. Yuan surveyed the area, his fingers tracing the walls. There's blood on the walls. The blood was thick, and it was unclear how much blood had been spilled on the walls. Yuan looked at the bloodstains, then at the surroundings. He confirmed Xie Yuan's words. This is a prison cell, and someone tortured the prisoners. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much blood. But the cell was empty now. They had no idea what had been held there. They didn't know how long they had been there. Xie Yuan and Yuan went outside for a while to get some fresh air. They sat outside and ate the food Xie Yuan had brought. Xie Yuan, do you think this could be another laboratory? Based on past experience, these kinds of places where bad things happen are often related to laboratories. Xie Yuan shook his head. There's no lab equipment down there, and it's not suitable for any experiments. The environment was too harsh. Even if the lab was a mess, it was impossible to conduct experiments here. They were still searching for clues, while the cubs, who had just finished their nap, were now fully awake. Jiujiu was delighted to see the cubs back. He introduced Xiaolu to Batzi, and Xiaolu, at Jiujiu's request, greeted the cubs. Batzi looked at Xiaolu, then pulled Jiujiu over and said in a low voice, "This guy doesn't seem very bright. Where did you find him?" Since Xiaolu still stuttered, Batzi saw him getting close to Jiujiu without feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. He's not stupid, he's just a little slow to react. Jiujiu spoke up for Xiaolu, not wanting him to be fooled. Batzi stayed with Jiujiu, while Chizi's gaze drifted to the new tents. Jiujiu told him who was living in the tents. After that, Jiujiu took the initiative to go look for them. Since his eldest brother wasn't around, he wanted to check on them. The tent door opened, and the woman inside frowned at the sight of Jiujiu. "Isn't your eldest brother here?" "No, I came to see you." Jiujiu answered her question, saying, "You can stay in the tent all day. I give you food for another day." This was the kind of move an eldest brother would make, so Jiujiu imitated it perfectly. He glared at them, taking the place of his eldest brother. "I won't give you this day's food for free. You must provide us with valuable clues about this place." Jiujiu, a skilled negotiator, spoke to the three. The other cubs gathered around, their gazes fixed on the three, causing their breathing to quicken. Jiujiu had small wings, eighth cub would occasionally flail out a small tentacle, and little nine even wore an umbrella. Their appearances seemed to clearly tell them, "I'm a freak." It's well known that freaks are very aggressive. Yihui took a deep breath. She was indeed a little hungry. The meager food Yuan had given her yesterday was hardly enough to fill her stomach. "We can provide you with both food and safety. Just tell us a little more about this place." The children gathered at the tent entrance, their eyes fixed on the person before them. Yihui's scalp tingled under their gaze. She stepped back, but the two men behind her couldn't protect her. "We mean no harm." Jiujiu found a small stool from somewhere, and sat down right in front of Yihui. Under this pressure, Yihui finally spoke. "I'm from the South District Underground Prison. It's home to the most vicious villains and monsters. I'm responsible for keeping them from escaping. But they still managed to escape. And not only did they, they're also hunting me down. They're targeting me now." Yihui revealed her identity and pleaded for help. "Can you please save me? I want to live. I don't want to be targeted by monsters." "What monsters?" Jiujiu ignored her pity and interrupted her, saying, "Be more specific." Yihui bit her lip. She described the monsters. "They're bad guys sent here from the South District, who killed many people, and there are also death row inmates awaiting execution. Some are aberrations. After hearing the last sentence, her voice got louder. What kind of aberrations? What do they look like? Yi Hui looked at the aberrations before her, carefully choosing her words as she described them. When these aberrations were sent here, they weren't in their original form, so I don't know exactly what they look like. But I do know they're all unforgivable evil. Because the aberrants are so difficult to kill, we can only lock them up to prevent them from escaping and harming humans. Where's the cell? It's empty. A monster has escaped. Jiujiu called and told his eldest brother what Yi Hui had said. Yuan, who received the call, didn't react much after hearing the news. He and Xie Yuan had already arrived at the cell, and they could easily deduce what Jiujiu had said. Yi Hui lied on one point. The aberrants weren't locked up here because they were difficult to kill. There are dead aberrants here, and what killed them were the missing potions. Jiujiu, keep an eye on them. Yuan instructed Jiujiu, and only after hearing Jiujiu's resounding response did he hang up. The call ended. Yuan looked up at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, do you think this is the work of the South District? Not sure yet. Xie Yuan walked outside, planning to call Qi Niao first. The scattered potions posed a significant risk. If they had all been used, that would be fine. There wouldn't be any more anyway. But Qi Niao still had 30, and he didn't know if they were all gone. Thankfully, the signal here was still survivable. Qi Niao answered Xie Yuan's call. Potions? Qi Niao raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Xie Yuan's sudden inquiry. I went to get these potions a long time ago. Why, do you need them? Xie Yuan ignored his question and continued with his own question. How many do you have left? I think there's still a little left. I didn't use it all back then. Qi Niao sensed his interest in the item, and bluntly offered him a huge price. If you want it, I can find it, and sell it to you. He then quoted a staggering sum. You're the boss of the West District now, you should be able to afford it. This time, Qi Niao's demands were even more ruthless than before. After all, Xie Yuan had treated him like a fat sheep before. I don't need it. Xie Yuan simply wanted to find out how much Qi Niao had used, how much stock he had left, and what were you planning on doing with this potion? Someone told me it could cure deformities. Qi Niao frowned at the thought. He looked unhappy. I was deceived. These medicines can't heal deformities. The deformity I wanted to save died right before my eyes. As he spoke, his expression darkened. Xie Yuan, if you want to buy them now, I can give you a discount. There's no point keeping such useless and unlucky things in Qi Niao. Xie Yuan saw he was interested in selling, thought for a few seconds, and then quoted a price. Qi Niao? Qi Niao was silent for a long moment. After a long pause, he slowly said, I said a discount, not a huge price cut. Xie Yuan's tone was indifferent. I just want to study whether this thing can cure deformities. Now that you've given the results, it doesn't matter whether I do the research or not. If you're going to sell, I come get it. If not, I'm going to hang up. Qi Niao, Just before Xie Yuan hung up, he spoke, sell it. Any profit is a win. This potion has been in their hands for so many years, it's probably long past its expiration date. It's better to turn this waste into cash than to keep it in their hands. Xie Yuan negotiated the price and the time, then hung up. Okay, we can put the potion aside for now. Having resolved this potential problem, Xie Yuan returned his attention to reality. There are slain aberrations here, but Jiujiu also said so. Yi Hui is being hunted by monsters. Yuan looked around again and said, there are survivors among the aberrations trapped here. The survivors have already escaped. And their target is Yi Hui. Yuan glanced into Xie Yuan's eyes, and knew what he was thinking. He hesitated. Do we really have to be so wicked? That's not wickedness, that's scheming. Xie Yuan patted Yuan's head, and couldn't help but lean in for a kiss. They came to us for protection, so isn't it normal for us to get some benefits from them? Xie Yuan and Yuan both wanted to see the mutant that had escaped. And to find the escaped mutant, Yi Hui was undoubtedly a ready-made bait. Should we tell Yi Hui? Get her to cooperate with us? No need to tell. Xie Yuan disliked the woman who had approached Yuan twice. He put his arm around Yuan's shoulders and whispered, if we tell her in advance, and her acting is terrible, and she gives us away, we'd be doomed. Finding the zombie king was too difficult, so they had to be flexible. And if they found an escaped abnormal now, they have been here longer, and naturally knew more than they did. Then, the chances of questioning the zombie king would be higher. Having made their decision, they returned the same way. Quickly, Yuan was brought back to where they'd been by Xie Yuan. The tent had just been packed up, and the cubs, knowing they were coming back, stayed put. Big brother. Seeing Yuan approach, Eighth cub rushed over first. He picked the most wild fruits for Yuan, and since he'd been sleepy that morning, he hadn't really listened to Big Brother's praise. Yuan petted each of his cubs and patiently spoke to them. Eighth cub, don't pick anything outside randomly anymore. If it's poisonous, you die if you eat it. Big Brother, we won't die. Even if we eat Little Nine, we won't die. Little Nine, unintentionally dragged into the conversation, said, ? I'm out of words right now. Little Nine glanced at Eighth cub, who was speaking, his eyes rolling. The next second, he stuffed a few strands of his mycelium into Eighth cub's mouth. Eighth cub was caught off guard and didn't react at all. What did you feed me? Eighth cub, not seeing what he was fed, asked Little Nine again. Little Nine waited until he swallowed it before calmly saying, poisonous Little Nine. Eighth cub paused. You are poisonous, but I was asking you, what did you feed me? I fed you the poisonous Little Nine. Nineth cub, not understanding, explained more clearly, I fed you my mycelium. Bazai, shock. How dare you, the rebellious boy, harm him? Yuan hadn't expected Xiaojiu to be so reckless. He didn't bother to scold Xiaojiu, but instead picked Bazai up. Bazai spit it out. Yuan patted Bazai's back hard. Bazai coughed hard, but after a long while, nothing came out. After a while, his eldest brother put him down. Big Brother. Bazai touched his chest, blinked, and said proudly, as long as Xiaojiu can't poison me, I'm fine now. This experiment was a success. Next time he barbecues, he can add another dish. Grilled mushrooms. Fresh, tender mushrooms grilled and sprinkled with a rich seasoning. Bazai felt like drooling. Bazai, feeling proud, suddenly vomited twice before he could finish his gloating. Yuan, Yuan was stunned for a moment, then panicked and looked at Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, Ba Zi has been poisoned. He's foaming at the mouth. Xiaojiu, seeing him fall victim, was even more elated than him. So, are you poisoned? If you're dead, should we start feasting? Ba Zi was enraged by Xiaojiu's words. He wiped the foam from his mouth with his tentacles and rushed over to fight Xiaojiu. Yuan separated them in time. Xie Yuan, what do we do now? Yuan felt a real dilemma. He had never dealt with something like this before. The cubs used to fight, but they didn't attack each other casually. They could devour their own kind, but usually the objects they devoured weren't poisonous. No one present was a doctor, and even Xie Yuan didn't have a plan for how to deal with it. I send Bazai out now. Tang Yi's at the base. Let him go back. It takes several days to get back from here. Yuan watched Bazai, who had finished foaming at the mouth, and crouched down to hold his stomach, anxious beyond all reason. Jiuzai remained calm at first. I only gave him a little bit. He'd be fine in a while. But after a while, Bazai's symptoms didn't subside. Jiuzai began to get a little uneasy. He looked at his arm, stunned, and said, my poison can't be that potent. Bazai was still a mutant, after all. Mutations can eat each other. Seeing Bazai's condition worsen, Jiuzai grew increasingly uneasy. Now, as everyone gathered around Bazai, Jiuzai frowned and, in disbelief, took a sharp bite of his arm. Jiuzai swallowed the mycelium without even chewing it. Yuan was still holding Bazai when suddenly, there was a thump next to him. He took a closer look, and his blood pressure suddenly soared. Jiuzi. Eighth cub was still clutching his stomach, and Jiuzi fell straight to the ground. Xie Yuan hadn't expected Jiuzi to collapse so suddenly. He picked him up, his eyes filled with a rare look of confusion. What happened to Jiuzi? Did he collapse in guilt after seeing Eighth cub like this? Or was Seventh cub's eyesight better, seeing the foam on Jiuzi's mouth? He explained, Jiuzi ate himself. He then offered a reason. Jiuzi probably saw Eighth cub poisoned and wanted to try it himself. To see just how poisonous he really was. Now it was clear, he was indeed very poisonous. Yuan was so enraged by these two little bastards that he was speechless. Xiaolu, standing next to Jiujiu, touched her arm. Undisguised doubt etched in Xiaolu's eyes. He lowered his voice and asked, aren't they a bit less intelligent? Botz's assessment of Xiaolu was returned to Xiaolu unaltered. Crucially, Jiujiu hadn't been able to refute it. Xiaolu thought the two aberrations were quite unintelligent, but seeing them both with their eyes closed, Xiaolu was actually pleased. You need help? Xiaolu stepped forward, squatted in front of Botzi, and touched Botz's forehead. It hadn't been long before Botzi's forehead was already burning. Yuan looked at Xiaolu, then at Xie Yuan. They both remembered Xiaolu's claim that he could heal illnesses. Xiaolu. Seeing both cubs developing fevers, Yuan was too late to rush them back to base. He gritted his teeth and asked, have you ever treated anyone before? Xiaolu nodded vigorously. I cured everything. He spoke with pride, There's no disease that can't be cured. He could cure everything. Yuan, seeing his confidence, was also shaken. Some people may not look like doctors, but they actually have medical skills. Can you treat them? They're both poisoned. Even without treatment, the cubs would only feel uncomfortable for a while. Their lives wouldn't be in danger. I can cure them. Xiaolu responded without hesitation. He emphasized, I can cure them. The cubs were placed in the tent. Meanwhile, Xie Yuan and Yuan didn't neglect Yi Hui. They also needed to use Yi Hui to lure out the hidden monsters. They were very concerned about the aberrations that were hunting Yi Hui. They had 2 more aberrations they needed to find, both stranded. One was the little spider that Jiujiu had been thinking about, and the other was his second cub. Seeing that Yi Hui hadn't moved, Yuan and Xie Yuan both entered the tent. The 2 cubs were placed side by side, with Xiaolu squatting between them. Xiaolu, do you need any tools? Do you want us to get you a medical kit? Yuan hadn't finished his words when Xiaolu placed his hands on the chests of the 8th and 9th cubs. Less than 3 seconds later, both cubs' faces flushed. Xiaolu's palms felt like branding irons. Yuan? Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling and asked, Xiaolu, what's your treatment? Xiaolu placed his hands firmly in his place and replied, high temperature therapy. I can control their body temperature. No toxin can survive at 100 degrees. As long as I kill the toxin, they won't be poisoned. Yuan, Yuan's face paled, his voice trembling as he asked, Xiaolu, if the body temperature rises to 100 degrees, will my cub still survive? Xiaolu tilted his head, bewildered, I don't know. Chapter 160. Seeing Yuan about to faint, Xiaolu looked down at his hands. He adjusted the temperature and said to Yuan, it's 40 degrees now. They be fine in a minute. Yuan held onto Xie Yuan's hand and managed to stand upright. Xiaolu, stop. Yuan stopped Xiaolu, unwilling to let him continue. If he continued like this, his 2 cubs would be roasted to death. Xiaolu was quite obedient. After being stopped by Yuan, he obediently withdrew. I be almost cured. Xiaolu said, I know how to cure it. Yuan knew his passion for healing, but his method was simply too much for him. It's okay. I just suddenly remembered that my 2 cubs have amazing self-healing abilities. They can recover even without treatment. Yuan protected his cubs, trying not to hurt Xiaolu's pride. Although Xiaolu regretted not completing the treatment, he also listened to the patient's family. 8th cub, ninth cub. Yuan squatted in front of the cubs, and called out twice in a low voice. The cubs didn't respond, and Xie Yuan, seeing this, squatted down as well. And then, don't worry, they can heal on their own. Little 9 wouldn't poison herself to death. Yuan knew the cubs wouldn't die, but he was still worried. Both cubs were unconscious, and it looked like they wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Xie Yuan put them together, and let them lie next to each other. Alright, and then, let them rest for a while. I go see if I can find some herbs. They were near a mountain, where plants grew everywhere. I don't know herbal medicine. Yuan truly hadn't studied medicine, he couldn't tell the difference between herbs and grasses. Xie Yuan rubbed his head and soothed him. It's okay. We can ask Tang Yi. Tang Yi was also familiar with herbal medicine. He had learned a wide range of medical skills, mastering both Chinese and Western medicine. Xiujiu was a poisonous mushroom. To detoxify it, asking Tang Yi was actually the best choice. Yuan thought of Tang Yi and said, as if waking from a dream, I forgot about him. After Zizi passed out, Xiaolu stepped forward. He was so focused on Xiaolu that he had forgotten about Tang Yi. I call Tang Yi now. Yuan didn't care to do anything else, he called Tang Yi right then and there. The call was answered quickly. Tang Yi seemed to be busy, though he didn't know what he was doing. Dr. Tang, I have something to ask you. Do you know our 9th child? Yes. After Tang Yi answered, he followed up with, what happened to him? He poisoned himself, and 8th child as well. Yuan spoke quickly, asking, how do we detoxify him now? Induce vomiting. Make them vomit. With a professional doctor present, Yuan and Xie Yuan followed his instructions, and resumed the operation. Xiaolu retreated to Jiujiu's side. He scratched his head and asked Jiujiu, am I not able to cure this disease? He didn't even need to make 8th child, and the others vomit. Jiujiu didn't quite understand either. He said blankly, big brother, maybe you try everything. After struggling for a while, 8th child and 9th child vomited. After they vomited, Yuan gave them water again. After an unknown amount of time, the 2 cubs seemed to be getting better. Alright, let them sleep. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. I tucked them in first. Xie Yuan looked at the 2 cubs. He had arranged for Jiujiu to watch over them. Sikub and Bakub had been having frequent conflicts. Having Sikub watch Bakub might have been a problem. Even if Lukub was here now, it wouldn't work. The last time Lukub posted a video of Bakub being beaten, Bakub had already found out. After Bakub found out, he and Lukub were in a state of friction. 7 Cub had Tan John, who was quite useful. If Tan John was to work, he would naturally have to be tied to 7 Cub. Brother, I'd definitely keep an eye on him. Yes, brother, I trust you. Yuan pinched Jojo's face and urged him, if anything happens, just call me. Okay. Jojo stayed, and Xiaoya also offered to stay. Yuan was worried about him. Until Jojo gently tugged at Yuan's sleeve and whispered a promise to his eldest brother. Brother, please let Xiaolu stay here too. I won't let him treat 8th and Nineth Cub again. There was no point in Xiaolu following them outside, so Yuan thought about it and agreed to let him stay. Jojo, you must keep an eye on him. Don't let him use hyperthermia again. He didn't want to come back to see a grilled octopus and a roasted mushroom. Jojo nodded. After arranging the Cubs' affairs, Yuan and Xie Yuan turned their attention back to what they had been discussing earlier. They had previously discussed using Yi Hui to lure out the monster she'd been talking about. The two men's eyes met, and the next second, Xie Yuan turned and spoke to Yi Hui, who was not far away. We're going out to look for zombies and monsters. Where are you going? Can we follow you? Yi Hui asked, but she had already made up her mind. No matter what the other party said, they would follow. Now, they were safest only with Xie Yuan. Even if they did encounter monsters, Xie Yuan wouldn't sit idly by and watch them. Yi Hui's plan was a good one, and Xie Yuan could tell what she was thinking. Let's go, he said calmly. We don't keep useless people. If you want to follow us, make yourself more valuable. Yi Hui had already experienced his cold attitude, so she knew what to say. I try harder to think of what else is here. As long as you can protect me, I become useful to you. That's best, Xie Yuan said, walking ahead with Yuan. Neither Cheesy nor Tan John followed. They knew they needed to change their tactics without being told. After walking in the opposite direction of Yuan for a while, Cheesy was still thinking about what had just happened. Tan John, are Botsy and Josie as smart as me? At least he wouldn't poison himself. Hearing this, Tan John paused, then casually reminded him, haven't you eaten your own leaves before? He still remembered that it was when he had just met Cheesy. Cheesy hadn't yet been spoiled into a wealthy child. He was still a genuinely poor child. Poor children didn't know what difficulties they had encountered, but they couldn't even afford to eat. When Tan John saw him, he was hesitantly plucking his own leaves and putting them in his mouth. Tan John, standing not far away, could still hear him muttering. Big Brother seemed to say, I'm not poisonous, I can be eaten. It tastes so bad. Oh, I want to eat meat. Tan John immediately thought this man was unique, particularly handsome, and particularly adorable. Not long after his gaze repeatedly darted over, a member of his team followed his gaze. At that time, Tan John had the experience of forming a team after the outbreak of the virus. The team brought Cheesy back and presented him to him, patting their chests and saying, Brother Tan, how do you think I'm doing? I send this guy to your room tonight, and you can do whatever you want. The deceived Cheesy, ? Cheesy had hoped to get some free food and drinks, but he had no idea that once he caught Tan John's eye, he would be unable to escape. Nonsense! 7th Cub, assuming his experience had gone unnoticed, leered at Tan John and snarled, Do you think I'm as dumb as 8th Cub? I don't taste myself to see if I'm poisonous. He just eats. Big Brother said he wasn't, after all. Tan John held his hand and let him chatter along. Elsewhere, Yuan and Xie Yuan walked for a while before Yuan stopped. Let's split up. Who's following me? Yuan separated the 3 people behind him and chose the 2 men to follow him. And Yi Hui, without a second thought, chose Xie Yuan. And then, see you later. Okay, see you later. Although it was only a temporary separation, Xie Yuan still bent down and kissed him on the lips. The 2 of them were so affectionate, neither of them shying away from outsiders, that Yi Hui's lips twitched. She considered herself pretty, but the 2 men seemed to have eyes only for each other, barely even glancing at her. Yuan led the 2 men away, chatting with them as they walked. How long has this cell block been here? We don't know. We haven't been here long. Oh! Yuan then asked, Do you find it boring to watch the prisoners here? The 2 men hesitated again. The prisoners, or the deformed ones, were those who would never be released. So, they could do whatever they wanted. The days were not boring. Of course, they couldn't recount their true experiences. The 2 men lied, It's quite boring, but there's nothing we can do about it. It's all part of the job. Thank you for your hard work. Yuan chatted with them idly, still searching for the zombies. It was strange. A zombie king shouldn't be that hard to find. The old man's zombie kings, for example, basically summoned a large number of zombie minions. A large group of zombie minions gathered together was quite conspicuous. Even Sun Mo used to be accompanied by many minions when he traveled. But the zombie king here, I wonder if he's gone, or escaped. Or maybe he simply doesn't have any minions at all. Otherwise, why would he be so hard to find? Yuan frowned, still pondering this. After leading Yi Hui for a while, Xie Yuan simply took a detour, leaving her behind. Yi Hui's face suddenly turned panicky when she noticed Xie Yuan had disappeared. Xie Yuan. Yi Hui had been following Xie Yuan for a long time, completely unaware of where they were. Xie Yuan. Where are you? Did you do this on purpose? Yi Hui felt a strong sense of unease about being alone. Frantically, she called out Xie Yuan's name, trying to find him. He was not far away. Xie Yuan looked at her indifferently. After a moment's pause, he lowered his head and spoke into his phone. I already gotten rid of her. She can't find me, and I won't let her find me. Just let her wander around here, and see if any monsters come looking. We can solve the mystery. On the other end of the phone was Yuan's WeChat. Yuan converted the voice message to text, read the message, and replied with an emoji of a nodding little fox. The emojis he used now were all pictures of the cubs. These emojis, along with some animated GIFs, were saved from the internet. The fans of the ZZ, children, are incredibly powerful, creating countless emojis based on their online photos and videos. The third and fourth child's emojis are the most frequently used. Among them, the third child's emojis crush all the others. Two people were communicating on their phones. The man behind them looked from one to the other at his phone. May we ask, who are you? The two hadn't been outside for a long time, and their phones had been damaged, and they hadn't bought replacements, so they had even blocked their messages. Blocking their messages meant they didn't yet know the popular online ZZ group, nor its leader Yuan. I'm Xie Yuan's boyfriend. Yuan answered the seemingly nonsensical question, my name is Yuan. Yuan, we're asking, are you human? Yuan, Yuan looked at the two men with a complicated expression. After the other man finished his question, he realized something was amiss. I don't mean to insult you. I just want to know if you're human. No, I mean. Seeing the conversation escalate, Yuan interrupted, I'm human. I used to be human. After hearing that he was human, both men breathed a sigh of relief. They were no longer as cautious and humble towards Yuan as before. Now there were only the three of them here, all human, nothing to fear. Yuan could also see their relaxed state. He smiled and said nothing more. Yuan, can you lend us your phone? Ours has been broken for a long time. Last time, the superior said they would send us a new one, but it hasn't arrived yet. Most people these days are addicted to the internet. Their phones have been broken for so long, they must be feeling the pinch. Yuan took the phone but didn't give it to them. My phone is still working. I can take your call when I'm done. Can't you lend it to us first and use it after we're done? The man who had just lent his phone was now a bit stern. Yuan put the phone in his pocket, curled his eyes, and spat out two words. No. You say no, so no? We come this far, and there are only three of us here. Aren't you afraid? Bang. Before the man's hand could even touch Yuan, he was thrown over his shoulder, slamming to the ground. The other man, who hadn't made a move, said, His face turned green with fear. After throwing the man, Yuan clapped his hands with a smile. You're quite heavy. You make a noise when you throw you. Yuan dealt with both men thoroughly, then chose a scenic spot and began to interrogate them. With your character, the prisoners under your watch must have been bullied by you. Tell me, what kind of prisoners are you holding? The prisoners we hold are all extremely vicious. Even if we did something to them, they deserved it. Listen carefully to my question. Who are the people held here? Let me narrow it down. Among the deformed creatures you hold, is there a small spider or a fat-tailed fish? After asking the last question, both men's expressions froze for a second. Yuan's eyes slowly grew colder. It seemed the aberration he was looking for was imprisoned. Yuan was interrogating the two men, and not only that, he was taking them back to the dungeon they'd been in. Xie Yuan, who was secretly communicating with Yuan, witnessed Yi Hui's panic, her frantic search for him, and now her collapse. He remained unmoved. After all, this wasn't his end. Time slipped by. Xie Yuan and Yuan were busy with their work outside. Inside the tent, Jiujio was also caring for the two cubs. After a while, Jiujio sat down and popped a candy into her mouth. He also gave Xiaolu a piece of candy. Xiaolu, Big Brother said you go back to the base with us. Do you want to go back with us? Yuan was planning to take Xiaolu back with him, but he hadn't formally asked if he wanted to go back with him yet. Go back? Xiaolu digested his words, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Should we leave from here? Yes. Jiujiu said, we leave from here and go back to the base. Jiujiu had been away from the base for a while, and he still wanted to go back. There are furry wolves in the base, Xiaolu. Have you seen black and white furry wolves? Jiujiu was promoting furry wolves to Xiaolu, showing him all the pictures of wolves he had taken on his phone. Look, only our base has them. Jiujiu flipped through the pictures like a treasure, and as she was showing them, she accidentally came across Wucub. Xiaolu spotted it immediately. You're sitting on the tiger. This is Meow Meow. Jiujiu blushed slightly. He usually felt comfortable sitting on Meow Meow, but when someone pointed it out, he felt a little embarrassed, for some reason. Meow Meow is very nice to me, so I can sit on him. Then can I sit on the tiger? Xiaolu suddenly asked, can I sit on the tiger too? No. Jiujiu, always polite, suddenly refused. After he finished speaking, he realized his hasty words, and stuttered under Xiaolu's quizzical gaze. Meow Meow doesn't like others sitting on him. He only lets me sit on him and Big Brother. Apart from him and his eldest brother, it was difficult for anyone else, or even any of the other cubs, to sit on it. Xiaolu wasn't interested in black and white rolling around. Instead, he loved watching the tigers. Jiujiu was willing to share photos of Meow Meow with him, but whenever he suggested approaching a tiger, Jiujiu flatly refused. The two of them sat face to face, chatting for a long time. Finally, Xiaolu made up his mind. I can go to the base. Before this, he hadn't had much desire to go to the base. He preferred staying here. There wasn't anything he found unpleasant about it yet. Jiujiu nodded, saying loyally, although you can't sit on Meow Meow, I can let you watch Meow Meow. Also, when we get to the base, I protect you. If the cubs try to bully you, I help you too. Jiujiu patted Xiaolu's shoulder, and immediately invited him to her side. As Xiaolu listened to him describe the life at the base, he too felt a little yearning. I go check it out? If he felt uncomfortable living at the base, he'd come back. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Jiujiu touched Bots's forehead and said happily, great. Bots's forehead isn't hot anymore. He probably doesn't have a fever anymore. As long as he doesn't have a fever, it means he healed faster. Xiujiu was in the same situation. Jiujiu and Xiaolu cared for the two cubs while waiting for their eldest brother to return. After waiting for a while, their eldest brother returned first, alone, without anyone else following him. Big Brother. Jiujiu ran over, a little puzzled. Where's Yuan? Jiujiu wasn't concerned about the second man, but he was still concerned about Yuan. Yuan won't be back for a while. He's not far from us. Hearing this, Jiujiu felt relieved. Seventh cub returned just after Yuan. Seventh cub and Tan Zhan had taken out quite a few zombies. However, he now had a deep concern. Brother, we almost killed all the zombies here, and we haven't even seen the zombie king. The way they were killing zombies here, if there really was a zombie king, it would have turned against them long ago. Yuan pursed his lips. He was grateful to Yuan for already discussing this. They also suspected there wasn't a zombie king here. Yuan had already sent word, asking people to search for the new zombie king. They would soon be withdrawing. Let's keep searching. If we don't find the zombie king tomorrow, we leave. If they really couldn't find the zombie king, they couldn't waste their time here. Yuan wasn't in a position of idleness, he had a lot of things to do. Also, Nanku had no idea they were here, and had been calling Yuan lately, trying to find out their location. All sorts of external factors indicated they had to leave. Not far away. Yuan was getting a little impatient. He watched Yihui searching for a place to stay. Without help, finding a place to stay in the wild wasn't easy. But Yihui had some luck. She found a sunken cave that barely qualified as a cave. After cautiously entering, Yihui found some rocks and blocked the cave from the inside. It was obvious that she was afraid someone might break in at night if she got anxious. Living here was a completely different experience from living in a tent. Yihui shivered as she sat on a straw mat. She kept looking toward the cave entrance, muttering, "Can't find me, can't find me." As long as she could get through the night and daylight arrived, she could continue her search for Yuan. A sudden wind blew in during the night. The wind leaked in through the cracks in the cave entrance, making a whimpering sound. Yihui was abruptly awakened by the incoming wind. She was freezing, but she had no warm clothes. If she tried to light a fire, it would attract too much attention. Yi Hui gritted her teeth and endured it silently. As she endured the cold, she resented Xie Yuan. If Xie Yuan hadn't abandoned her, she would never have been in this predicament. Darkness always amplifies one's senses. Yi Hui was curled up when she suddenly heard a faint crawling sound. Something was crawling on the stone. Swish, swish, swish. The crawling sound continued, this time even more pronounced. Yi Hui's pupils suddenly constricted. The next second, in the dim light around her, she could clearly see what was crawling towards her. Spiders? A dense swarm of spiders crawled towards her. The black spiders, of varying sizes, scraped against the stone as they crawled. Yi Hui wanted to scream, but her throat felt like it was being silently strangled. No sound came out. As the spiders continued to approach, Yi Hui desperately dodged. Get out! Get out! Finally, as the first spider reached her, her throat was released. Get out of here! Get out of here, you disgusting creatures! Yi Hui frantically chased the spiders away, tugging at her clothes, trying to dislodge them from beneath them. But there were too many spiders. The feeling of being bitten by countless spiders was so despairing that it made one wish death were the only escape. Across from Yi Hui, a young man sat on a rock, quietly watching her. He was dressed in a black shirt and black pants, all black except for his face. His hair was a bit long, slightly covering his eyes. Yi Hui's desperate struggle caught his eye, but it didn't faze him at all. His hands were wrapped in white silk, and he was occasionally weaving something with it. From the look of his hands, it looked like he was knitting a sweater. Only when Yi Hui was almost out of breath and unable to struggle did he stand up and slowly walk over. Do you still feel sick? The man, dressed in black, lowered his eyes to look at Yi Hui lying on the ground. He put the unfinished knitting into his pocket. I was wrong. Yi Hui stretched out her fingers, trying to grab at his trouser leg. I shouldn't have treated you like that. I was wrong. Please let me go. I never go to the dungeon again. I'd do anything for you, as long as you let me go. I want you dead. The man's lips curled slightly as he spoke. He exuded a gloomy aura, looking like a sullenly handsome man. Yi Hui no longer dared to admire his looks. She was now filled with fear. Those sent to the dungeon, in their eyes, were considered monsters who would never be released again. They naturally treated monsters as they pleased. Perhaps influenced by the oppressive environment, or perhaps the demons themselves dwelled within them. They committed many cruel acts against the imprisoned monsters. After they escaped, they had several potions to deal with them. But they had missed one, the spider before them. This spider, according to some human lexicon, could be described as a Yandra. He could have found Yi Hui long ago, but he simply enjoyed keeping her on tenterhooks. After enjoying her ugliness enough, he decided the game was no longer fun. So, he would end it with her death. When Xie Yuan realized something was amiss, he broke through the barrier and entered. He saw only a skeleton. The flesh had been gnawed clean off the bones, and besides the bones, there was no one else around. Xie Yuan had been watching from outside, ensuring he saw nothing in her, not even a single beast. But right before his eyes, Yi Hui was completely devoured. Blood-stained clothing still clung to Yi Hui's bones. Xie Yuan withdrew his gaze, his expression sullen as he walked out. Behind him, a man dressed in black, lurking in the shadows, stared at him intently. Half an hour later, Yuan waited for Xie Yuan to return. Xie Yuan recounted the events to Yuan. Yi Hui is gone now. I guess that monster doesn't want to show up. And then, let's find the final zombie king tomorrow, then we return to base. Okay. After Xie Yuan finished his explanation, Yuan explained his side of the story. The two men who followed me are also dead. They thought I was ordinary, and wanted to harm me. When we encountered a zombie squad, they pushed me out. Then those zombies bit them. I ignored them. Neither man nor woman had good intentions, and their endings didn't make Yuan feel bad. Let's go to sleep. Before falling asleep, Yuan suddenly thought of something. Before encountering the zombies in the dungeon, Yuan had heard a few words from those two people. They said the things in the dungeon were related to the East District. Though Yuan had heard it, he didn't quite believe it. Dazai and Jai Man were in the East District, busy with the vaccination program. They couldn't possibly be connected to this area. Thinking of this, Yuan shook his head and went back to sleep. The next day, after waking up, Yuan and Xie Yuan followed their plan and spent another day searching for the zombie king. By evening, they still hadn't found anything. They decided to retreat. Xie Yuan and Tian Zhan were packing up. 8th and 9th cubs had opened their eyes, though they were still a little weak. 8th cub was in much better condition than 9th cub. At least, he was already using Jojo to care for him. I need some water. Press the tentacles for me, I'm numb from the poison. I'm hungry. Eighth cub, relying on his status as a sick cub, kept making requests. And ninth cub, for some reason, barely opened his eyes. Yuan, observing the differing conditions of the two cubs, felt a little uneasy. Yuan, is ninth cub's condition more serious? I think he's even weaker than eighth cub. Yuan looked at ninth cub and saw something. Ninth cub is fine. Yuan lowered his voice and whispered in Yuan's ear, he's feigning weakness. Yuan, ? Yuan didn't understand. Why is he feigning? Wouldn't it be a good thing to get better soon? Yuan smiled and whispered, he's embarrassed, so he keeps feigning illness. That way he doesn't have to deal with the other cubs. The fact that Jiuzi poisoned him would definitely be a common taunt for the cubs. Yuan, Alright. He ignored the cubs and led the group back. On the way back, there was Xiaolu. Jiujiu could have talked to Xiaolu for a bit, but ever since Batzi woke up, Jiujiu was being bossed around and had no time for Xiaolu. Time slipped by. The way Batzi bossed Jiujiu around was so obvious that if you didn't know better, you'd think he was bullying Jiujiu. Late at night, they had been traveling for a day and a half, and Bazai had become addicted to pretending to be sick. He had even tied a bandage around his forehead. It was originally white, making it look like mourning. When Yuan saw this, he ripped it off with a scowl. Your elder brother isn't dead yet, so just wear this for me. Yuan confiscated the bandage and ordered Bazai to get better within 24 hours. The 23rd hour, still night. They were staying in a roadside tent. Bazai was sprawled out, snoring. As he slept, white spider silk slowly wrapped around him. The silk tightened, binding Bazai tightly before silently dragging him out. Bazai had a sleeping habit. Once he was in a safe environment, he would sleep like a pig. After a good night's sleep, Bazai was found the next day in a grassy ditch a few hundred meters away. Yuan picked up the newly found Bazai and wondered, Bazai, is sleepwalking a symptom of mushroom poisoning? Bazai? Bazai was confused. I don't know. Bazai had never sleepwalked before, and his blindness surprised Yuan, but he didn't think much of it. After all, Bazai was still intact and didn't look like he'd been persecuted. On the third night, Bazai tied his feet before going to bed. With his feet tied, he couldn't walk. This way, he couldn't sleepwalk at night. However, the next morning, he was found by his eldest brother in a ditch 800 meters away. Bazai? This shouldn't be. Babazai looked at his feet. The ropes around his ankles hadn't been loosened yet. Brother, I was thrown out. Babazai said confidently, I wasn't sleepwalking. Someone threw me out every night. They all lived together, with no one around them. If Bazai was really thrown out, the suspect must be among them. It's Jiuzai. Babazai pointed sharply at the murderer. He must be trying to erase his past, so he's throwing me out for being involved in it. Jiuzai's recovery hasn't been as good as yours. It wasn't him. Yuan dismissed Jiuzai as a suspect. Babazai continued his analysis. That's Sazai. I always make fun of his baldness. Yuan continued to rule it out. It wasn't Sazai. Sazai sleeps even better than you do at night. Savinzai and Tanzhan had their own nightlife. They wouldn't do something as frivolous as throwing Bazai out. After a thorough analysis, no suspects were found. The road continued. Batzi was still being chased. No matter how hard he tried to stay up, as long as he closed his eyes and fell asleep, he would be chased. Batzi was furious and on the verge of a rage. Jiujiu saw him like this and decided to stay up all night. The night was deep and quiet. Batzi, unable to resist his sleepiness, had barely closed his eyes for half an hour when the spider silk expertly entangled him again. Batzi was being dragged out bit by bit. Before he was dragged out, Jiujiu rubbed his eyes and sat up. Batzi? He came over to pull Batzi without even wearing shoes. Looking down, he saw the silk wrapped around Batzi. Jiujiu stopped rubbing his eyes. He looked at the silk, and his sleepiness instantly vanished. Lulu. Jiujiu exclaimed in surprise, Lulu, you're here. This was Liuliu's silk, which he had used to weave many things. Jiujiu forgot he was supposed to drag Bazai back. He rushed out and called out for Lulu. Meanwhile, at the main base, only half a day's journey away, Gu Einan pressed his temples, his experiment reaching a bottleneck. If he didn't find him a zombie king, he wouldn't be able to make any progress. In the darkness of the night, Jiujiu outside was still calling, Lulu, I know you're here, come out. Excited, Jiujiu was already mentally thanking Sanzai. Sanzai was so kind. Sanzai had summoned his Lulu.